Chapter 81. Celebrating the 7th birthday of Lu Bao. Without delving into the outcome of the discussions between Xiao Lady and He Aaron Yo, today, the second household of the Xiao family is particularly lively. Today marks the 7th birthday of Xiao Lexian. Chunhua, her mother, rose early to prepare for her daughter's special day. Now that both her daughter and son have flourished, becoming disciples of an immortal. Initially, upon hearing this news, Li Chunhua did not experience the joy she had anticipated. After all, an immortal is an extraordinary being, a marvel of existence. However, Li Chunhua felt that due to this extraordinary identity, her children would no longer be able to lead the ordinary lives of typical children, missing out on the simple joys that accompany such a life. Currently, the fame of the immortal has not spread far, but if it does in the future, and more people come seeking them, how could she possibly protect her children then? Li Chunhua was quite troubled. At this moment, she felt as though peaceful days were becoming a distant dream. Just as she was musing this way, the immortal sent a tablet of blessings, restoring tranquility to Xianxiadrama. Because of this event, her admiration for her daughter's unseen immortal master significantly increased. Thinking about how the immortal master seems to care for her daughter, she felt considerably reassured. Today is an exceedingly joyful day for Xiao Lexian. She runs around the house, truly resembling any other child. Her younger brother, Xiao Qingyun, mysteriously darted out from behind her, holding a handful of wild chrysanthemums, exclaiming, "Sister, happy birthday!" Xiao Lexian, little by, this cracks me up. Master, your brother is presenting you with chrysanthemums on your birthday. Is he trying to send you away? Xiao Lexian gritted her small teeth. Shut up. Xiao Qingyun, noticing his sister's delay in accepting his flowers, looked puzzled. Doesn't sister like Qingqing's gift? The little fellow appeared immensely dejected. He had picked these flowers all by himself from a Yunhu mountain, even inquiring with his good friend about what girls liked. His friend had said that girls love flowers, especially those of vibrant colors. He asked his friend which flowers were the most beautiful, and the answer was these yellow blossoms, as his father often gifted such flowers to his mother. Young Qingyun felt he had found the perfect gift for his sister, having run around the mountain for quite some time to gather the largest and most vibrant ones. Observing the little one's forlorn expression, Xiao Lexian tugged at her lips and accepted the flowers, gently ruffling his small head, her voice low as she nodded. Yes, sister loves them very much. The eyes of Xiao Qingyun immediately sparkled like light bulbs, and he eagerly asked, "Really?" "Of course." Little Bai in the soul space was laughing uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingyun declared, "Sister likes them, so I will pick flowers for her every day." Xiao Lexian, that is absolutely unnecessary. Thankfully, such matters with small children need not continue, as someone called out from the distance. Who else but the village head? Ever since it became known that Xiao Lexian is a disciple of an immortal, she has practically become the darling of Xianxiadrama. Both adults and children hold her in high esteem. The former believe that by treating Xiao Lexian kindly, they may one day seek her assistance or that of her celestial master in times of need. The children admire her, perceiving her inherent prowess, and with the addition of a divine mentor, she appears even more formidable, exuding an aura of fascination. "Grandfather Village Chief." Xiao Lexian approached with a courteous greeting. The village chief, under normal circumstances, was an energetic old man. He waved at Xiao Lexian, beaming as he said, "Lexian, my dear, you must be unacquainted with my few rascally grandsons, right? Come, allow your granduncle to introduce you." He pointed at a handsome young lad and declared, "This is my grandson, Yunxian, Lu Yunxian." Xiao Lexian regarded the young man and politely greeted him. "Hello, brother Yunxian." Lu Yunxian, initially indifferent towards the 7th daughter of the Xiao family, due to his sentiments toward Xiao Lady, maintained a respectful distance. However, upon observing this diminutive girl of merely 7 years, he could not maintain an austere demeanor, softening his expression as he nodded slightly. The village chief, oblivious to his grandson's awkwardness, promptly introduced the others. "This is my eldest grandson, Xiao Yanzu. This is my second grandson, Xiao Wu, and this is my youngest grandson." Grandfather, no need for you to say it. I already know little Lexian." At this moment, Lu Yunxian smiled, ruffling his younger cousin's hair as he remarked, So the immensely capable sister you speak of is none other than little Lixuan. The 10-year-old boy nodded proudly. Little Lixuan, do you remember me? It has been quite some time since we played together, and Shirt 2 said you no longer like us. Is that true? Xiao Lexian shook her head. Of course not. You and Shirt 2 are so delightful. How could I possibly dislike you? Indeed, the one who interjected was Xiao Yinduo, a childhood companion of Xiao Lexian, known for their escapades of catching fish and shrimp. Although they had only played together a few times before she spent 3 years studying under her sixth granduncle and hardly ventured out, she was pleasantly surprised that he still remembered her. The once diminutive child of 6 or 7 had now blossomed into a 10-year-old. Xiao Yinduo, filled with joy, rushed over to embrace his sister, reminiscent of their childhood, but his intentions were thwarted as his collar was abruptly lifted by none other than his cousin Yanxian. You rascal, at the age of 7, boys and girls must not share the same seat. Have you been studying to no avail? Running over to hug your sister? Your little Lixuan is now 7 years old. Hugging her means you must take her home as your bride. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Xiao Yunduo's face flushed as he gazed at the adorable and rosy-cheeked Lixuan, feeling an insatiable desire to behold her. As Qian Niu had proclaimed, Lixuan was the most beautiful girl in their village, destined to depart for another village upon growing up, and he could not bear the thought of her leaving. He wished to play with her forever. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yinduo raised his chin and shouted, If marrying is what it takes, then I shall have Lixuan as my bride. Ha! This child, oh dear, he already knows to choose the prettiest girl as his bride. Xiao Lixuan thought to herself, this is quite absurd. The ancient immortal maintained a composed demeanor, her small face taut with tension. It was nothing. I am not embarrassed. It is they who should feel awkward. Xiao Lixuan wished to deliver a light punch to the impudent child. After contemplating her own strength, she decided against it. Turning to toss over her shoulder, she declared, I am off to find mother, and ran away. Ha! The adults behind her erupted into even louder laughter. Xiao Yinduo, feeling confused, scratched his head innocently, wondering why little Lixuan had run off. Today, an extraordinary number of villagers had come to celebrate Xiao Lexuan's birthday. Nearly the entire village had gathered. Wherever she went, countless voices greeted her, calling her Little Lixuan. Indeed, some refer to her as Little Immortal, but Xiao Lixuan paid them no mind. Eventually, she discovered that responding to those who called her Lixuan garnered a more favorable reaction, and gradually, fewer villagers referred to her as Little Immortal. Slowly, the villagers began to sense that although Lixuan was a disciple of the Immortal, there was no air of aloofness between them. Indeed, it did not take long for Xiao Lexian to locate Chunhuanyang. Now that she has grown, it is fortunate that her mother has trained in martial arts and possesses great strength. Otherwise, she would be unable to carry her. Xiao Lexian, seated in her mother's embrace, exuberantly revels in the final moments of her childhood, while Chunhuanyang and Hushan Daxin shower her with affection, taking turns to cradle her and greet the guests. However, a sage named Feng Fuzi remarked, Hushan, your daughter has reached the age of 7. As the scriptures say, at 7, one is severed from paternal ties. You ought not to treat her as a mere child, carrying her about. Hushan Daxian, a rugged man unaccustomed to the ways of scholars, though understanding the sage's good intentions, could not suppress a fierce glare, declaring, This is my daughter, and I shall dote upon her, as I see fit. Who dares to speak ill of this, must tread over my corpse. Xiao Lexian giggled. Her Hushan father possessed an imposing and formidable presence. Yet, she resolved that today would be her final day of indulgence, for tomorrow she would officially become a 7-year-old, and henceforth, in order to avoid any gossip regarding her father, she would adhere to the decorum of this world. In a corner of the crowd, the esteemed members of the Xiao family had indeed arrived, though for reasons unknown, they remained seated in the shadows without offering salutations. Even the boisterous and talkative fat Jinshi behaved unusually subdued. Xiao Lady gazed upon her cousin Lebao with immense envy, wishing fervently that her father were as benevolent as her second uncle. Conversely, her own father, who never intervened when her mother scolded or struck her, remained silent, and she harbored a deep disdain for him. However, the wait would not be long. Erniu proclaimed that as soon as she bedded the nobleman, he would surely marry her, granting her a life of comfort. Furthermore, Yu had learned that the village's auspicious steel, while capable of warding off outsiders, would permit entry if the villagers themselves invited them in as guests. The method was quite simple. She possessed an old handkerchief, which she planned to use to absorb the nobleman's essence, later presenting it at the auspicious steel for validation. With meticulous planning, she was certain of her success. As she contemplated the prospect of indulging in a life of luxury, while simultaneously trampling on the pride of Lu Yunxiu, who looked down upon her, Xiao Lady felt a profound sense of satisfaction and no longer regarded her little cousin with disdain. After all, her little cousin would eventually marry a peasant, while she could aspire to become a young mistress. Meanwhile, no one was privy to Xiao Lady's thoughts, as Xiao Lexian had acquainted herself with every villager she had previously met only infrequently, including the much-discussed but forlorn Xiao and his wife. Hu Xiaoshan took her over to greet them, only to notice that the elderly couple appeared somewhat unwell, their expressions clouded with unspoken sorrow. Xiao Lexian had heard the tale of their daughter, who had married over 20 years ago and never returned. Her husband's family had relocated, leaving them unaware of her whereabouts, truly a case of longing that had taken a toll on their spirits. As the birthday festivities drew to a close, unexpectedly, Auntie Fong arrived to announce, "The family of your mother-in-law has come." Hu Xiaoshan paused momentarily, then realized that his mother-in-law's family must be the Li family. During the previous years of famine, the Li family had been unable to cultivate grains, and for 3 consecutive years, Hu Xiaoshan had delivered food and provisions to them, despite his reluctance. He could clearly see the worry in his wife's eyes, and he could not bear to allow his mother-in-law's family to starve. Thus, he had persistently provided for 3 years, while the other families in the family village suffered greatly. Yet Li Laotou and his wife had inexplicably treated Li Chunhua and Hu Xiaoshan with kindness during that time. Now that circumstances had improved, and with his daughter's 7th birthday approaching, Hu Xiaoshan sought to celebrate her milestone. He had sent a little messenger to inform the Li family, but they had not responded. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? Regardless, this marked the first time Li Laotai had crossed the threshold of the Xiao household in many years, and without hesitation, Hu Xiaoshan set aside his current tasks to welcome them. Chapter 82. Is mother finally starting to like her? The excitement of Li Chunhua in the bustling kitchen. Li Chunhua was busy when she heard her mother and brothers arriving. For a moment, she was taken aback, her emotions a whirlwind of complexity and exhilaration, as she longed to rush out, yet felt the need to restrain herself. Now, she was a mother of both a son and a daughter, who were disciples of celestial beings. She had a foundation to rely upon, and she would no longer face scorn from others, nor be rebuked for her inability to bear children. She was no longer the burden her mother had once deemed her. She must remain steadfast and not bring shame upon her children. Reflecting on her newfound happiness, she realized this was her mother's first visit since her marriage. Filling her heart with a mix of trepidation and immense joy, was her mother finally beginning to take pride in her, seeing that she had married well and achieved success? Could it be that her mother was genuinely happy for her? Had she transformed in her mother's eyes from a source of shame to a daughter worthy of pride? Once, her mother had demanded an exorbitant bride price, leaving her feeling despondent and inferior at the age of 20 when she remained unmarried, believing it was her own failing. After marrying Hu Shan and enduring a decade of childlessness, she had felt the same sorrow and inadequacy, fearing she was indeed the unproductive daughter her mother described, destined to be abandoned by Hu Shan. Now, with both a son and a daughter, her confidence had finally solidified. The widow who had constantly flitted around Hu Shan had vanished from her life, and at that moment, she felt she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. This time, her mother would surely praise her. She would commend her for being capable, for having borne both a son and a daughter, and for improving her family's circumstances year by year. With this thought in mind, Li Chunhua quickened her pace and stepped outside, her smile blossoming at the sight of the group Hu Shan had led in. "Father, mother." Li Chunhua approached with a gentle smile. Old Lady Li instinctively wanted to scold this burden, but was restrained by her husband's tug. Remembering the purpose of their visit, she forced a stiff smile and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, my daughter, how well you are doing. Mother is so pleased for you. You have no idea, your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers have taken time out of their busy lives to come see their sister. You must remember their kindness." Though she spoke these words, her heart seethed with resentment. How could this burden, whom she had once picked up, be living better than her own sons? And what of that so-called celestial master? Initially skeptical, she had eventually been compelled to believe upon hearing tales, yet she could not accept it, regardless of the master's prowess. The children of a burden surely did not deserve such favor. Moreover, she wondered about the origins of this burden, speculating that perhaps she was merely an abandoned child born out of wedlock or the result of a secret affair. Even when Li Chunhua had been brought home in fine attire, old lady Li had never regarded her as superior. Especially after the burden had given birth to 3 sons while she had to pay a dowry of 20 taels of silver for her own sons. She had expected the burden to serve her family as a lifelong servant. Yet, she was astonished that someone had actually married her. If the burden's life had been miserable, old lady Li would have been content, relishing in her own son's success, while deeming the burden nothing more than a burden. However, she never anticipated that at 30, this burden would conceive again, and to top it off, she had given birth to a mere daughter. Who cared for that? Yet, just 2 years later, a son was born, inciting immense displeasure within old lady Li. Despite her attempts to reprimand the burden and her husband, she found that the seemingly simple-minded Xiao Hushan was quite shrewd, always ensuring that gifts were presented to her family with great fanfare. Then came the famine. Her son-in-law provided considerable aid to their household, not only garnering the admiration of the entire village, but also announcing that if anyone was in dire need, they could borrow grain from him. He assured them that they could repay it when harvests improved. During that time, old lady Li was infuriated as people continually came to beg for help, claiming it was Hushan who had enabled them to borrow grain. Though she seethed with rage, she could not refuse assistance, not wanting to turn against the entire village. This growing thanks from the villagers for Hushan became a thorn in her side. Furthermore, her sons working in the city heard that their sister's daughter was a disciple of a celestial being who had rescued Qingshi town from peril. They could no longer contain themselves and urged her to celebrate the burden's daughter's birthday, subtly suggesting their own desires for their son's benefit. Having received reminders from her sons and Mr. Li, old lady Li managed to restrain her typical outbursts of anger upon seeing Li Chunhua. Instead of launching into a tirade, she offered a smile, a gesture that Li Chunhua had never received from her mother in over 30 years. Overwhelmed with emotion and joy, Li Chunhua quickly shifted her focus to Hushan, her eyes shimmering as she exclaimed, "Mother, father, you must be tired. Come in and rest." As she looked at the group of adults surrounded by children of various ages, she wiped her eyes and smiled. "These must be my nieces and nephews. I am your eldest aunt. Come, call me Annie." A gaggle of over 10 children stood before her, the eldest perhaps 17 or 18, and the youngest around 4 or 5, roughly the same age as her youngest son. The children gazed curiously at their aunt, the so-called burden, with mixed feelings, some with disdain, others with indifference. The awkward silence was finally shattered by the voice of a 4-year-old, who innocently called out, "Auntie," unencumbered by the complexities of adult emotions. Another voice chimed in, Li Mantong, now 10 years old, a frequent visitor to her aunt's home, who adored her younger cousins. She called out without hesitation, responding to Li Chunhua's request. Hey. While few children responded, Li Chunhua felt a surge of happiness at the ones who did. Perhaps the others were simply too unfamiliar with their aunt to call out. "Come now, dear wife." Hushan approached, wrapping his arms around Li Chunhua. "Let your mother and the others go inside. It's chilly out here." Seeing the robust Hushan treating her sister-in-law so kindly ignited a hint of envy in the third daughter-in-law of the Li family. Observing how he doted on the burden, she couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for her own husband, who was frail and lacking vigor. If it hadn't been for her own circumstances, she would never have entertained marrying him. As for the third daughter-in-law of the Li family, she had been prodding her husband to move to the city, eager to escape the grasp of her domineering mother-in-law. Not dwelling on the thoughts of the third daughter-in-law, Li Chunhua heard Hushan's words, quickly gathering her emotions and leading everyone towards the main house. Yes, mother, father, you must be tired. Please come in and rest." A throng of individuals entered the house with great fervor, leaving the Xiao family and their specially invited guests in a state of perplexity. Who were these people? Why did the lady of the house appear so elated? Tears of excitement streamed down their faces. Surely, it was a joyous occasion. The mayor of Qingshi town, puzzled, inquired. Among the crowd, there were those who understood the situation, notably Granny Mei, who spoke in a hushed tone. "That family, they are the relatives of the bride from Hushan. TSK, I know that old woman Li. She is no saint. She mistreated her daughter, Li Chunhua, to the point where, in the dead of winter, she forced her to wash clothes in freezing river water while clad in nothing but a tattered garment. At merely 15 or 16, that girl was as emaciated as a 10-year-old child. If I hadn't happened upon her that day, frozen and unconscious on the icy ground, and taken her home, she might have perished." Miraculously, Chunhua later wed Hushan, and that old hag Li demanded a dowry of 20 taels, which infuriated old Mrs. Su, leading her to resent her second son for what she deemed a waste of raising a son. After they married, Hushan, despite his disability, proved himself capable of hunting. Yet Chunhua remained unable to conceive. Others maligned her, claiming she was barren. But I suspect the cumulative suffering she endured in her youth from the cold had irreparably harmed her health, resulting in a decade of infertility. Nevertheless, heaven seems to favor the virtuous. Lo and behold, Chunhua is now with child, a remarkable daughter. The audience listened, murmuring in sympathy. They had known of Li Chunhua. It had been many years since her mother had visited after her marriage, making this occasion truly extraordinary. It was no wonder that Li Chunhua was so jubilant. As they entered the inner courtyard, the spacious and bright new room made Granny Li's eyes well up with tears. This ungrateful wretch had heard of her family's new home, but never expected it to be so splendid. If they had such wealth, why not show some filial piety towards her? Truly a heartless wretch. She should never have heeded the old monk's words about accumulating merit by bringing her back. Mama, father, brothers, please have a seat. Li Chunhua immediately assumed the role of hostess, personally attending to her family's needs with tea and refreshments. Xiao Hushan frowned at the sight. Feeling discomfort by his wife's efforts to serve the Li family, he gently grasped her arm and whispered, Chunhua, go and spend time with our daughter. Today is her birthday. I'll take care of your parents and brothers. Li Chunhua was reluctant to leave, having rarely seen so many relatives from her maternal side. But her yearning to hold her daughter was overwhelming. An idea struck her, and her eyes brightened. She would bring her daughter in so that she could properly meet her maternal grandparents, uncles, and siblings. As she dashed outside, Granny Li seethed with anger, ready to erupt. Yet she swallowed her fury, allowing her husband and Xiao Hushan to engage in pleasantries. Hushan, Chunhua may be a bit naive, but you've taken excellent care of her these years. I commend you for your efforts, Old Li stated, bringing a hush over the hall. He was not one to speak lightly, and his authority as the head of the family was palpable. Xiao Hushan furrowed his brow. He found the implication that his wife lacked understanding rather unpalatable. He retorted sternly, Chunhua is wonderful. Old Li chuckled heartily. Good, good. Hushan, in these years, Chunhua's brothers have established their families and careers. Everyone has been busy, knowing you are doing well. They've had little time to visit. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Xiao Hushan's expression stiffened, finding himself at a loss for words in response to his father-in-law's remarks. Yet he replied, No, not at all. We are merely unacquainted. An age-old saying goes, blood is thicker than water. Today, we are all here to celebrate Lu Bao's birthday. In the future, do take Chunhua to visit her brothers more often. It will be beneficial for everyone. Xiao Hushan nodded, mentally reminding himself that these were his elders. Suppressing his irritation. After all, he recalled vividly the day he and his wife first visited her family, only to be met with disdain and scorn. At that time, Granny Li likely felt that, having given him 20 taels, a limping, penniless man was of no further value, and her cruel demeanor was unrelenting. She warned him not to seek favors from her family, lest they suffer consequences. What was Old Li doing back then? He said nothing. Later, as their situation improved, Granny Li would often state that Chunhua was like water spilled from a bucket, a daughter married off and forgotten. It was only after those words reached Xiao Hushan's ears that he began to visit during festivals and bring gifts, silencing the gossip. Regardless of past grievances, it was evident that Chunhua wished to reconnect with her family, her brothers, and even with that old hag. Yet, her deep-seated insecurities about not bearing a son prevented her from voicing such desires. Xiao Hushan felt a mix of compassion and helplessness, now that he was a formidable figure. If they intended to play the roles of loving parents and brothers, he would not object to letting his wife experience the joy of familial affection. But should they harbor ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to demonstrate his ruthless side. How many truly soft-hearted individuals emerge unscathed from the battlefield? Meanwhile, Old Li sought warmth in family ties, while Xiao Hushan remained indifferent, yet for the sake of his aspirations and his grandchildren, he endured. Chapter 83. Granny Li is not your real mother. The tense atmosphere in the room was shattered by the arrival of Li Chunhua and Xiao Lexian. As they appeared, Granny Li transformed, rushing over with excitement, exclaiming, Ah, this must be my granddaughter, the one taken by the divine. Come, come, let grandmother hold you. Xiao Lexian, noticing the fervor in her gaze, ignored her completely, clinging tightly to her mother's neck. No, she firmly rejected, causing Granny Li's face to stiffen. Can't you see my granddaughter wants to come down? Let her down to meet her uncles and brothers. Li Chunhua, intimidated by her mother's command, instinctively complied. But Xiao Lexian was displeased. She disliked being directed by others, especially when it involved her mother. Her mother wanted to set her down, but she clung tighter. Shaking her head, No, Lu Bao doesn't want to come down. Lu Bao wants mother to hold her. Seeing her daughter's adorable and obedient demeanor, Li Chunhua quickly forgot Granny Li's harshness, embracing her daughter even more tightly, and saying, all right, our Lu Bao is good. She loves her mother. Look at how big you've grown, still wanting your mother's embrace. Xiao Lexian thought. She simply didn't want her mother to follow the sharp-tongued old woman's commands. It wasn't that she genuinely wanted her mother to hold her. Enough, old woman. Come back. Old Li finally intervened, sternly calling Granny Li to return to her seat. This command subdued the fierce Granny Li, who felt considerable discontent toward Xiao Lexian. Initially, she had hoped to bond with the child, thinking that through her grandson could become a disciple of the divine and eventually usurp her position. But now, it seemed the child harbored no affection for her. Humph. Granny Li huffed in dissatisfaction. Old Li observed her with a frown, stating, "It's natural for Lu Bao to feel unfamiliar with you on their first meeting. If you wish to grow close, you must take your time and not frighten the child." He then cheerfully turned to Xiao Lexian, extending his arms. "Come, Lu Bao. Would you like to be held by your grandfather?" Xiao Lexian responded by presenting the back of her head to him. Disliking a person, she could not be bothered to utter another word or cast a glance their way. "Lu Bao Mei, come down and play with me." A little girl's voice rang out. Who else could it be but Li Mantong? Xiao Lexian twisted her small neck to look back at her, then continued to rest her head on her mother's shoulder, uninterested in playing. "It's not fun. It's my birthday, and I've run around so many times today. I'm exhausted." Li Mantong felt a twinge of disappointment as she returned to her father's side. Beside her stood a girl of about 11 or 12, who remarked, "You're really useless. Sticking your warm face against someone else's cold backside. You can't even handle one child." The speaker was Li Muhan, the daughter of the third branch of the Li family. At 12 years old, she stood 1.60 meters tall, already exhibiting the poise of a young lady. Li Mantong shot an indignant glare at Li Muhan. "That's not true. Lu Bao enjoys playing with me." Xiao Lexian remained silent, observing the elderly Li and her mother reminiscing. Watching her father and several uncles engaged in conversation for quite a while without arriving at any substantial point. Eventually, it was time to attend to guests outside, as Chunhua and Hushan had arranged for the Li family to prepare for their departure. By this time, the atmosphere had become more animated than at the outset. Seeing them preparing to leave, Li Laotu could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Ahem, Hushan, your father and mother are here today, not only to celebrate Lu Bao's birthday, but also to ask for a small favor." Xiao Hushan felt a tinge of wariness and did not respond immediately. Instead, it was Li Chunhua who, looking at Li Laotu, inquired, "Father, what favor do you speak of?" Xiao Lexian, feeling bored, yawned on her father's shoulder. Having switched from her mother's embrace due to fatigue. Earlier, the room had been filled with children's chatter, while several daughters-in-law from the Li family, particularly the third and fourth, were engaged in lively conversation, and the second daughter-in-law constantly fretted over her children, not participating in the elder lady's discussions. She was merely going through the motions, knowing that any good fortune would ultimately come to their family last. On this side, Hushan was starting to grow impatient as Li Laotu finally revealed his intent, exclaiming loudly, "Hushan, I heard your daughter has taken a deity as her master. Is that true?" Xiao Hushan's expression darkened, yet he replied, "Indeed, my daughter has a master, but merely to learn some martial arts. It is nothing resembling what you might consider divine." He vehemently denied any such claims. Li Laotu's expression shifted noticeably, and he fell silent. At this moment, Li Laotai grasped Li Laotu's hint and unleashed her formidable prowess. She suddenly sprang to her feet, flung open the door to the hall, and burst outside, beating her chest and wailing dramatically, "Oh, woe is me. After years of raising a daughter to marry, she has not visited me in decades. Today, I come with my family to request just the smallest favor. Yet before I even speak, that heartless son-in-law begins to refuse us old folks. Why must my fate be so cruel? Other families have daughters who feast and rest well, receiving riches in boxes as dowries, whereas mine feels as though it is given away for free. Come, everyone, judge for yourselves. My daughter and son-in-law bully their poor mother's family." By this time, it was already afternoon. Those who had come from afar for lunch had returned home. Most who remained were from Xiao family village and nearby communities, and since Xiao Hushan's wife's family had come, they were all treated to dinner, which the villagers understood and appreciated, as it meant an extra meal. When the Li family arrived in the afternoon, Xiao Hushan had already attended to those who had come earlier, so in the afternoon, he focused on hosting his wife's family, spending time with them. And everyone had no objections, chatting amiably in the courtyard while helping with the cleanup. However, unexpectedly, Li Laotai suddenly burst out from the house, swearing and declaring her daughter and son-in-law to be unfilial, accusing them of refusing to let Xiao Hushan assist with a small matter, berating them for their heartlessness. This turn of events left the villagers dumbfounded. The village chief rushed over, glaring at the weeping Li Laotai, and thundered, "Today is the birthday of the disciple of a deity. Is there nothing more pressing than this? Must you create a scene during Lu Bao's birthday banquet? As if we of Xiao family village are easy prey?" Others quickly caught on, realizing that today was indeed the little deity's birthday, and that Li Laotai's actions could offend her. Moreover, they were aware of Xiao Hushan's character. He was well regarded within the village. Li Chunhua was also taken aback by this shocking upheaval, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed out, incredulous. The warmth of the earlier moments shattered like a fragile bubble. Mother, what are you doing? Are you saying that Hushan and I are unfilial? Just ask anyone from Li family village. They know how devoted my husband is to you. Why must you label us with such a grave accusation? Are you trying to drive me to despair? At this moment, Xiao Hushan was seething with rage, and his temperament, not overly concerned with public opinion, became starkly evident as he coldly declared, if I am indeed unfilial, then I shall act unfilially. Leave. Do not ever appear before my wife again. He had tolerated the Li family for too long. Had it not been for his wife, he would not have even bothered to offer them gifts, let alone concern himself with appearances. Li Laotai, taken aback by Xiao Hushan's fierce demeanor, screamed, help. My son-in-law wants to kill me. He seeks to end my life. Mother. Li Chunhua cried, tears streaming down her face. How could you say such things? Are you trying to harm Hushan? He is my greatest support. Why must you be so heartless? The villagers also recognized the intensity of Xiao Hushan's fury, realizing that it was not merely because the Li family had unjustly brought tears to Li Chunhua's eyes, but likely because Li Laotai's actions had ruined her daughter's birthday celebration. They knew very well that Xiao Hushan had prepared for this occasion in secret for a long time. Upon hearing Li Chunhua's inquiry, Li Laotai's fury ignited further. She leapt up and attempted to strike Li Chunhua. You ungrateful wretch. You are the one who nearly cost me my life when I gave birth to you. What is wrong with me chastising you? How dare you evade punishment? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Others, recalling their own harrowing childbirth experiences, felt a mix of sympathy and ire toward Li Laotai. However, as daughters and sons-in-law, they recognized the necessity of showing respect, particularly to Hushan, who should not have been so harsh toward his mother-in-law. Mother, Li Chunhua wept. Are you truly trying to drive me to death? Then die if you must. Who dares to speak ill of me? If I kill you, so be it. I shall reclaim the life I gave you. Li Chunhua could hardly fathom her mother's cold-heartedness, capable of uttering such lethal words. The increasingly unhinged Li Laotai had lost all sense of moderation by the time Li Laotu and other family members emerged. The situation had devolved into chaos, teetering on the brink of life and death. Li Laotu, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, wore a grave expression. All right, today, I shall return your life to you. With that, Chunhua's mother lunged toward a stone pillar. Xiao Hushan's face paled, panic overtaking him as he shouted, Chunhua, Xiao Lexian. Witnessing this farcical drama unfold, had initially thought Li Laotai's antics might awaken her mother's senses, yet the subsequent developments exceeded her expectations. Unable to bear it any longer, her small eyes brimming with tempestuous emotion, she cried out, enough. Mother, Li Laotai is not your true mother. Her voice resonated so loudly that it could have been heard across several villages. Upon hearing those words, Li Laotai's countenance shifted drastically, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua was rescued by the protective barrier that Xiao Lexian had instinctively conjured. Everyone was utterly astonished, left in a state of shock, including Hushan's father, who had lost all sense of reaction. Yet, Xiao Lexian took deliberate steps, approaching the dazed Chunhua mother, gazing at her, proclaiming, Li Laotai is not your biological mother. It is true, as my master has said. Chapter 84. Li Chunhua's enlightenment and her desire to repay. At this declaration, an uproar ensued. Li Chunhua felt as if she were teetering on the brink of collapse, struck by lightning, her mind buzzing. Had this been uttered by anyone else, she would have dismissed it outright. But since it came from Lexian, and he claimed it was his master's words, how could she doubt it? Who was Lexian's master? A deity. Does a deity have any reason to deceive a mere mortal like her? Likely. The divine being wouldn't even concern itself with the trifles of ordinary folk if it weren't for Lexian. In an instant, Li Chunhua's mind was flooded with thoughts. Observing the drastic change in Li Laotai's expression, the panic etched onto her face. What more was there to comprehend? She was indeed not Li Laotai's flesh and blood. Haha. Tears of laughter filled Li Chunhua's eyes. This is splendid, truly splendid. Now, she needn't wonder why her mother did not love her, why she had not treated her well. She would no longer seek more. If she were aware that she was not their biological child, then whatever treatment Li Laotai offered her could be accepted. After all, there is no decree stating that one must treat an outsider kindly. She had no knowledge of how she had been lost. Yet she bore no resentment towards her biological parents. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Thus, she felt gratitude for having been taken in, for not being left to starve or freeze outside. She understood the importance of contentment and would no longer seek love from them, for it had never belonged to her. How liberating. At that moment, It felt as though some shackles within her heart had been unfastened, transforming her completely, instilling confidence within her. She realized that she was not unworthy of love. Rather, she had merely pursued the wrong target. The man she married, Xian, and her daughter, all loved her dearly. In that instant, Chunhua's mother smiled, a smile filled with satisfaction. Xian, startled by this revelation, rushed over, concern etched on his face as he patted her shoulder. Reassuring her, "It's all right, I'm here. I will handle everything." Li Chunhua looked at this man, and in that moment, her timid demeanor dissolved, her gaze unwavering. "I understand. Thank you." She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Knowing the truth, she reflected on Li Laotai's actions towards her without resentment or sadness, for she was not their daughter. Thus, whatever treatment she received was justified. No longer did she yearn for what was not hers, granting her a complete release. Good. As long as you're fine. My dear wife, please never act recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, what would our daughter and son do? They are still so young. Could you bear to leave us? In that moment, he was truly terrified, fearing what he might do if something were to happen to her. Li Chunhua was aware that she had frightened him. She regretted her impulsiveness, yet the urge had surged too swiftly for her to halt. In that fleeting moment between life and death, she had come to realize that she should not force anything. However, it was only upon discovering the truth that she comprehended her genuine release. Meanwhile, the villagers shared in the lingering trepidation, equally astonished by the revelation that Li Chunhua was not Li Laotai's biological child. Like Chunhua, they harbored no doubts about Xiao Lexian, a child whose words were sacrosanct. If not for the divine master instructing him to speak thus, how could he have uttered anything regarding blood relations? And the divine master was the embodiment of faith for the villagers. Could his words be false? Was there any need for a deity to deceive mere mortals? Once the shock wore off, the villagers engaged in fervent discussion, with old lady May's voice rising above the rest. "Oh, I knew it. How could that old hag Li Laotai be so cruel to her daughter? It turns out she isn't even her biological child." Yes, even parents who favor their sons wouldn't torture their daughters like that. When they demanded such exorbitant bride prices, were they hoping to raise her only to marry her off and have her serve their family as a lifetime servant? That old woman should not have adopted a child unless she intended to do so sincerely. The child would have been better off dead than enduring such torment. Yet, one cannot say that. Although Chunhua has suffered in her early years, she now has a good husband, a remarkable daughter, and a divine master. Good times are surely ahead. I believe today's revelation, forced by the Li family, will lead Chunhua to a brighter future, while they will be the ones to regret it. Oh, there's no need to wait for the future. Just look at Li Laotai and Li Laotai's husband's ghastly expressions. They are already regretting having pushed her too far. Do the three sons of the Li family remain unaware of this truth? Just observe their astonished faces. It seems Chunhua is not their biological sister, and Li Laotai and her husband have never informed them. Indeed, with Xian revealing the truth, Li Laotai's expression suggests she cannot believe the reality has been so carelessly exposed. And as for Li Laotai's husband, his expression is grim yet devoid of surprise, indicating he has known all along that Chunhua is not his daughter. Such misdeeds. Now, let us see how this unfolds. As the villagers engaged in intense discussions, the three brothers of the Li family were indeed left in shock, unable to fathom the situation. How could this be? How could this happen? The youngest, Li Sheng, murmured, grappling with the revelation that his sister, whom their mother had deemed a burden, was not his biological sister after all. What would become of their demands now? Li Wan shared the same concern, lacking the calm demeanor of his eldest brother, Li Jingqing. Meanwhile, the younger children of the Li family were utterly bewildered. Although they had harbored disdain for their burden of an aunt, if she were no longer their aunt, could they still become disciples of the divine master? Among the children of the Li family, the younger ones were oblivious to the reason for their visit to their aunt's home, but several teenagers, especially the eldest at 17, were acutely aware of the objective of their journey. At 17, he was considered an adult, and his mother had assured him that, should he secure a position, it would be granted to him. He was not Li Wan's biological child. His mother, Mei, had informed him long ago, and he was uncertain whether the truth would ever be revealed. Yet before it did, he must grow strong, powerful enough that the Li family would not be able to act against him and his mother upon discovering the truth, and they would have to treat him with deference. However, with this sudden turn of events, he had initially wished to remain in the shadows, but now he found it necessary to step forward. For the normally astute Li Laotai now seemed utterly dazed, devoid of any reaction. He approached Li Chunhua, donning a sorrowful expression befitting a younger relative, and said, "Auntie, although my grandparents are not your biological parents, they have raised you for so many years. While there may be no blood bond, there is a debt of care. Let the past be the past, and let us as a family move forward together. I believe my grandparents will no longer treat you in that manner." Upon hearing these words, Li Laotai, who had been battered by the revelation, suddenly regained her composure, springing to her feet and exclaiming, "Indeed, my grandson is right. Even if I did not give birth to you, I have raised you for decades. Today, you must repay this kindness." Hu Shan's expression darkened. "And what do you expect my wife to do in return?" At that moment, Li Laotai's husband stepped in as a peacemaker, saying, "Hu Shan, we are family, and we need not speak of such distinctions." Yet Hu Shan was unwilling to entertain such notions. "I am well aware of the hardships my wife endured in your household. There is no need for talk of familial bonds. My wife's true family consists only of me and our children. So state plainly, how do you wish for her to repay your kindness?" Upon hearing these words, the old man Li was filled with delight, and without further ado, he cleared his throat and declared, "Tiger Mountain, since you have said as much, I shall not be coy. Li Chanhua has been raised in our family until the age of 20, which amounts to an annual expenditure of 5 taels of silver, totaling 100 taels over the 2 decades. Moreover, it was indeed my wife who rescued her when she was but a child, saving her life in the process. Such an act of salvation cannot merely be quantified in silver. I have no further demands, except that you persuade your daughter's celestial master to accept a few of my grandchildren as disciples. In doing so, this debt of gratitude shall be considered settled." As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, astonished that he would dare to make such a request. Chapter 85, Acceptance. Just moments ago, there was sympathy for their family, believing that the old lady Li was treating Li Chanhua unfairly. However, the fact that she had not truly starved her, and the return of her life was indeed a form of salvation, had evoked some pity for the Li family. Regrettably, they seemed destined to be forsaken, unable to bask in the glory of Tiger Mountain's daughter or her celestial master. Yet, to everyone's shock, the old man Li's audacious demand was a significant turn of events. How greedy! How could Chanhua possibly require 5 taels annually? For a peasant family, the entire household earns that much in a year. The old man Li was shamelessly extorting. Even more outrageous was his brazen request for the celestial master to accept multiple grandchildren as disciples. How could he muster the audacity to utter such words? Furthermore, what authority did a mortal like Xiao Hushan possess over the celestial's affairs? His daughter was merely a disciple. Did she truly wield such influence? If Xiao Lexian were to hear their thoughts, she would affirm that indeed, there is such influence. Meanwhile, Li Chanhua, though calm, was still astounded by her father's words. She had never realized that her nominal father was more avaricious than her mother. Such an unreasonable demand led everyone to believe that Xiao Hushan would categorically refuse. Yet to their astonishment, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I can provide you with 100 taels of silver. I can also recommend a few of your grandchildren to the celestial master. However, whether or not he accepts them is beyond my control," Xiao Hushan replied, narrowing his eyes. His candid acceptance brought immense joy to the old man Li and his family, while onlookers like Uncle Yu and Grandpa Zhong were utterly bewildered. Even Li Chanhua was taken aback by her husband's acquiescence, her expression filled with worry. "Husband, this is unwise. Such recommendations may anger the celestial being." Yet, Xiao Hushan comforted her with a reassuring pat, stating, "I have faith in the celestial's discernment and their ability to judge character. If the celestial deems their family unworthy, no recommendation will suffice. Since the old man Li is so eager to forge a connection with me, I shall make it clear that in the eyes of the celestial, I am but a mere mortal. How could they heed my endorsements?" This was precisely why he felt emboldened to agree, perhaps out of affection for his daughter. The celestial might grant him an audience, but they would never extend any favor to the old man Li. Xiao Hushan believed that the celestial would judge based on virtue, and to him, the Li family lacked such qualities. Even if the celestial were inclined to meet those few grandchildren of the Li family, it was unlikely they would be retained. Should fortune smile upon the Li family, and the celestial, after hearing his recommendation, chose to accept them, he would concede that it was simply their fate. Very well, very well." The old man Li laughed heartily. "Tiger Mountain, you truly are worthy of being my son-in-law." As he approached to pat Xiao Hushan on the back, Xiao Hushan evaded his gesture, determined to sever ties with the Li family entirely. His expression turned grave as he stated, "I shall return your silver, recommend you to the celestial master, and require a formal letter of severance to signify that all debts of gratitude have been repaid." His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Others were baffled by Xiao Hushan's actions, yet Xiao Lebao understood his intentions and chose to let events unfold without interference. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Xiao Hushan indeed returned to his home and handed over 100 taels of silver to the Li family without batting an eye, leaving many to believe he had lost his senses. Even the old lady Li ceased her complaints, laughing heartily alongside the old man. The Li family rejoiced. Subsequently, Xiao Hushan turned to Li Bao and inquired, "My daughter, is your master available? Could you summon him?" Xiao Hushan asked with uncertainty. Xiao Lexian readily agreed, nodding, "Very well. I shall ask my master." The villagers and the remaining guests, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement, while the Li family awaited with bated breath to see if Xiao Li Bao could indeed summon a celestial being. Then, a wondrous scene unfolded. The air shimmered, and a figure of light truly appeared. This luminous figure gazed solely at Xiao Lexian, ignoring the rest, and asked, "Why has my disciple summoned me?" Xiao Lexian, amidst the awestruck stares of the crowd, approached the radiant figure, saying nothing more than that her father had recommended a few individuals for consideration as disciples. Little Green, perplexed, pondered how the scene would unfold next. He had expected Xiao Lexian to merely go through the motions, only to declare that there were no worthy candidates. However, Xiao Li Bao conveyed through her thoughts, "Do not concern yourself with anything else, since my father has made a promise. Simply ascertain whether any of the Li family children possess commendable character. If so, proceed to accept them." Being a celestial being, she had no need to engage in trivial games. Little Green was to act impartially. At that moment, the old man Li, consumed by excitement, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Come, come. Let the celestials see if you can become disciples." This spectacle elicited envy from all villagers present, who believed that the Li family had indeed struck gold by rescuing Li Chunhua. Little Green surveyed the children as instructed by Xiao Lexian, ultimately concluding, "There are none." He conducted a thorough examination and found that apart from a few with decent hearts but no notable achievements, the rest of the Li family exhibited negative moral values and lacked any merit. The few ordinary children belonged solely to the second branch of Li Zhengqing's family. Xiao Lexian nodded, finding this result unsurprising. In a malevolent household, it was improbable for virtuous souls or individuals of great merit to be reborn. The presence of ordinary souls amidst such a family was merely for the purpose of refining their own spiritual deficiencies. Thus, it was not unexpected that the Li family had only normal souls. This outcome resonated with the villagers, as they had anticipated. After all, how could descendants of such a wretched family ever be chosen by a celestial being? Once Little Green finished speaking, he vanished, leaving the old man Li, the old lady Li, and the entirety of the Li family in disbelief. "No, this cannot be." The old lady Li shouted, "Your family's lowly daughter was chosen. Why not my grandson? It must be you. You have colluded with the celestial, haven't you? I refuse to accept such an outcome." As she grew increasingly agitated, a thunderous crack echoed from the sky, lightning striking near the old lady Li, causing her to scream in terror. Xiao Lexian understood that this was Little Green responding to the unjust accusations with fury. The other villagers were equally astonished, exclaiming, "Old lady Li, your words are nonsense. The celestial has grown angry. If you continue to speak recklessly, the next bolt may strike you." Terrified, the old lady Li promptly fell silent. The old man Li's countenance darkened ominously. "Humph, we shall take our leave." Though their grandchildren had not become disciples of the celestial, receiving 100 taels of silver was not a loss. They could always seek opportunities in the future. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xiao Hushan spoke, but his words made it seem as though his earlier readiness to concede to the old man Li's harsh demands had been an illusion. "Are you truly going to depart just like this? I have settled all your debts on behalf of my wife. Your accounts are now cleared. However, my own accounts remain unsettled. You have accepted the funds of nurturing grace and the promise of life-saving assistance, and now everything is balanced. Yet, all the expenses I have incurred over the years, the filial offerings, and the provisions I have provided for 3 full years must be returned to me." Upon hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of the Li family shifted dramatically. No wonder Xiao Hushan was so accommodating before. It turns out he had been waiting for this moment. The members of the Li family wore looks of profound discomfort. Chapter 86, Absolute Elimination. The day the Li family left in disarray, the villagers were compelled to reassess their perception of Xiao Hushan. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly simple and honest man possessed such cunning? Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation for the villagers. What truly shocked them was the extent of Xiao Hushan's expenditures on the Li family over the years. Previously, he had presented them with wild game and silver during festive occasions for nearly a decade, which could be considered filial piety, amounting to merely a few taels of silver, as wild game was not particularly valuable. However, since Xiao Hushan's leg healed during the famine 3 years ago, it was he alone who supported the entire Li family. Not only that, but the villagers of Li family village had also been promised assistance in borrowing grain from the old woman Li, which was, in fact, delivered entirely by Xiao Hushan. He clearly recalled that day when he extracted an account book from his home, calculated the figures, and declared, "Over the 3 years of famine, I have provided the Li family with provisions and meat valued at over 500 taels, of which nearly half was consumed by you." while the remainder was utilized by the villagers of Li family village. At that time, I was still your son-in-law and did not mind these expenses. However, that is no longer the case. I shall not quibble over the trifles, but you owe me for the 500 taels worth of grain. At this pronouncement, everyone was rendered utterly astonished. 500 taels. Xiao Hushan had indeed delivered grain valued at 500 taels to the household of the old woman Li. My goodness. They had no idea that Xiao Hushan's family possessed such an abundance of grain during the 3 years of famine, thanks to the benevolence of a noble. The villagers of Xiao family village had not lacked for food, and they had also extended their assistance to their daughter's family. Yet none had been as generous as Xiao Hushan. Not only did he aid his wife's family, but he also supported the entire Li family village. Now that the famine had passed, the villagers of Li family village continued to repay the grain borrowed from old woman Li, indicating how prosperous they must be. Why did they not think this through before causing such a commotion at Xiao family? Were they foolish? Now, Xiao Hushan had returned their so-called grace with interest. Without a doubt, the 500 taels worth of grain he had expended was beyond the Li family's capacity to repay. Even if they sought to reclaim the debts owed by the village, it would still be insufficient. To pursue these debts would only sow discord. At this point, Old Man Li and Old Woman Li's faces had turned as dark as storm clouds. What they did not anticipate was that this was not the most devastating blow. The real kicker was when Xiao Hushan stated, "In the face of collective hardship during the famine, I generously offered my assistance because you are my wife's family. Who knows how many lives my grain may have saved among you. Now I understand that you cannot repay the 500 taels worth of grain. I am not a cruel person. Consider those grains as my gift to the Li family village. Each household in Li family village shall receive their fair share." Old Man Li, Old Woman Li. They were so enraged they nearly spat blood. Fair share? How could they divide it? The Li family had consumed those grains, especially those that the villagers had returned, exchanging them for considerable sums of silver, which had nearly all been spent. Were they to regurgitate what they had consumed? If Xiao Hushan were to insist on extracting the original 500 taels, they could stubbornly resist. Surely he would not dare to kill his former father-in-law. However, by demanding that the grain be divided among the villagers, it implied that he owed the entire Li family village. Though it appeared that Xiao Hushan had not sought any repayment, he had dealt them a lethal blow instead. In comparison to the 300 taels worth of grain money already received, and the 200 taels worth that had yet to be returned by the villagers, the 100 taels he demanded today was indeed a grievous loss. Old Man Li finally felt fear creeping in, and he began to relent, obediently proclaiming the importance of familial ties, insisting that they sever no relationships, even returning the 100 taels he had just collected. Wishing to reconcile, Xiao Hushan refused to allow his wife to bear the Li family's name any longer, firmly rejecting, "There is no remedy for regret in this world. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. This 100 taels is what you are entitled to. I hope everyone present will carry my words forth and let the villagers of Li family village be aware of this matter." Xiao Hushan did not accept that 100 taels, considering what the Li family had consumed. If he were to divide the grain he had initially sent to the Li family village, that 100 taels would hardly suffice to fill the hole left by Old Man Li. It was indeed a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. At this moment, Old Man Li was genuinely terrified, but Xiao Lexian would not grant them any further opportunity to argue, swiftly exhibiting his prowess to expel them. The following day, this incident caused a stir throughout the village of Qingshi town, particularly within the Li family village. They came to realize that all the grain they had borrowed from Old Woman Li had, in fact, been delivered by Xiao Hushan. They felt immense gratitude towards him. Yet simultaneously, they had suffered considerable indignities from the miserly middleman, Old Woman Li. When the famine ended, both she and her daughter-in-law relentlessly pressured them for repayment. In that moment, they thought how wonderful it would have been if Xiao Hushan were not the son-in-law of Old Woman Li, for she had wielded the gifts bestowed by him to intimidate them. Little did they know, not long after, they heard that the Li family had come demanding gratitude. With the scandal that Li Chunhua was not the biological child of Old Woman Li. What a revelation! The villagers were taken aback. What delighted the villagers of Li family even more was that Xiao Hushan had granted the Li family 100 taels, effectively buying them out of their so-called nurturing grace, and had even introduced them to a benefactor, repaying the debt owed by Old Woman Li for saving Li Chunhua. With this, the Li family and Xiao Hushan were finally at peace. Xiao Hushan had stated that he would not demand repayment from Old Woman Li, considering it a gift to the entire Li family village. How could the villagers of Li family not be astonished and moved? They were unconcerned with anything else. In such harsh times, now that they understood the grain they had consumed during the 3 years of famine was, in fact, a form of relief from Xiao Hushan. They would no longer be hounded by the Li family for repayment. Now they had turned the tables. with the severing of ties between old woman Li and Xiao Hushan. The circumstances had reversed. It was no longer old woman Li pressuring them for repayment, but rather a reckoning for what they had consumed during the famine. This stark reality encircled old woman Li's family upon their return, leaving the sons of the Li family, aside from Li Zhengqing, utterly petrified. They fled the Li family village overnight, taking their wives and children back to the city. Thanks to Xiao Hushan's decision, the Li family endured a dire existence, compelled to use the 100 taels they had just obtained to cover their debts. And the meager few dozen taels they possessed were also forcibly utilized to settle the villagers' accounts, leaving them in further debt of 30 taels. Old woman Li lamented, "Oh, how cruel fate has been. How could this happen?" In her former arrogance, she had been relentless in her demands. Now, she was tasting the bitter fruit of her actions. Her parents suffered greatly from this series of events, constantly hurling accusations at one another, while Li Zhengqing and his wife bore the brunt of it all. In just a few days, they had both lost so much weight they were unrecognizable. Amidst this tumultuous environment of strife, the village chief of Li family village came to visit. Upon arrival, he promptly stated, "Old Shun, here lies the document severing the adoption relationship. Your signature has authenticated it. The grain you owe can be repaid gradually, and I assure everyone will refrain from constant reminders." Yet, in his heart, he contemplated, "Spring flower of Tiger Mountain. This is the sole assistance your Uncle Li can offer." Although it was the Li family who initially sought benefits, the underlying relationship remained. If Tiger Mountain were to demand the severance letter, it would undoubtedly incur public reproach. Thus, it was left to him, the village chief, to spearhead this endeavor. Asserting that the severance of ties between Spring Flower and the Li family was indeed a dilemma of the Li family, sanctioned collectively by several elders of Li village. Old Li scrutinized the contents of the severance letter and nearly succumbed to fury. The words inscribed were factual, yet he understood that as long as he refrained from signing, Li Chunhua would remain bound to the Li family. Enduring the current predicament might yield greater benefits in the future. However, with the village chief taking the lead and several elders lending their signatures, the implications shifted entirely. Unless he wished to be ostracized from the clan, he could not oppose the village chief and the elders. Old Li's heart bled. At this juncture, he finally comprehended that when Xiao Hushan mentioned providing grain to Li village as relief, he likely anticipated this outcome. The severance letter would inevitably be presented on a silver platter. No wonder they were unceremoniously expelled that day, and Xiao Hushan failed to broach the subject of the severance letter again. It was astonishing that after decades of shrewdness, Old Li had been ensnared by the reckless Xiao Hushan. His frustration was palpable. With his heart aching, he was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet he had no choice but to sign. After inscribing his and his wife's names, the village chief affixed his seal and departed, leaving Old Li utterly bewildered. Chapter 87. Disbelief. In stark contrast to the tribulations of the Li family, the days following the receipt of the severance document and the subsequent name change brought a newfound lightness to Chunhua's mother. Gone was the timid, self-doubting demeanor. Chunhua's transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, the Xiao family reveled in joy. That day, Xiao Hushan had exuded a formidable acumen, but post Xiao Lexian's birthday, he reverted to the simple mountain man familiar to her, indulging in the role of a doting father without reservation. Naturally, when villagers inquired, Xiao Hushan explained that his decision to provide grain to Li village without expecting repayment stemmed from the understanding that such provisions were not the fruits of his labor, but rather a divine gift. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian chuckled. The bountiful harvests from her own garden, cultivated for her cultivation practices, were indeed gifts from her divine essence. Were they not? In this lifetime, even if her cultivation was modest, her formidable spiritual prowess and capabilities warranted her the title of a deity. Thus, it was little wonder that Xiao Hushan was so generous and untroubled. He genuinely believed the grain was bestowed by a divine entity. In his view, sharing such gifts was an act of merit. The divine surely disdained the stingy, and would not favor those who hoarded what was meant to be shared. This perspective elucidated many of Xiao Hushan's actions. On this day, as the ordinary routine unfolded, Xiao Lexian remained within Xiao village, maintaining her daily activities, yet was astonished to discover that her brother had become rather distant. No longer did she need to attend lessons with old Six daily. She found herself somewhat bored and wished to spend more time with her brother, only to find that he vanished each morning. Upon seeing Xiao Hushan enter, she rushed over to inquire, "Father, have you seen where my brother is?" Xiao Hushan affectionately patted his daughter's head, replying, "Your brother has likely ventured deep into Cloud Tiger Mountain to play with his new friends." What? Her brother had made new friends unbeknownst to her? It seemed her recent busyness had caused her to overlook him. "I shall follow him tomorrow. I need to pay more attention to him." At that moment, Chunhua's mother returned from the fields with vegetables and cheerfully remarked, "Lo Bao, you must go outside. Your uncle Zhong is waiting for you at the place where you used to practice martial arts. He has something to discuss." She shook her head and laughed. I wonder what Uncle Zhong wishes to convey, making it all so mysterious. Xiao Lexian paused, her mind racing with speculation. Without hesitation, she made her way to the waterfall cave, calling back, "Father, Mother, I'll be back shortly." "All right, my daughter, don't run too fast, and be careful," Xiao Hushan called after her, watching her spirited figure disappear. Indeed, a distant reply echoed back, prompting Xiao Hushan to reflect. Unbeknownst to us, our daughter has already turned 7. How swiftly time passes. Upon uttering this, he seemed to recall something, a hint of weariness etched on his face. Observing his demeanor, Chunhua's mother chuckled softly and asked, "Are you reminiscing about your comrades from the past?" "Indeed. After all these years, I never imagined my leg would heal. I wonder how my battle companions are faring now. Yesterday at the market, I heard rumors of renewed conflict in the north. My dear, why burden yourself with such worries? Now that you are home, rest easy. No war will reach us here." Chunhua's mother, content in her humble abode, wished for her husband not to carry such heavy burdens. After a decade on the battlefield, enduring a limp, he had returned to a peaceful life. Why dwell on the past? Xiao Hushan was simply grateful for their current life, cherishing it deeply. Suddenly reminded of the hardships faced on the battlefield and the camaraderie shared, he sighed, yet upon hearing his wife's words, his spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. Meanwhile, as Xiao Lexian approached Uncle Zhong, Xiao village remained tranquil. Yet, those unable to enter the village, particularly the affluent from the city eager to uncover the truth about the divine, were filled with despair. Having witnessed miracles, how could they forget? Yet, Xiao village was no longer easily accessible. Even those who bribed a few villagers found themselves unable to meet the divine or the Xiao family. Whenever they harbored ill intentions, the enigmatic village seemed to anticipate their thoughts, swiftly expelling them without explanation. Should any harbor malevolent thoughts, they might find themselves lost in illusions, sustaining injuries, an experience that left them thoroughly shaken, dissuading any further rash actions. Most had relinquished their unconventional pursuits, opting to cultivate a peaceful and gradual relationship with Xiao village. Thus, when villagers ventured into the market or the city, they were met with absolute adoration. In Clearwater City, within the Qin family study, a young man clad in dark attire, exuding an air of decadence, toyed with a pen while addressing a kneeling individual. "Have I received any response regarding the message I dispatched to the capital?" Due to the content pertaining to the divine, he employed carrier pigeons for communication. Although a distant branch of the Qin family, significant contributions could secure his return to the capital, hence the urgency in relaying the divine matters through their secretive channels. The kneeling individual appeared troubled, uncertain of how to convey the news to this young master of the Qin lineage. "Well?" Qin Song exhibited visible irritation. When had his subordinates become so timid? Sensing the impending ire, the subordinate quickly responded, "Young master, we have received a reply from the capital." "Oh, what does it say? Show me." With no other recourse, the subordinate retrieved the message sent via carrier pigeon. Qin Song swiftly unfurled the note, only to find it devoid of the commendations he had envisioned. It simply read, "Are you bored? The story was well crafted. Perhaps you may continue next time." Qin Song felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, his eyes wide in disbelief. Did they not believe him? One of his subordinates replied, "Young master." It seems that the message was seen by a young master from the direct line of the Qin family in the capital, who responded directly. Qin Song was genuinely vexed. Was that all there was to it? After diligently applying himself for the first time, why had it culminated in such a response? Previously, he had been a carefree idler. Yet others had trusted him. Now, having poured so much ink into depicting divine beings and miraculous events, he had hoped to alert the Qin family swiftly, only to have his words dismissed as mere fabrication. Noticing the young master's displeasure, a subordinate consoled him, "Do not be troubled, young master. Regarding the matter of the divine beings, Ace has inquired, and nearly every family has sent messages to the capital, yet the responses have been akin to ours. No one there believes it. Some messages received no praise at all, and were met with scorn. Young master, consider yourself fortunate." Qin Song laughed heartily. "Your words have indeed lifted my spirits. Let them disbelieve, they will regret it in due time. Yet I cannot remain idle. I must devise a method to approach the divine beings without inciting distaste. Please, investigate further what the apprentice of the immortal from Xiaojia village might favor. Surely, as the esteemed young master Qin, I can manage to win over a mere girl." Chapter 88. The Peril of Jingyuan Kingdom in the Imperial Palace of the capital. A young man garbed in bright, yellow paced restlessly in his study. Though his features appeared youthful, the silver strands at his temples spoke of the harshness of time, lending him an appearance older than his 33 years. His brow was furrowed, and his countenance was steeped in worry, punctuated by the occasional cough that hinted at his deteriorating health. His tall and slender frame only accentuated the air of weariness about him. This man was none other than the current Emperor Lianlin of Jingyuan. For several days now, Lianlin had been plagued by anxiety regarding the tumultuous northern front, yielding him little respite. Each time he closed his eyes, he feared the sound of urgent reports announcing yet another loss. He felt utterly powerless as an emperor, beset by internal strife and external threats, with no real authority to influence the unfolding events. He could only watch helplessly as two factions clashed fiercely below, without a single soul proposing to support the soldiers at the front or address the pressing issue of supplies. It had been a month since he personally dispatched trusted aides to deliver provisions to the front line, yet not a single word had returned. At that moment, an elderly eunuch hurriedly stumbled into the room, panting and flustered, his voice high-pitched as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, grave news has arrived." Lianlin's brow twitched at the sight of his chief steward in such a state, and he snapped, "What is this frantic display?" The chief eunuch, De Gonggong, wiped the perspiration from his brow, aware he had offended the emperor's dignity, and immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I beseech your pardon. I am but an old servant who has erred." Typically composed, he found himself unable to maintain his usual steadiness in the face of such alarming tidings. Lianlin, reclining in his study chair, inquired, "Speak, what has caused this commotion?" He recognized the usually stoic De Gonggong, who had never before appeared so distraught. As the emperor's expression softened, De Gonggong, too, exhaled in relief and, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, it is not that I lack decorum, but rather that I have heard." "I have heard." Lianlin, his patience wearing thin from the mounting troubles, pressed, "What have you heard? Speak." Observing the emperor's growing ire, De Gonggong trembled and lowered himself further, stammering, "Your Majesty, I truly dare not utter such words. They are too audacious." Lianlin's sunken eyes narrowed dangerously. "Speak. I absolve you of any blame." At last, De Gonggong found a measure of courage, his voice quaking as he said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that following the fall of Huangsha City, Hanyuan City, and Weijing City in the north, the savage tribes of the northern barbarians have surged southward, slaughtering the citizens of Jingyuan Kingdom. General Gongya, who valiantly defended the pass, perished from starvation, while his son, a young general, fought valiantly alongside 300 soldiers against the 10,000 barbarians, but ultimately fell captive. What? Gongya Zishu has encountered misfortune? Indeed, Your Majesty. Gongya Zishu is one of the two sons of General Gongya. With the general deceased and Zishu in peril, it signifies the complete loss of the northern front. Your Majesty, that is not all. After the misfortune of Zishu, we have utterly lost the north. The barbarians are mercilessly advancing southward, and the populace of more than a dozen cities has suffered grievously, countless lives lost. The cities they traverse have been transformed into desolate wastelands. Reports indicate that due to the overwhelming number of deaths, the sweltering heat of June and July has given rise to swarms of insects, and, what is it? Lianlin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "There is an outbreak of plague," De Gonggong gasped, having himself been rendered nearly senseless by the revelation. "A plague?" Lianlin suddenly sprang to his feet, overturning a nearby stool with a crash that reverberated through the room, his foot stinging with pain, yet he felt nothing. He gazed heavenward, laughter mingled with tears. "Is this truly heaven's decree to bring about my ruin? Is it the end for my Jingyuan kingdom?" "Your Majesty," De Gonggong called out in alarm, distressed by the sight of the emperor in such torment, for he had served the emperor since childhood, and their bond was far deeper than that of mere master and servant. "Outside, are there already whispers of my incompetence? It is needless to speculate. Those two old men would never forego an opportunity to tarnish my reputation and bring about my downfall." "Your Majesty," De Gonggong struggled to articulate his thoughts. "The north is besieged, the enemy presses southward, wreaking havoc and destruction, while countless survivors flee in terror. In those desolate cities, the plague now festers. Such calamity has led to rampant rumors, and the two schemers in the court have merely to guide public sentiment for the entire Jingyuan kingdom to be engulfed in slander, claiming that the emperor's incompetence and lack of virtue have provoked heaven's wrath, resulting in this great calamity for the people. It is clear that as the barbaric tribes continue their southward advance, the citizens of Jingyuan kingdom will be as powerless as sheep awaiting slaughter. They are in dire straits." Exhausted, Lianlin had lost all interest in further questioning how De Gonggong had come by this information. Trapped within the palace, he realized that the ears and eyes within were no more reliable than those of his own servants, a realization that was indeed disheartening. Just as De Gonggong was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and said, "Your Majesty, Lord Xiaoning sent an urgent missive which seems to have been intercepted. This is all the old servant can convey to you, alas. The regent, the various princes, the Qin family, the Wenren family, the Shengwan family, had already confined the emperor to a space devoid of freedom. With power slipping away, he could neither speak in matters of governance nor of military affairs. Whom could he blame? The late emperor for his folly? Or his benevolence? Lian Lin was momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Ning was his hidden piece on the chessboard. He had distanced him significantly, yet had he still been discovered? Now, what could be the contents of the secret message from Xiao Ning? This was only the second time in many years that Xiao Ning had sent word, the last being concerning the rebellion led by Duke Lu in the south. This time, the message surely heralded some monumental event. No, he must ascertain what Xiao Ning had conveyed. Thus, he was compelled to act upon his last resort. The sole remnant of his benevolent yet feeble father, a precious legacy bestowed upon him. With resolute intent, Lian Lingdi rose from his desk, departed the study, and made his way to the Hall of Governance. Within the shadows of the hall, he retrieved an incense stick from a concealed compartment and ignited it. A gust of wind swept through, and before him abruptly materialized an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his frame emaciated. The old man regarded Lian Lingdi with his hands clasped behind his back, languidly inquiring, "You summoned me, old man? Speak. What is it that you desire?" "Why, who are you?" Lian Lingdi stammered, momentarily bewildered. "Get to the point. Spare me the preamble." The old man's impatient demeanor betrayed a hint of annoyance. Recognizing the significance of this ace his father had left him, Lian Lingdi swiftly articulated his request. The old man nodded, and in the blink of an eye, vanished like a fleeting breeze, leaving behind the echo of his voice. "Very well, I understand." Chapter 89. Is that all? In the villa of the capital. Within the garden, the elegantly attired young gentleman, Fu, inquired, "Pray tell, what has rendered you so dismal? Who has offended you lately? For you have been wearing a frown all day. Indeed, since your return from Nanling, your demeanor has been awry. When we gather, you carry yourself as though we owe you a fortune, maintaining a perpetual scowl. What misfortune has befallen you? Share with us, perhaps we can offer assistance." Another young man clad in deep azure chimed in. "Haha, I suspect you have left your heart behind in the south. Are you yearning for someone?" A third youth teased. "I have heard whispers that you returned from the south with a lady in tow." "Oh, but no, that is not quite right. A 12-year-old girl. She ought to be referred to as a maiden. Haha, I wonder what extraordinary beauty could compel you to traverse such distance." Intrigued, a group of boys aged 17 or 18 jested, and Fu's expression grew increasingly stormy. At last, provoked by an unseen spark, he leapt to his feet, slamming his hand upon the table. "Enough." An immediate hush fell over the assembly. He scrutinized his companions, his voice icy and deliberate. "Do not forget, I am betrothed. She is deserving of my attention." With that, he stormed out. The others exchanged glances, and it was Qin, the young scion of the Qin family, who finally broke the silence, scoffing, "Humph, what airs you put on before us? You have yet to achieve anything, and already you display such temper. Let us not speak ill of him. Perhaps Fu is truly beset by troubles," remarked Su Qinyu, the son of the prime minister. "All right, enough of him. I wish to inquire if any of you have come across any intriguing tales of late." At this, Qin's interest peaked, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "Ah, indeed. I recently intercepted a message delivered by carrier pigeon, intended for the family head and my elder brother. It was encrypted, claiming to contain vital news. Out of curiosity, I seized it. Can you guess what it contained? Do not keep us in suspense. What did it say?" "Ha ha," Qin chuckled, recalling the absurdity of the message. The others, now captivated, urged him on. "Come, do tell." It spoke of a remote mountain village in Nanling, claiming that deities roamed there, bestowing grain upon the locals. "How, you ask?" With a flourish, it claimed that beans would transform into soldiers, and grains would sprout instantaneously. As a proud scion of the Qin family, though I have never tilled the land, I know full well that grains cannot mature in such a manner. Ha ha. They cannot deceive me. However, the narrative was quite entertaining, well crafted indeed. Ha ha. How amusing. I have yet to encounter such legendary tales in my lifetime. Laughter erupted among the group, all joining in, except for Wen Renmin, whose silence was conspicuous. Su Qinyu inquired, "Why the somber expression, brother Min?" Wen Renmin, with an air of scholarly demeanor, returned to reality and, gazing at Qin, uttered words that astonished all. "I believe I have heard of that tale as well." A companion clapped him on the shoulder. "What of it? A well-spun story makes for good entertainment. We should all take delight in it." Wen Renmin found merit in this reasoning, casting aside his earlier unease. At the residence of the Shengwan family, upon his return, Shengwan Fu was promptly greeted by an attendant, who respectfully announced, "Young master." Shengwan Fu nodded. His father had been honored by the late emperor as a regent of a different lineage, and as the sole offspring, He rightfully bore the title of young master. He hastened toward his quarters, his entourage trailing closely behind. As he walked, he inquired, "What has become of that girl? Is she still refusing to eat?" The servant hesitated, then recalled that the woman in question was a 12-year-old girl of some grace. Thoughts of Lu, the girl, filled the servant's mind with dread. She had been causing a ruckus, threatening that unless she was released, she would bring doom upon the entire estate. If not for the young master's compassion, she would have met her demise long ago, given her foolish bravado. Shangguan Fu pinched the bridge of his nose, gesturing for the servant to depart. Before striding toward Lu Yaoyao's quarters, the courtyard was deep and somewhat desolate, but it was surrounded by guards, who remained vigilant outside, adhering strictly to orders. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sound of Lu Yaoyao pounding on the door. "Shangguan Fu, you scoundrel! Release me! By what right do you imprison me? How can you be so cruel? What have I done to deserve this?" Amidst her tirade, she began to weep. With an icy demeanor, Shangguan Fu forcefully kicked open the door, causing Lu Yaoyao to stumble to the ground in a state of disarray. As they stood face to face, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. Her gaze, filled with sorrow, prompted a frown from Shangguan Fu. His typically gentle countenance had grown colder, and he stepped over the fallen girl without a glance back. "Humph, do you not understand why you are confined?" This woman had thwarted his plans. When she had fled in tears that day, he had felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. His trust in her had led him to a colossal blunder. Originally, he had been tasked by his father to pacify the local officials in the south, believing her capable of handling the situation with ease. He had forsaken other officials in favor of her chaotic schemes, only to find that her village girl tactics were riddled with flaws. He had been foolish to believe her absurd notion of cutting off grain supplies. Had luck not been on their side, and the news remained concealed, the villagers would have suffered dire consequences. It seemed that whatever she wished could manifest at her whim. He had thought himself victorious, trusting that she would find a solution even when unexpected grain appeared. She had posed as a goddess to subdue Yun Xiaoning, and he had believed in her success. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. In that moment, Shangguan Fu's mind cleared. He suddenly recognized that this woman was far from omnipotent. The plan faltered. The tasks he intended to undertake, commencing with the subjugation of the minor officials of Nanling, lay unfulfilled due to a 3-year delay. Upon his return, he was met with a scathing reprimand from his father, the king. How could Shangguan Fu not feel vexed? Were it not for the crown princess's inability to bear a son, what business would a bastard like him have with the title of heir? Yet the true architect of this predicament remained blissfully unaware, lamenting her plight and beseeching him for vengeance against those who had wronged her. The visage she had revealed before Yun Xiaoning was now a liability, making it impossible for him to seek retribution on her behalf. Should Yun Xiaoning discover his association with the false goddess, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the denizens of Qingshi town in Nanling were all too familiar with the appearance of the false goddess. If he were seen in her company, what judgments would be cast upon him? His grand ambitions remained unfinished, and he could not afford the slightest misstep. In that moment, he had genuinely contemplated eliminating Lu Yao. However, considering her uncanny foresight, he hesitated to destroy such a valuable asset. Unable to kill her, he resolved to confine her, compelling her to heed his commands and supply him with information. In the narrative, Lu Yao utilized her abilities to garner Yun Xiaoning's approval for Shangguan Fu, thereby significantly enhancing his regard for her. During that time, Lu Yao's treatment stood in stark contrast to her current predicament. Now, it was evident that she was not as omnipotent as he had once believed, leading to a retraction of his once favorable sentiments. Yet, Lu Yao still harbored a flicker of hope for Shangguan Fu. Rising to her feet, tears glistening in her eyes, she timidly approached him, grasping his sleeve. "Brother Fu, please do not confine me any longer. I will obey your every command," she implored. Shangguan Fu, not wishing to escalate tensions with Lu Yao, softened his expression and replied with heartfelt sincerity, "Dearest Yao, I regret that you must endure this for a while longer. You have previously presented yourself as the false goddess, and until my grand designs come to fruition, it is imperative that we remain discreet. Once my goals are achieved, and those privy to the truth are silenced, you shall be free to stand by my side without fear." A surge of frustration coursed through Lu Yao as she thought, "Why must my mere impersonation of a goddess preclude me from being near him?" They were in the capital's heir's residence. She was acutely aware that those who knew her true identity would never reach this far. Why then could she not be seen? Her sensitive nerves were set ablaze. And in that moment, she found herself harboring a deep-seated resentment for this man. "Obey, be compliant." Shangguan Fu believed he had pacified her before locking the door and departing. "Oh!" Lu Yao shrieked, clutching her head, her gaze filled with venom as she watched him leave. In that instant, she resolved to sever her ties with Shangguan Fu, vowing that one day he would regret the way he had treated her. Unbeknownst to Shangwan Fu, Liu Yao's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He perceived the Shangwan residence as heavily guarded, and with Liu Yao lacking any martial prowess, escape seemed implausible without wings. He felt utterly at ease. Yet he overlooked a potent force known as fate, which, when sufficiently strong, could easily bring aspirations to fruition, unless thwarted by unforeseen circumstances like encountering Xiao Lexian. Liu Yao had indeed sacrificed a considerable portion of her fortune to impersonate the goddess, yet she still possessed a remarkable 30% of the world's total fortune. Without delving into Shangwan Fu's impending fury and disbelief upon discovering Liu Yao's escape, we shift to the residence of Prime Minister Su. Su Qinyu returned from play with friends to find his father, the old fox, in a flurry, the entire household mobilized in search of something. "Father, what troubles you?" he inquired, perplexed. The Prime Minister's expression was grave as he ushered his son into the study. Inside, Su Qinyu quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Matters discussed here were of great import. The Prime Minister, furrowing his brow, revealed, "Something has gone missing, an intercepted confidential letter from the Emperor. I cannot ascertain its whereabouts." "Have you seen the letter, father?" Su Qinyu asked, only for the Prime Minister to suddenly recall its contents and exclaim, "Ah, I have. But it matters little. It was inconsequential. If the Emperor has read it, so be it. However, how could he have someone retrieve it from my residence?" The Prime Minister pondered. "What did it say?" Su Qinyu casually inquired. "Humph, I thought it significant, but it is merely a tale of the supernatural, a fanciful fabrication. Let us not dwell on it." Remembering the letter's contents, he promptly ordered everyone to cease their search, for it mattered little whose hands it fell into. Yet, upon hearing tales of the supernatural once more, Su Qinyu fell into deep contemplation, devoid of the jovial demeanor he had shared with his friends. If the first instance was mere coincidence, the second an accident, the third, could this be the item Xiao Lexian had given him? It seemed implausible. In the imperial palace, within the emperor's study, Emperor Lian observed the confidential letter brought back by the elder and felt utterly bewildered. What was Yun Xiaoning playing at? Was he jesting? At such a time to share such a farcical tale? Lian felt his expectations crumbling. He had anticipated the letter would unveil significant events or secrets to address the current tumult, yet it was merely this? After the initial shock and disbelief subsided, he regained his composure. He recalled Yun Xiaoning's character and background. He would never jest about such matters, unless he had witnessed it firsthand. Yes, it had to be so. With this realization, his expression transformed from one of incredulity and disappointment to one of contemplation. Considering the internal and external challenges facing the kingdom of Jinyuan, he resolved that he would rather forsake the throne than entrust the welfare of his people to those who engaged solely in intrigue and self-interest. He would prefer to associate with the divine than conspire with those who prioritize their own gain. He refused to accept such a fate. He understood the weight of his responsibilities. He sought power not for its own sake, but to improve the lives of his subjects. His father's folly and trust in sycophants had already inflicted enough suffering upon the populace. During his time as crown prince, he had traveled extensively to assist his father in resolving various crises, witnessing firsthand the hardships endured by the common people under the dominion of inept nobility and corrupt officials. This ignited within him an indomitable ambition to enact change, to reclaim authority, and to transform the court into a true bastion of the emperor's will, enabling him to effect tangible improvements for his people. Yet, upon assuming the throne, he realized that the entrenched power of noble families and local princes, akin to feudal lords, could not be so easily challenged. The talents he had promoted from the examination system were few, insufficient to counter the influence of the great clans. Many impoverished students could not afford the cost of education, and even the few who managed to study were often drained of their families' resources. Among them, those who remained unspoiled by their families were rare. Even among those with talent, few possessed the moral integrity to govern. What was lacking in the kingdom of Jinyuan? A robust force that genuinely prioritized the welfare of the populace, aligned with his vision. Talents. Genuine science from humble beginnings. If Xiao Ning's letter held truth, then the divine figure mentioned within, whether a deity or a sage, would surely be one who cared for the people. If that were the case, what did it matter if he lost the throne? In the hands of the immortal, the common folk might still harbor a flicker of hope. However, if the immortal shows indifference towards his dominion, it would be preferable for him to preserve the ancestral legacy. Yet, can the immortal truly be devoid of desires? As long as he harbors a wish, matters become manageable. Having made a decision, Lian Lin cast aside his initial nonchalance and, with utmost seriousness, responded to Yun Xiaoning's letter. He then summoned the old man. The old man appeared like a gust of wind, his arrival unnoticed by anyone, but at that moment, he exhibited a hint of impatience. He was in a profound state of enlightenment, yearning to transcend his limitations, Yet the deceased Lian Yu's son persistently summoned him, interrupting his thoughts, much to his displeasure. Nevertheless, recalling his earlier promise, he flicked his sleeves and inquired, "What brings you to summon me again?" "This letter must be personally delivered to Yun Xiaoning at Fengling Mansion," Lian Lin instructed. The lean old man took the letter without glancing at it and grumbled, "This is the second time." "What do you mean?" Lian Lin asked, perplexed. "When I received the treasures from the Lian family, I promised your father I would assist you with 3 matters. This is the second occurrence. The final task requires your careful consideration. Do not squander it on trivialities like delivering messages." Understanding dawned on Lian Lin. He was not foolish. Recognizing the formidable presence of the old man, he replied, "Precisely because I am aware of your extraordinary capabilities, I must trouble you for this journey. Should I resort to carrier pigeons, the message might never reach Xiaoning and could be intercepted. The secret correspondence from Xiaoning contained such absurdity that, even if intercepted, those who seized it would likely dismiss its contents. However, if his reply fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire. Even if they recognized Xiaoning as his ally, they would likely regard him as inconsequential, utterly unaware of Xiaoning's background and character." Upon reading the letter, his initial reaction was one of shock and disbelief, let alone that of others. After thorough confirmation, it became evident that it was indeed Xiaoning's writing. Coupled with his understanding of Xiaoning, he managed to dispel the fog of doubt, finding hope in despair, and he yearned for the boundless powers of the immortal to truly intervene. He did not dare to ask for more. He simply sought the immortal's assistance. "Yes, everything is detailed in the letter. Xiaoning will know what to do upon reading it," he concluded. The old man nodded, likely realizing the significance of the confidential letter and the necessity of its safe delivery. "Very well. After all, I have reached the pinnacle of martial arts and am now a top grandmaster, encountering a bottleneck. Perhaps I should take a break. Who knows what insights may arise." Like a wisp of wind, the old man vanished, and Lian Lin finally revealed a semblance of relief on his countenance. "Come in," he called out. "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" Eunuch De immediately knelt to inquire. "Investigate if there are any individuals from Nanling Qingshi town in the palace, and summon them to my side." "What?" Eunuch De was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the emperor's intent, yet he hastened to comply. After Eunuch De left, the emperor proceeded towards the residence of his only son, the crown prince, at the Yangxin Hall. An elderly maid, holding a bowl of medicine, gazed anxiously and sorrowfully at the seated crown prince. Observing him immersed in his own world, silent and engrossed in painting an unfinished canvas, she approached and said, "Your Highness, listen to this old servant. Before you paint, you must take your medicine. If you neglect it, the empress will be troubled." The crown prince finally lifted his head, his pallid face framed by thin azure robes, appearing no older than 15 or 16. However, he lacked the youthful vivacity and pride, instead bearing an aura of despondency. "There is no need for you to worry, madam. Inform my mother that I have taken the medicine, and she may rest easy." He coughed violently, waving his hand dismissively. "This is an ailment I have carried since birth. Despite years of medication, it shows no improvement. It seems I am destined to suffer. If only I had a younger brother," he lamented. The old maid knelt down, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please do not think this way. Even if the emperor were to have another son, the position of crown prince would still belong to you." The crown prince had expressed his aversion to the role of crown prince countless times before her. Each time he ventured out in disguise, witnessing the happiness of ordinary families, he felt an intense envy. The old maid had observed this longing. From a young age, the crown prince's health had been fragile, leading the emperor and empress to treat him like a porcelain doll, inundating him with medicine daily, causing him to endure hardship from a tender age. Despite the emperor's love for the crown prince, the burdens of governance left him little time to spend with his son. Meanwhile, the daughters of the other concubines thrived in health, although others were unaware of the crown prince's affliction. The elderly maid knew all too well that it was a result of the empress being poisoned during her pregnancy due to the machinations of concubine Xian, leading to the crown prince's premature birth and inherent weakness. Concubine Xian had 2 daughters, the 13-year-old princess Changlong and the 11-year-old princess Tianqing, both favored and influential. Though the emperor held little affection for the Qin family and concubine Xian, he still cherished his daughters, particularly the charming and delightful Princess Tianqing, who was adored by all in the palace. As for the 3rd, 4th, and 6th princesses, they were born of other concubines, with the 3rd princess's mother being concubine 1, while the 4th and 6th princesses had mothers of lesser rank. In the royal court, apart from the emperor's favor, the power of a mother's family served as a vital safeguard, especially in times when the emperor wielded limited authority. These years had seen the emperor with only one son, and the old maid wondered if the stability of the crown prince's position would still hold if there were other heirs. Lost in these thoughts, the crown prince suddenly set down his brush and addressed her, bring the medicine over. The old maid, filled with joy, promptly presented the bowl. The crown prince habitually tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Afterward, the bitterness lingered in his mouth. Before the old maid could utter another word, the door of Yangxin Hall burst open, and the sounds of palace attendants heralding the arrival of the emperor filled the air. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure clad in bright yellow appeared. The old maid immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." "Rise, you may leave for now," the emperor commanded. "Yes." The old maid, not daring to delay, quickly retreated with the medicine bowl, ensuring to close the door behind her. The crown prince stood and bowed to his father. "Your health is poor. You may rise." "Father, have you come with urgent matters?" Since he turned 10, every visit from his father had revolved around state affairs, leaving little room for the warmth of their earlier interactions. In recent years, not only had his health deteriorated, the poison from his birth had seeped deep into his lungs, and he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Similarly, the emperor, burdened by court matters, had grown gaunt with worry over the northern border issues in recent months. This time, the emperor disclosed his purpose. "What? Father wishes for you to travel to Namling?" "Why?" The emperor refrained from revealing the true reason, knowing well that his son was averse to the supernatural. Instead, he simply stated, "You are no longer a child. I sense my health waning. You should visit Nanling to learn from Yun Xiaoning and, in the process, devise a means to thwart those northern tribes wreaking havoc upon my loyal subjects in Jinyuan. Accompanied by Xiao Ning, it would be most fortunate if you could rescue Zishu from the clutches of those savage marauders." The crown prince opened his mouth to speak, but uttered not a word, merely nodding his head. Yet, within his heart, he could not help but smile wryly. Given his frail condition, whether he could endure the journey to Nanling remained uncertain, let alone confront the northern tribes as they continued their relentless advance, slaughtering innocent civilians, a feat far beyond the capabilities of a prince as powerless as he. Alas, if it came to it, what was merely his life at stake? Should he perish, the emperor could confidently select a worthy successor from the royal kin to inherit his position. In a secluded corridor of the imperial palace, the crown prince, accompanied by Silver and the Dragon Guard, one of the emperor's shadowy protectors, Dragon 2, departed the capital, disguised as a child of a wealthy family, journeying southward. In a remote corner of the palace, a frail and pallid young eunuch, no more than 13 or 14, lay beneath the weight of a boot, enduring lashes from a bloodied whip. Despite his body being drenched in blood, he refrained from crying out in pain. He must endure. He could not cry out, for his younger siblings still needed him. He could not afford to die. The whip continued to crack down upon him, each strike resonating with cruel intent. A corpulent old eunuch glared maliciously at the figure on the ground, his beady eyes glimmering with a perverse excitement as he picked at his teeth and commanded, "Strike him harder. Let him understand who truly wields power within this night court. How dare someone who has only recently arrived dare to curry favor with those above him? Ignorant of the rules, aspiring to usurp my position? A mere dream. Let everyone witness the fate of those with such ill intentions." The beatings continued relentlessly, until the gaunt figure, reduced to little more than skin and bones, lay motionless, devoid of breath. Yet, the overseer of the night court, the chief eunuch, showed no sign of halting the punishment, for it was commonplace for a dozen lives to be lost in such a filthy corner of the palace each year without investigation. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on the shoulders of this unfortunate boy, lacking any connections or abilities, who had caught the eye of the palace kitchen's head chef, thus subjecting him to such torment today. Suddenly, the door to the night court burst open, and the grand steward, Chief Eunuch Da, clad in resplendent garments, entered, followed by a throng of attendants. He inquired, "Old chef, where are those individuals from Qingshi Town in Nanling? The emperor wishes to meet them." Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian in Qingshi Town remained blissfully unaware that her celestial name had saved the life of the little eunuch's brother within the palace. Nor did she grasp the tumultuous events unfolding within the capital, nor did she extend her consciousness to perceive the state of the nation. In the present, Qingshi Town appeared tranquil, untouched by impending danger. However, as the formation of the Xiao clan village was activated, the health of its inhabitants began to improve significantly. On this day, Xiao Lexian arrived as promised to the waterfall cave to meet Grandpa Ajong, only to be startled when he immediately knelt upon seeing her. "Grandpa Ajong, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, rushing to assist him to his feet. "You are still my elder." Although she acknowledged him as such in this lifetime, she could not ignore the familial bond. Yet, Grandpa Ajong did not rise but instead implored, "I beseech the little deity to intervene and save my master." "Oh." Xiao Lexian regarded him thoughtfully. "Are you referring to Six Grandpa?" At this moment, Grandpa Ajong felt no shame in kneeling before a child. He had come to a resolute decision. Since both Hushan's leg and Yuanxing's ailment had improved, he resolved to make a request. to seek the possibility of a miracle. Neither Hushan nor Yuansheng had disclosed that their recoveries were attributed to Xiao Lexian's intervention. They had consistently relied on the prescriptions provided by Dr. Zhang. However, the efficacy of the medicine alone could not account for Hushan's leg healing after so many years or Yuansheng's long-standing illness. It was clear that Dr. Zhang's remedies only addressed superficial issues but failed to treat the root causes. Grandpa Zhong had contemplated seeking her assistance ever since he learned that Xiao Lexian was a disciple of a deity, yet sixth grandpa had dissuaded him, claiming that deities might possess the ability to cultivate, but not necessarily the power to heal. If such abilities were indeed present, he believed Xiao Lexian would have revealed them herself. As fate would have it, upon discovering sixth grandpa's exceptional talents, and with her identity already somewhat exposed, she prepared to showcase her medical skills to heal him. However, during the 3 years spent learning from sixth grandpa, she refrained from treatment for 2 reasons. First, his leg was severely fractured and would require an enormous amount of vitality to regenerate, a task beyond her youthful capabilities. Second, sixth grandpa was notably astute, and any discreet treatment would likely arouse his suspicion, jeopardizing her anonymity. In truth, during that time, sixth grandpa's focus was entirely on restoring Grandpa Zhong's martial prowess, as the latter, at the advanced age of 90, was at risk of passing away at any moment. Should Grandpa Zhong regain the strength of a grandmaster, he could potentially extend his lifespan to between 150 and 200 years, despite the absence of breakthroughs in chi refinement or dimensional transcendence. Many grandmasters could easily reach the age of 180. It was this concern for Grandpa Zhong's longevity that occupied sixth grandpa's thoughts, leaving little room for worry about Xiao Lexian's identity. Even if she were to attempt treatment at that time, the results would likely be subpar due to his anxieties. Considering all these factors, even though Xiao Lexian cherished her time with the stern sixth grandpa, she chose not to intervene back then. However, as perceptive as Grandpa Zhong was, once he sought her out, Xiao Lexian realized that her true identity had been largely revealed. Thus, she did not decline, stating, "Very well. Let us go and treat sixth grandpa." Grandpa Zhong looked up in shock, exclaiming, "Lexian, are you truly saying that my master's legs can be healed?" Given that his master had suffered severe torture leading to the amputation of his legs, had it not been for his master's profound inner strength staunching the blood, he would have perished. Despite witnessing the miraculous abilities of the deity, he still harbored doubts about whether they could restore his master's grievous injuries. Thus, he approached Lexian, a disciple of the deity, in a last-ditch effort, hoping that if Lexian could not heal him, perhaps her master would intervene. While he was uncertain whether Hushan's leg and Yuansheng's ailment had truly been healed by Lexian or her master, both represented a glimmer of hope for his master. Therefore, even without his master's knowledge, he resolved to take this chance. Though he initially held little hope for the outcome, he understood that even the most skilled palace physicians would be powerless to remedy his master's condition. Yet, to his astonishment, Lexian had readily consented to assist. Could it truly be possible? Grandpa Zhong, having lived a long life, found himself in a state of disbelief. For despite witnessing Lexian's remarkable talents repeatedly, whether in defending her grandfather's honor or in arranging protective formations for Xiao clan village, such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary people. He believed that he had already conceived of Lu Bao as an exceptionally formidable being, yet time and again, she shattered his understanding of what it meant to be impressive. Could it be that deities truly possess boundless capabilities? The subsequent events undeniably confirmed his suspicions. After witnessing Lu Bao perform miraculous feats, he equated her with divinity, even choosing to overlook her identity as a disciple of a celestial being. However, Zhong had yet to witness another marvel. His mind dulled. He took Xiao Lexian to seek out their master, only to discover that the master was at Dr. Zhang's residence. Since his martial prowess had been restored and his master had re-emerged from seclusion, he had become particularly invested in the master's leg therapy. Even if the severed leg could not regenerate, he still hoped for enhanced agility. Upon arriving at Dr. Zhang's home with Xiao Lexian, he explained their purpose. Before Xiao Lu Yi could utter a word, Dr. Zhang erupted in indignation. Absurd. Utterly absurd. This person is not mere produce from the fields. How could one possibly regenerate limbs through divine intervention? Healing is not akin to farming. No matter how skilled a deity may be, they cannot cross domains. I perceive you have brought this child merely to mock the severity of your master's condition. Recently, I have heard of the miraculous emergence of crops overnight in the village and Qingshi town, regardless of whether Lu Bao's master is a deity or not. In my eyes, even if they were truly divine, farming remains farming and healing remains healing. Can a deity who cultivates crops also heal? I refuse to believe it. Moreover, this is not a divine intervention by a celestial being, but rather a child's undertaking. I have a vivid impression of Lu Bao. Even if she was fortunate enough to become a disciple of a deity, how much skill could she possibly have acquired in merely a few years? Has she learned enough to branch into the realm of healing? This is nothing short of a jest at the expense of the patient. Dr. Zhang was incensed. The notion of regrowing a severed leg was utterly preposterous to him. Yet Zhang remained resolute, kneeling before Xiao Luyi. Master, grant little divine being Lu Bao a chance to try. If, should any misfortune arise, do not hold it against Lu Bao. I, Zhang, wager my very life. If the master perishes, I shall not live on alone. Should the master suffer, I willingly share in the pain. Dr. Zhang was taken aback by his fervent plea. Previously, when Zhang had discreetly visited him for medicine, he had sensed his stubbornness. He had not anticipated it to be this unwavering. He could only gaze at Xiao Luyi, silently imploring him to refrain from agreeing and participating in this folly. Xiao Lexian stood quietly to the side, not uttering a word. A celestial being possesses their own pride. Even if she was willing to lend her hand due to 3 years of guidance and a slight familial connection. Should Xiao Luyi fail to seize this opportunity or trust her, she would not protest nor reveal anything to convince them of her capabilities. Encountering her was the greatest fortune for Zhang and Xiao Luyi. Disbelief would merely signify a missed opportunity. Dr. Zhang had made his stance abundantly clear, and he presumed that the astute Xiao Luyi would discern the best choice for himself and would not acquiesce. To his surprise, a slight smile graced Xiao Luyi's face as he consented. Dr. Zhang was incensed, nearly wishing to expel them. Xiao Luyi's agreement was not based on faith in Lu Bao's ability to heal. He, like Dr. Zhang, believed that even if Lu Bao had learned some skills from her divine master, they pertained to cultivation, and the realms of farming and healing were worlds apart. Could it be that his legs would truly regenerate like grass? Yet, how could he refuse when Zhang had so humbly beseeched him? This loyal servant, ostensibly his subordinate, had shared a bond deeper than family through years of mutual reliance during their most arduous moments. Xiao Lexian approached without a word, asserting, "Very well, sixth master. I shall begin." Dr. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he leapt up, crimson-faced, intent on intervening. However, Xiao Lexian would not grant him that opportunity. A continuous flow of verdant light emanated from her hands, enveloping Xiao Luyi entirely. This green luminescence seemed alive, converging upon the areas of his body that bore injury, growing denser and more concentrated until it coalesced into a liquid form. As Xiao Lexian continued, Xiao Luyi began to react. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the emptiness of his pant legs, his trembling hand reaching for his legs. Gradually, his legs began to regenerate. This was inconceivable. Xiao Luyi, previously calm, was now overtaken by exhilaration. He shook his head, murmuring softly. As a man who had lived for decades could hardly contain his emotions, his eyes sparkling with hope, and his parched lips quivering, oblivious to everything around him. Master. Zhang, observing his master's reaction, was equally ecstatic. The elderly gentleman, well past 50, beamed with tears in his eyes. Is there a reaction? Is it working, master? Xiao Lexian was at a critical juncture in her treatment, and upon witnessing Zhang's eagerness to embrace their master, she cast a fleeting glance his way. That singular gaze rendered Zhang entirely motionless. Yes, he must remain composed. Their master was in the midst of healing and could not be disturbed. Dr. Zhang, observing the two, suddenly fell silent, for beneath the flowing fabric of Xiao Luyi's trousers, the situation was obscured, yet his reaction was telling. Could it be true? But how could that be possible? This defied all logic. At that moment, Dr. Zhang's mind buzzed, his decades of medical experience shaken. He found himself staring blankly at Xiao Luyi, who was unknowingly shedding tears, desperately yearning for an answer. Silence enveloped the room, and the wait felt interminable. Outside, the cheerful sounds of summer cicadas and birds seemed to be the only noise in the sunlit afternoon. Finally, they heard Xiao Lexian's youthful voice breaking the stillness. As Xiao Luyi, still lost in contemplation, caressed the area where his legs once were, now filled with substance. He could hardly suppress his exultation as he looked up, trembling, and exclaimed, "It's true. This is real." The tingling sensation was not an illusion. The feeling of flesh regenerating was not a figment of my imagination. The caresses were genuine. Where once there was emptiness, it was now truly filled. He laughed with joy, his typically wise and profound eyes, now illuminated with light. Unable to restrain his excitement as he attempted to stand, eager to experience the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Clatter! He rose, his wheelchair sliding back and colliding with the cabinet, producing a loud noise. Master! Zhang sprang into action, rushing to support him. Then, under the incredulous gaze of Dr. Zhang, who was reeling from the shock of shattered beliefs, Xiao Luyi, who had once been legless, truly stood up. He could think of nothing else and hurried forward to touch him. as Xiao Luyi and Zhong wept tears of joy, unable to contain their emotions. In that moment, aside from the composed Xiao Lexian, the other three were engulfed in a whirlwind of ecstatic fervor. Is this real? Dr. Zhang shook his head in disbelief, genuinely feeling those sturdy legs. He swayed, nearly collapsing, murmuring, "Could this be the legendary miracle?" No. This was even more astonishing and shocking than witnessing crops sprout to maturity, a pair of legs. How much time had been spent in their creation? Was this the power of the divine? The shock left him bewildered. If deities possessed such power, then his decades of diligent study and meticulous documentation of ailments would amount to nothing. Compared to the extraordinary abilities of divine beings, what significance does a physician truly hold? In his perplexity, Dr. Zhang was not prepared for the abrupt departure of Xiao Lexian, who intended to leave without delay. However, just as the ecstatic Xiao Lexian had regained his senses, he called out to her, "Lexian, please stop." Xiao Lexian looked at him in puzzlement. "Aren't you already well?" With a resounding thud, Xiao Lexian knelt down, leaving Zhong in shock. "Sixth master, you've even forgotten to address your master." Yet, Xiao Lexian waved his hand dismissively. With his legs restored, a renewed vigor surged within him, dispelling the previous calmness and gentleness in his gaze, replaced by an unwavering determination. "Lexian, you are my junior, and in principle, I should not kneel before you. However, today, this gesture is not as your sixth grandfather, but as one who has been saved, kneeling in gratitude to a lifesaver, and as a patient bowing to a healer. This kneel, Lexian, you are worthy of." Having experienced numerous grand scenes as an immortal, Xiao Lexian merely paused at the sight of Xiao Lexian kneeling, nodding with a demeanor befitting a little adult. "Lexian, in the past, I perceived you merely as clever. Yet today, I comprehend that you are a child of profound depth, surpassing even my former self as sixth grandfather. While I exhibited my intelligence from a young age, basking in the admiration of many, I never understood the value of restraint, leading to my current disability. In comparison to you, I am significantly lacking." Xiao Lexian thought it strange. It seemed that sixth grandfather had misconstrued something. She was not practicing restraint. She simply found no motivation to display her skills or concern herself with trivial matters. Now, with a divine master as her guide and her own burgeoning abilities, she believed she had imparted all necessary knowledge to him. "If you do not mind my age, I would be honored to follow you, master." Unable to contain himself, Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Xiao Lexian gestured for him to remain silent, asserting, "I am already past my 50s. Life is fleeting. I have squandered too much of my earlier years and now wish to live freely, pursuing the desires of my heart." Xiao Lexian finally focused her gaze on him, scrutinizing him carefully, and smiled like a little adult. "What a commendable pursuit of one's desires. Your discernment is impressive," she reflected, initially considering him a remarkable talent due to his profound experience and intelligence, but due to their relationship, she had refrained from voicing her thoughts. The existence of the Shennong sect was something she could not disclose to her parents or loved ones. If they were to learn of it and witness their own daughter's subordinates bowing to her, even if Xiao Lexian were a millennia-old immortal, it would be intolerable. Thus, she had endeavored to strengthen those around her, ensuring a serene environment by healing their bodies and providing them with a few manuals to enhance their prowess. However, Xiao Lexian was more perceptive and intelligent than she had anticipated. Despite her silence regarding the Shennong sect, he seemed to have recognized her extraordinary nature without regard for her gender or tender age, boldly expressing his desire to follow her. Xiao Lexian approached him once more, inquiring, "Have you truly considered this? Serving under me means you will no longer be my sixth grandfather." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian's resolve only strengthened. Xiao Lexian wishes to follow his master. It is Xiao Lexian who granted me a new lease on life, and I have perceived the lofty and mysterious aura surrounding her. As he stated, after today's events, reflecting on Xiao Lexian's actions, she resembles not a mere child, but rather a reincarnated celestial being. His instincts urged him that if he hesitated out of concern for his status, he would forever regret it. "Zhong, pay your respects to the master. The master of my master is now my master. Since you have chosen to express gratitude in this manner, I bear no regrets and willingly assist you in fulfilling your ambitions." Poor Zhong remained oblivious to the underlying implications. If his master merely sought to repay a debt, such measures would be unnecessary. Xiao Lexian cast a disdainful glance at Zhong. Aside from his loyalty and commendable martial prowess, he possessed little else to recommend him. Even his martial skills fell short amidst the current cadre of grandmasters within the Shennong sect. "Very well, consider it a buy one, get one free deal," she murmured. Zhong, utterly bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by buy one, get one free? Since you wish to follow me, let us seal this bond with blood." Xiao Lexian casually produced 2 jade tokens. Witnessing the entire scene, Dr. Zhang was left in a daze. "Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Observing the astute Xiao Lexian actually biting his finger to draw blood, Dr. Zhang's mind raced. Wait. If I follow you, can you teach me the art of limb regeneration? Xiao Lexian saw through his intentions. After all, as a millennia-old immortal, she could effortlessly perceive the depths of any mind, especially one as straightforward and fiery as Dr. Zhang's. Today's miraculous events had likely shaken his confidence in the significance of his medical career. Recognizing him as a commendable physician, she had no intention of allowing him to despair. The limb regeneration technique I just demonstrated is a divine skill, unattainable by mortals. Oh, is that so? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Dr. Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Yet before long, he was captivated by the incredulous voices of Xiao Lexian and Zhang. Is this truly happening? It turned out they had already pledged their loyalty by blood to the identity tokens. Master, the master of my master, are you truly a divine being? Zhang trembled, grappling with the reality that their perceptions of her as a deity were one thing. But recognizing her true identity alongside the lineage of the Shennong sect was another revelation entirely. At this moment, Zhang genuinely admired his master, Xiao Lexian. Oh no. From this day forth, I have two masters. Even Dr. Zhang, despite his usual naivety, grasped the magnitude of the opportunity before him. Regardless of whether he could learn the art of limb regeneration, aligning himself with the astute Xiao Lexian was undoubtedly a wise decision. Thus, Dr. Zhang knelt down. Disregarding Xiao Lexian's youth, his aged face flushed as he implored, "Please, allow me to follow you as well." Chapter 93. Establishing an internal communication group within the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian regarded Dr. Zhang with keen interest, yet before she could voice her acceptance or refusal, the firewood stick, little by, leaped within her consciousness, exclaiming, "Ah, Master, you must accept him. He is the reincarnation of a benevolent soul from 9 lifetimes. His inclusion will bring us no harm." In this mortal realm, Xiao Lexian had yet to encounter legends of 10 or 100 virtuous souls, but she had indeed come across a reincarnation of a benevolent soul from 9 lifetimes. Taken aback, she activated her soul eye and, to her astonishment, confirmed Dr. Zhang's origins. Indeed, he was the reincarnation of a benevolent soul from 9 lifetimes. In this life, he was poised to become a 10th. Should he avoid great evils, upon his demise, his soul would be recorded as that of a benevolent soul of 10 lifetimes. Such souls, those of 10 or 100 lifetimes, could potentially ascend directly to the celestial realm as spiritual beings. Very well. Accepting such an individual into the Shennong sect would indeed be beneficial. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lexian tossed out another jade token. Dr. Zhang, filled with excitement, bit his finger and drew blood, only to be left utterly stunned. The events of the day had indeed shattered his worldview. As a myriad of information surged into his mind, the magnificent exterior of the Shennong sect came into view. In comparison to the information received, what were the initial methods that allowed crops to flourish? Such vividly depicted scenes had the most profound impact. Indeed, over the years, the leader had meticulously refined the content of the identity tokens based on suggestions from Xiaolu, a person who had remained by his side, enhancing and detailing them to the utmost. Furthermore, an entire visual representation of the Shennong sect had been presented in artistic form. Consequently, the process of recognizing the owner of the identity token was now even more astonishing. Regaining his composure, Dr. Zhang was filled with excitement, momentarily disregarding any embarrassment about his age, and promptly engaged in a fervent display of respect to greet the sect leader. Xiao Lexian. Zhang. He truly could not match such blatant familiarity and lack of shame. However, Xiao Lexian overthought the matter. His character was set, and he could not attain Dr. Zhang's level of shamelessness. Nevertheless, everything was centered around the master, and Zhang, who was attuned to his master's sentiments, was capable of mirroring such behavior. After a brief moment of silence, Zhang immediately followed suit, bowing to the master and even knocking his forehead on the ground. Xiao Lexian. Is this really necessary? There is no need for such formality. All right, everyone rise. Outside, conduct yourselves as you normally would. There is no need to treat me with any special regard. You may handle your tasks within the Shennong sect as you see fit. We now have a considerable number of disciples, both inside and outside the sect. I will soon grant you the authority to communicate via the identity tokens. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one another. Previously, the communication privilege had not been activated due to the short duration since their selection into the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian deemed it unnecessary. However, upon reviewing the situation, she noticed that there were already 40 inner disciples and over 1,000 outer disciples, selected as trusted confidants over the past few years. The outer disciples did not possess formal identity tokens. Instead, they had temporary identity subcards, which were acquired when they brought their trusted individuals into the sect. This allowed them to recognize these individuals as members of the outer disciples. For the sake of management, the subcards were still overseen by the inner disciples who had selected them. Consequently, if any outer disciple were to misbehave, the one who brought them in would be held accountable. Of course, if an outer disciple proved capable and earned sufficient points, they could eventually gain entry into the inner sect and receive an individual identity token, at which point they would truly attain their freedom. With so many shocking developments, Xiao Lexian remarked that the disciples of the Shennong sect needed a space for communication. They were incredibly excited to gather together. Several individuals whose combined ages exceeded 200 years, yet they were animatedly discussing everything about the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian eventually departed, leaving Zhong and Dr. Zhang in conversation. Noticing that they had spoken at length, Xiao Lexian interjected, "As relatively latecomers to the Shennong sect, we should be aware that to thrive, we need to unite. I believe this is essential." "Indeed, Master, I have always followed you." Zhong's address caused Xiao Lexian to frown. "Zhong, after all these years of companionship, I have come to regard you as a dear brother. Now that we have a little master, please refrain from calling me master and simply refer to me as Alu." Zhong trembled slightly, but eventually nodded. "Alu. Excellent." Xiao Lexian responded with delight. He spent the entire afternoon conversing with the two of them, and unbeknownst to him, by the time Xiao Lexian next encountered them, their bond had become inseparable. Naturally, they were also eagerly anticipating Xiao Lexian's proposal for a platform for inner disciples to communicate with one another. That evening, all inner disciples of the Shennong sect received a powerful message. It was sent by the leader. In accordance with the construction of the online platform, a transparent blue-lit app group appeared before everyone. While they were unfamiliar with such app group software, the information flow clarified. This is the network. Ding. Establishing internal communication network for the Shennong sect. Ding. Establishment successful. Welcome to the Shennong sect micro-platform communication network. Then, whether asleep or awake, they all beheld a blue-lit screen, roughly 15 to 16 inches in size, adorned with colorful floral patterns. Indeed, exuding a youthful and vibrant atmosphere. Names began to scroll automatically across the top of the screen, categorized by their rankings, backgrounds, personalities, and origins. Han Sung was Wild Prince, 17 huh? Where's this? Oh, why is what I wanted to express turned into text? What is a network? How peculiar. Is anyone there? Tianqing's men are dogs, 18 I am here. Tianqing's despondent noble, one from what I observe, the network serves as a space for communication. May I inquire, are all present disciples of the Shennong sect? Tianqing's unloved moon, 2 I am Situ Mingwei, and I wish to ask, can this name be changed? I am not pitiable. In the Qing Shui city courtyard, Gong Changqing observed his agitated friend beside him and smirked. Truth be told, he wished to change his name as well, though it seemed impossible. Upon inspection, it required points. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, responses were already flooding in on the communication platform. Han Shanju's cool and dashing. 13 it can be changed. Just 10,000 points. Minji Weiguo's passionate and gentle wind. 29 oh my, this is truly fascinating. So many elder brothers. Little sister Feng Suer, please guide me. Tianqing's men are dogs. 18 where did this little fairy come from? Calling elder brother without any presence. Be cautious, or your future husband may lack vigor. Jingyi Wenguo's aspiring to be the greatest physician. 40 what is this place? I have never seen anything like this. So wondrous. Dr. Zhang, filled with excitement, inquired eagerly but regrettably found that the answers were unclear to everyone. Tianqing's despondent noble, one as mentioned earlier, this is the internal network of the Shennong sect. If I am not mistaken, we are all inner disciples of the Shennong sect, and the order should indicate. Oh, I am actually ranked first, your elder brother? A flood of responses followed. By Kangwo's adorable little beggar, 33 greetings, elder brother. Yunzu's most interesting 5 elements, 11 greetings, elder brother. Zujingwo's charming little crystal, 19 greetings, elder brother. These ancient individuals, who had never encountered such a phenomenon as the internet, were all exhilaratedly conversing, and their dialogues were accessible for Xiao Lexian, the sect leader, to observe at will. Of course, Xiao Lexian also had a name in this chat group, but unlike others whose names were generated based on their circumstances and system commands, changing her name required points. As the owner of the communication group, Xiao Lexian possessed the privilege to freely set her name and become invisible whenever she wished. This was a special privilege granted to her by the leader. That night, disciples from all corners of the Shennong sect stayed up late, their eyes resembling those of pandas. They were all engaged in lively chatter, with some pondering deeply, weighing their words, while others simply observed the exchanges. The atmosphere was bustling, with some seeking information while others were simply enjoying themselves. Xiao Lexian watched their interactions and smiled. Although the names bestowed upon them by the leader were indeed peculiar, not a single person was willing to spend 10,000 points to change their name. They were all determined. Just as Xiao Lexian was about to retire for the night, a voice from the leader suddenly echoed in her mind. The voice emanated from the Shennong Gate group chat. Ding! It was detected that the brash man from Beihai Kingdom, 7, had used foul language, leading to a ban of 1 day. Announcement: for the first instance of foul language, a 1-day ban. Subsequent offenses will incur a deduction of 10 points. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone in the chat remarked, the brash man from Beihai Kingdom, 7, had gained notoriety on his first day, and everyone became acquainted with him. Gradually, others discovered that by merely intending to close the group chat, they would not receive any notifications about who had been punished. Furthermore, their thoughts during the closure of the group chat would not be transcribed into text. This direct transformation of thought into text varied in interpretation across different regions, making all aware of the true might of Shennong Gate. Even those who had joined Shennong Gate for several years seemed to have only scratched the surface of its true nature. Xiao Lexian perused the chat for a while, finding it akin to any other group chat, before closing her screen and retiring for the night. Unbeknownst to her, as Gong Changqing discovered the aspirations of Dr. Zhang to become the world's foremost divine physician, he had already formed a rapport with him, revealing much in just a few exchanges. The following day, Dr. Zhang brought Xiao Liya and Zhong to network with Gong Changqing. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian, the interactions among the inner disciples of Shennong Gate were gradually increasing. Over time, some had developed deeper feelings, while others found themselves at odds due to incompatible personalities. In short, unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian, the competition among the disciples of Shennong Gate had become increasingly intense and riveting. Chapter 94, Gifts and Bedfellows. Sign in, please, and display the data. Early in the morning, Xiao Lexian signed in, as usual. On days when she did not proactively sign in, the steward Xiaobai would complete it on her behalf. She relished these days of gradually increasing cultivation. Good, Master. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have signed in for 1839 days. Successfully completing the sign-in. You have gained 20 units of plant essence and 20 points. Master's data. Name, Xiao Lexian. Age, 7 years. Cultivation, human farmer level 6, late stage. Concentration of Shennong bloodline, 61. Plant essence, 210030. Expendable, does not affect cultivation. Points, 35006. Sign-ins, 1839 days. Merit, 15,000. Power of faith, 10998. Established sect, Shennong Gate. Disciples, inner disciples 40, outer disciples 1033. Servants, 1. Access, multiverse marketplace, Shennong Gate internal group chat. Void backpack, basic vegetable seeds 58, basic grain seeds 139. Medicinal herb seeds 13500, fruit tree seeds 2800, green plant seeds 379999, 1 unknown blue seed, 1 unknown red seed, 1 soulwood seed, already planted. A set of planting tools, a hoe that can change size and automatically till the soil, a rake that can change size and excavate automatically, an endless bottle that can change size and draw water infinitely, and a shovel that can change size and dig soil automatically. Special item, substitute doll. Xiao Lexian gazed at her data with satisfaction. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of human farmer level 6, and her plant essence content was equivalent to that of a mid-stage core formation cultivator. The variety of seeds she possessed was steadily increasing. In addition, the multiverse marketplace and the internal group chat of Shennong Gate were also displayed. As for her power of faith, if she recalled correctly, the total population of the over 100 villages in Qingshi town was around 19,000. Now, she received nearly 11,000 units of power of faith, which left Xiao Lexian quite pleased. For apart from the few thousand residents of the town who had not received her blessings, nearly all the villagers were grateful to her. Of course, as an immortal, she did not require such gratitude, but the power of faith was indeed a valuable asset, much like points, which could be used to purchase items in the marketplace. Thus, Xiao Lexian felt quite content. What was available in the marketplace? The last time she purchased the substitute doll, her finances had been rather tight, and she had not logged in for a while. Now she thought, let us open the marketplace and see if there had been any changes since last time. All right, Master. The light screen flickered, and the marketplace icon opened. The recommended items on the homepage were tailored to her points and power of faith, and indeed, there were quite a few. Xiao Lexian browsed through the selections, contemplating what she needed and what could be useful. She could buy a weapon for her father and one for her brother as well. As for Chunhua, perhaps a defensive garment would suffice. Xiao Lexian could not always be by her family's side, and in the future, she might be away more often. So ensuring the safety of her family in Hushan was paramount. Master, Do you confirm the purchase of the mountain-cleaving axe, light cloud sword, and heart-guarding garment? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. Deducting 2,000 points. You now have 33,006 points. Alright, close it. These 3 items were not expensive, but in the mortal realm, they were undoubtedly considered exquisite treasures. In her spiritual space, she had retained many celestial and spiritual artifacts from the cultivation world, and even possessed a semi-divine artifact. The magical treasures and garments of spiritual artifact level had certain sentience and would not easily protect mortals. As for ordinary magical artifacts and garments, she truly had none. Having long since disposed of the lower-grade items from her earlier days as an immortal, not wishing to keep anything of such low caliber. Of course, this did not apply to cultivation methods. Martial arts manuals and techniques were something Xiao Lexian would never consider having too much of. As Xiao Lexian emerged with her items, Chunhua, who had just prepared breakfast, looked at her daughter and smiled. Go wash your hands and come eat. She glanced up and noticed her daughter cradling something. Then looked back up. I'm not imagining things. What do you have there, Lebao? Xiao Lexian grinned. Mother, where are father and brother? These are gifts from master for you. She, a mere child, could not procure such items herself, so attributing them to her master was always a safe bet. Upon hearing that it was a gift from her daughter's master, Chunhua paused for a moment and said, Lebao, your master is so kind to us. He gives us gifts, and I don't know how to repay him. Your father and I now possess martial skills and can fend for ourselves. We must not trouble your master too much. Xiao Lexian dashed over and handed the heart-guarding garment to her mother. This is for you, mother. Please accept it. This is Master S. Goodwill. He cherishes me as his obedient disciple and sends gifts to you, which is a reflection of his affection. Chunhua smiled. Oh, you little rascal. Later, I will make some pastries with rice for you to deliver to your master. Recently, her daughter had been busy, and her son had been frequently wandering deep into Yunhu Mountain. The men of Hushan, along with the village chief, seemed to be engaged in some endeavor. With little to do, Chunhua had sought out some activities herself, learning how to make pastries from Aunt Fong in town. Although there was a tuition fee, the family's finances were no longer strained. Hushan and Yuansheng would bring home sufficient provisions from their mountain excursions, improving the family's economic condition. Xiao Lexian's eyes gleamed. Mother has learned to make pastries? I want to eat some. The pastries from the Bai family's shop in town were indeed delightful, though she wondered if her mother had learned the same recipes. You glutton. Such a greedy girl. How will you marry when you grow up? Chunhua teased. Girls should be more refined to attract suitors. It's fine at home, but do not expose yourself when you go out. Xiao Lexian, here it comes again. Xiao Lexian felt overwhelmed. Since Xiao Lexian turned 7, her mother entered the phase of instructing her in the ways of becoming a virtuous wife and good mother. However, Xiao Lexian paid little heed to this, for her mother, despite her elevated martial prowess, remained entrenched in ancient ideologies, epitomizing the archetype of a devoted wife and mother. With her daughter now of age, she sought to cultivate Xiao Lexian into an exemplary woman who could grace the halls of society and manage the household. While Xiao Lexian acquiesced in certain matters, she was resolute in her disregard for domestic skills and the ideals of a virtuous wife. Mother, my master has said that I need not learn such things, nor aspire to be a virtuous wife. In the future, if my husband misbehaves, I shall simply discipline him. Of course, the notion of a husband was a distant prospect, and she understood that confiding in her mother about her disinterest in romantic pursuits would only serve to cause her unnecessary worry. Perhaps such matters could be addressed later in life. Very well. Since it is your master's advice, I shan't press you further. It is prudent to learn and acquire skills. Her mother conceded. Yet, the reality of her daughter's aversion to household chores and traditional feminine arts left her at a loss. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Lexian, though she shunned such activities, had once mastered them during her eternal existence, becoming quite the adept in those arts. Even if her mother procured a teacher, they could hardly surpass her abilities. As for needlework, it was a craft she had not touched in ages, and now she had no intention of revisiting it. Why not simply wear magical garments? Is it not more delightful to purchase finished items than to toil over making them? What are you two discussing so early in the morning? Hushan, her father, entered the room after tending to the fields. Seeing his wife and daughter engaged in conversation, he could not help but smile with delight. What else is there? Your daughter's master has sent us gifts, exclaimed Chunhua, his wife. Oh, Hushan approached and, upon seeing the axe, took it from Xiao Lexian's arms with excitement. Is this for me? Xiao Lexian nodded affirmatively. Hushan, filled with enthusiasm, tested its weight and remarked, this feels substantial. I like it. Since his martial prowess had increased, his previous bow felt too light and unwieldy, but this axe, though modest in size, was satisfyingly weighty. My dear, when your master is free, we must invite him over so I can express my gratitude. Sister, what about mine? Is this for me? Exclaimed Xiao Qingyun, her younger brother, who emerged from seemingly nowhere to snatch the small sword from Xiao Lexian's grasp, brandishing it with glee. Sister, I like it so much. Xiao Lexian ruffled his hair and said, this is the light cloud sword. It can change size. Would you like to try? Really, sister? Xiao Qingyun was astonished. Having never encountered a sword that could change size. Yes, just think of it as large, and it will become large. Think of it as small, and it will shrink. Wow, I want to try? He lifted the sword and, in his youthful voice, shouted, large. To the astonishment of Hushan and Chunhua, the sword indeed grew larger. Small, 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 and it shrank again. Large, large, large. It expanded once more. Xiao Qingyun was jubilant, jumping in excitement. Sister, this is so interesting. I love it. Xiao Lexian shared in his joy. Although they possessed magical garments and superior artifacts that the family could not yet utilize, what she had purchased was not merely trivial. It was practical for mortals as well, capable of seamlessly changing size. Indeed, these were the very garments and artifacts she had once deemed useless, carelessly discarded upon her ascension to the celestial realm. It was only upon arriving in this world that she realized there was truly no such thing as being without value. Xiao Qingyun laughed heartily, reveling in the delight of a 4-year-old, while Xiao Lexian observed her father, still in shock, and said, Father, yours can also change size at will. Mother's clothing can too. Now, Hushan and Chunhua could no longer remain still. One joined their son in play, while the other rushed inside to change clothes. Hushan, experiencing such a wondrous gift for the first time, entered a joyful, childlike state, exclaiming, what fun! This is indeed delightful. Lexian, you must invite your master over so our family can properly express our gratitude. Xiao Lexian could only nod in resignation. It was evident to her that the joy of her father and brother was unmistakable, while Chunhua, though more restrained, could not suppress her excitement. After a cheerful breakfast, her brother, eager to boast about his treasure to his friends, hurried off to Yunhu Mountain, reminding him, before he left, that the 3 treasures could change size. But he should be discreet in public, as such displays might attract undue attention. Xiao Qingyun, being a clever boy, heeded his father's advice. Although he initially wished to showcase the sword before his friends, he understood that it might frighten them, so he decided to share the marvel with them instead. Hee. The little boy scampered away, leaving his sister to her own devices. Sigh. The elder sibling must learn to let go. Xiao Lexian thought for a fleeting moment before embarking on her own day of play. On this day, she tended to her blood vine at home, preparing to venture out. However, upon reaching the eastern village entrance near the large house, she found a crowd gathered, including the village chief and several elders. She overheard a voice that made her frown. Huh, who do you blame? It was that little girl who climbed onto my servant's bed. She is from your Xiao family village. What do you propose we do about it? Boomed the rotund steward. A chorus of sobs followed. Then, the village chief's irate voice cut through the air. What is happening? Speak up. And you, Jin family, are they truly your guests? Since when did I know your family had any ties to the wealthy merchant Wang family of Zhuotian City? You must understand, if this matter is not clarified today, the scandal of a girl climbing onto a servant's bed will tarnish the reputation of all the young women in our Xiao family village. We may be villagers, but we are not without dignity. Stop crying. Senya, you speak. He directly inquired of Xiao Lady. The other villagers surrounded them, eager for the truth. For if this matter escalated, it would affect the reputation of all the young women in Xiao family village, not just that of the 7th branch of the large house. Although Xiao family village boasted the renowned Master Lexian, who was well regarded outside, news of a girl seeking wealth and status by climbing into beds would be a source of shame. After all, when this incident was mentioned, it would inevitably be tied to Xiao family village. Aiwa, Xiao Lady had never encountered such a situation and began to wail uncontrollably. The young man she wished to marry was the young master of the Wang family, not his servant. How could this happen? Chapter 95. Elder sister, save me. Woo-woo. Xiao Lady, lacking experience, was utterly lost and confused. She had followed the instructions of Niu without deviation. Where had she gone wrong? She had even informed her mother that the young master of the Wang family was fond of her, to which her mother had responded with great joy, treating him like a guest in Xiao family village and accommodating him as if he were a son-in-law. He and his servant had stayed overnight due to the darkness. Young Master Wang has also stated that at dawn, he would return and have the matchmaker come to exchange tokens and propose marriage. How could this be? At this moment, not only was Xiao Lady bewildered, but also Fat Jean was equally perplexed. Who could enlighten her on why, after just one night, her esteemed son-in-law had transformed into a mere servant? Wailing, Xiao Lady sobbed uncontrollably. Before she could utter another word, a figure emerged from the crowd, young Master Wang. With his crimson lips and pearly whites, adorned in opulent attire, approached with an expression of disbelief. He gazed at Xiao Lady and said, Lady, I trusted you so deeply and admired your resilience and uniqueness. I have already engaged a matchmaker to propose to your family. Why then would you betray my trust in such a manner? If you had merely sought the warmth of my bed, I could have understood it as a sign of your affection for me. But to share a bed with my servant? What am I to make of that? Do you truly harbor feelings for Alu? If so, I would gladly facilitate your union, even at the expense of my own heart. Upon hearing these words, the villagers of Xiao family village erupted in astonishment. What? The young master of the Wang family had taken an interest in this village girl, Xiao Lady? They appeared utterly mismatched. What? They had come to negotiate a marriage proposal with Xiao Lady's family, but had stayed overnight at Xiao Datian's home due to the late hour, only to have such a scandal unfold. Xiao Lady had learned to crawl into bed with someone, while some villagers were naive, feeling a mix of envy and anger towards Xiao Lady for being chosen by the Wang family's son, others, more discerning, sensed something amiss and believed that Xiao Lady had been schemed against. How could the young master of the Wang family possibly fancy a dark-skinned village girl? The village chief, having lived for decades, was skeptical. Yet, what could possibly be of value to scheme against Xiao Lady, apart from her identity as a villager of Xiao family village? What did she possess that was worth plotting over? The village chief and the elders understood the implications, but without evidence, they felt trapped. How could they resolve this? In light of this, the young Master Wang, heartbroken, declared he would not pursue the matter further and would instead facilitate a Lu and Lady S union. Finally, Xiao Lady reacted, springing to her feet. No, I refuse. I love you, and I crawled into your bed, not a lose. She could not concede. Marrying young Master Wang was her only option now that her reputation was in tatters. Originally, she had not intended to engage in such acts, especially given young Master Wang's evident interest in marrying her. However, influenced by Ernyo's words, she believed that a wealthy and noble man like young Master Wang, even without consummation, could still be claimed as hers. She did not fully grasp the implications of her actions, but understood that sharing a bed with young Master Wang meant she would be recognized as his, thus becoming the future Mrs. Wang. Yet, she was bewildered that, despite her clear intentions, young Master Wang's room had somehow become a lose. How could this be? Xiao Lady felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. She absolutely refused to marry a servant who was unworthy of her. However, as soon as Xiao Lady uttered these words, the expressions of the villagers shifted dramatically. Previously, they could dismiss her tears as a sign of her being wronged. But her admission of sharing a bed, whether with the servant or the young master, brought shame upon Xiao family village, tarnishing the reputation of its daughters. Oh, you foolish girl. How could you speak such words? Quickly tell Granny Mei who taught you to do this, shouted Granny Mei, her voice filled with indignation. You, a mere 13-year-old village girl, know nothing of such matters. The village chief must uncover the mastermind behind this treachery. It is too malicious. Yet, while some, like Granny Mei, remained rational, others were engulfed in outrage. Black Ant, the mother of He Ernyo, upon witnessing the scene, wept and wailed, that shameless wretch. How could she commit such an indecent act? My daughter's reputation is ruined because of her. If we do not cast this wretched girl into the pond or drive her away today, I shall not live to see another day. How can my daughter marry now that a disgrace has emerged from Xiao family village? With Black Ant's words, the families with daughters grew increasingly dismayed. Xiao Lady, terrified by Black Ant's accusations, rushed to her usually taciturn father and her weary grandfather, pleading, Father, grandfather, I do not wish to be cast out. I do not want to be driven away. Realizing her mother was of no help, Xiao Lady cried out to Xiao Datian and grandfather Xiao in desperation. The previously inconspicuous men of the Xiao family suddenly became the center of attention. Meanwhile, young Master Wang, hearing Black Ant's words, was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed upon that she would coax Xiao Lady into bed, allowing his servant to marry her, thus granting him a legitimate entry into Xiao family village? What was Black Ant scheming now? But Black Ant had her own agenda. If she could eliminate or expel Xiao Lady, she would possess leverage over young Master Wang. The young master, who yearned to ally with Xiao family village yet looked down upon its daughters, would have no choice but to marry her daughter, should she hold the upper hand. With the scandal of Xiao Lady's indiscretion, the reputations of the village girls would be irrevocably damaged, leaving her daughter with no suitors as illustrious as young Master Wang. As chaos unfolded, the families with daughters, incited by Black Ant's words, did not intend for Xiao Lady to face dire consequences, but her actions were indisputable. Xiao family village could no longer harbor her, for the sake of their daughters' reputations. She must depart. Such nonsense. This is outrageous. The village chief was deeply troubled, aware that the situation was precarious, regardless of whether Xiao Lady had been wronged. Her actions were undeniable. Yet, she was not an ordinary girl. She was the niece of Tiger Mountain and the cousin of Lu Bao, thus connected to them in ways that rendered her one of their own. The chief was reluctant to comply with the malevolent intentions of the true culprit. Xiao Lexian, a keen observer, had gathered the sentiments of the crowd and comprehended the unfolding events. She considered that the rats of Xiao family village indeed required addressing. Just as she approached, due to her diminutive stature, only those on the periphery noticed her presence. At this moment, a finely adorned young lady, adorned with hairpins and rings, approached, accompanied by two even more distinguished young gentlemen, as well as Dr. Zhang, Zhong, and Lord Xiao Lu. Wait a moment. Lord Xiao Lu? The crowd was awestruck, their astonishment palpable, especially when they saw that Lord Xiao Lu was indeed walking towards them, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Ah, Master. It's Dia and the others. Little Bai exclaimed excitedly. It seems that Master need not intervene personally. Dia is more than capable of handling her sister's affairs. I wonder what she will do, Little Bai mused with a sense of anticipation. Seeing the disciples from the Divine Farmer sect walking together, Xiao Lexian was momentarily taken aback. However, with Dia present, such a trivial matter hardly warranted her involvement. She too was curious about how Dia would proceed, hoping she would not disappoint her. As they drew closer, the once recognizable Dia, now transformed in appearance, went unrecognized by the villagers, save for her uncle, Xiao Datian, who was the first to identify his daughter. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon her, now resembling a lady of high standing. You're Dia? Xiao Lady realized with shock that this was the sister who had been sold to a widower. Overwhelmed with astonishment and envy, she observed Dia's new appearance and the two young gentlemen beside her, whose nobility far surpassed that of young Master Wang. Hope surged within her as she turned to Dia and knelt down, slamming her forehead to the ground with a pitiful thud. Elder sister, is that you? Please save me. She wept. Chapter 96. Expulsion and Dealing with Traitors. Xiao Qingxue gazed at her sister with a complex expression, her heart aching with both sorrow and frustration. She had long known that her second sister was quiet and kind-hearted, while her third sister, though seemingly clever, was rather foolish and naive, making her an easy target for manipulation. Back when she was still Dia, aside from her self-awareness and diligence, she possessed no other merits. However, over the years, having learned so much from her two senior brothers, and with Mingyue specifically seeking the guidance of a retired matron from a prominent family for her, she had naturally gained greater insight. She could now see through various schemes and underhanded dealings. Today's incident, which they had witnessed from afar, had revealed the entire context to her. Regardless of her sister's foolishness or errors, she could educate her personally, rather than allowing her to be exploited by petty individuals. Xiao Qingxue's keen gaze fell upon young Master Wang and the matron, Black Auntie. Their expressions did not escape her scrutiny, and she could surmise who was behind the scheming against her simple-minded sister, although she had previously been perplexed by young Master Wang's motives. Upon discovering that Lao Bao was the leader of the Divine Farmer sect, and that even his master was a figure of great repute within the sect, Xiao Qingxue understood that anyone associated with Lao Bao would attract numerous opportunists. Young Master Wang was likely one of them, whether by his own volition or the Wang family's intentions. It was evident that they had their sights set on her naive sister, hoping to draw closer to Lao Bao's esteemed master. Otherwise, why would young Master Wang target her sister specifically? Of course, it was also her sister's inability to recognize reality, her lofty aspirations, and her fragile existence, which led her to seek to associate with the powerful. Xiao Qingxue scoffed inwardly. Young Master Wang likely believed that Xiao family village had significant connections to Lao Bao's esteemed master, hence his fixation on her sister. Yet he also seemed to deem her sister unworthy, thinking it not worth the sacrifice for a mere distant cousin's master, which led to the involvement of a servant. Little did he know, when he truly understood Lao Bao's capabilities, which were perhaps not inferior to her esteemed masteress, and realized the formidable background of the Divine Farmer sect, he might regret his decision to cast his foolish sister into the hands of a mere servant. Big sister, please save me. Xiao Lady's cries snapped Xiao Qingxue back to reality. Reflecting on her current identity as a disciple of the Divine Farmer sect, she instinctively employed her observational skills to assess her sister, only to be met with a surprising, shocking, and somewhat difficult to accept revelation. Her sister was not only foolish but also possessed character flaws, rendering her unworthy. This realization deepened Xiao Qingxue's sorrow. Thus, she resolved to correct her sister's behavior. At the very least, to guide her along the right path, ensuring she would not bring any trouble to Lao Bao. Moreover, for the sake of her sister, Lao Bao, and the Xiao family village, this flawed and foolish sister could no longer remain in the village. Therefore, under the expectant gaze of Xiao Lady and the astonished eyes of the crowd, Xiao Qingxue spoke up. She addressed the village chief directly, stating, "Village chief, my sister has committed such a grave error. Regardless of the circumstances, whether she has been manipulated or not, the fact remains that she has engaged in illicit conduct. I implore you to expel my sister from Xiao family village. Once expelled, I can still educate her, helping her to completely sever ties with our mother, who only sees money. Ah! Xiao lady screamed in disbelief, her expression contorting in rage. Are you even my sister? Do you have any idea how much my reputation will suffer if I am cast out of the village? How is this any different from what the village chief suggested earlier? Xiao lady glared at Xiao Qingxue with unbridled hatred, convinced that her directive to the village chief would utterly destroy her, equating it to a death sentence. Hearing her sister's accusations, Xiao Qingxue felt a pang of sorrow but remained expressionless, responding coldly, You still care about your reputation? When you were engaging in foolish acts, did you consider the reputation of the young women of Xiao family village? Did you think of our second sister's reputation, or that of our second branch, which is closely related to us, and of Le Bao's sister? You are not as oblivious as you pretend to be. You are selfish, thinking only of yourself. Each word from Xiao Qingxue struck Xiao lady as if she were witnessing a ghost, her face turning crimson with humiliation, feeling more embarrassed than she ever had before. The villagers, upon hearing Xiao Qingxue's words, were stunned by her handling of the situation regarding her sister. Observing her entrance and the company she kept, they understood that Xiao Qingxue had aligned herself with influential figures. Had she chosen to suppress the matter using her power, they would have remained silent, though certainly discomfort. However, Xiao Qingxue's apparent lack of selfishness in this moment elicited a modicum of sympathy for Xiao lady from the villagers. Black Auntie, witnessing the situation unfold in a manner she had not anticipated, found herself conflicted. If Xiao lady were to be expelled from the village without any support, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Yet, despite the harshness of Xiao Qingxue's words, her keen eyes betrayed a lingering affection for her foolish sister. Even if Xiao lady were cast out, it seemed likely that she would follow Xiao Qingxue into a life of comfort, which hardly resembled a tragic expulsion. However, Xiao lady, in her foolishness, remained fixated on marrying well and maintaining a good reputation, utterly oblivious to her sister's intentions. Did she not realize that if she stayed in the village, the reputations of the young women would be tarnished due to her scandalous behavior? For now, the villagers were merely upset with her for bringing shame to Xiao family village. But if any girls suffered misfortune in her marriage because of her, those families would truly harbor hatred towards her. Her sister was indeed the wise one. This miscalculation not only garnered sympathy for Xiao lady from the villagers, but also helped her distance herself from the burdensome goldsmith matron, while perhaps even allowing her to fall into her sister's protective embrace. Aside from the unfortunate label of expulsion, everything else seemed favorable. As Black Annie pondered this, her eyes darted around, and she began wailing once more, Oh dear, Dia, your treatment of your sister is excessively harsh. Just moments ago, in our anger, we merely suggested that she be expelled. It was never our genuine intention to cast her out. Moreover, having climbed into Alu's bed, how could she ever hope to marry? Thus, let us all take a step back and allow Alu to wed her. The young master, roused from his reverie by the enchanting beauty of Xiao Qingxue, promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, your sister harbors feelings for Alu. Let them marry, and I shall personally oversee the ceremony. For the happiness of lady, what is a small sacrifice to me? You are Dia, correct? Dia, we can become even closer. I shall marry you. Little did the young master anticipate that the rather unattractive Xiao lady had such a stunning sister. Silence, Xiao Qingxue retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the young master. Her gaze icy. I have yet to settle accounts with you for your scheming against my sister. Xiao lady was taken aback. She could hardly believe that the man she admired would express a desire to marry her sister. With two exceptional men already by her sister's side, why was she competing for the young master's affection? Xiao lady even suggested that she leave Xiao family village, showing no regard for her own reputation. It would be better if her sister were dead. She loathed her. You, the young master, enraged by the slap, seethed, but upon meeting Xiao Qingxue's fierce gaze, and that of the two young gentlemen beside her, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Very well, just you wait. You needn't wait any longer. Our Xiao family village does not welcome you. Leave at once. Finally, Grandpa Lu spoke with authority. They had no need to waste words on a scoundrel like the young master. Driving him out was the only solution. You all. The young master fumed with rage, harboring deep resentment towards these rural folk. If it weren't for his celestial master being present, what were these peasants to him? He felt utterly humiliated, yet feared the unseen presence of the celestial and dared not act. His fury was cut short as the malice he harbored became conspicuous, and he was directly struck by the defensive array of Xiao family village, akin to receiving a series of slaps, sending him hurtling away. Young master. Alu gasped in shock as he witnessed the young master being mercilessly pummeled by the very air, his cries of pain echoing before he vanished. The villagers marveled at the miraculous defense of Xiao family village, feeling both astonished and exhilarated. The subsequent handling of the situation was swift. Xiao Lady was expelled from Xiao family village. Observing this, the rotund xianxia finally came to her senses, having awakened from her reverie regarding her daughter's fortunes. She paid no heed to her third daughter's expulsion, but instead gazed at her eldest daughter with a benevolent expression. My dear, you have finally returned. Do you know how much your father and I have missed you? Come back with me. Your second sister will surely be delighted to see you. Xiao Qingxue. Upon hearing her father's name, glanced towards the silent Xiao Datian, noticing the guilt in his eyes. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his. The mention of her second sister momentarily distracted her, but she quickly regained her composure, addressing the rotund xianxia with an emotionless tone. From the moment you sold me to a widower, I ceased to be your daughter. Now I have established my own household. From now on, consider us strangers. And do not compel me to act against you. Xiao Qingxue's icy words left those still present in shock. She could speak to xianxia in such a manner. Yet, it made sense. A daughter sold off was cleaner than one married off, and xianxia truly had no authority over her anymore. Oh, my dear, how heartless you are. I am your mother. You must understand, I had no choice but to sell you. If I hadn't tea, how could your brother afford to study? Spare me your pity. Xiao Qingxue snapped, shattering a nearby stone with a single blow, sending shards flying and striking xianxia, who screamed in pain. If you continue to waste my time, I swear I will end you. It was not that she lacked compassion, but rather that she understood her mother's true nature all too well. Once entangled, it was impossible to break free. She would rather assist her father and second sister in secret than grant this mother any hope of redemption. Xiao Lady stood paralyzed with fear at her sister's display of power, her heart filled with resentment and suppressed tears. This sister had robbed her of her heart's desire, had orchestrated her expulsion from Xiao family village, and if she remained close, she vowed to make her suffer the consequences of her actions. With a twisted expression, Xiao Lady clenched her fists, a sight witnessed by Situ Mingyue and Gong Changqing, who both frowned in disapproval. This younger sister was beyond redemption. Once the matter of Xiao Lady was settled, Xiao Qingxue turned to Grandpa Lu and the others, stating, the traitors of Xiao family village must be dealt with by you. Grandpa Lu, indeed, go forth. Grandpa Lu nodded, gesturing to Xiao Qingxue and her companions. As they departed, Grandpa Lu revealed to the village chief that his leg had been healed by the celestial, prompting a mix of gratitude and excitement among the villagers, who felt fortunate to be under celestial protection. However, the village chief's expression grew grave. Lu, what was it that the young lady mentioned about traitors in Xiao family village? Grandpa Lu no longer concealed the truth, presenting evidence of Hu Shan's investigations into the villagers' conduct since the celestial's arrival, detailing who had accepted bribes, allowed outsiders in, and engaged in all manner of covert dealings. Because this concerned his daughter's master, Xiao Hushan had conducted the inquiry with utmost diligence. Upon reviewing the materials, the village chief's expression darkened further. Scoundrels! This group of ingrates. His gaze turned sharp, particularly directed at the black-clad woman, as he felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. This matter must be addressed with the utmost seriousness. Xiao family village cannot harbor these ingrates. Lu Bao had previously remarked that Xiao family village lacked a sense of belonging, that those who were selfish and harbored disdain for the village were not worthy of its protection. Hence, she never considered expelling those wicked individuals, for they would receive no benefits from her. However, the village chief, unlike Xiao Lexian, was farsighted. With the Celestial's reputation, more individuals would seek to ingratiate themselves. If the greedy remained, the incident with the young master was merely the beginning. The village chief's countenance grew stern as he addressed those villagers who had yet to depart. Inform everyone, a meeting shall be convened. Without delving into the astounding upheaval occurring in Xiao family village, Xiao Lady was brought to Qingxue City. Arriving at the grand residence purchased by the group, initially consumed by hatred for her sister, Xiao Lady's feelings soon transformed into jealousy and envy. Emotions that Xiao Qingxue could detect all too well. This only served to deepen the disdain held by Gong Changqing and Situ Mingyue toward Xiao Lady. They had also discovered that Xiao Lady lacked the qualifications to join the Shennong sect due to her unsatisfactory character. Return. Xiao Qingxue called Huanzi. A taciturn young man with an ordinary appearance appeared, kneeling before Xiao Qingxue. What are your orders, miss? Xiao Qingxue pointed at her sister on the ground. Take her to the mines. Let her truly awaken. It was not that she was heartless. Her sister needed to experience genuine hardship. In the past, the family had struggled, and she and her second sister had coddled her too much, leading to her current state. Xiao Lady, unable to comprehend the severity of her sister's intentions, screamed. Are you even my sister? How could you treat me this way? I hate you. I despise you. What are you waiting for? Take her away. Xiao Qingxue commanded emotionlessly. Yes, miss. With a swift motion, Huanzi rendered Xiao Lady unconscious. Xiao Lady, despite her rage and screams, found herself sent to the mine under the guise of a male worker. Of course, Xiao Qingxue did not genuinely intend to subject her sister to peril. After Xiao Lady's departure, she dispatched 2 of her subordinates, skilled in martial arts, to masquerade as miners and protect her sister, while Xiao Lady toiled in the mine. The resolution for the traitors in Xiao family village was forthcoming. Chapter 97, Cleansing, a plea for departure, triggering a random task. No, village chief, Hushan, we were wrong. We were wrong. Forgive us this once, we shall never dare again. Oh heavens, I, Black Ant, have been rooted in Xiao family village for so many years. Must we be cast out for a minor transgression? It is utterly unjust. I repent. I do not wish to leave Xiao family village. I will return all the silver I have gathered. I do not want to leave. In the village square of Xiao family village, a meeting convened where the village chief announced the names of those to be expelled, totaling more than a dozen. Among them were those wailing, some shocked and pleading for their families, and others stubbornly defending their actions. The scene was one of uproarious chaos. Silence. Everyone be quiet. The village chief's countenance turned stern. Today, Xiao family village is not what it once was. We are under the protection of deities. And have you not noticed your own strength increasing? The gods have bestowed upon us blessings. Why should we not show them respect? When you commit such acts for your petty private gains, you cease to be part of Xiao family village. Huang Qingyu was to return 300 taels of silver from the Yu family of Shiwang City, along with 2 sets of jewels. Fat Jean, 1 set of gold face. 100 taels of silver. Black Blind Man, Black Ant, Black Nyo, and their 7 family members were to return 800 taels of silver from the Wang family of Zhuitian City. Black Ant and Black Nyo had plotted against Xiao Lady, who, despite being expelled, had once been a member of the Xiao family. Hence, to scheme against a Xiao family member in Xiao family village was a crime of greater severity. All silver was confiscated, and they were expelled. How is this fair? Why can they take their silver while we cannot? After accumulating so much wealth, they wail for mercy. Yet the village chief showed no compassion. She had given up. After all, with money, there was no need for panic outside. Others had their wealth seized without question. Why was her family treated differently? Others were merely greedy. But you are guilty of endangering lives. Xiao Lady was nearly killed. Unjust, unjust. I refuse to accept this. Black Ant, with her corpulent frame, charged at the village chief. Bam. She was sent flying by Zhong's kick, howling in pain. This is Xiao family village. Those who betray it face such a fate. For those who had greedily taken within 100 taels, if they were willing to return the silver, Xiao family village was not devoid of compassion and would grant them another chance. But this was the limit. In the future, should anyone in Xiao family village engage in such disgraceful acts, using the name of deities to acquire ill-gotten gains, or leak news of our deities for silver, they should simply leave. Do not let us reveal their crimes and expel them. All fell silent, witnessing the village chief's wrath and the might of Zhong, who stood beside Lord Xiaolu. Ultimately, under the overwhelming display of strength, the Black Blind Man's family was driven out, taking only their original possessions, with nothing taken from their ill-gotten gains. Naturally, the village chief calculated their land's worth in silver for them. Others, burdened by greed, departed in disgrace, clutching their silver, leaving their lands to be managed by others in the village. Those who had been greedy but not excessively, like Fat Jean, found themselves caught at 100 taels. Unwilling to return the silver nor leave, they were forced to choose one. In the end, under the threat from Xiao Datian that she would be left if she did not pay, Fat Jean reluctantly surrendered her ill-gotten gains. There were others who did not comply, such as the village's bachelor, Lai Zi, who, lacking land, took his 100 taels and left with only a bundle. One family had to leave because one member was too greedy, and thus the entire family followed suit. In summary, over the course of several days, Xiao family village witnessed the departure of 7 or 8 households, amounting to dozens of individuals. However, after their departure, Xiao family village became more united and tranquil, especially when Hushan and Lord Xiaolu voluntarily presented a martial arts manual bestowed by the deities for the entire village to practice. Those with insight in the village were stirred with excitement. Of course, some indifferent wives and matrons felt that martial arts had no relevance to women. Thus, even though Xiao family village, led by Grandpa Zhong, established a martial arts school at the Fubei site, attendance from the village's matrons was sparse. Those who did attend varied in number each day. Some persisted for 3 to 5 days, others for 10 days or more, and some continued steadfastly. Xiao Lexian observed all of this keenly. Xiao family village was her birthplace, and the village's strength brought her comfort. Therefore, when Hushan and Lord Lu chose a manual suitable for all, regardless of talent or age, for the villagers to practice, Xiao Lexian wholeheartedly approved. Although she did not harbor the ancient notion of developing familial power, She understood that a robust surrounding environment would benefit both Hushan and Chunhua, as well as her future endeavors with the Shennong sect. From then on, the villagers of Xiao family village began to venture out less frequently, gradually becoming truly mysterious. Even those women who had not practiced martial arts possessed extraordinary strength, capable of fending off the most boisterous bandits. Over time, the children and young men of Xiao family village evolved into martial arts masters. With their newfound skills, earning a living became easier, and every household thrived increasingly well. Even the once somber grandfather and uncle were rejuvenated by their enhanced martial prowess. Among those practicing diligently, it was not the adults, but rather the adolescents who demonstrated remarkable dedication. Xiao Pundi, her second cousin, was particularly zealous in her training. Additionally, the village chief's grandchildren, Lu Yunxian, the eldest grandson Xiao Yanzu, the second grandson Xiao Wu, and the youngest Xiao Yunduo, were all exceptionally hardworking. Xiao Qian from Grandpa Xiao Si's family and Xiao Shitu from Grandpa Xiao San's family also showed great dedication. Beyond the Xiao clan, other surnames in Xiao family village were not idle either. For instance, Aunt Fang's youngest son Li Qianyou, whose father Li Mutu was the village carpenter, had no interest in carpentry but was keen on martial arts. In teaching them, besides Grandpa Zhong, Uncle Yuan Sheng also took turns instructing. Recently, Uncle Yuan Sheng had been acting strangely, seemingly hesitant whenever he encountered Xiao Lexian, gazing at her with immense gratitude, yet saying nothing, only to return to energetically teaching the children of Xiao family village. Xiao Lexian pondered the reason behind his behavior, though she could surmise the cause. She chose not to confront it and allowed Uncle Yuan Sheng to express his gratitude in his own way. Xiao family village entered a phase of rapid development, thriving more than ever. Meanwhile, outsiders recognized that their attempts to infiltrate Xiao family village and bribe its inhabitants had become futile. Even the avaricious Fat Jean learned her lesson and no longer dared to act recklessly in the presence of those increasingly formidable men. As a month passed on this day, Grandpa Lu informed Xiao Lexian that her fellow disciples from the Shennong sect, Gong Changqing and Sidu Mingwe, wished to meet with her privately, as they seemed to have something to discuss. Xiao Lexian, feeling at ease and pleased to see the vitality of the flora and fauna increasing day by day, happily met with them. The disciples of the Shennong sect are indeed industrious little bees. Unbeknownst to her, she has effortlessly ascended to the 7th level of the farmer realm. With another breakthrough, she shall soon reach the spiritual farmer tier, shall she not? She has been assigned to meet at the flowing waters of the 6th grandfather's 6 flowing wine waterfall. Observing the two individuals who have come to pay her a visit, Xiao Lexian inquired, "What brings you here? Speak freely." Gong Changqing, gazing at the now notably taller sect master, suddenly knelt and said, "Master, the cultivation in Xiao village has been entrusted to junior brother Xiao Lu and junior brother Zhang, who are personally distributing Shennong sect seeds to the villagers. There is no longer a need for our involvement. Over the years, I have been developing the Listening Wind Tower alongside junior sister Mingwe, and we have handed over our purchased lands to junior sister Qingxue and junior brother Xiao Lu. Mingwe and I wish to resign, as I must return to Tianqing country to expand my influence and seek vengeance. I beseech you, master, to grant us this request." "Oh," Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow. "You wish to return for revenge, but what of Mingwe? After all, Jingyuan country is not their birthplace nor their homeland. They would inevitably contemplate departure." While this was within Xiao Lexian's expectations, he was taken aback by their willingness to relinquish their years of hard-earned influence and lands, even if it was to fellow disciples of the Shennong sect. It was indeed surprising. As for Daya, it was understandable given their years of camaraderie. Her contributions could be counted among the development of their forces. However, it was remarkable that Xiao Lu's 6th grandfather, who had only recently met them, would also receive such generosity. It truly spoke to their audacity. Situ Mingwe remained silent for a moment before stating, "Master, I am willing to assist senior brother Gong with his vendetta. At the same time, I wish to return to Tianqing country to ascertain whether my family possesses commendable character." Xiao Lexian nodded, "I understand. Complete your handover and return. The future of your homeland and the potential for the Shennong sect's development depend on your efforts." Gong Changqing was overjoyed. The burdens he had carried for years could finally be addressed. He declared, "Once everything is settled, I will return to your side, master. I shall not go elsewhere." He had made up his mind that once their forces were established, he would follow the master closely to learn more, ensuring that the master would not forget them in the future. Xiao Lexian waved his hand. "We shall speak of this later." With the departure of Gong Changqing and Situ Mingwe, Dio assumed full responsibility for the Listening Wind Tower and could operate independently. She frequently came to report to Xiao Lexian, effectively becoming her ears and eyes. Xiao Lu and Dr. Zhang became members of the Shennong sect, reveling in their land purchases and cultivation, while the group united to further develop their influence. One day, Dia returned to meet with Xiao Lexian once more, and they convened by the waterfall at Chu Shui Lushang. This time, Dia brought news concerning Yin Xiaoning. Observing her cousin, the sect master, Xiao Qingxue did not show the slightest hint of complacency. She performed her greetings with utmost decorum before stating, Master, Yin Xiaoning has become aware that I, along with the Listening Wind Tower, and junior brother Xiao Lu, junior brother Zhang, and junior brother Azhong are your people. This is his third intentional visit, purportedly regarding the territorial claims of Yuanhu Mountain. I kindly request an audience. Oh, he has gathered such information? Xiao Lexian mused. He even knows what I desire. Very well, let us meet. After speaking, Xiao Qingxue hesitated but did not depart, her expression grave. Xiao Lexian observed her and inquired, Cousin, is there something else? Xiao Qingxue was cautious in her response, yet Xiao Lexian remained relaxed and informal before her. There is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Xiao Lexian reclined comfortably in the stone chair within the meticulously arranged cave, chuckling softly. What is there to worry about? Whether or not you should speak depends on whether it impacts us. If it does not hinder your development or the affairs of the Shennong sect, then there is no need to share. Otherwise, please proceed. Dia, finally overcoming her hesitation, said, It is thus. News from Listening Wind Tower has reached us from Guandu City, indicating that several cities ahead of us in Juzhegu have been ruthlessly ravaged by the northern barbarian tribe, resulting in the brutal deaths of many. Their southward advance is directed towards our vicinity. I have also heard that due to the overwhelming number of casualties, countless refugees and plague victims are heading further south, which includes our region. Xiao Lexian's countenance grew serious. She had safeguarded the tranquility of Xiao Village, slowly fortifying it into an impregnable haven. Was the outside world in such chaos? The mention of the northern barbarian tribe's merciless slaughter left Xiao Lexian unsettled, evoking memories of the past. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Ding. Random quest triggered. 1. Seize the territory of Yuanhu Mountain and develop it as an external branch of the Shennong sect. 2. Merit task. Expel the northern barbarian tribe and save countless lives while addressing the plague. Achieve fame and acclaim, earning 100,000 merit points. Do you accept this quest? Xiao Lexian's heart raced at the mention of 100,000 merit points. What heinous acts had the northern barbarian tribe committed to elicit such a significant quest? Even an immortal would be taken aback by the magnitude of merit offered. However, 2 quests had been triggered simultaneously. Which one should she accept first? Even without the quest, Xiao Lexian intended to conquer Yuanhu Mountain, but did a connection exist between the two? Chapter 98, A Request for Imperial Decree. Xiao Lexian quickly discerned that indeed, a connection existed between the two. Being a person of action, she accepted the quest and set forth towards the Fengling Prefecture, where Yun Xiaoning resided. In the guest hall of Fengling Prefecture, 2 young men and an elderly gentleman were engaged in conversation when the elder suddenly raised his voice. Yin Xiaoning, do not dare to weave lies to deceive me. The confidential letter from the emperor has reached your hands, yet you refuse to let me leave, claiming to seek the divine. Do you not know the fate that awaits those who fabricate such deceit? Yin Xiaoning, sipping tea while regarding the elder, who was of the same age as her master, smiled. Are you not aware if I am deceiving you? That little deity from Xiao Village, even if not a true immortal, has a master of considerable skill. I share this with you. And have you not already inquired into the matter yourself? You have personally ventured into Xiao Village. What was the outcome? The elder paused, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. If your Yun clan could set up a formation in Xiao Village that I cannot decipher, then the individual behind Xiao Village indeed possesses some prowess. Yet, it is difficult for me to accept such an unbelievable notion without witnessing it firsthand. At this moment, Yun Xiaoning's friend, a young man clad in blue, interjected, Elder, why the haste? Xiaoning has adhered to the rules, never employing unscrupulous means to invade Xiao Village. She has merely taken the time to investigate the little deity's connections. Having done so, she has extended invitations for a meeting 3 times, reminiscent of the ancient tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. If that little deity genuinely aspires to cultivate her agricultural endeavors, and if their sect truly lies deep within Yuanhu Mountain, then, as Yin Xiaoning has indicated, the rewards for relinquishing the land of Yuanhu Mountain in Jinyuan country would surely entice her to visit us. However, it remains uncertain whether the little deity or her master shall come. Indeed, Yun Xiaoning nodded. Xiao clan is gradually retreating from the world, and Xiao Village has grown increasingly enigmatic. It seems they now exclusively assign individuals for procurement, for we no longer witness large groups from Xiao Village engaging in trade. Faced with them, I initially employed a strategy of persuasion. You have likely heard of the matter concerning Prince Wang. When confronted with a formidable figure employing deceitful tactics, one only meets their own downfall, especially since this figure may very well be the legendary immortal. Yun Xiaoning analyzed the situation. A sudden burst of light laughter from a young girl echoed through the air, suggesting that my timing was rather unfortunate. The unexpected arrival of Xiao Lexian, silent and ghostly, startled even the venerable Grandmaster, a figure of utmost mastery. There was simply no denying that Xiao Lexian's appearance was so ethereal, as if she had materialized from thin air. Upon regaining his composure, Yun Xiaoning burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, but the little deity arrives just in time. We were just speaking of you." In the presence of Xiao Lexian, Yun Xiaoning displayed no airs of superiority, instead emanating warmth and familiarity, neither pretentious nor overly flattering. Xiao Lexian regarded him with a measuring gaze before suddenly declaring, "Indeed, you are a clever one." Observing Yun Xiaoning's actions, it was clear that he possessed intelligence. After all, among those who had recently disturbed the tranquility of Zhao's village, he was notably absent. "Haha," Yun Xiaoning responded with another laugh. "Thank you for the compliment, little deity. I hope you bear no ill will regarding my inquiries into your affairs." He continued, "Truth be told, upon learning of your establishment of the Shennong sect, I found myself tempted to join, had I not been a descendant of the Yun clan." Xiao Lexian returned the smile. "The Yun clan, you say? Among the disciples of my Shennong sect, there appears to be someone from the Yun clan. Indeed, I often observe their conversations. Though I have yet to meet them face to face and have not memorized their names, I merely have a vague impression of them." Although her spiritual prowess enabled her to remember every detail, she deemed trivial information unworthy of retention, preferring to reserve mental space for more significant matters. Only those from the Yun clan who exhibited exceptional talents would warrant her remembrance. Yun Xiaoning inquired, "So which traitor from the Yun clan has joined the Shennong sect?" Meanwhile, the traitorous young master of the Yun clan, engrossed in his studies of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, suddenly sneezed, puzzled. Who could be thinking of me? While Yun Xiaoning's reaction to Xiao Lexian's words remained unknown, his friend, Lan Yifeng, could not contain his laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. Of course, Xiao Lexian was oblivious to the source of their amusement. As the conversation shifted to serious negotiations, Xiao Lexian sat upright, exuding an air of maturity, and stated, "I can acquiesce to your demands. Expelling the northern tribe's brutish marauders and resolving the plague is no issue." Even though Yun Xiaoning had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a jolt of astonishment at her words. He recognized Xiao Lexian's mysterious and formidable nature, as well as that of her master, and the enigmatic Shennong sect along with its disciples. Yet the assertion that she could simply resolve a plague seemed beyond his expectations. In this era, a plague was synonymous with a terminal illness. Could she truly be a divine being? A deity could not be comprehended by mere mortal means. Xiao Lexian's proclamation not only shocked Yun Xiaoning, but also caused the previously composed elder to lose his poise. He looked at Xiao Lexian, astonished, and inquired, "You can indeed resolve the marauder plague? I find myself rather idle, and would like to partake." Understanding his capabilities, Xiao Lexian recognized that he was likely a master at the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm, thus she did not refuse. "Very well. However, I must clarify that the land of Yunhushan in the kingdom of Jingyuan will belong to me. I wonder if you possess the authority to sanction this." Yun Xiaoning rose, affirming, "Certainly. My current sovereign has decreed that whoever can expel the marauders and resolve the plague shall be granted the kingdom. So taking a third of Yunhushan is quite feasible for the kingdom of Jingyuan. Indeed, even if the entirety of Yunhushan's territory were to fall into Jingyuan's hands, it would only comprise a third of the total land, with the remaining 2/3 reliant on other neighboring nations. Hence, Xiao Lexian understood that seizing territory in Jingyuan would merely constitute a third completion of their task, not a full accomplishment. Nevertheless, this posed no concern. If the completion of the second task could concurrently fulfill a third of the first, it would be deemed rather commendable. Such was the significance of undertaking 2 tasks simultaneously. And Xiao Lexian felt she had grasped the intricacies of the situation. However, when she heard Yun Xiaoning articulate the emperor's words, she felt a twinge of surprise. Could one truly offer up their kingdom? Indeed, the decree echoed the secret message, merely altering the deity's intervention to that of any capable individual. And the emperor would uphold that promise. Yet, how could an ordinary person resolve a plague? From the content of the secret missive, it was apparent that the emperor had penned it in a fit of excitement. Yet Xiao Lexian interjected, "I do not desire his kingdom, merely the land of Yunhushan suffices. However, I remain unfamiliar with your emperor and do not entirely trust him. I shall inquire with him personally. Should he have a change of heart, I will not be so courteous." Yun Xiaoning was baffled as to how she intended to question the emperor situated in the distant capital, only to witness Xiao Lexian execute a hand gesture and vanish from sight. Her entrance had been ghostly, and the others had barely caught sight of her arrival. Yet, her departure was unmistakable, as she simply dissolved into thin air. Such a display, after having witnessed Xiao Lexian's remarkable abilities multiple times, was still astonishing to Yun Xiaoning and Lani Feng, while the elder was left utterly dumbfounded. Experiencing a tale is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is entirely different. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Divine Providence! Could this be the guidance of fate itself? I am on the cusp of a breakthrough." Yun Xiaoning and Lani Feng were left bewildered by his excitement as the elder vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving them clueless as to his whereabouts. In the capital, the Emperor, Lian Lin, scrutinized the memorials with a heart heavy with anxiety. It had been an eternity since he had dispatched the elder with the secret missive, yet there had been no response from the other side. Moreover, his crown prince, Long Heir, had returned gravely injured, reporting that he had been pursued and had disappeared. How could the crown prince have departed so stealthily, only to be discovered? All of his Zhonglong guards had been dispatched in search of him. Within the court and the imperial harem, there was not a single individual who provided him with solace. At present, the most pressing matter was not the disappearance of the crown prince, but the rapidly escalating plague and the marauders from the northern tribe. Should they be permitted to wreak havoc while the plague spread unchecked, the kingdom would be in peril. His position would not only be unstable, but the kingdom of Jingyuan would surely descend into chaos. Lian Lin rubbed his aching forehead, weary with fatigue as the night deepened. He knew he should retire. Yet he must persevere through the memorials, for with the dawn's court session, he could not issue edicts without having reviewed the documents. If he failed to do so, the officials would remain inactive, squabbling over power and indulging in pleasures while the nation faced calamity. As Lian Lin bent over to continue his revisions, a sudden shadow obscured the light before him. Instinctively, he looked up to find a 7- or 8-year-old girl studying him intently. Lian Lin was taken aback. "Who are you?" Had the guards of the Qiankuan palace become so lax that a mere child could infiltrate? Xiao Lexian blinked at the diligent emperor, her playful spirit ignited, and declared, "I am a deity." Observing his fatigue, she felt compelled to alleviate his burden with a few words. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Lian Lin sprang to his feet, toppling his seat with a crash, incredulously asking, "A deity? Are you truly a deity? One from the Qingshi town in Nanling?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. A Xiao Lexian pondered, how should she respond? This emperor seemed rather unhinged. Nevertheless, with her disguise cast aside, she opted not to reinstate it, for she had matters to discuss. Thus, she nodded indeed. She too seized the mantle of authority, unleashing her formidable presence with an air of intimidation. "You spoke of resolving the brutal matters and the plague, offering the throne in exchange, but is it truly so?" Even the emperor was awed by that formidable aura, perhaps driven by an earnest hope for celestial intervention to alleviate the suffering of the people of Jingyuan. Thus, upon feeling the pressure, he did not falter. Instead, his eyes shone with renewed vigor. Yet soon, a bitter smile crept upon his face. If the nation ceases to exist, what becomes of the monarch? Now, facing the relentless northern tribes, with the old general slain and the young general captured, there is no one left in the court to resist. The plague ravages the land. Under such dire circumstances, do you truly believe my kingdom remains secure? If you, little deity, truly desire the throne, take it. You who would cultivate for the people surely possess a heart that cherishes them, which brings me some comfort." Xiao Lexian furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Enough, enough." She relinquished her expression and smiled. "I have no interest in your kingdom. I care not for the lives and sustenance of so many, as it would only hinder my cultivation. I am here for a purpose," she stated plainly. The emperor was elated. A deity willing to lend a hand. What is a mere mountain compared to that? I shall draft a holy decree, offering Yuntai Mountain of Jingyuan to you. Without hesitation, the emperor penned the decree and affixed the royal seal. Xiao Lexian, having secured her desires, smiled in return, and in an instant, she vanished, leaving behind a fleeting voice in the air, "Await the good news." The emperor gazed in the direction of the little deity's disappearance, his blood surging with excitement, feeling a renewed sense of hope, which invigorated him further as he busily revised official documents. The weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted, leaving him feeling remarkably light and at ease. Chapter 99, Convergence and Intimidation. When Xiao Lexian returned, dawn had already broken. Of course, she had left a decoy at home. So her parents, Father Tiger Mountain and Mother Chunhua, were unaware that their daughter had not only visited Fengling Prefecture, but had also journeyed to the capital and returned overnight. However, addressing the matters of the northern tribes and the plague could not be accomplished in haste. Thus, at breakfast, Xiao Lexian suddenly informed her parents, "Father, Mother, I must accompany my master for a while. You must take care at home." Xiao Chengyun, with his little head raised from his bowl, his eyes sparkling, asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "I don't know. My master hasn't he said," she replied, which was not entirely a lie, as she indeed needed to bring several people along. including her master, Little Green, though the exact destination remained uncertain. She refrained from disclosing her whereabouts to her parents to spare them worry. After all, to those in this world, the plague was a most terrifying affliction. If they were to learn that she would venture into a plague-infested area, it would be akin to courting death. Even knowing their daughter possessed remarkable abilities, Father Tiger Mountain would likely still be concerned. Oh, to her surprise, Father Tiger Mountain was merely taken aback, but quickly acknowledged that Xiao Lexian was going with her master, expressing his trust. But what do you need? I'll have your mother prepare something. All right, I understand. No need to bring anything. Everything is ready. Ah, my child, be careful while you're out. Depart a little later. I'll make some pastries for you to take along and enjoy with your master. Xiao Lexian did not refuse Mother Chunhua as kindness. Nodding in agreement, little Xiao Qingyun watched his mother busily preparing and felt envious that his sister was truly being taken out by her master for some adventure. Wishing he could join. However, this time, Xiao Lexian would not be bringing him along for her mission. Leading Little Green, Xiao Lexian left the village, utilizing the identity token to teleport back to the Shennong sect, arriving at the Grand Hall, clutching a fire stick and donned in celestial garments. The furry creature of authority appeared upon her shoulder, her appearance unchanged from when the Shennong sect was established, save for a notable increase in height. Little Green was summoned back rather abruptly but asked no questions, quietly standing by Xiao Lexian's side, maintaining its dignified posture. Years had passed, and its form remained unchanged. Of course, as a ball of energy, Little Green could not allow its physical body to grow. If it were to leave, the body would instantly become lifeless. The expansive, resplendent hall of the Shennong sect exuded an air of solemnity and mystery, yet Xiao Lexian paid no heed to these surroundings. She directly communicated with the authority figure. It is time to issue a temporary mission to all disciples of the Shennong sect. The task she undertook, she could resolve the plague alone, and with her current strength, could also repel the northern tribes. However, as the sect leader, why should she toil so? Why not utilize the capable hands at her disposal? Thus, on this ordinary yet extraordinary day, all disciples of the Shennong sect, both inner and outer sect members, received a system announcement. Ding! A special mission from the sect. Reward points, 1,000. Upon participation, each time one defeats a marauding tribe member, reward points, 5. For every patient saved, reward points, 10. For every plague-infected patient saved, reward points, 50. Ding! Do you accept the mission? Countdown, 199. When everyone beheld the mention of the plague, they could not help but shudder. Could they truly save anyone? Could they even approach it? And as for slaying marauders, where would they find such foes? The task was vague and somewhat bewildering. Yet, slaying a marauder promised 5 points, and considering the foundational 1,000 points, it appeared to be a significant mission, a favorable opportunity. Only the mention of the plague caused many to hesitate. However, those of keen intellect, upon realizing that this exceptional mission was personally issued by the sect leader, almost without hesitation accepted the task. This was a chance to shine before the sect leader, an opportunity not to be missed. This time, Xiao Lexian indeed intended to witness all her disciples from the Shennong sect, and depending on their performance, she held the intent of selecting the leaders of the 18 halls of the Shennong sect. Tai Denshan, Cloud Tribe. A line of individuals knelt, imploring the young clan leader. Please, do not go. The mention of the plague in this mission is something our Cloud Tribe cannot handle. Allow us to undertake this mission on your behalf. After all, we are disciples of the Shennong sect. Seated upon an ornate couch, the young clan leader, with a countenance like jade and an aura of nobility, his long hair adorned with jade tassels, regarded his loyal subordinates while idly toying with a model of the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. This is the first mission from the sect leader since joining the Shennong sect, a splendid opportunity to meet her and leave a lasting impression. Regardless of how perilous the plague may be, I shall accept this mission. I have a sense that if I let this chance slip by, I will surely regret it. Now that I practice the blue-tier techniques of the Shennong sect, my martial prowess has reached a transformative state. Even should I contract the plague, I am unlikely to succumb easily. Moreover, my accumulated points have reached 20 to 30,000. I still lack sufficient points to acquire a genuine technique capable of shattering the void. Though this mission appears modest in foundational points, should there be many marauder heads to collect, I could prevail by sheer volume. Thus, this mission is not to be missed. His loyal guards remained apprehensive, with the lead guard, Yao Yi, saying, "But my lord, enough." Without waiting for further counsel from the guards, he himself pressed the accept button. In that instant, he vanished completely. The guards gasped, "My lord." Yao Yi's expression turned serious. Yao 13 guards, accept the mission. Understood. The group responded. They were also newly inducted outer disciples of the Shennong sect, and had seen the sect leader's mission announcement, thus qualifying to accept the task. Following the young clan leader's disappearance, they too gradually accepted the mission, vanishing from their locations. In the matriarchal nation, Tianqing Kingdom, the chancellor gazed at the formidable and majestic emperor, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty, the assignment from the Shennong sect is perilously dangerous. Allow the old minister and the grand protector to undertake this mission. Should any misfortune befall you, the Tianqing Kingdom would be in grave peril. Moreover, we embark on this task without knowledge of its location or duration. You must not take such a risk. A nation cannot be without its sovereign. Even for a single day, Chancellor Su Qier, a man in his 30s, looked at the young empress who had only ascended to the throne 2 years prior. His heart laden with worry. Their Tianqing Kingdom was isolated from other nations, separated by the sea. Previously, they regarded the countries across the ocean, ruled by what they deemed feeble men, with disdain, dismissing the accounts left by their royal ancestors as mere fabrications. However, everything changed when the then princess earned the favor of an unseemly man who bestowed upon her an identity token from the Shennong sect. This man vanished, and the princess, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the second princess, leveraged this token to gain the miraculous martial prowess of the Shennong sect. Subsequently, the former princess ascended as the empress, executing those in her harem who had conspired with the second princess against her, all the while obsessively searching for the whereabouts of that unsightly man. The chancellor could not comprehend why the empress sought out that tall, unattractive man, who towered even over most women. Yet, the empress remained undeterred. Furthermore, he and the empress's other 2 trusted aides, Grand Protector Lu Gaier and Minister Jun, had also received identity tokens from the Shennong sect, each acquiring a copy of the sect's basic martial arts techniques. Although these techniques were the most rudimentary of the Shennong sect, they had transformed each of them into martial arts masters within a few short years. They recognized the formidable power of the Shennong sect, yet it was an entirely different matter to allow the empress to venture into danger. The empress, Feng Qingyu, gestured decisively. I have made up my mind. Issue a decree that during my absence, the 3 departments shall govern in my stead. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. The 3 departments are not your loyal subjects. Their intentions remain uncertain. To place them in charge is far too risky. Rest assured, I have prepared for contingencies. During my absence, I do not fear their actions. Rather, I dread their silence. Seeing that his pleas were in vain, the chancellor sighed. Then let the elderly ministers accompany you. Very well. Inform Gaier and Minister Jun to join us. Su Qier knelt and withdrew. As you command. Once the empress's arrangements were complete, it was not long before they gathered in the Tianqing Hall, embarking on their mission. Meanwhile, across the world, numerous voices of caution echoed, attempting to dissuade their masters from accepting such a task. Yet, there were also those who acted independently. Like the little beggar from the Baizang Kingdom, who, having lived alone as a beggar, cared little for whether he might lose his life on this mission. His admiration for the sect leader and Lord Green was profound, and upon seeing the task issued by the sect leader, he accepted it without hesitation. Conversely, there was Xue Jing'er from the Xue Kingdom, who had been raised in great pampering, her family reluctant to let her face any danger. The name of Xue Jing'er, derived from the kingdom's surname, speaks volumes of her cherished status. The king and queen were aware of their daughter's affiliation with the Shennong sect and her acquisition of the outer sect identity, yet they held little sentiment toward the sect, viewing it as merely mysterious and powerful, indifferent to its significance. They were simply content to enjoy their daughter's company. After all, the Xue Kingdom existed as if enclosed in a world of perpetual snow, with its inhabitants unable to venture beyond their icy borders to witness the outside world. Had it not been for their daughter binding with the Shennong identity token, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of other nations beyond their own. The people of Xue Kingdom possessed alabaster skin, with hair and eyes of myriad colors, blue eyes and blonde hair, red eyes and purple hair, green eyes and white hair. An array too numerous to count. Among them, Xue Jing'er, bearing royal blood, with her striking green eyes and blue hair, was particularly captivating. As Xue Jing'er sat under the watchful gaze of her parents, the countdown progressed, and she ultimately missed the opportunity to accept the mission. Her spirit waned, for there were so many different people outside, and she had teleported back to the Shennong sect several times, yet had not seen enough. Typically, disciples of the Shennong sect spent little time within its confines, encountering few individuals, and due to her peculiar appearance, none approached her for conversation. This mission promised exposure to a multitude of new faces, igniting her curiosity, yet her parents' excessive worries had led her to miss her chance. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Shennong sect, Xiao Lexian observed as participants of the mission were transported in, one by one, the crowd swelling with unfamiliar faces. Unsure of what to say, despite their palpable curiosity, silence reigned, particularly with the sect leader present. prompting everyone to behave obediently as they awaited the gathering of all members and the leader's address. Finally, as the countdown reached its conclusion and all who were to partake had arrived, Xiao Lexian rose. All eyes turned to the young sect leader. Their first opportunity to hear her speak, and excitement coursed through the assembly, their demeanor attentive and focused. Xiao Lexian began, "Why so serious? Do I appear fearsome?" Regardless, she resolved to convey her message as the weight of so many adoring gazes bore down upon her. This is a rather simple task. There is no need for anxiety. Nor should you fear contagion, for, with a swift gesture, she conjured a vial of elixir from the depths of her spiritual space. Such an act of conjuration astounded all present, including those of high status, such as the Empress herself. Breaths grew lighter, and hearts raced with excitement. Following, the sect leader promised encounters with countless wonders. Indeed, the events that unfolded thereafter left them in awe, as their understanding of the Shennong sect transcended the mere perception of a place filled with martial manuals and ethereal architecture. It could be said that Xiao Lexian's debut before all disciples of the Shennong sect left a profound impact. Chapter 100, Steadfastness. In Yongxin City, at the northern gate, a grayish hue enveloped the entire city. The soldiers guarding the city braved the cold winds, their eyes alight with excitement as they beheld the female general in disguise. The daughter of the venerable General Mo Suixin. In the midst of a rampant plague, the citizens were gripped by anxiety. Even General Mo, the steadfast guardian of the city, had succumbed to the illness, now in a dire state. The Mo family had long served as protectors of Yongxin City, a crucial juncture between the north and south, despite their ancestral legacy of valor. Even past emperors who sought to elevate the Mo family to higher ranks were met with refusal. Through generations, the Mo family had remained stationed in Yongxin City, forgotten by many due to the absence of conflict within the kingdom. As the fierce northern tribes advanced southward, they encountered the resolute Mo family, finding themselves unable to breach their defenses. The current generation of the Mo family boasted 7 children, 3 of whom perished while striving to rescue the populace from peril. Though their deaths were unjust, caught between the plague and the overwhelming northern forces, they met their end in a valiant but futile struggle. At that time, the northern tribes had yet to lay siege to Yongxin City, but the aging General Mo had received word of the atrocities committed by the invaders, inciting his fury. After recovering from a bout of illness, he immediately dispatched countless supplies from the Mo family's reserves to aid the fleeing citizens. As the youthful and impassioned second, third, and fourth brothers of Mo Suixin rallied their soldiers, fueled by fervor to vanquish foes and rescue the beleaguered populace, fate dealt a cruel hand. Instead of succumbing to enemy blades, the brothers fell victim to treachery and the ravages of a plague, their bodies unable to endure. They valiantly withstood the siege in Guandu City for several days, yet the anticipated support from the eldest brother never arrived, leading to their tragic demise amidst the onslaught. Meanwhile, the exodus of citizens fleeing the city grew increasingly desperate, with the plague spreading at an alarming pace. Upon receiving the harrowing news of their brothers' deaths, both the eldest brother and their father were incredulous. The normally composed eldest brother refused to accept the grim reality of his siblings' demise, reporting to their father and setting out with his soldiers to uncover the truth. Alive or dead, they sought to find the missing. The responsibility of defending Yongxin City now rested upon the shoulders of the venerable General Mo. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, but as tens of thousands of fierce northern warriors stormed toward Yongxin City, more ominous tidings reached them. The plague had infiltrated the city itself. Mo Suixin and her younger brother had been striving to calm the citizens, appealing to affluent merchants for assistance in the form of donations, money, resources, and medicinal supplies, while urging physicians to provide free consultations. Yet, the pervasive fear of the plague rendered her efforts futile. Her status as the general's daughter did little to sway the hearts of the frightened populace. As the number of infected citizens escalated, despair hung heavy in the air, and their father, who had steadfastly guarded the city gates against the northern marauders, suddenly succumbed to illness. The diagnosis struck Mo Suixin like a thunderbolt. Her stalwart father had been afflicted by the plague. With no options left, the resilient Mo Suixin donned her father's armor, taking up his position at the city gates and employing every tactic to thwart the assailants' advance. For 3 grueling days, she remained vigilant, her eyes unyielding to sleep, while the northern warriors outside, evidently led by a commander, established a base and launched relentless assaults. They boasted superior numbers and resources, while the Mo family's forces barely numbered in the thousands, lacking the luxury of rotation. One weary soldier, observing the temporary commander, the general's daughter, knelt before her and lamented, "General, we can endure no longer. The troops have gone days without proper food or rest. Many are asleep on their feet, and we cannot hold out any longer." With her long hair flowing in the wind, Xiao Lexian gazed upon the fatigued soldiers, her eyes brimming with tears as she declared, "Even if we cannot endure, we must press on. Behind us are our loved ones, parents, children. If we falter, do you comprehend their fate? They will meet the same cruel end as those in other cities, slaughtered by heartless, brutal marauders who show no mercy, even to the innocent. Have you witnessed the horror of their cruelty? They will not spare the beautiful women or the capable mothers. Their actions are those of beasts. If we must die today, let us perish at the forefront." Her impassioned words ignited a fervor within the soldiers, their eyes glistening with resolve. Despite the oppressive heat of the summer months, the darkened sky, laden with the promise of a storm, sent chills through their hearts. "We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will not retreat." The rallying cry surged, a fervent chorus of defiance that seemed to draw from the very essence of their beings, banishing hunger and fatigue from their minds. As Xiao Lexian gazed toward the horizon, she silently implored, "Eldest brother, please return swiftly. Father has fallen, and sixth sister is on the brink of collapse. Second, third, and fourth brothers, you must remain safe and return alongside eldest brother." Outside the city, within the command tent of the northern marauders, a towering figure exuding an aura of menace entered, adorned with wolf teeth around his neck. Kneeling, he inquired, "Prince Kong, how much longer must we wait to launch a full assault? They are faltering. Why delay any further?" The northern warriors were known for their ruthlessness, speaking bluntly even in the presence of royalty. Prince Kong, a striking figure with a bronzed complexion and a wild yet refined demeanor, donned a fur coat despite the heat. Adorned with jingling metal accessories, he appeared a blend of northern ferocity and southern elegance. Upon hearing the inquiry, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and rose, his eyes narrowing like a hunting dog fixated on the kneeling warrior before him. Suddenly, a long knife with a hooked blade emerged from behind him, and with a sickening sound, it plunged into the warrior's chest. The northern marauder's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend his swift demise before collapsing, blood pooling on the ground. Prince Kong, indifferent to the body lying at his feet, coldly commanded, "Someone, remove this filth. You've sullied my space." A large figure clad in black swiftly knelt, responding, "Yes, my lord," and proceeded to dispose of the corpse with practiced ease. Once silence reigned in the tent and the body was removed, he raised his gaze toward the city gates, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he reveled in the sight of people struggling in despair. How delightful it was to witness such folly. Reflecting on his impressive record of slaughter, Prince Kong felt a sense of satisfaction at the bloodshed surrounding him, relishing the despair of those below. It mirrored the life he once knew. After exterminating the weak of Jingyuan Nation, he pondered where his next conquest might lead him. Within the city, Xiao, the once proud young master of the Xiao family, now clad in tattered brown garments, was unceremoniously cast out. A corpulent merchant loomed at the entrance, his demeanor menacing. "Get lost. In these chaotic times, I will not waste my resources on the dying. If you think I'll aid those on the brink of death, you're mistaken. Leave. If you return, I won't hesitate to take drastic measures." With a final roar, he slammed the door shut. Dusty and battered, Xiao picked himself up from the ground as an elderly steward rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Young Master Xiao, this is futile. The Xiao family has exhausted its efforts. The city has been sealed for half a month, and we cannot leave. The wealthy hoard their provisions for themselves. They want to share." The steward continued, "Those afflicted by the plague are already isolated in the dilapidated buildings to the west, awaiting death. They refuse to endanger their families or waste food. They have surrendered to their fates. Young Master, why persist? Our resources have been depleted. What little we had has been pawned. You, too, have gone days without sustenance. At this rate, the citizens of the West may not perish from the plague, but you may very well starve first." In his dusty attire, Xiao shook his weary, pallid head. "Sixth sister and the soldiers are fighting against the marauders. They've survived on mere black cornmeal for half a month. I can do this. Sixth sister entrusted me with the task of persuading the merchants to aid the people, and I cannot let her down. Father will be proud of me for taking this initiative. Everything will turn out well." The steward, his eyes moist with emotion, nodded. "Indeed. Young Master, everything will be well. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother, they will all return safely. They might be on their way back now, bringing valiant warriors and provisions to rescue us." Hearing this, Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he fervently agreed, "Yes. We only need to endure a little longer. Just a little longer." Upon uttering those words, in a hazy reverie, he seemingly beheld a ship ascending into the skies, upon which stood his brothers, accompanied by celestial beings, traversing the vibrant hues of dawn, come to rescue them. What a splendid dream it was. Before the ship, glimmering with golden light on the horizon, could approach. The exhausted young general, Mo, suddenly collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. The old steward, taken aback, was about to catch him when he heard the voice of the elder of the Mo family exclaim, "Little brother." Subsequently, everything that unfolded left the steward in a bewildered state of confusion. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he had perished or if the elder Mo had met his demise, for how else could he explain witnessing his master descending from the heavens? Chapter 101. The disciples of the Shennong sect, divided into groups to different cities. It could be deemed fortunate that, over there, Xiao Lexian summoned all disciples of the Shennong sect assigned with tasks, for the first time employing the resources from the realm of spiritual consciousness, low-grade marrow cleansing pills. Such low-tier pills, according to convention, should not be possessed by celestial beings. However, her firewood stick, who fancied consuming marrow cleansing pills as if they were candies, had led her to stockpile them. As Xiaobai put it, these pills, being nearly devoid of impurities compared to other elixirs, could be ingested in abundance without adverse effects, and they were delightfully sweet, thus cultivating her habit of hoarding them. Of course, it was fortunate that these were low-grade pills, suitable for mortals. Had they not reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster or Master realms prior to practicing blue or white tier techniques, Xiao Lexian would not have bestowed the pills upon them. 4 marrow-cleansing pills demand a robust constitution. A mere mortal lacking strength could not endure the pain of purging impurities through such pills. Originally intended to enhance one's physical constitution and cultivation aptitude, in the realm of mortals, they transformed into a means of bolstering immunity. Consuming a marrow-cleansing pill, nourished by its spiritual essence, indeed rendered any mortal free from ailments, impervious to pestilence. Thus, when Xiao Lexian elucidated the efficacy of the elixir, even those of notable lineage were astounded by its potency. Realizing that the true boon of this mission lay not in the so-called points, but in the benefits gained from the task itself. Subsequently, each individual sought a private chamber to consume the pills, followed by an excruciating bout of pain, leaving them cloaked in darkness and emanating an unpleasant odor. They then hurried towards the hot springs of Qiguishan. Naturally, they were aware that the sect harbored hot springs, as their identity tokens had been inscribed with the entirety of Qiguishan's map, including the separation of male and female springs on different peaks. Fortunately, as they were all filthy and disheveled, none could recognize the other, thus sparing them the embarrassment of their appearances. As for the lack of privacy within the enclosed hot spring environment, it was not entirely absent. The springs were adorned with long, verdant wisteria and artificial rocky hills, providing a degree of seclusion, ensuring that those seeking privacy could find it. Everything thereafter unfolded in a haze, whether outer or inner disciples. There appeared to be no distinction in the eyes of the young sect master. Upon emerging from their cleansing, they were astonished to discover their skin rejuvenated, their bodily functions rejuvenated. This transformation was particularly evident among the elders, such as Dr. Zhang, Elder Xiao, and Grandpa Ajong, who seemingly reverted to their 40s. The effects of the elixir indeed left them dumbfounded. Even the long malnourished and grimy little beggar, after consuming the elixir, transformed into a fair and delicate young lad. Yet, this was merely the beginning of their astonishment. Xiao Lexian then presented them with methods to manage the plague and treat afflicted individuals. Utilizing the formula for the cleansing pill in conjunction with available local herbs, instructing them to memorize the concoction. Additionally, she imparted knowledge of physical isolation and psychological support for plague patients, employing her spiritual energy to teach them basic care techniques, as if projecting a television screen. These methods of physical disinfection and protection were derived from her first life studies on infectious disease prevention, proving equally effective against the plague. While these seemingly unremarkable methods might not resonate significantly with the general populace, after all, the Shennong sect leader had already astounded them with the rejuvenating elixir. Such medical knowledge held profound significance for those who were already physicians, like Dr. Zhang and divine physician Shui. It revealed that there existed numerous ways to control the spread of infectious diseases without divine intervention, methods to prevent the plague from proliferating. Upon learning this, divine physician Shui felt a joy surpassing the acquisition of points. She and fellow physicians, including imperial physician Xia, Dr. Zhang, and Elder Bai, swiftly grew acquainted and united. The formulation of medicinal herbs for the plague predominantly relied on their expertise, a point Xiao Lexian emphasized as crucial. Then, Xiao Lexian declared, "I do not regard your previous status as outer or inner disciples. Having accepted this task, you are all disciples of the Shennong sect. There are 38 inner disciples and 1,033 outer disciples participating, totaling 1,071 individuals. I intend to divide you into 18 mixed groups of 50, to undertake tasks in 18 cities ravaged by the savage beasts, to resolve local plagues, eliminate any remaining threats, and soothe the local populace. Once the tasks are accomplished, I will select the leaders of the 18 halls of the Shennong sect based on your collective performance. Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted among the crowd. They were aware that the Shennong sect comprised 18 halls and 32 pavilions, yet had been oblivious to the identity of the hall leaders, only to discover that a selection process had not yet occurred. This mission transcended mere tasks. It entailed the selection of hall leaders, bestowing upon them the recognition of the sect leader and granting them certain privileges within the Shennong sect. While the benefits of such privileges remained uncertain, it was undeniable that they would wield a degree of influence in the future. This opportunity for outer disciples to participate in the selection was a sudden alteration of Xiao Lexian's initial decision. Thus, aside from allowing over 20 physicians to choose their groups freely, the remaining participants were randomly assigned. Inner disciples were exhilarated, while many outer disciples were even more elated, for it represented a chance to become free individuals, to stand alongside their masters as equals, to forge friendships. Of course, Xiao Lexian also cautioned that should anyone disrupt the order by acting on behalf of their master in a different group, not only would they be expelled from the Shennong sect, but their master's reputation would also suffer. Hence, regardless of group allocation, proper and fair competition was the righteous path. Given her unfamiliarity with these individuals' capabilities and methodologies, this occasion served merely as a test for Xiao Lexian. Selecting the hall leaders would streamline her future endeavors. Once the groups were assigned, those marked with blank identifiers followed closely behind her, and as the system operated, each individual's identity token randomly displayed numbers, clarifying their group assignments. Among those she recognized, Gong Chongqing was in the 3rd group, Situ Mingyue in the 8th, Grandpa Xiao in the 7th, and Azhong in the 18th. After the groups were finalized, the 23 physicians were permitted to choose their groups, albeit with Xiao Lexian stipulating that each group must include one physician, granting them merely a day to finalize their decisions. Certainly, the ability of those groups to recruit doctors before their departure is indeed commendable. Each group is mandated to consist of at least one physician, with a maximum of no more than 2. The following day, it was unclear how the selection process unfolded, but out of 23 doctors, only 2 groups exceeded their quota by 1, while 3 others opted for her group, which was not participating in the selection of the hall master. Xiao Lexian remained uncertain of their motivations, yet respected their choices. Ultimately, aside from the 3rd and 14th groups, which each had 2 doctors, the remaining groups comprised 51 individuals apiece, with her contingent being the largest, totaling 151, as many had drawn blank lots to accompany her, supplemented by 3 voluntarily joining physicians. Given Xiao Lexian's larger group, the task of intercepting the northern tribe's fierce marauders attacking a city fell to her 151 members, while the other 18 groups were assigned to cleanse and restore the cities ravaged by the northern tribe's onslaught, as well as to eliminate any remaining threats. With the groups established, Xiao Lexian, keenly aware of her responsibility, generously produced 18 storage rings, each filled with identical provisions, herbs, and manuals detailing methods to prevent and treat pestilence. While she provided a cursory overview of the defense strategies, she ensured that detailed manuals, printed using a modified machine from the realm of cultivation, were included in each storage ring. Upon receiving their rings, the question of guardianship arose. Ultimately, it was unanimously decided that the most formidable member or physician in each team would safeguard them, or they could opt for shared custody. This was left to their discretion. Having witnessed the wonders of the storage rings, Xiao Lexian harbored concerns regarding the rapid spread of the plague and the overwhelming number of afflicted individuals. Therefore, she not only filled the rings with a plethora of herbs cultivated in the spiritual realm, but also included an ample supply of detoxification pills. She assured them that in times of crisis, one could simply scrape the powder from the detoxification pills, mix it with water, and expel the plague toxins effectively. Xiao Lexian was confident that no matter how formidable the plague, it remained a toxin, and the detoxification pills from the cultivation realm would resolve it entirely. In conclusion, she announced that a competitive spirit existed among the 18 groups, wherein the group that could save the most lives in the shortest time and with minimal resources would be deemed victorious and receive extra rewards for the top 3 most outstanding teams. Having conveyed all pertinent information and prepared thoroughly, Xiao Lexian was about to unveil the map for their departure when a timid voice suddenly piped up, "Master, I wish to accompany you. If anyone is willing to switch, may I follow you?" This remark seemed to trigger a cascade of similar sentiments, as several others echoed the sentiment. The grouping was randomized and equitable, and regardless of whether they were outer disciples or inner disciples, all had gained the opportunity to compete for the hall master's position. However, it was not explicitly stated that the hall master of the 18 halls would be chosen from these groups, nor was it assured that each group would yield a candidate for hall master. It was entirely possible that a group could be unfortunate, with members lacking in capability, resulting in no viable candidates for the Hall Master position. Conversely, a group might be brimming with talent, with multiple individuals capable of claiming the title. The criteria for selecting the Hall Master remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, joining the Hall Masters group signified a relinquishment of the ambition to compete for that title. With individuals aspiring to draw closer to the Hall Master and those desiring to compete for the Hall Master position, the timid beggar contemplated that a simple exchange with a competitor would allow him proximity to the Hall Master. Thus, he summoned the courage to voice his request. A mature female voice interjected, belonging to the Empress allocated to the 13th group. I have no interest in the Hall Master title. I desire to accompany you as well. Is there anyone willing to switch with me? Xiao Lexian pondered. How did things come to this? Indeed, while she could assign groups, she could not dictate the hearts of the individuals. Rubbing her temples in resignation, she conceded, well, for all those wishing to switch groups. As long as you can find someone willing to exchange, you may do so, but you have but one day. She realized that her emotionless mechanical grouping had overlooked the fact that some outer disciples were reluctant to part ways with their original masters. In a way, she had inadvertently disrupted their bonds. The opportunity had been randomized, and as long as they possessed the means to negotiate swaps, she would not intervene further. Ultimately, a day later, her group welcomed numerous unfamiliar faces. Upon glancing around, it was notable that among the inner disciples, apart from the 27 ambitious individuals vying for the Hall Master title, a full 13 inner disciples had joined her ranks. It is worth noting that her group, due to her presence, had primarily been populated by outer disciples who were less capable and lacked competitive edge for the Hall Master position. Now, however, her previously uncompetitive group had transformed, bolstered by the inclusion of 13 inner disciples, significantly enhancing their overall combat effectiveness. In addition to the inner disciples who voluntarily transitioned to her group, many outer disciples, eager to remain close to their masters, had departed her group, resulting in the influx of other outer disciples. Xiao Lexian reflected, well, it appears that my efforts to ensure fairness have led to an unexpected outcome. Nevertheless, she considered it each individual's choice. Fortunately, those she had hoped to see, such as Gong Changqing and Situ Mingyue, remained steadfast and did not impulsively abandon her. Both Sixth Uncle and Azhong were composed individuals, familiar with Xiao Lexian, unlike others who might go years without seeing their Hall Master, yearning to approach her. Sixth Uncle had always harbored ambition, thus he too intended to compete for the Hall Master title. To Xiao Lexian's surprise, her elder cousin showed no inclination to vie for the Hall Master position and had joined her instead. Understanding the dynamics at play, she chose not to immediately familiarize herself with the fervently devoted individuals eager to follow her. Instead, she produced flying artifacts from the realm of cultivation, distributing small ships and vessels to each group for them to learn to navigate. This practice aimed to help them master control over their spiritual energy within the time array. And once several members of each group had acquired the skill, they would be ready to embark, having experienced considerable astonishment already. When the flying vessel emblazoned with the words Shennong sect emerged, they were rendered almost numb with awe. This expedition not only featured flying vessels, but also displayed route navigation on each individual's identity jade token, showcasing such remarkable capabilities that left them repeatedly speechless. 18 groups, including the Hall Masters group, a total of 19, finally departed from above the Shennong sect 3 days after Xiao Lexian had elucidated everything. To avoid alarming those outside their rescue efforts, the flying vessels were set at a high altitude, making it impossible for those on the ground to discern them. Without delving into the exhilarating experience of the Shennong sect disciples soaring through the skies, aside from Xiao Lexian's ship-shaped vessel, the other 18 groups' flying vessels proceeded to their designated locations as per the system's assignment, with each group randomly assigned to a city. However, Xiao Lexian's objective was clear: to intercept the turbulent siege upon Yongxin City, currently under attack by thousands of the northern tribe's marauders. As they traversed the path to Yongxin City, they swiftly dispatched a number of fierce warriors from the northern tribe outside Guandu City, rescuing the already battered eldest brother of the Mo family, along with the critically injured and plague-infected second, third, and fourth brothers. Now, upon their return to Yongxin City, it was evident that not only the others, but even the Mo family members, who had spent a considerable amount of time aboard the flying vessel, were still in a state of shock. Had they narrowly escaped death and encountered a celestial being? They were awestruck by the marvel of the flying ship, unable to gaze directly upon the divine countenance, unaware that the disciples of the Shennong sect, whom they beheld as deities, were equally stirred with excitement. Yet, for the sake of the Shennong sect's reputation, and in an effort not to appear too rustic before their leader, they maintained their composure. In a daze, they finally arrived above Yongxin City. The eldest brother of the Mo family, disregarding the marvel of the celestial beings, anxiously peered downward, witnessing the sight of his younger brother collapsing. Without a second thought, he instinctively reached out to grasp his brother, overwhelmed with urgency. With a mere glance from Xiao Lexian, Xiaolu understood and swiftly descended, leading to the extraordinary scene witnessed by the old steward. Chapter 102, Awakening, Parting Ways. The old steward, astonished, was utterly beside himself with excitement upon realizing that it was indeed the esteemed Mo family elder, throwing himself forward and kneeling, his expression filled with sorrow. Elder, you have finally returned. The master misses you dearly, and so does the young lord. With the elder Mo having fallen, it seemed that overnight, he had become the backbone of the Mo family, constantly on the minds of the sixth young lady and the young lord, who longed for his return. Mo Ishio was equally moved, observing the old steward kneeling with tears streaming down his face. He nodded vigorously. I have returned. Please rise. Yet, driven by concern for his brother, he bypassed the old steward and approached the young lad, now being supported by Xiaolu. The boy's face was ashen and gaunt. Restless even in unconsciousness, his brows furrowed, clad in a drab-brown garment that even the servants of the Mo family would not wear. It struck Mo Ishio that during his absence, the Mo family had endured such hardship. Indeed, before the fierce warriors of the northern tribe had even descended upon them, the Mo family's provisions and the wealth they had accumulated over the years had already begun to flow out like a river, exchanged in multiple batches for grain, establishing several outposts to provide porridge to those fleeing from hunger. These outposts had been dispatched by the elder Mo, sending his most capable subordinates and loyal servants, all disguised as itinerant merchants to avoid drawing the attention of the northern tribe's fierce warriors. Had the northern tribe known that the aid to the refugees was being orchestrated by a high-ranking official, they might not have so easily overlooked the scattered assistance points they so scorned. Little brother, Mo Ishio called out, his heart aching at the sight of his younger sibling. Earlier, at a distance, he had not known how his younger brother had been saved from falling, but now, he could think of nothing else and quickly took his brother from Xiaolu, gently shaking him. Xiaolu paid no heed. He had merely received his master's signal to bring Mo Ishio down and had used his invisible energy to stabilize the boy. His task accomplished, he patiently awaited the arrival of his master and the disciples of the Shennong sect. Everyone, come quickly. Someone is descending from the heavens. A voice cried out from the distant crowd, eyes wide with disbelief. As this street belonged to the more affluent sector of Yongxin City, many residents remained, not yet at the brink of starvation. Thus, when the wealthy merchants had previously driven the young lord of the Mo family away, they had watched from their windows, careful not to open their doors, fearing that the young lord might seek refuge with them. Although they belonged to merchant families and were better off than the average household, no one knew how long the chaos would continue, especially with the northern tribe's fierce warriors approaching. The city was sealed off, and with no word of aid from the court, they had to ration their remaining food in hopes of lasting longer, unlike the elder Mo, who had selflessly donated everything to assist the refugees from all directions. While they admired the elder Mo and his family, their admiration was tempered by caution. Initially, when the sixth young lady and the young brother had come seeking support from the merchants, they had contributed some items, at least out of respect for the elder Mo. However, as their requests became more frequent, the merchants grew numb to their pleas. They could not be as brutal as that wealthy merchant who had driven away the young lord like a beggar, yet they could no longer offer assistance, opting instead to shut their doors and remain unseen. Yet, at the moment the young lord of the Mo family collapsed, what did they witness? Those peering from behind doors rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and unlike the old steward, whose shock and excitement stemmed from the return of the esteemed young master, their focus was entirely on the elder Mo, who had descended directly from the sky, with the young master being carried down. This scene, if not witnessed firsthand, who would dare believe it? But that was not the end. As the flying vessel slowly descended and neared the ground, they could see clearly that those aboard were garbed in luxurious attire, their countenances strikingly refined. Compared to the long-neglected, filthy city, they appeared as pure flowers blossoming from the mud, a sight of overwhelming impact. Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom the reality before them. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian, her disciples of the Shennong sect, originally distinguished individuals, now, after being refined by her cleansing elixir, radiated an otherworldly beauty that could rival celestial beings. Thus, when confronted with such an astonishing spectacle, the occupants of the houses could no longer remain seated, rushing to open their doors to witness the phenomenon. However, Xiao Lexian paid no mind to those peering at them, and upon disembarking from the flying artifact, she waved her sleeve, causing the vessel to vanish from sight. Such a large entity could simply disappear. The astonishment was not limited to the onlookers experiencing this scene for the first time. Even the disciples of the Shennong sect stood in solemn reverence. Their eyes filled with excitement as they regarded their young master. In a flurry, they followed her lead, awaiting her command. Xiao Lexian approached the unconscious young lord of the Mo family and instructed Mo Ishio, "Stop shaking him. He has fainted from exhaustion and hunger." With that, she said no more, her hands glowing with green light as she enveloped the young lord, restoring his depleted and fatigued body. Mo Ishio watched in stunned silence. His mind momentarily blank, before elation surged within him. With the little celestial being's intervention, his brother would be saved. Yes, what had the little celestial being just mentioned? His brother was simply too hungry? Food, we need food. Yu Qian, Shiwu, you come here. Keep an eye on my little brother while I go find something to eat. Finally disembarking from the vessel and pushing through the crowd. The three brothers of the Mo family understood their elder brother's frantic demeanor upon seeing their unconscious sibling, and their expressions shifted as they rushed over, carefully supporting him. At last, under the nurturing energy of Xiao Lexian, the little fellow began to stir, his eyelids fluttering open. He glanced at his third and fourth brothers, and then realized his head was resting on his second brother's lap. All three brothers were present, and beside them stood a delicate and astonishingly beautiful little fairy. Tears welled up in Mo Mang's eyes as he choked out, "Brother, am I dead too? Have I reunited with you all? How wonderful it is to know that death doesn't lead to hell, but rather to the presence of a celestial fairy." The fiery-tempered fourth brother, Mo Yu, promptly delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Feel us, we are warm-blooded. We are alive." After some time, with the steadfast assurance of the old steward, Mo Xiaojing finally realized he had made a grave mistake. Not only was he not dead, but also his elder brothers had returned. The burdens on his small shoulders seemed to lift, and then he broke down into loud sobs, gasping, "I knew it. My brothers are so formidable, they could never die." "What? You say that during this time, sixth sister has been holding off the northern tribe's fierce siege? And what of fifth brother? Where is he?" Fifth brother, upon seeing father collapse, secretly left Yongxin City, claiming he would seek a divine doctor to save him. Mou. The second brother was infuriated. "You all believed his words and let him go?" Mo Mang's eyes were filled with confusion. "But he is our fifth brother. Why wouldn't we trust him?" The burly Mo Shuwu patted the second brother on the shoulder. "All right, little brother, doesn't he understand? We'll discuss this later." When the three learned that they had contracted an illness and discovered it was due to Ashu, fifth brother's companion, they were overwhelmed with shock, anger, and confusion. They had survived a near-fatal calamity, saved by divine intervention. Yet fifth brother had truly shown audacity by abandoning them to save himself, while leaving his youngest siblings to face the danger. The three, vaguely aware of the truth, were heartbroken. They had to find him and demand answers. Why he would act so heartlessly. Meanwhile, due to the legendary arrival of Xiao Lexian and her companions, the astute began to realize the implications. Yongxin City had hope. Thus, when General Mo arrived at the inn to order some porridge for his brother, the innkeeper, who had previously turned away the financially struggling Mo family, immediately donned a smile. "No need for payment, General. The kitchen has warm porridge ready. I shall have a bowl brought to you at once." Soon, Mo Ishio was presented with a generous bowl of porridge laden with vegetables and meat, and his payment was swiftly returned. The innkeeper ushered him to the door, calling out, "Young Master General, do offer a few kind words before the celestial beings." Indeed, it mattered not who drank the porridge. It was sufficient that it had been presented before the divine. Worried for his brother, Mo Ishio did not press the innkeeper regarding the silver, thinking to himself that the innkeeper was quite agreeable. He would later have his trusted aide deliver the money to him. After all, the Mo family was not so destitute as to owe anyone for a bowl of porridge. Poor Mo Ishio was oblivious to the fact that during his absence, the Mo family had become utterly impoverished, lacking even a single copper coin. And even the soldiers who had accompanied sixth sister to defend the city had not received their military pay. Mo Xiaodi had endured immense hardships during this time. And as he savored the bowl of porridge brought back by his brother, tears again threatened to spill from his eyes. After only a few sips, he pushed the bowl away, saying, "Brother, I'm full. Let us take the rest to the people in the western part of the city. They need it more." Mo Ishio felt a pang of sorrow. How much suffering had his cherished little brother endured? It was heart-wrenching to see him so considerate. As the Mo family exchanged care and inquired about each other's well-being, Xiao Lexian no longer hesitated. Gazing at the desolate and dilapidated Yongxin City, where every household was confined within their walls, she extended her consciousness outward, enveloping every corner of the city like a rising tide. With clarity of purpose, she commanded, "Those with high combat prowess and extensive battle experience, proceed to the northern city gate immediately. The situation there is dire." A young man stepped forward, one whom Xiao Lexian recognized from the spaceship, Hu Feishua, whose presence had been striking, yet who was not particularly talkative. He bore the aura of a lone wolf, often preferring solitude, making him easy to remember. He was the first to step forward, further cementing his impression on Xiao Lexian. Following him, 5 or 6 dozen individuals with self-proclaimed formidable combat abilities also stepped forth. Those adept in both martial and diplomatic affairs, capable of understanding and soothing the populace, come forth. Given the urgency of the situation, Xiao Lexian did not intend to assess their abilities individually, trusting that they were well aware of their own strengths. At this moment, Her Majesty the Empress and her 3 ministers stepped forward. Chancellor Su Qier declared, "When it comes to understanding the sentiments of the people, Qingyu excels. And I can certainly articulate well." As per Empress Feng Qingyu's directive to conceal her identity within the Shennong sect, they now referred to her simply as Qingyu. "Very well, take storage rings and proceed to the southern city gate to distribute porridge. You know what to do." Upon hearing that they would be distributing porridge to the populace, a previously quiet little beggar sprang up, exclaiming, "Sister Fairy, I can help. I can disguise myself as a beggar to inform everyone that someone is here to distribute porridge." This little beggar hailed from the Baizang Kingdom. He had received the Shennong sect identity token when he was merely 3 years old, raised by an old beggar and learning to beg from a young age. On the night of a torrential downpour, the old beggar perished in the dilapidated temple, leaving him heartbroken and weeping for a long time. Then, a figure of light appeared, asking if he wished to starve. He replied that he did not, and in a daze, he accepted the Shennong sect identity token and joined. Now, over 3 years had passed, yet he was still only 6 years old, the youngest disciple of the Shennong sect, which made him memorable to Xiao Lexian. After consuming the cleansing elixir, the little beggar was no longer dirty but rather fair and tender, though his clothes remained tattered. Xiao Lexian thought of her own younger brother and wanted to provide him with some decent clothes, but she realized that the magically adjustable robes could be worn by anyone, regardless of gender. Surprisingly, the little beggar declined. In his small voice, he explained that he had previously begged for survival, but he would now rely on his own labor to sustain himself, refusing to accept the fairy master's kindness without earning it. Such a self-respecting little beggar impressed Xiao Lexian greatly. She nodded, "Very well, you may go. Aside from Qier, those who are adept at conveying messages may also join." The little beggar introduced himself as Qier, a name everyone called him, and he had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Lexian automatically assumed this was his name, the character for Qi meaning to initiate. The little beggar was overjoyed to see his name change, for he felt that whatever the little celestial fairy said was right. With the Empress and the little beggar, along with a growing number of individuals, there were now 2 or 3 dozen people undertaking this task. Xiao Lexian, not wishing to delay any longer, led her group toward the western part of the city, where the plague was rampant. Of course, she also dispatched a dozen individuals to accompany the Mo family back to the Mo General's residence to deliver the medicine for treating the plague. In the meantime, they would familiarize themselves with their soon-to-be residents. Mo Xiaojing gazed at Xiao Lexian's arrangements, feeling dazed. Was this little fairy the leader of the celestial beings who had come to save him? With everything in place, the groups split to act, and those accompanying Xiao Lexian headed to the western part of the city to address the plague. Though there were 5 to 6 dozen individuals, the number of plague victims in the western part of the city had reached thousands. Thus, even if they spread out along an entire street, their efforts would be as inconspicuous as a drop in the ocean. At the northern city gate, King Kong, who had already ordered an all-out assault, watched the despair of those above with great enthusiasm. He was utterly exhilarated, thinking to himself, "At last, have we reached the point of no return? The climax of this spectacle is about to unfold. How magnificent will the blood-soaked scene be?" Upon the city walls, the valiant soldiers found themselves utterly fatigued, unable to withstand such a ferocious onslaught. In comparison to this earth-shattering assault, had their previous skirmishes merely been trivial trifles? The soldiers cried out, "General, you must leave. We cannot hold them any longer." With blood gushing from their throats, one soldier, his eyes bulging in desperation, let out a final shout before collapsing. One after another, they fell. At last, with a thunderous crash, the towering city gate, held firm by the bodies of countless soldiers, came crashing down. An unrelenting horde of northern barbarians surged in like famished beasts. Chapter 103, Celestial Beings Come to Our Aid. "Ah, kill!" cried Mo Sui Xian, drenched in blood, as she disregarded the pleas of her loyal subordinates to flee. Instead, she boldly charged towards the front lines of the savage northern horde, her blade dancing through the air, each arc of steel carving through the chaos, blood cascading like a torrential downpour. "If we are to die today, let us perish at the forefront. Each foe we slay counts as a victory." Her voice, hoarse with fervor, resonated through the battlefield, igniting a fierce resolve among the soldiers, who were spurred on to drag their enemies down with them. Before the crumbling gate, the two sides engaged in their first brutal and intense confrontation. The sky seemed to bleed red. One soldier after another fell, only to rise again, stubbornly fighting with their last breaths. At the city gate, blood stained the setting sun and the earth. Ah, charge! Kill! The soldiers, fueled by the last vestiges of their strength, recalled Xianxia's words. Each death of an enemy was a gain, each slain foe a step closer to safety for their loved ones. The northern barbarians, as they pressed forward, found the defenders of Jingyuan Kingdom offering resistance unlike any they had encountered before. Their ferocity ignited. A voice rang out among them. Kill. More heads mean rewards. The northern horde grew even more frenzied. Yet, no matter their bravery, the soldiers of the Mo clan could not withstand the relentless assault. One by one, they succumbed to their injuries. In that critical moment, the three northern barbarians cornered Xian, their long, barbed blades poised to pierce her chest. As despair gripped the hearts of her soldiers, they cried out in anguish, "General!" Just as they believed their leader was about to fall. A sound like the tearing of the heavens echoed from afar. A shimmering object, like an unstoppable beam of light, soared through the air, deflecting the deadly blade aimed at Xian with a resounding crash, shattering it to pieces. Then came a multitude of individuals clad in vibrant attire, both men and women, who instantly joined the fray, wielding an array of peculiar weapons. Xian was rescued by a man who descended from above, wearing a wolf's hat and possessing a visage as solitary as the moon. He bore no expression, nor did he glance at her, merely stating, "Call back your men. The rest is in our hands now." Although Xian was oblivious to the identities of these sudden saviors, their remarkable prowess was evident. As they dispatched the northern barbarians with ease, leaving a trail of their fallen comrades in their wake, realization dawned upon her. Disbelief transformed into elation as she wiped the blood from her face and shouted, "Ha ha! Come back! Everyone come back! We have been saved!" Tears of joy mingled with laughter. A miracle had occurred. The impossible had transpired. Though they numbered merely 50 or 60, each strike they delivered was powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the earth, toppling foes like blades through soft flesh. Witnessing these celestial beings, young yet more formidable than seasoned martial artists, the soldiers felt a surge of hope when Hu Fei Shui leapt over the city walls, charging into the fray without a trace of blood upon them. Those who recognized the miraculous nature of their presence widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Celestials! Celestials have come to our aid." The soldiers, invigorated, were cast from the vortex of battle by the disciples of Shennong, their hearts swelling with fervor as they chanted praises for these divine beings. Initially, they had not grasped how these saviors had arrived. But with each strike that felled dozens of northern barbarians without staining their hands with blood, how could they be anything other than divine? Amidst excitement and tears, the soldiers felt a renewed sense of hope. They were saved, their city of Yongxin had been spared, and at last, they could breathe easy. Some soldiers, unable to contain their emotions, began to weep. They had been rescued by these celestial beings, watching them fight valiantly, feeling no fear, as if assured of their invincibility. If Xiao Lexian had known that her efforts to conserve resources and time by affixing purification talismans to each disciple of Shennong would evoke such a reaction, she might have felt a mix of emotions. In stark contrast to the soldiers' tears of joy and excitement, the northern barbarians were gripped by fear and trembling. Could the Jingyuan Kingdom truly possess such formidable warriors, standing against hundreds? No, it seemed they were capable of challenging thousands. With every strike they delivered, countless northern barbarians fell, instilling terror in the hearts of their foes. In mere moments, the bodies of thousands of northern barbarians piled high, as the cries of despair echoed through the air. Everything seemed to have shifted. At the forefront, Hu Fei Shui and his comrades, originally formidable fighters trained in the Shennong's techniques, were now engaged in their first large-scale defense against such overwhelming odds. Hearing the heartfelt shouts of gratitude from the bloodied soldiers stirred emotions within even the most stoic among them. Despite his cold demeanor, having grown up alongside wolves in the icy peaks, Hu Fei Shui felt an unfamiliar warmth blossom within him, touched by the fervent appreciation of the soldiers. Among the warriors, there were those who had originally served as hidden guards, noble youths and maidens, and even ordinary merchants and farmers, all of whom had found themselves transformed by their experiences in Shennong. This was their first taste of battle, yet it would be an unforgettable encounter, ignited by the soldiers' heartfelt calls of gratitude and encouragement. The young Zhou Xiaorua was among them. Once the daughter of a small merchant, her father had fallen victim to the treachery of business, imprisoned for counterfeit liquor. Alone and destitute, she inadvertently joined Shennong. In time, she grew stronger, rescuing her father, and together they relied on one another as he abandoned his former trade to sell street food. Her father urged her to repay the kindness of their benefactors, prompting the literate Zhou Xiaorua to accept this mission without hesitation. Unlike others, she did not seek the position of sect leader. Instead, she chose to stand beside her grateful master. Her martial prowess was commendable, as she had trained tirelessly to save her father, and when the time came to step forward, she did so with confidence, knowing that those whom they faced must be truly wicked. As they approached, the scene that greeted them was one of valiant soldiers fighting fiercely amidst a sea of blood, a sight that undoubtedly stirred her emotions. The heart-wrenching cries of despair that echoed around her ignited a fervor within Josiano, as if she had discovered the very essence of her purpose in this endeavor. She too was consumed by this fire, her resolve to slay the enemy intensifying. The agonized screams of the northern warriors filled the air, and within a mere quarter of an hour, another 20,000 had fallen. Eventually, one of Prince Kang's trusted aides could no longer withstand the onslaught and fled towards the distant camp, dragging a few companions along with him. Upon witnessing this, Hu Feishue unleashed a volley of Hu family darts, striking the aide with a series of lethal blows, causing him to collapse to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Ignoring the fallen, Hu Feishue continued her relentless assault, her expression remaining stoic as she killed and killed. Meanwhile, the overwhelming presence of the enemy prompted Prince Kang to sense something amiss, leading him to send someone to investigate. To his dismay, he discovered his aide lying on the ground, gravely injured. His expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly lifted the aide, retreating from the scene. As the aide lay dying, he finally caught sight of Prince Kang, and with a rasping voice, he gasped, "Little prince, the situation has changed. Hurry, flee." With those final words, he breathed his last. Prince Kang's sinister demeanor shifted from playful to grave. He had yet to assess the situation, but what had changed? The aide was his most trusted confidant, and he would not deceive him. Before he could ponder further, another aide urgently interjected, "Your Highness, I caught a glimpse from afar, and our men are perishing in droves. We must leave at once." Ultimately, Prince Kang, valuing his life, nodded in agreement, and the two took a hidden route to escape. After some time, they found refuge deep within the forest. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. "Wish to flee, or shall you surrender your lives?" Fortunately, Shi Jiabao was adept at tracking and discerning. Having dispatched enough enemies, he searched the encampments of the northern warriors, realizing their leader had fled. Utilizing his exceptional tracking skills, he pursued them relentlessly. "Your Highness, you must go. I'll hold him off," shouted the loyal aide. "Humph. Shi Jiabao fears no one. None shall escape today. You are all doomed." The battle was poised to erupt. Prince Kang's second aide, Duan Ming, was a twin brother to Duan Yi, whose sibling had perished at the hands of these foes. Possessing considerable martial prowess, he was resolved to confront the enemy, hoping that Prince Kang could make a safe escape. The forest was filled with the sound of trees crashing down as the ferocity of the battle escalated. Meanwhile, Hu Feishue, having vanquished all the northern warriors, joined the fray. Observing the fierce combat between the two, she caught a whiff of the scent of battle and made her way toward the slope where Prince Kang had tumbled. Back at the northern city gate, victory was celebrated as soldiers gazed upon the countless corpses of the northern warriors strewn across the ground, their faces alight with joy. "Excellent. We have triumphed. We are safe. Ha ha." Yet, amidst their revelry, exhaustion overcame them, and one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. After an hour of fierce combat, all the northern warriors were dispatched, allowing for a moment of respite. In the western district, however, a plague loomed. Xiao Lexian led his team into the area, as if crossing into another world, one devoid of life and filled with despair. At the entrance of the western gate, a young girl afflicted by the plague stood vigil over the lifeless body of a woman, her expression vacant, as if waiting for something, while also gripped by fear. Upon entering, Xiao Lexian beheld this grim scene without a flinch, even amid the filth and foul odors, and approached the woman. Crouching down, he examined the motionless figure and asked the little girl, "Is this your mother?" The girl finally lifted her gaze, her large eyes staring back at him. "She is dead." Xiao Lexian's words triggered a reaction, and the girl shook her head fervently. No, mother is not dead." Chapter 104. In troubling times, thunderous measures. The girl's reaction was merely the beginning. As they continued on their path, Xiao Lexian remained silent, witnessing even more suffering. Their group, adorned in fine garments, would have drawn curiosity had they entered other areas, much like the merchants of Beha Street or those hiding in their homes. Yet in the western district, even upon seeing the plight of the people, their expressions remained numb, devoid of any reaction. They were merely waiting for death. The despair was palpable, as hunger and disease had rendered them powerless. Like a long-suffering patient, weary and resigned, they had lost all interest in the world beyond. Despite the Shennong disciples and Xiao Lexian's pristine attire, they They evoked no curiosity or interest in the afflicted populace. Xiao Lexian, although appearing youthful, had endured centuries of hardship as an immortal, having witnessed far worse suffering. Thus, she merely furrowed her brow, keeping her emotions in check. In contrast, the disciples of the Shennong sect, sheltered in lives of luxury, could hardly contain their sorrow, discreetly wiping away tears, their eyes reddening. Among them were several young girls, merely 15 or 16, the most affected being a girl named Luo Bichuan, a citizen of the prosperous Rongtai kingdom. Having been doted upon by her family, she had never encountered such harrowing scenes and wept uncontrollably. This was understandable. Although Rongtai was a small nation, it thrived in peace and security, nestled among major realms, ensuring that its lands remained untouched by larger powers. Luo Bichuan had only known a life filled with merchants from distant lands, all elegantly dressed and affluent, never having witnessed such devastation. Hence, her tears flowed freely. Due to the plague, Mo Laodao was initially reluctant to allow his younger brothers to venture into the perilous western district, but ultimately succumbed to his brother's plea. "Brother, I am not afraid. Before the arrival of the little immortal, I often prepared myself and entered to deliver food to them. Now that we have the little immortal, who can cure air go, san go, and sea go of the plague, I am even less afraid. Please let me accompany you." Mo Zhang exclaimed, eyes filled with hope, and eventually, Mo Laodao relented, allowing several of the Mo brothers to join. Now, they too walked in silence, their hearts heavy with sorrow and anguish. These were the citizens of Yongxin City, whom their father had sworn to protect, and whom the Mo family had pledged to safeguard. Observing this, Xiao Lexian chose not to engage them further, as any attempt would be futile. They had long since lost their curiosity and interest in the world outside. It seemed that apart from a piece of bread, nothing could stir them to action. This numbing despair was infectious. As they traversed the dismal streets, beneath a somber sky, amidst the squalor and dilapidation, they encountered a multitude awaiting their demise. The sight grew increasingly unbearable, the elderly clutching infants afflicted by the plague, mothers watching over their feverish, dying children, and families huddled in abandoned corners, waiting for death, their windows tightly shut against the darkness within. After traversing one street and spending half an hour, they reached the end, where a crumbling plaza lay before them, teeming with even more individuals in dire straits. With a semblance of understanding, Mo Meng approached and remarked, "What we witnessed in our dwelling moments ago was not the result of a plague so severe that it would lead to immediate demise. Those who have entered the square are the true souls awaiting death." Even before stepping into the square, one could see the ground littered with bodies. An overwhelming stench permeating the air, mingled with the pungent odor of decaying corpses, alongside the frail and barely breathing figures sprawled about. This unbearable scene finally unleashed the pent-up emotions of the onlookers, prompting some to weep uncontrollably. "Oh, how blissful it is to merely have enough to eat and to be in good health." Others, overwhelmed by the stench, succumbed to dry heaves. Xiao Lexian did not falter in her stride. Her mental fortitude was remarkable as she approached the mass of bodies, either lifeless or clinging to the remnants of life. Without a hint of trepidation, as she neared the center of the square, her skirt was tugged, and looking down, she encountered an elderly woman, emaciated and with a gaze clouded by despair. The old woman, with great effort, grasped her, her voice rasping like dry gravel, faint as a whisper, "Young lady, do not go, do not go. You must leave at once." It seemed she sensed that Xiao Lexian was not on the brink of death nor afflicted by the plague. Subconsciously, she wished to protect this vibrant young girl from meeting the same fate as her granddaughter, who had perished alongside her parents, now in the embrace of the heavens. The old woman's words were barely audible, even to those with formidable strength standing behind Xiao Lexian. They could scarcely catch her hushed plea. Had it not been for Xiao Lexian's extraordinary perceptive abilities, capable of discerning even the faintest sounds from miles away, she might not have heard the old woman's voice at all. In that moment, having cultivated for millennia, the icy heart of the celestial being began to thaw slightly due to the old woman's desperate act. Xiao Lexian finally became aware of her own consciousness, treating this situation not merely as a task, but as a call to action. Unlike her previous demeanor at the sect gathering, where she remained indifferent due to not witnessing the horrific scenes, she now recalled the values instilled in her during her first life: patriotism, love for the people, and the importance of family. As a citizen of the Jingyuan kingdom herself, endowed with formidable power, she pondered why she should not utilize her fullest capabilities to resolve these dire circumstances swiftly. "I have changed my mind," she declared suddenly. "Throughout our journey, what we have seen is a multitude of souls, numbed and resigned to their fate. Many are so weak they can scarcely move. It is utterly insufficient to slowly instill hope in them, assuring them that salvation is near and gathering them for the remedy. They lack the light in their eyes. the faith in miracles that must occur for them to believe. Upon hearing her words, some nodded in agreement. Indeed, leader, when one has resigned to their fate, convinced of their impending demise, we still have the strength to respond to them individually. We can distribute medicine to restore life and gradually rekindle their hope. However, when an entire street is filled with thousands in such a state, it becomes a daunting task to convince them to rise and partake in the remedy. Many are already at their limits, devoid of energy. If we were to summon the healthy from beyond the city walls to assist, without extraordinary proof of our ability to eradicate this plague, few would risk entering to offer aid. Thus, in these exceptional circumstances, we must resort to drastic measures. Amidst the crowd, a 17-year-old youth, fair of face and possessing a demeanor akin to pine and bamboo, astutely analyzed. Yes, leader, I feel such distress for these people. How can we assist them? Luo Bichuan added, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Xiao Lexian's gaze deepened, her aura transforming instantaneously, radiating an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being, instilling awe in all disciples of the Shennong sect, the Mo brothers, and the old steward. Indeed, she spoke, her voice resonating with an otherworldly quality as she ascended into the air, shimmering with a radiant vitality that was profoundly comforting. This display of levitation, unfettered by any external means, left the disciples of the Shennong sect in utter astonishment, their mouths agape, momentarily forgetting the abhorrent conditions surrounding them. The Mo brothers, alongside the old steward, were equally taken aback by this miraculous spectacle. Previously, when they referred to Xiao Lexian and her companions as deities, it was due to their extraordinary abilities and the flying vessels they commanded. Yet, in Mo Laude's mind, such wonders were merely the products of clever contraptions, not divine beings capable of flight. However, witnessing Xiao Lexian soar high into the sky shattered his preconceived notions, leaving him bewildered and reeling from a profound alteration in perspective. Could it be? The little deities we so often spoke of are indeed real? The excitement coursed through Mo Meng, dispelling his hunger and dizziness, his face flushed with exhilaration, yearning to be the one suspended in the air. As for the disciples of the Shennong sect, despite having witnessed the wonders of the celestial realm, they had yet to see their leader employ such divine prowess firsthand. While they believed in the teachings that spoke of transcending realms and encountering true deities deep down, many had dismissed such notions, convinced that legendary entities could never truly exist or be encountered. Yet, today's revelation obliterated their skepticism. Their minds buzzed with disbelief, echoing the chants of leader, the little deity, as they grappled with the reality of her divine nature. At that moment, not only the Mo brothers and the old steward were left in shock, but the disciples of the Shennong sect found themselves equally awestruck. It was akin to the reaction of old Lu witnessing Xiao Lexian's grand planting technique, with excitement radiating from every participant, some maintaining a composed demeanor, while others expressed their emotions openly. The diminutive figure, expressionless and serene as a deity, wore her ceremonial robes that billowed in the wind, exuding vibrant life force. She proclaimed in a voice that resonated throughout the entirety of Yongxin City, indeed, in these extraordinary times, we require decisive action. Great purification technique, arise. As her voice crescendoed to a climactic shout, it reverberated with the force of a tempest, instilling a profound tremor in the hearts of all who heard. Subsequently, what unfolded would be etched in the memories of the citizens of Yongxin City for eternity. As one beheld, Xiao Lexian soared higher and higher, her entire being pulsing with boundless vitality emanating from the essence of verdant wood. Eventually, she became invisible, yet the ceaseless flow of life force and the essence of flora radiated from her, cascading towards the afflicted corners of Yongxin City. The more patients afflicted by the plague, the denser the verdant aura became, enveloping the square where the disciples of the Shennong sect, the Mo brothers, and the elderly steward stood in awe, completely shrouded in a sea of emerald green. Ah! The steward let out a soul-stirring cry, tears streaming down his face as he knelt, exclaiming, "A deity! This is truly a divine being. Salvation has come. Our Yongxin City is saved." In that moment, he entirely forgot the presence of his masters, overwhelmed by the tremors of witnessing a miracle in a mortal guise. "Little deity. Thank you, little deity." Elder Mo, his expression solemn, also knelt, not out of any ulterior motive but solely out of astonishment and gratitude towards the divine. One could imagine the radiant scene that would unfold after the deity's intervention, as he expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire populace. In the instant the grand purification technique was unleashed, it was not just the disciples of the Shennong sect, the Mo brothers, and the elderly steward who felt the tremors. The entirety of Yongxin City erupted into a frenzy. Oh heavens! The divine has descended to save us. Those who had once been steeped in despair felt their bodily functions rejuvenating visibly, as they witnessed the endless green essence flowing into their beings. This extraordinary phenomenon ignited a spark of life within them, prompting them to gaze eagerly towards the source of the verdant sea, the figure cloaked in azure woodlight above. As realization dawned, cries of gratitude erupted. A deity has come to rescue us. Oh heavens, will you finally retract the plague? Thank you, divine being. Thank you. More and more conscious individuals, teetering on the brink of despair, knelt and prostrated themselves. The city and its outskirts resounded with fervent expressions of gratitude, reverberating throughout Yongxin City, where laughter and joy had finally pierced through the veil of silence and hopelessness. Look, it is truly a deity. Oh, how wonderful. The divine has come to save us. We need not perish. The fervor escalated, as an overwhelming wave of gratitude ignited within the hearts of the people. The entire Yongxin City was ablaze with hope, as the fervent excitement continued to swell. In Chapter 105, life blossomed anew. For Xiao Lexian, the scenes of countless mortals expressing their gratitude evoked no stirrings within her, for she had long grown accustomed to such reverence. In the realm of cultivation, the path to refining the heart required immersion in the mundane. Thus, when she encountered the mortals of her world, their awe and respect were familiar. The sight of kneeling crowds, as if before an emperor, was commonplace. Hence, she remained tranquil, simply engaging in the actions she felt compelled to undertake, indifferent to the sentiments of others. Meanwhile, her spirit companion, the little white fire stick, exclaimed in alarm, "Ah, master, cease at once. It is too taxing to perform the grand purification technique with the wood essence currently within you." Halt, unfazed by the plight of others. It only sought to protect its master from harm. Yet, amidst the azure glow, Xiao Lexian furrowed her brow and replied, "Be quiet. You know that I, Xiao Lexian, never abandon my endeavors halfway." With that, she continued to weave her incantations, exhausting the wood essence within her, and hastily consuming several wood attribute elixirs from the realm of cultivation before finally sensing that the plague had dissipated from the city. Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, divine being. The crowds surged with fervor, the healed individuals brimming with excitement, prostrating themselves with fervent gratitude. Each head struck the ground with resounding thuds, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cried out in worship and reverence, wishing to devote their very lives to the Savior who had delivered them from despair. Caught in the throes of overwhelming gratitude and fervent admiration, they could not contain themselves. The miraculous intervention of the divine was a testament to the wonders of life. They longed to gaze upon the deity for eternity. This fervor was shared not only by the plague victims, but by the healthy citizens, the Mo family, and even the awakened elder Mo, as well as the disciples of the Shennong sect. The fervent adoration required but a fleeting moment to flourish. Xiao Lexian, elevated above the pulsating city of Yongxin, witnessed the fervor ignited by her actions, the voices of the people resonating skyward. Yet, she remained untouched by this fervent tide, her heart as tranquil as still water. The influx of faith surged towards her like a tidal wave. She found joy in the abundance of faith that would allow her to acquire more, yet her heart remained serene. As the grand purification technique concluded, the azure light revealed Xiao Lexian's countenance had grown somewhat pale. The little white fire stick was indeed correct, executing a technique of such magnitude, suited for the first level of spiritual farming, while she was at the 7th level of human farming, had indeed pushed her limits. But what of it? These people, rather than crediting her for their salvation, had ultimately saved themselves. Had it not been for the kindness of an elderly woman, who made her realize that mortals could indeed be endearing, she might have chosen a different path, merely aiming to complete her task, allowing the disciples of the Shennong sect to manage the situation gradually, regardless of the time it took or the lives lost. But that act of kindness had inspired a change of heart, leading her to act on her true desires, indifferent to their gratitude. In her elevated state, the appreciation of mortals reminded her of her past in the realm of cultivation, where she had experienced too much to be easily swayed. In the midst of this fervent cacophony, Xiao Lexian vanished. She conveyed a message to the disciples of the Shennong sect to manage the aftermath and departed without a trace, as swift as a flash of lightning. Yes, she returned to the lush forest rich with wood essence to replenish her own reserves. In the tranquil aftermath of the fervor, all sought to uncover the identity of the divine being. Yet, aside from the Mo brothers and the disciples who had witnessed their master's miraculous display, none knew who the deity was. If ordinary folk were to recall anyone, it would be the elderly woman who had drawn Xiao Lexian's south attention at the square. Her murky eyes had witnessed the young girl ascend to the heavens and transform into a divine being to save them. The elderly woman had recovered, yet she remained the sole individual among the plague victims to know the true visage of the deity. However, she chose not to reveal this knowledge. Having lived a long life, she understood human nature better than most. Deities should embody an aura of mystery, distant from the reach of mortals. Should mortals come to know them, they would inevitably seek favors, and if those deities did not respond, the initial gratitude would gradually devolve into resentment. This was a sight the elderly woman wished to avoid. Fortunately, the little deity was indeed wise, having departed without revealing herself, leaving the situation as it should be. The miraculous disappearance of the plague from Yongxin City overnight was a wonder, a miracle even Elder Mo found hard to believe. Yet, he felt compelled to document everything he knew, saw, and felt, yearning for more of such miracles. It was not mere greed on the part of General Mo. Rather, the devastation wrought by the northern tribes had left cities ravaged, with the plague wreaking even greater havoc, and the abyss of despair only deepening. Particularly for the women who had suffered indignities at the hands of the northern tribes, survival seemed nearly impossible. Their bodies were afflicted by illness and pestilence, and their hearts were equally burdened. General Mo understood that invoking divine intervention was a futile hope. If the deities truly wished to intervene, they would not have departed so abruptly. Xiao Lexian was indeed not inclined to perform the grand purification technique in every single city. The cities that had experienced slaughter and destruction were now filled with fleeing souls, leaving behind a sparse population. And the plague victims were not as concentrated as in Yongxin City. These individuals, not only physically ill but emotionally scarred, wandered aimlessly, likely in greater need of psychological healing and comfort than of divine aid. They required capable hands to provide them with a safe haven. Once Xiao Lexian departed, the talents of the Shennong sect's disciples became evident, particularly those of Her Majesty the Empress and a young man who proposed a vigorous approach. The Empress led her people in executing the free porridge distribution over the first 3 days. By the third day, those eligible had received their share. And after regaining some strength from the food, they were expected to contribute labor in exchange for continued assistance. This was the consensus reached by the Empress and her 3 ministers, which was also endorsed by Lord Mo and several young gentlemen of the Mo family. Endless free handouts would not only strain the Shennong sect's capacity for altruism, but would also nurture a sense of entitlement among the populace. Thus, even in their desire to help the citizens through this difficult period, it was essential for everyone to contribute through labor. What else could they do? The filthy and chaotic environment of the plague-ridden city demanded many hands for cleaning. The community had no objections to the Shennong sect's method of porridge distribution. Moreover, saved by the divine, they believed that the efforts of the Shennong sect were guided by celestial influence. Hence, they complied with whatever the disciples instructed. Gradually, Yongxin City came alive with individuals engaged in sanitation efforts, clearing debris from the dilapidated western quarter and reconstructing homes and roads. General Mo observed this scene with profound emotion. Even though the Mo residence was now barren, he rallied his sons to join the labor alongside the populace. Meanwhile, the Empress, alongside her 3 ministers and a group from the Shennong sect, was energetically revitalizing Yongxin City. Concurrently, Yuan Xiuzhu, Luo Bichuan, and the returning Zhou Xianhua were tirelessly treating the scattered plague victims in the villages and providing them with food in exchange for their labor. With the glimmer of hope for survival, the entire Yongxin City and its surrounding villages began to flourish. Children joyfully ran about, singing songs of unknown origin. The deities are benevolent. The deities are marvelous. Their intervention drives away illness. Fathers weep, mothers smile, grandparents revel in joy. A life free from sickness is truly splendid. Playmates chirp with delight. The deities are benevolent. The deities are marvelous. The deities send grain our way. Even unscrupulous merchants were moved, generously offering their support. In the distance, a group of jubilant children dashed past. Little Chi clasped another girl's hand and exclaimed, "See? I wasn't lying. The fairy sister truly came to save you. You're all well now. And there's food." The child beside her laughed, declaring, "Life is truly wonderful. If only our parents and brothers hadn't left so soon." Yet, with newfound hope for the future and aspirations igniting their spirits, everything blossomed, including her tender heart. Chapter 106. Without a trace, yet unyielding. While Yongxin City proceeded in an orderly fashion, Hu Feishue's pursuit of Prince Kong was proving to be quite challenging. Having lived amidst the deep snows of Tianshan with wolves as his only companions, Hu Feishue was unfamiliar with human communication. However, his upbringing among wolves endowed him with an extraordinary sense of smell and agility long before he entered the Shennong sect. Now, 3 years into his tenure at the Shennong sect, he remained largely unaware of its true nature, yet recognized it as a place that could empower him. The desire to grow stronger was his sole obsession, forged in the perilous environment of the Tianshan snowfields. The question then arose, how to become strong? The answer lay in accumulating vast amounts of points. Unlike others in the Shennong sect who had some exposure to the outside world, Hu Feishue was oblivious to the concepts of cultivation and planting. Living in a perpetually snowy realm, he had no familiarity with seeds. Thus, when Little Green discovered him in the snow and brought him into the Shennong sect, he was bewildered by his selection and found himself among the disciples. Initially indifferent, his interest was piqued upon receiving a jade tablet that promised numerous techniques to enhance his strength. However, communication among the disciples was initially limited, leaving him in the dark about the concepts of planting and seeds. YNT, the sect leader, included instructions on planting in his identity jade tablet. His imitative abilities were strong, he could learn. Yet, being proficient only in the language of wolves and unable to grasp any foreign tongues, he felt helpless. He knew he could use the teleportation function of his identity tablet to return to the sect and seek guidance. But even then, his wolf language went uncomprehended, causing him to gradually withdraw from verbal exchanges. He soon realized that the communication barrier was not solely his issue. Many others from different nations faced similar challenges. Unable to comprehend one another, the grouping for this task also encountered this impediment. However, the sect leader seemed to regard it as inconsequential, instinctively overlooking it. Yet, the resourcefulness of the Shennong sect's disciples prevailed. Although Xiao Lexian Han proposed a solution for face-to-face communication, it was hardly a hindrance for the clever disciples. They utilized the sect's internal communication group, which operated on thought and consciousness rather than words, effectively eliminating language barriers. During this period, Xiao Lexian, unaware of the group's vibrancy, found that due to the temporary task groupings, everyone was actively participating in the chat, prefixing their conversations with their group names and refraining from irrelevant chatter. This streamlined communication proved far more efficient. Previously, some had attempted to assert their presence by incessantly posting their messages, a behavior they had yet to recognize as spamming. However, during task periods, such actions were prohibited to avoid delaying important matters and causing others to miss vital updates. The existence of the Shennong sect's internal communication group meant that even among a group of linguistically disparate individuals, communication appeared to lose its barriers. They would identify speakers within the group, gradually getting to know one another. Naturally, some astute individuals began to learn the languages of other nations. After all discussions within the Shennong sect's internal group were public. There was no privacy, as everyone was aware of their group's progress and the challenges faced during tasks. Thus, a clever group even learned to study languages while working on their tasks, ensuring that they did not divulge critical task information in the group chat. Such an odd, yet harmonious understanding it is. As for who proposed the transformation of the internal communication group into a work group during this period, who else could it be but Gong Changqing, the esteemed senior brother of the Shennong sect? Although Gong Changqing is merely in his mid-teens, his status as the sect's senior brother endows him with a unique presence. Consequently, even the venerable Dr. Zhang, who joined later at the age of 60 or 70, holds him in considerable esteem. This respect arises not only from Gong Changqing's calm and wise demeanor displayed in daily conversations, but also from his unfathomable thoughts at such a tender age, which seem to penetrate the hearts of others, allowing him to articulate sentiments that resonate deeply with them. Thus, he is quite well liked by everyone. Setting aside these observations, the internal communication group of the Shennong sect has recently become exceedingly lively. The member known as Tianqiang Snow, who is not a fox, I am not lonely, 5, has yet to utter a word. He quietly observes, eager to learn how they cultivate their plants and where they procure their seeds. Alas, such discussions are conspicuously absent from the group. From their sporadic mentions of the inner disciples' points, it becomes evident that Xiaolugua, with his looks but lacking charm, 35 points, has accumulated 3,000 points, while even the recently joined Dr. Zhang from Jingyuangua, who aspires to be the world's foremost divine physician, 40 points, has amassed 3,005 points. In stark contrast, Tianqiang Snow, who is not a fox, I am not lonely, 5, stands with a rather disheartening total of 0 points, which deters him from making his presence known. He dares not reveal that he, as the 5th member to join the sect, is actually less adept than Xiaolugua, who has looks but lacks charm. Remaining silent in the group ensures that no one is aware of his standing. This time, when tasked with a sect mission, he swore to himself that he would elevate his points, refusing to remain at the bottom or to have a score of 0. Thus, when Xiao Lexian called for the most formidable fighters to step forward, he was the first to do so. Though he is uncertain about the capabilities of others and does not genuinely consider himself the strongest, he has not forgotten that slaying the northern tribe's fierce beasts yields substantial points, while treating patients afflicted with plagues also garners significant points. He is entirely unfamiliar with herbs and does not know how to concoct the simplified detoxifying elixir. Hence, he views slaying more fierce beasts as his sole avenue for accumulating points. Thus, he fights with extraordinary ferocity. In fact, he was the first to act to save Mo Suixin, motivated by the desire to secure another head for his points. Currently, he is diligently striving towards his goal. The Shennong sect is structured around 7 tiers of martial arts: white, blue, green, red, purple, black, and colorless, except for white, which is freely available to outer disciples, and blue, which is provided for inner disciples. The remaining tiers, green, red, purple, black, and colorless, require points for exchange. Green necessitates 50,000 points. Red demands 500,000 points. Purple requires 10 million points. Black calls for 100 million points. Colorless, an astonishing 1 billion points. Although both the sect leader and Xiao Lu have mentioned that the green tier could suffice for breaking through the void, he remains perplexed as to why the points required for the latter tiers increase so dramatically, by several tens or hundreds of times. Nevertheless, he understands that higher points must confer significant advantages. As for the 3 tiers of colorless, everyone with self-awareness dismisses them as unachievable, for they are nearly impossible targets. Yet those with ambition yearn for a black tier martial art. He is no exception. Although he is still uncertain about the magnitude of 100 million, he knows it is an immense figure, and thus he cannot afford to overlook any opportunity to earn points. Learning foreign scripts and mastering the identification of medicinal herbs can be pursued gradually, but the immediate need for points is paramount. Consequently, Hu Feishue has nearly disregarded everything external. His focus solely on securing heads for points and engaging in combat. Of course, having grown up in the snow-capped Tianshan Mountains, surrounded by wolves and embroiled in the bloody scenes of battling wild beasts, he feels no discomfort whatsoever. Fortuitously, his keen sense of smell allows him to discern that wolves have leaders, and so too do packs of wild beasts. Through astute observation and analysis, he identifies the leader's tent, senses its presence, memorizes its scent, and pursues it relentlessly. Upon encountering Shijia Bao, a fellow disciple engaged in combat, he pays them no mind and directly bypasses their struggle in search of the leader. This is not to say he is unaware that slaying Duan Ming would yield points. However, since Shijia Bao is his comrade and he has zeroed in on his target, he refrains from intervening. It is an absolute taboo to snatch the heads of comrades within a wolf pack, and he would never entertain such a thought. Moreover, he believes that the leader of the fierce beasts holds greater value, perhaps even more points. Thus, he continues his pursuit. Upon realizing that the leader has rolled down the cliffside, he leaps without hesitation, executing swift rolls and crawls. Arriving at the base of the cliff, Hu Feishue finds himself covered in the garments gifted by an old hunter at the foot of the Tianshan, warm fur clothing now sullied. The sect's purification talisman has a mere 10 days of efficacy. Once that period elapses, it becomes ineffective. Hu Feishue is perplexed, as he distinctly sensed the leader's scent before rolling down, yet it has vanished at the cliff's base. Exiting towards the village at the foot of the cliff, he encounters a few rustic homes, his stomach growling from hunger. For days, he has subsisted on wild fruits and game while searching, and with his prodigious appetite, he has never truly felt satiated. Yet, he remains undeterred. He must find the leader and secure those points. At the end of the village, in a small ditch, there lies a modest dwelling nestled behind some rocks. The house is diminutive and dilapidated, with an elderly blind woman seated outside, guarding against unwanted approaches. She listens intently to the sounds around her. Inside the thatched hut, Lu Yao, the granddaughter of the old woman, unexpectedly encounters a man of extraordinary status, whom she has rescued yet again. Her intuition was correct. Her arrival here indeed presents her with an opportunity. However, the man lies unconscious and is being pursued. She cannot allow him to perish. At the base of the cliff, she drags the man back to her home. Due to her immense fortune, she manages to leave no trace or scent, confounding Hu Feishue, who is desperately seeking him, causing him to lose track and remain unwilling to depart, continuing his search. Lu Yao's act of saving the man does leave some subtle traces, but during this period, the small heavenly path assists in erasing them, striving to gain her forgiveness for its prior inaction. Xiao Lexian is unaware that the unfolding events have deviated from the narrative, leading to early conflicts between the protagonists and the premature appearance of the second male lead. Chapter 107. Eyeing, Killing. Half a month later, Hu Feishue returns dejected and disheartened. He cannot comprehend where he went awry. This is the first time he has failed to track a prey. The leader's scent was so pronounced that failure should not have been an option. His keen sense of smell, a source of pride, has faltered, delivering a significant blow to Hu Feishue's morale. Upon his return to Yongxin City after merely half a month, he finds the place transformed. The plague patients have all recovered, and the townsfolk are leading normal lives once more. It seems that his presence is no longer required. Hu Feishue falls into a state of despondency. Shijia Bao, having encountered him once, approaches and greets him, inquiring, "How did your pursuit of that leader go?" The words echo in Hu Feishue's ears like a cacophony, leaving him utterly bewildered. Shijia Bao slaps his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot about the Shennong sect's disciples communication group. Come, bring that out," he commanded, gesturing towards the panel in his hand. It was a model of the Shennong sect's disciples communication panel, and with his indication, the previously intangible panel became vividly clear, allowing Hu Feishue to instantly grasp his meaning. He nodded and opened the disciples chat group. However, he was taken aback to discover that the originally 40-member group had inexplicably swelled to nearly 1,000 individuals. Noticing his astonishment, Shijia Bao remarked, "Hey, you haven't checked the chat group lately, have you? For the sake of convenience in communication, we've also included the outer disciples. You understand, right? It's a face-to-face edition." Just like that. This feature was indeed remarkable. Yet, the outer disciples remained distinct. They lacked lineage names and ranks, merely identified by an outer designation followed by a number. Realizing that the person opposite him could not comprehend his words, he activated the panel display function, enabling the other party to see his interface. At that moment, an outer disciple chimed in. "Outer 17. Is anyone still in Yongxin City, looking to partner up for a trip to Huangsha City?" After further communication, Hu Feishue gradually discovered numerous new features within the chat group. After all, as long as one was an inner disciple of the Shennong sect, they could face-to-face add any outer disciple into the group. However, the outer disciples had restrictions on their contributions. They could only speak once every 15 minutes, while inner disciples could converse freely. Additionally, disciples of the Shennong sect could add each other as friends without restriction between inner and outer members. Of course, the limitations on outer disciples' speaking time had been pre-established by Xiao Lexian, not out of a desire to treat them differently, but rather to manage the inevitable increase in outer disciples. If everyone could speak freely, the group messages would become overwhelming. Meanwhile, the number of inner disciples would remain limited, never exceeding 100, thus she imposed no speaking restrictions on them. It was evident that despite the influx of outer disciples, the group remained orderly. However, the most exciting feature for inner disciples was the ability to add friends for private conversations. This was a remarkable improvement. With this function, those who were already acquainted, often introduced to the Shennong sect by a certain master, immediately engaged in private chats or formed small groups, allowing for truly private conversations. Certainly, the capability to create small groups was implemented to facilitate collaborative work among teams, as communication in a single large group could be cumbersome. This not only aided collective efforts, but also fostered a sense of camaraderie among small groups. Shijia Bao, who had joined the Shennong sect independently without any inclination to be drawn into a faction, sought to establish his own group, eyeing the exceptionally powerful Hu Feishue. Hu Feishue, being taciturn, complemented Shijia Bao's loquaciousness perfectly. He felt a budding friendship was imminent, and indeed it was. Hu Feishue longed for interaction, and with someone proactively reaching out, he naturally did not refuse. They exchanged friend requests and began conversing seamlessly. Continuing from our previous discussion, have you captured that leader? With the shortcut of private messaging, communication flowed effortlessly, and Hu Feishue was finally able to articulate his previous failures without the usual babble. He felt a tinge of despondence as he shook his head. No. Oh, no matter. After all, that leader was alone. He shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Then, with excitement, he added, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. The issues in Yongxin City have been resolved, and the sect master has departed. Originally, we, following the sect master, were given permission by Lord Green to freely assist in other cities, which also allows us to earn points. Shall we go together? Upon hearing about earning points, Hu Feishue's eyes lit up. Where to? This query echoed in Shijia Bao's ears like the cry of wolves, though he found Hu Feishue's accent somewhat peculiar. He refrained from questioning further. After all, during this period, he had heard plenty of strange dialects, as long as they understood each other through the private messaging interface. That sufficed. Seeing Hu Feishue not entirely ignoring him, Shijia Bao sighed in relief. I've heard that Huangsha City, Weijing City, and Hanyuan City are all near the treacherous lands of the northern barbarians, with the closest city being the most severely damaged. Shall we head there? Hu Feishue nodded. Let us go to Hanyuan City. His intuition drew him to that location. All right. With a shared resolve, they proceeded without needing to bid farewell to the Mo family's young warriors, as their task involved eliminating the barbarous invaders from the North Gate, thus having no ties to the Mo family. Now that Lord Green had granted them permission to leave, what was there to wait for? As they exited the city, they had not ventured far when the sound of galloping hooves reached them, followed by calls of hero, wait, benefactor, stop. Turning around, they beheld a striking woman clad in red, riding gracefully, her horse kicking up clouds of dust. Upon closer inspection, they realized the rider was not the steadfast General Mo Suixin, who had valiantly defended the city gates, but rather a woman? They had overlooked this detail that day. As Mo Suixin approached, adorned in feminine attire, she instinctively glanced at Hu Feishue before averting her gaze, addressing them earnestly. Are you two disciples of the Shennong sect heading to assist in another city? Shi Jiabao, unperturbed, nodded affirmatively. Mo Suixin smiled. Perfect. My father has recovered from his illness, and my brothers are safe. I informed my father, and he has granted me permission to accompany you. It would be safer that way. Having witnessed her resilience and combat prowess previously, Shi Jiabao contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. After all, if her own father approved, what objection could he, an outsider, possibly have? Meanwhile, at the Mo residence, the old steward hurriedly brought a letter, rushing towards the training grounds of General Mo's soldiers, exclaiming, "This is terrible. This is terrible. The young lady has run away from home." General Mo's expression shifted swiftly as he took the letter from the steward's hands, and upon reading it, he nearly exploded with rage. The note bore a simple message. Dear father, do not worry. I am off to pursue my husband. Await my good news, and I shall return in due time. General Mo muttered to himself, this daughter of mine fought valiantly against the barbarous invaders, standing firm like a wall against 1,000 foes, and just when I thought I had time to comfort and cherish her, she runs off to chase after a man? Truly, this was outrageous. Yet, he could not help but wonder who this man was that had captured his daughter's heart. He was well aware of her fierce spirit. Meanwhile, on the other side, sensing the danger had dissipated, she finally breathed a sigh of relief after the would-be assassin of Prince Kong had departed. She stepped outside, casting a disdainful glance at the slow-moving, blind old woman, remarking, Grandmother, is there anything you wouldn't do for your granddaughter? The elderly woman smiled warmly. What troubles my dear child? Lu Yao approached, gazing at the esteemed figure beginning to awaken. She knew she must not allow him to discover any of her dark history, not even the deception of impersonating a long-lost granddaughter to an old woman. Therefore, her expression turned dark and ominous. Her heart filled with a chilling resolve as she leaned closer to the blind woman and whispered, Since you are willing to do anything for me, then go die. I have no desire to be overshadowed by an ugly, blind old woman masquerading as my grandmother. Even less do I wish for the esteemed residents of this house to uncover her deceitful nature as a trickster. She has already failed in her endeavors with one man. This time, she shall not allow emotions to sway her, nor permit any unforeseen incidents to occur. Oh. The old woman let out a mournful cry as Lu Yao unceremoniously pushed her down the slope leading to the river. Lu Yao, with an impassive expression, observed the old woman struggle in the water for a considerable time before finally succumbing to its depths. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and saunter back into the house, her smile tinged with a hint of malevolence. Little did Lu Yao realize that in slaying someone who had sheltered her and shown her kindness, her fortune had diminished by 2 points. Yet, this scene did not escape the notice of at least one witness, the little yellow dog belonging to the Ku family. Ku Bao's life was filled with hardship, accompanied only by her loyal dog and grandfather, while the blind old woman was among the few who treated her kindly. Ku Bao yearned to be the granddaughter of the blind woman, and her grandfather wished to bring the old woman into their home for care. However, the old woman insisted on waiting for her own granddaughter and thus declined their offer. Lu Yao's misfortune seemed to shield her misdeeds from human eyes, yet it did not extend to animals. The little yellow dog dashed back to the Ku household, barking fervently. Chapter 108, The Slaughter of the Village. The little yellow dog barked incessantly and tugged at Ku Bao's worn trousers, urging her to follow. Ku Bao's grandfather sensed something amiss and, cradling Ku Bao in his arms, followed the dog outside. They trudged along as the dog continued its frantic barking. Upon reaching the slope by the river, the little yellow dog ran wildly, leaping down and barking at the water. Ku Bao, her small face etched with worry, cried out, Xiao Huang, don't run. Be careful not to fall into the river. She feared for her little dog, who was still too young to swim and lacked the cleverness of other dogs. What if he drowned? She could not bear the thought of anything happening to Xiao Huang. Meanwhile, her grandfather's expression darkened with unease as he hurried down, taking note of the signs of a fall leading into the river. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he shouted, blind woman, are you there? Ku Bao, bewildered by her grandfather's sudden call for the blind woman, echoed, Grandma. Her innocent voice resonated powerfully, reaching Lu Yao, who had just returned indoors. Lu Yao's countenance shifted as she recalled that the old woman was not without connections in the village. She had a close relationship with the old man Ku, who visited her almost daily. Were it not for the absence of any romantic undertones between them, Lu Yao might have suspected an affair. Listening to the calls from outside, Lu Yao contemplated the inevitable influx of villagers drawn by their cries. She clenched her fists, contemplating the potential to eliminate both the old man and the child. Having taken a life once, Lu Yao discovered that she was not afraid of killing. In fact, she found a perverse pleasure in witnessing the helpless old woman struggle before her demise. She did not aspire to be a villain, but given the unjust treatment she had received, losing her refuge in Qingshi town and being imprisoned by Shengwan Fu, she felt betrayed by all that was once dear to her. The cruel reality she faced made her question the essence of kindness. Whom should she show it to? Those who obstructed her path deserve to perish. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Yao's expression twisted as she suddenly sprang toward the door, intent on resolving the situation with the same method as before. However, the sound of approaching footsteps halted her. Others from the village were arriving. Lu Yao's heart raced, pounding fiercely in her chest, and she instinctively pressed herself against the wooden door, straining to hear the voices outside. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog barked urgently at the river, its distress palpable, a sentiment shared by all except for the 5-year-old Ku Bao. What is happening? A coarse voice inquired. The old man Ku, upon seeing the newcomers, brightened and exclaimed, "Xiong, hurry. I suspect something has happened to the old woman. Go check the water." His frail frame was ill-suited for swimming. Otherwise, he would have jumped in himself. Xiong's face paled as he grasped the situation, glancing at the traces leading down the slope before leaping into the water without a second thought. A while later, "Oh heavens, blind old woman. How did you fall into the water? Were you not warned to stay away from the rocky areas?" He lamented. "Why must you be so disobedient? Now look where your recklessness has led you." As he gazed upon the bloated corpse of the old woman, villagers began to gather, drawn by the commotion, their numbers swelling as Ku Bao's grandfather wept over her lifeless body, his voice hoarse with grief. Ku Bao, witnessing the stillness of the blind woman, burst into tears. Her grandfather had once asked if she liked the old woman as her grandmother, to which she had joyfully replied, but now, with the old woman gone, she felt the profound loss of her only grandmother. The villagers were well aware of the bond between the old man Ku and the blind woman. However, they were taken aback by the depth of his sorrow. Those who understood the history between them sighed in sympathy. In his youth, the old man had cherished the blind woman, but she had married another due to her parents' wishes. After her husband's death, she bore the stigma of being a husband killer, ultimately being cast out with her daughter. Later, upon returning to the village, her reputation preceded her, leading her own parents to shun her. With the old man's aid, she built a humble abode further away from the village. By then, the old man was already 50, having lost his own wife, and he took it upon himself to support the blind woman without opposition from his family. When her parents passed away and her only brother vanished, the blind woman, overwhelmed with grief, focused all her energy on her granddaughter. Due to excessive weeping and the passage of time, her eyesight deteriorated. Little did she know that fate had not yet finished with the blind old woman. After raising her granddaughter alone until she was 3, one day the child suddenly disappeared, leaving the blind grandmother utterly heartbroken. Her eyes wept blind in despair. Yet, despite her sorrow, the old woman persevered, waiting for her granddaughter's return. She believed that if her granddaughter remembered her, she would surely come back when she grew up. However, when her granddaughter did return, the blind old woman had already passed away, eliciting profound sorrow from the onlookers. One person approached the grieving elder, offering consolation. "You are of advanced age. Do not be too sorrowful." "Wah wah wah, woo woo woo, grandpa, don't cry," cried the young one, feeling immense sadness as well. She did not wish to weep, but could not help it. Her grandfather was deeply pained by the loss of his blind grandmother, and this sorrow resonated within her. "Alas, what a tragedy," someone sighed. "Where is the old woman's granddaughter? Wasn't she supposed to have been found?" Another inquired, puzzled. Just then, the door of the old, thatched cottage swung open, and a girl of about 12 burst forth, her face pale and tear-streaked, shrieking in disbelief. "Grandma, how could you die? Did you really leave your granddaughter behind?" The crowd watched in sorrow as Lu Yao wept profusely, their hearts aching for the child who had just found her grandmother only to lose her again. However, Lu Yao's thoughts were quite different. The blind old woman was dead and soon would be laid to rest. With the noble awake, she would no longer have to witness the old woman's unseemly appearance. If she feigned mourning for her lost relative and tenderly cared for him, she would surely win over the inherently lonely man. She had seen his past, glimpsed his future. Leaning on him would ensure her own bright prospects. With a legitimate status, he would harbor fewer suspicions. Thus, while her tears flowed genuinely, they were not entirely for the blind old woman. Rather, they were for her own tragic past and unsatisfactory life. As she wept uncontrollably, she continued to wail, "Grandma, woo woo woo, how could you abandon your granddaughter like this?" Just as Lu Yao was crying her heart out, seemingly collapsing in despair on the ground, unable to bear another glance at the blind old woman, the little yellow dog that had previously been mournfully yapping suddenly lunged at her, aiming to bite. "Ah, Lu Yao screamed in terror, leaping up and hiding behind the crowd. Genuinely frightened, and now crying for real, Mad Dog. Mad Dog is going to bite me. Woo woo woo, Grandma. You're gone, and now even a dog is bullying your granddaughter. How can I survive? The elder, seeing the little yellow dog's reaction and recalling the blind old woman's usual habits, wondered how such an incident could occur right outside his home. Now, the dog's behavior seemed to provide an answer. Clenching his fists, he realized he had no evidence. And why would Lu Yao, the blind old woman's biological granddaughter, want to harm her? Unless the elder came to a more shocking conclusion, unless she was not her biological granddaughter. Reflecting on Li Fang's suffering, the elder felt a pang of sorrow. He was determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the little yellow dog, despite its vigorous attempts to leap, was restrained by the villagers, who would not permit it to bite indiscriminately, and ultimately did not manage to reach Lu Yao. 3 days later, with the villagers' assistance, Lu Yao donned mourning attire to bury her blind grandmother, while the elder refrained from crying, as his tears would only provoke the young one to weep as well. Instead, he scrutinized Lu Yao closely, and with each observation, he became increasingly convinced of her insincere demeanor, noticing not a shred of genuine grief. On the day of the blind old woman's burial, rain fell from the sky as Lu Yao, clad in white and adorned with mourning garb, walked through the rain to bid farewell to her grandmother, appearing most pitiable. As the villagers lifted the coffin, preparing to depart, the sound of suona and gongs erupted. And suddenly, the door of the blind old woman's house burst open, revealing a ruggedly handsome young man stepping forth. Cough, cough, cough. The man, seemingly unwell, leaned against the door frame, coughing several times. The sound, though not loud, resonated powerfully, catching the attention of those who had not yet set off. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could there be such a young man in the blind old woman's home? They had not noticed him all these days. The elder was equally unaware of this man. Yet immediately, his mind raced to conclusions about Lu Yao's motives for harming the blind old woman. Surely, the old woman had objected to Lu Yao keeping the man, inciting her murderous intent. After all, the blind old woman's daughter had inexplicably become pregnant, and she would not want her granddaughter to follow the same path. His wild conjectures were half true. Lu Yao had indeed killed the old woman, but not for the reason of keeping the man close. She simply wished to eliminate any trace of her dark past, for only the dead could keep secrets. The truth lay buried with the blind old woman, as Lu Yao had deemed the man her savior, and the old woman would never have cast him away. Now that the blind old woman was dead, all truths were concealed. The still-dazed Prince Kong, just awakening, surveyed the scene with only half an understanding, squinting slightly, tilting his neck, ultimately fixing his gaze on the striking Lu Yao amidst the crowd of rugged villagers and matronly women. Ah, this little wildcat, who had incessantly babbled to him in his hazy state, was indeed captivating, though her physique could not compare to the robust and voluptuous women of the northern tribes. She possessed a certain charm. Yet, this little wildcat seemed quite distressed. Had her grandmother passed away? Prince Kong approached Lu Yao without reservation, wrapping his arms around her amidst the astonished stares of the villagers. Little wildcat, don't cry. It wouldn't look good if you ruined your pretty face with tears. The surrounding villagers were taken aback, their expressions filled with disapproval, as they regarded this audacious man who was brazenly flirting with their village girl in plain sight. Yet, due to his opulent attire and commanding presence, they dared not act, feeling anger without the courage to voice it. Lu Yao, however, felt no shame in the prince's embrace. After all, she had often shared affectionate moments with Shang Wanfu, and had never thought it inappropriate. The filthy minds of others were the ones truly unwell. At that moment, she felt no qualms about leaning against the man before her grandmother's coffin, her voice trembling. Grandma. She's gone, and now I'm all alone. Woo woo woo. Prince Kong found Lu Yao particularly endearing, sensing her kindness and charm from the very first glance. Thus, when she cried, his rare gentleness emerged. Don't cry. You still have me. They were lost in their tender exchange, oblivious to the elder's mounting frustration and the villagers' disapproving glances. Finally, the village chief could no longer contain himself, saying, Little Yao, do not grieve. Let us bury your grandmother first, or we will miss the auspicious hour. He shot a stern glare at Prince Kong. The tragedy of Lu Yao's mother must not be allowed to repeat itself, and they needed to counsel the young girl to remain prudent. This was the blind old woman's last legacy, and she must not be deceived by this scoundrel. Lift the coffin. A cry pierced the air, the suona continued to play. The sound of drums echoed, and the rain fell incessantly. By evening, the blind old woman was finally laid to rest. The village head summoned Lu Yao, requesting her presence at the ancestral hall. Inside the hall, numerous eloquent village women gathered. None knew what transpired within, but Lu Yao fled, her face covered in distress. One of the women remarked, "Ah, we only wish her well. We hope the young girl can come to her senses." Those affluent families would never truly marry a peasant girl. They would merely toy with her before disappearing. Lu Yao, overwhelmed with sorrow, felt a deep rage within her, as if her dignity had been trampled underfoot. Where had she acted inappropriately? Where had she lost her shame? Where had she concealed a man of ill repute? What right did those women have to judge her? Curse them. They deserved their fate. Lu Yao had never felt so humiliated. Yet her tears flowed even more fiercely as she dashed home, sobbing with a heart-wrenching anguish, more profound than when she had buried her grandmother that afternoon. Prince Kang's expression darkened as he fiercely pulled her into his embrace, demanding, "Speak. Has someone wronged you?" Lu Yao's expression flickered. Her sobs only grew louder, refusing to utter a word. "Speak. No one shall harm you while I am here." Unable to resist the man's insistence, Lu Yao choked on her tears and confessed, "It is I who am unworthy. I should not have taken you in. I have acted without regard, and I deserve their scorn." As her words fell, a glint of bloodlust flashed in Prince Kang's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly, his demeanor darkening. "They dare to bully my woman. They shall pay dearly. Let these wretched peasants perish for upsetting my little wildcat." Gently patting Lu Yao's back, Prince Kang found her still possessed of considerable fortune. In his eyes, she was enchanting and benevolent, a vision of angelic grace. Those who caused her distress deserved annihilation. "Sleep now," he murmured, cradling her into slumber. Lu Yao seemed to drift into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, Prince Kang rose and ventured out. As he stepped outside, Lu Yao opened her eyes, a mysterious smile gracing her lips before she succumbed once more to sleep. In the remote village of Josie-Per, nestled near the cliffs, Prince Kang visited every household, his soft sword unsheathing swiftly, leaving behind a scene of carnage by dawn. Meanwhile, an elderly man, intent on uncovering Lu Yao's secrets, noticed Prince Kang's presence and stealthily followed him, witnessing the horrific scene unfold from a distance. Shocked, he covered his mouth tightly and rushed home. Disregarding his investigation into Lu Yao, he hurriedly hid his granddaughter Ku Bao in a rice jar, covering her with a cloth. Awakening from her dreams, Ku Bao, confused, wiggled her head. The old man whispered urgently, "Do not make a sound. Stay quiet. Listen to your grandfather." Sensing something amiss, Ku Bao's tears began to flow, but she nodded obediently. Silence enveloped the room until she heard footsteps approaching. "Who are you?" her grandfather gasped, followed by a blood-curdling scream and the sound of a body collapsing. Ku Bao trembled, sensing danger and paralyzed by fear. She heard footsteps moving around the house before they finally departed. After a long while, the intruder returned and then left again, seemingly convinced that no one remained in the house and that there was nowhere to hide the adults. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ku Bao lifted the lid of the small rice jar and crawled out, seeking her grandfather. She found him damp and unresponsive. Ku Bao sobbed uncontrollably, suddenly remembering something and turning to the window, where she saw a man leaving under the moonlight, a soft sword in hand. She recognized him. He was the man sheltered by the blind old woman. Why did he kill my grandfather? Ku Bao pondered, her tiny fists clenching, her eyes gleaming with vengeance. Chapter 109. One of the 18 Lords of Hell has arrived. Lu Yao felt exhilarated as she incited the man to slay the entire village, unaware that she had forged a formidable enemy and that her fortune had drastically diminished by 5%. Even a favored daughter of destiny must face consequences for her misdeeds. If the reduction had pertained to her own fortune, the impact would have been less severe. However, this fortune was not truly hers, but rather a burden imposed upon her. In her reckless pursuit of wickedness, she failed to secure her fortune, leading to its rapid decline. Moreover, as Lu Yao embraced her dark transformation, the heavenly forces, restricted by Xiao Lexian's constraints, could no longer bestow fortune upon her. Hence, they refrained from informing her of her dwindling luck, fearing her wrath should she threaten them again. After all, it had been quite some time since she had last acknowledged them. In addition, the reduction of the plague and the divine intervention of the disciples from the Shennong sect further diminished her fortune by another 4%, bringing her total down from 30% to a mere 19%. With such a drastic loss, after Prince Kang whisked Lu Yao away that night, he sensed her allure had waned over the past fortnight. The magic of their initial encounter faded, revealing Lu Yao's true nature, which was not as innocent and benevolent as it had seemed. Thus, the once loyal hound of Prince Kang morphed into a tumultuous cycle of love and pain, with Lu Yao's continued mischief leaving one to wonder what their relationship would ultimately transform into. Lu Yao, consumed by rage, felt blood rising in her throat. Why do all men turn fickle? They showered me with kindness at first, and I nearly trusted him completely, only to discover a woman emerging seductively from his chamber the next day. Moreover, she was terrified as her visions of time became erratic. As Prince Kong uncovered Liu Yao's imperfections, his true, cruel nature began to surface, rendering her days increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, in the depths of the misty forest, Xiao Lexian sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the natural energies around her. The sensation of her dantian filling was exhilarating. The flora surged with vitality due to her divine cultivation techniques. With a sudden realization, Xiao Lexian's eyes brightened as she sensed a breakthrough. I've done it. I've ascended. She had reached the 8th level of human agriculture, equivalent to the former realm of Yuanying. Such a leap was monumental. Not long ago, she had only just breached the 7th level. Following her departure, tales of her exploits in Yongxin City spread, and the power of belief she received multiplied. Her task completion progress revealed that she had completed 1/3 of the first and half of the second. Sensing Xiao Lexian's burgeoning strength, Bai and the others rejoiced. Hooray! Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Your training speed surpasses that of the cultivation realm. Broomstick, come forth. Xiao Lexian summoned, and the enchanted stick danced jubilantly in her spirit sea, celebrating her triumph. Congratulations, Master. In stark contrast to the exuberant and vivacious excitement of Xiaobai, Tongzi exuded a more reserved demeanor. Transformed into a fluffy bundle perched upon Xiao Lexian's shoulder. With a light-hearted gait, Xiao Lexian radiated an outward display of emotion, reveling in an unusually delightful mood, and inquired, how much time has passed now? Master, it has been over 20 days since you departed from Yongxin City. What of the disciples of the Shennong sect? How have they fared in alleviating the calamity and combating the plague? Who has distinguished themselves the most? Knowing that Tongzi could perceive their actions in real time, Xiao Lexian, feeling rather languid, opted to ask directly instead of perusing the details. Master, during these past 20 days, among the 18 groups you initially assigned, 16 have successfully stabilized the hearts of the people and brought the plague under control. However, there is one group that poses a significant challenge. Oh. As Xiao Lexian continued walking, twirling a fire stick in hand, her brows arched in curiosity. What trouble? I know. During her meditation, Xiaobai had been privy to Tongzi's live updates, thus she was aware of the common plight faced by everyone. Tongzi fell silent, allowing Xiaobai to speak freely, knowing that if clarity was needed, it would provide ample context to highlight its own unique prowess. Go on, Xiaobai, urged Xiao Lexian. Woo, Master. You have no idea how dire their situation is. Those women have suffered terribly. They were ravaged by the marauders, and while their plague afflictions were cured, their husbands, mothers-in-law, and families no longer recognized them, declaring they should have perished completely. Master, the disciples of the Shennong sect have been rather vague in their reports. What exactly does ravaged entail? Wow. Master, you cannot imagine. When the Shennong sect disciples arrived aboard their airship, they stunned the refugees into silence, rejuvenating cities littered with unburied corpses. I witnessed it. The majority of the Shennong sect disciples first gathered the people from the surrounding areas, employing food and methods to combat the plague as incentives. Initially, skepticism reigned, but the Shennong disciples' myriad approaches proved effective. You wouldn't believe it. I saw an exceedingly unattractive individual, the ugliest of the Shennong sect, named Bhutan, and guess what he did? Xiao Lexian inhaled deeply, interjecting, Stop. I do not wish to hear how they resolve their issues. I simply want to know about the unresolved ones, particularly regarding those women. What do they intend to do? Has anyone proposed a viable solution? She was disinclined to have Xiaobai digress. Indeed, to my surprise, Tongzi provided a definitive answer. However, it was not any of the 18 groups that proposed the solution. It was Feng Qingyu who offered a resolution. I overheard her subordinates refer to her as Your Majesty. Xiao Lexian chuckled, intrigued. What was her proposal? I am quite curious. After all, even among the disciples of the Shennong sect, it was likely that the male disciples harbored contempt for the women who had suffered and believed they ought to behave a certain way. The female disciples might similarly lack understanding and look down upon them, as the patriarchal mindset was deeply ingrained in many societies of this world, where it was commonly accepted that women should embody chastity and virtue. Well, this situation is critical. The disciples of the Shennong sect must undertake a thorough ideological re-education. My Shennong sect does not subscribe to such notions, and if the mindset cannot be corrected, then they are not fit to remain. Xiaobai suddenly burst into laughter, leaving both Xiao Lexian and Tongzi bewildered. Xiao Lexian shook her head, promptly confining Xiaobai to a small dark room. Master is discussing serious matters. You need to be quiet. Xiaobai protested. I was laughing because I was thinking of what Master was going to say. At that moment, Tongzi spoke up, stating, Master, Feng Qingyu truly is exceptional. Her approach toward those women was entirely different. She did not utter dismissive platitudes, but instead approached the injured women with a smile. She said, You merely slept with a few men for free. Why must you despair? Shouldn't men adhere to their marital vows? If a woman has merely slept with a few men, why should men be envious? Her words astonished the gathered crowd, eliciting laughter from Tongzi as it recalled the bewildered expressions of the women and the disciples of the Shennong sect. Men are like dogs. If one becomes useless, we simply acquire another. If life becomes unbearable, follow me. In my realm, women reign supreme. The imperial aura of Feng Qingyu radiated confidence and defiance. Her impassioned discourse illuminated a path of hope for many women contemplating despair, allowing them to see a different way of life and to choose to live on rather than succumb to hopelessness. She truly is remarkable. Tongzi could not help but admire her, though the reason behind her impactful words remained a mystery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian smiled, realizing that one of the 18 hall masters of the Shennong sect had emerged. Chapter 110, Journey to Jusui City. After inquiring about the common issues faced, Xiao Lexian continued. Earlier you mentioned that among the 18 groups, 16 resolved the plague situation and calmed the populace. What of the other 2 that failed? Is it a matter of competence? She directed her question at Tongzi. Tongzi promptly checked the situation, ensuring no details were overlooked, before responding. Indeed, one group's manpower was rather dispersed, lacking a unified leader or particularly outstanding members. Consequently, they acted according to their individual whims, resulting in the plague's concentration within the city remaining unresolved, along with the ongoing influx and exodus of people, which ensured that their efforts bore no fruit in the short term. Xiao Lexian nodded, recognizing that since the groups were randomly assigned, it was possible that they were composed of individuals who were already accustomed to being led, whether as outer or inner disciples, resulting in a collective lack of cohesion. The ability to unite was another criterion she considered when selecting hall masters. After all, regardless of individual prowess, if one could not cooperate or communicate effectively, the hall master's title would merely be a facade. Thus, if a group could not produce a central figure to unify them, it was destined that none would achieve the status of hall master. With a resolution forming in her mind, Xiao Lexian pressed onward, querying, what of the other group? Did they face a similar situation? No, master. Tongzi quickly shook its head, surprised by the turn of events. This other group swiftly identified a central figure through the performance of its members, and everyone was willing to temporarily rally behind him. His ability to gain their recognition in a short time clearly indicated his strong social skills and intelligence. Indeed, strong interpersonal skills and the willingness of many to follow him are among my criteria for selecting hall masters. Then how did they fail? Was it a lack of vision or methodology? Xiao Lexian asked, perplexed. Tongzi hesitated, aware that this individual possessed commendable attributes, yet the failure was perplexing. If I had to pinpoint a reason for their failure, it might simply boil down to a stroke of bad luck. Master, the person in charge of Jusui City was originally from a rather inconspicuous locale. There should not have been many plague patients there, aside from the issue of dispersion. The rest should not have posed a challenge. Tongzi continued. It should have been the case. However, the real situation in Jusui City was far from that. For reasons unknown, the ferocious marauders from the northern tribes there were even more numerous than in Yongxin City, and they were all lurking in the shadows. Consequently, when the disciples of the Shennong sect arrived, they were immediately besieged. Thus, the disciples engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately emerging victorious, albeit with some fatigue. Although the disciples of the Shennong sect exerted considerable effort, the sheer number of the northern barbarian warriors in Jusui City was overwhelming, far beyond normal proportions. Their initial wave was dispersed, and they retreated to conceal themselves, only to occasionally emerge for ambushes. The leader's disciples worked diligently to gather the plague victims and disseminate information. Yet within the ranks of the northern barbarians, there appeared to be formidable individuals, rendering all strategies and measures futile due to their overwhelming numbers. Master, as you are aware, in every previous group, the disciples of the Shennong sect were truly few in number. Encountering those scheming northern barbarians, who aimed to thwart the plans of the Shennong disciples, proved all too simple. According to my calculations, over the past 20 days, nearly 100,000 have been slain by that individual named Anu. Yet strangely, despite such a significant loss of life, the northern barbarians showed no inclination to abandon Jusui City. On the contrary, they seemed to have disseminated messages, calling for reinforcements from other regions, the northern headquarters, and scattered northern barbarians in other cities, all converging towards Jusui City. They appeared particularly anxious about this inconspicuous locale. Furthermore, due to the northern barbarians' refusal to retreat and their engagement in a game of hide-and-seek with the Shennong disciples, Anu, the leader of that group, found himself in a predicament. Master, you cannot imagine how outrageous the northern barbarians have become, upon realizing that their forces could not match the Shennong disciples. They ceased their attempts to confront them directly and instead focused on sabotaging the Shennong disciples' rescue efforts. They outnumbered the Shennong disciples and took great pleasure in targeting the unprotected citizens and plague victims. They even proclaimed that anyone who approached the Shennong disciples would face the annihilation of their entire family. Given that the northern barbarians significantly outnumbered the Shennong disciples, such intimidation rendered even those who believed in the Shennong sect's divine mission too fearful to approach. After all, with only 51 individuals, it is exceedingly difficult to protect everyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lexian began to grasp the situation, but 2 points stood out. First, the northern barbarians' steadfast defense of Jusui City must surely have a reason behind it. Second, it was not that the Shennong disciples were too weak. Rather, the strategist orchestrating the northern barbarians' actions from behind the scenes was exceedingly formidable, evidently possessing more cunning than those directing the brutal assaults in Yongxin City. However, Tuan, are you truly unable to uncover the secrets of Jusui City and the reasons for the northern barbarians' unwavering presence? The system is quite powerful. It can scan the world in an instant. Why is it incapable now? Feeling unjustly accused, the system promptly explained, Master, at other times, I can indeed scan any location and easily discern the reasons. However, at this moment, Jusui City is the site of your task, and its secrets may be pivotal to the success or failure of this mission. Hence, I am unable to reveal the reasons. The great Emperor Shennong has imposed restrictions on me. During the course of the task, everything must be explored and understood independently, without resorting to deceit, especially certain critical elements, which are heavily shielded. Therefore, Master, I genuinely do not know why the northern barbarians have so quietly stationed so many people in Jusui City. When the Shennong disciples first appeared, the northern barbarians were exceedingly agitated, swiftly launching an assault with tens of thousands against the disciples. After their failure, upon realizing that the Shennong disciples aimed to rescue and soothe the populace afflicted by the plague, I sensed a shift. They no longer rushed in but instead continued to undermine the disciples' missions, hoping to compel them to withdraw. Did the leader of the Shennong disciples, that Anu, notice the problem? He did, Master. It seems Anu comes from humble origins, as indicated by his attire, yet he is cunning and exceedingly intelligent. The system appeared to hold a certain admiration for Anu, stating, he understands that the northern barbarians refuse to leave and that more and more are gathering in Jusui City. There must be a monumental secret hidden within. Under the onslaught of the northern barbarians, Anu leads the Shennong disciples to temporarily set aside their rescue efforts for the people and instead focus on uncovering the secrets of Jusui City, at least to compel the northern barbarians to cease their stubborn defense here, thereby allowing for the possibility of resuming their healing tasks. Indeed, if Xiao Lexian were merely an ordinary person with high martial prowess and a modicum of intelligence, or lacking in more extraordinary means, she might act as Anu does. However, since she has recognized this, why resort to the methods of a commoner? It is imperative to venture into Jusui City. Since the secret is intertwined with the success of her mission, the rescue of the citizens and plague victims is not the most crucial aspect. Uncovering the secret is essential. Xiao Lexian resolved to personally investigate. With determination, she swiftly instructed the system to locate Jusui City, employing the spatial transfer technique of the celestial beings and vanishing from her original position. The cultivation of the Shennong great art, while prohibiting the direct use of herbal essence to kill, has gradually resumed the methods once wielded by cultivators and celestial beings. Xiao Lexian's character in this life has begun to align more closely with her past incarnation, becoming increasingly ethereal and free-spirited. Chapter 111. As a disciple of the Shennong sect, why must we endure such indignity? Within the underground prison of Jusui City, two slender youths sat facing each other. Both had been clad in drab gray garments, somewhat disheveled. Yet in the dim, damp surroundings, their expressions bore no trace of fear. Instead, they appeared quite at ease. One youth, with tousled hair and a few strands of straw adorning his head, spoke. Do you regret coming out? The pale-faced youth opposite shook his head, responding, what is there to regret? I am but a man awaiting death. If I can send you away before I perish, fulfilling my father's unfulfilled wish, I shall die without regret. The first speaker frowned in disapproval. How do you intend to send me out? Will you continue to heed the commands of those northern scoundrels to deal with my compatriots, the brave warriors of Jinyuan? Even imprisoned, they have heard that someone is coming to rescue the citizens of Jusui City. It is a well-known fact that the northern barbarians lack cunning, and so they have resorted to threats against one another, forcing each to act on behalf of the other, lest they be killed. Gongya Zishu, son of General Gongya, had witnessed the sacrifices made by border soldiers to protect the territory of Jinyuan since childhood. Therefore, he held their lives in high regard. Now, upon hearing of valiant warriors storming the den of poison to rescue the citizens of Jusui City, he felt nothing but joy. How could he allow himself to be coerced by the northern barbarians to serve their interests? Thus, even when threatened with death for disobedience, he remained unmoved. To Gongyezishu, this was a matter of principle. The prince might choose not to die for the people of Jinyuan, nor for the warriors, but he would never betray Jinyuan for the sake of survival. He felt the same. He believed that the prince shared his convictions, that they would rather die than submit to the oppressive might of the northern barbarians, only to be taken aback when the prince acquiesced. As long as the northern barbarians were willing to release him, Gongyezishu, the prince promised to devise strategies to aid them against those valiant warriors coming to rescue the citizens. Gongyezishu was greatly astonished and profoundly confused. This issue seemed to be straining their once close friendship. The more he spoke, the more furious he became, his voice sharp as he declared, "If you believe that your actions are for my sake, then cease immediately. Such a life is an affront to me. Should you continue to serve those scoundrels, I shall die right before you." While this tactic was rather cliché, it proved effective against the ailing prince. The prince smiled wryly. "Jinyuan can lose me, but it cannot lose you. You are the hope for safeguarding the borders of Jinyuan, awaiting the day you grow strong. Let me bear the brunt of the blame." After all, he feels that his time is running short. From the moment he departed from the palace, only to be discovered by that particular consort, who sent assassins after him, compelling him to seek refuge among the enemy ranks, leading to his capture as the crown prince. Every aspect of this scheme has been meticulously crafted. Yet, little does that consort know that in her fervent desire for his demise, she inadvertently revealed his identity to the fierce warriors of the northern tribe. They, perceiving his status as unique, believed he could be of future utility, thus sparing his life and escorting him to the city of Jusui. Here, he came across the document concerning Gongyezishu, whom his father had implored him to protect. They were both high-profile prisoners of the Jinyuan kingdom, detained together for a month. Until now, he had not devised an escape plan. But necessity has driven him to take risks. The stratagems he employed and the messages he conveyed now hinge upon the cleverness of the brave warrior who came to rescue the people of Jusui. If he is astute, he will surely discern his hints. At this moment, Anu, having engaged in numerous encounters, has indeed perceived Lien Ju's insinuations. He had not anticipated that within the diminutive Jusui city, two individuals of significant stature were imprisoned, the crown prince of Jinyuan and the son of a general. Clearly, the safety of these two must not be compromised. The disciples of Shennong are tasked with alleviating the plague and ensuring the populace's stability. Strictly speaking, the crown prince and the general's son also belong to the special category of citizens. Having clawed his way up from the depths of society, Anu, who once was a mere slave, now treated as an esteemed guest by the nobility, is not without foresight. Thus, he recognizes the urgency of his forthcoming plan. With a mischievous countenance, Anu, possessing a naturally charming smile at the tender age of 17 or 18, exudes an aura that captivates both men and women alike, evoking a sense of unique allure that disarms any suspicion and encourages a desire for closer acquaintance. He gathered all the disciples of Shennong and declared, "I intend to negotiate directly with the leader of the northern tribe's fierce warriors." Immediate frowns emerged among them. This seemed ill-advised. During this period, both sides have been embroiled in violent conflict, and they are unlikely to relent. Moreover, those detestable warriors merely skulk about, obstructing our mission, and we cannot eliminate them all. It is maddening. Anu, do you mean to seek peace with the northern tribe? This is not the way of Shennong disciples. Indeed. The sect leader has stated that taking the heads of the northern tribe's warriors also yields points. Had they not hidden away so swiftly, we could have slain more and earned greater rewards. Yet, those warriors are truly despicable. We focus on hunting them down, and when they cannot defeat us, they resort to threatening to kill defenseless, ailing citizens. Would that not mean we bring death upon the innocents? The leader has also said that saving the populace grants us points. What weighs heavier, and how should we choose? However, I believe it is fundamentally wrong to disregard the lives of the citizens in our pursuit of points, a sentiment I cannot quite articulate. Anu smiled, allowing them to finish their discourse before stating, "To kill the northern tribe's warriors for points while disregarding the lives of the Jinyuan citizens is utterly unacceptable." He continued with a grin, "Consider this. What is the ultimate purpose of slaying the northern tribe's warriors?" Without waiting for their reply, he pressed on. "It is to safeguard the lives of the people. It is to prevent them from being persecuted and slaughtered by these warriors. Therefore, the true objective of this mission is not the annihilation of the northern tribe, but rather the salvation of the citizens. If we pursue points by killing the northern warriors, which compels them to become even more ferocious in their attacks on the citizens, would that not be a complete inversion of our priorities? I have a feeling that if we proceed in such a manner, our group will surely face dire consequences." Upon hearing Anu's analysis, the group collectively paled, realizing the gravity of their near oversight. drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, they had almost fixated solely on points, losing sight of their true mission. Anu refrained from disclosing that the mastermind behind the northern tribe's calculations was a person from Jingyuan. And with the particular identities of the crown prince and the general's son, the fewer who knew of this matter, the better, ensuring their safety. Should the northern tribe discover they had been outmaneuvered, it could spell disaster for the crown prince and his companion. When addressing serious matters, Anu emanated a commanding presence. Clad in simple attire, he stood at the center of the assembly, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction as he asserted, "I believe the likelihood of success in negotiating with the northern warriors is quite high. After all, our sole purpose is to treat and stabilize the populace. As long as we promise to complete our task and depart, they are unlikely to impede us. In fact, those warriors might well be eager to see us go. The lives of the citizens are, in comparison to what the northern warriors must protect in Jesui, utterly trivial. They would find it worthwhile to part with something so inconsequential, even if only temporarily." He conveyed the intent to negotiate, and on the northern tribe's side, under the persuasion of the crown prince, numerous benefits were outlined, leading to the eventual agreement of the northern tribe's notorious leader, Kujin. The two parties arranged to meet at the Burning Sky Square in Jesui. This square, named for its historical significance as a site of worship, bore remnants of altars and incense burners, long neglected and now in disrepair, with no one tending to the area. It also represented the largest vacant space in Jesui. Of course, the plague-stricken individuals in the square had been permitted to be relocated. At last, the disciples of Shennong Men felt a sense of relief as they began to assist the first wave of the most afflicted citizens. On the day of the meeting, Kujin arrived with over 10,000 fierce warriors of the northern tribe, striding at the forefront. His imposing figure stood in stark contrast to his name. His large, protruding belly was exposed, adorned with elephant tusk earrings, his head wrapped in a cloth, and his skin glistening with an oily yellow-black sheen. He appeared somewhat akin to a gorilla, and among the northern tribe's ranks, he could be considered less than attractive. However, his fierce gaze and the palpable aura of bloodlust surrounding him unmistakably revealed him to be a ruthless character. Casting his eyes upon Anu, clad in simple garb and exuding a roguish charm, Kujin bellowed, "Ha! Is this wild brat here to negotiate with me?" He surveyed Anu with a condescending and disdainful expression, noting the ever-present smile on his face, which only intensified his irritation. Without waiting for Anu to respond, Kujin lumbered over, fingering the wolf dagger at his chest, and declared, "I can negotiate with you, but first you must grant me one request. Come, crawl through here." He gestured toward his pants. At this proclamation, the expressions of all the Shennong Men disciples shifted dramatically. "How dare you, to insult a member of Shennong Men?" one disciple exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Seeking death, what further negotiation is there? We need not extend them any courtesy. They are formidable. Yet we stand unafraid before tens of thousands of northern warriors. Now that they are disciples of Shennong Men, they are innately proud. A man can be killed but not humiliated. Even if the leader were to discover this, he would surely understand our actions. Everyone, please remain calm." Anu, unfazed by Kujin's demeanor, maintained his radiant smile, which only grew brighter as he replied, "What am I? At this moment, I represent only myself. Anu, nothing more." He laughed heartily. "Is it not merely crawling through your pants?" His smile suddenly took on a wicked twist as he strode directly towards Kujin, his roguish grin reaching an apex of seduction. His eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the robust Kujin, laughing even louder. Then, his laughter abruptly ceased, eyebrows arched in a display of nonchalance as he declared, "What could possibly be difficult about this?" Without a second thought, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he aimed to slip through Kujin's legs, only to find himself suddenly rendered immobile. A light, ethereal voice rang out. "As a disciple of the Shennong sect, what purpose do we need to achieve with such antics?" Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Shennong sect were elated to see the sudden apparition, exclaiming, "Sect Master! We greet you, Sect Master!" Xiao Lexian nodded at the others and, under the bewildered and furious gaze of Kujin, approached the suddenly pale Anu. The one who had laughed and jested moments before now resembled a wayward child caught in wrongdoing, his face flushed and at a loss. Anu could shamelessly behave in front of anyone else, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals, yet among those present, he excluded the sect master and Lord Green, those who had bestowed upon him the jade token of the Shennong sect and had rescued him from peril multiple times. The sect master and Lord Green were the only individuals for whom he wished to maintain an ounce of dignity. At that moment, Anu pondered whether the sect master viewed his actions as unworthy, whether he felt that Anu had brought shame upon the Shennong sect. Even though he emphasized that his actions represented only himself, the more he thought, the more anxious he became, his previously carefree smile now replaced by trepidation. Tension coursed through him as he watched Xiao Lexian approach step by step, only to hear her assert with commanding authority, "Remember, in my Shennong sect, you need not compromise with any trash, especially the trash lacking any power." Bam! Just as Kujin was about to erupt in rage, he suddenly felt as though struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, releasing a chilling scream as he was sent flying apart, dead. All the brutish North Tribe warriors were left stunned by Xiao Lexian's terrifying and bloody display, and with their leader gone, chaos ensued. Someone shouted, "Kill!" and the horde of 1,000 North Tribe warriors surged forward. "Engage!" Xiao Lexian's brow furrowed sharply as she commanded the disciples of the Shennong sect. Then, she became an unstoppable force, cutting through the throng, leaving bodies strewn in her wake. Anu wiped his eyes, feeling a warmth within. Was this what it felt like to be shielded and protected? His heartfelt smile blossomed, and he ceased to worry about the aftermath of any disruption to their plans. If he could remain by the sect master's side, what did it matter if he failed this mission and did not become the home master? He was willing. "Ha ha ha, kill!" he shouted, invigorated, as he charged into the fray, fighting alongside his comrades. Chapter 112, Divine Retribution. As the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of chaos, wherever Xiao Lexian tread, a river of blood flowed, a gruesome sight. This was her first time unleashing such carnage since her reincarnation, with mountains of corpses behind her and a singular focus ahead. Little White had witnessed this scene countless times, awakening to the vision of a transcendent being emerging from the blood-soaked mountains. Little White understood that Xiao Lexian's relentless slaughter upon her arrival was not due to a lack of discretion in conducting investigations, but rather a manifestation of her fierce protectiveness. As long as they were under her command, she would never allow anyone to suffer injustice. If the words of the brutish Kujin had incited anger among certain disciples of the Shennong sect, especially those coddled at home who had never endured hardship, then to the transcendent being, such utterances were inconsequential. For when one reaches a certain level of power, the actions of the insignificant beneath them appear merely as the antics of clowns. She delighted in toying with the jesters when it pleased her, and when it no longer did, she could swiftly conclude the game. The cultivation of the Shennong's grand technique rendered her unable to kill with the energy of plants. Yet the transcendent being would demonstrate that when one attains unmatched speed and strength and possesses myriad methods, even without the energy of plants, a single strike could shatter mountains and part seas. No, hurry, send a signal. Rescue, call for aid. Before the North Tribe warriors could even retaliate, they fell in droves, like blossoms bursting with blood, their terrified screams echoing as some perished without uttering a sound. Even the last row, those shouting for signal support, met their demise before they could act, falling with a cry. Wherever she went, a sea of corpses lay before her, resembling a battlefield of azura. With a mere wave of her hand, thousands fell, her overwhelming power obliterating their forms. The disciples of the Shennong sect witnessed firsthand the terror of a killing deity, their admiration reaching unfathomable heights. Among the North Tribe warriors, those who crossed her path were almost entirely ignored by the Shennong disciples. Only a few stragglers were swiftly dealt with by Anu, who laughed heartily as he dispatched them. Though it seemed lengthy, in truth, it was brief. When the last of the 10,000 warriors lay defeated, from beginning to end, it transpired in mere moments. Just before the final North Tribe warrior met their bloody end, he released a crimson smoke bomb with a resounding bang. The blood-red hue. Anu knew what this color signified. It was the highest-level warning signal of the North Tribe warriors. Once the signal was sent, it meant they should annihilate their foes without mercy and escape, for the situation had spiraled beyond control. Indeed, the last warrior, whose lungs were shattered and life extinguished, had succumbed to fear, realizing that with Xiao Lexian's prowess, there was no one among the North Tribe capable of opposing her, prompting the release of the blood-red smoke signal. They were confident that even if they temporarily retreated, Xiao Lexian and her companions would not uncover the true secrets of Jesui City. Alas, the prince and the general's son are in grave danger. Upon seeing the blood-red firework, Anu's expression darkened, and he exclaimed in alarm. His earlier willingness to endure humiliation and navigate with Kujin was aimed at ensuring the prince and the general's son could be rescued without further casualties. He had discreetly dispatched two of the most skilled disciples of the Shennong sect, former assassins adept at concealment, armed with a map to save them. And he needed to divert Kujin's attention, drawing more forces to protect him, while finding ways to buy time. However, he had not anticipated the sect master's sudden appearance. At the moment the smoke bomb was deployed, Xiao Lexian expanded her consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Jesui City. Observing the scattered North Tribe warriors, approximately 30 to 50,000, who had received the crimson signal, each one struck with shock, anger, and terror. Those hiding in the homes of the townsfolk emerged, seizing civilians to slaughter. Under such circumstances, the entire city, including the towns and villages surrounding Jusui City, was besieged by warriors, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. So this was Ku Jin's contingency plan? He blatantly signaled to the disciples of the Shennong sect that should he perish, all the citizens of Jusui City would accompany him to the grave. Thus, this was also the reason Anu dared not act recklessly. Xiao Lexian, a diminutive figure, wore a cold, detached smile, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The other disciples of the Shennong sect, upon hearing Anu's alarm, wore expressions of tension and concern, sensing an impending calamity. Their faces turned ashen. Just as they felt powerless and enraged, they beheld the diminutive sect master, whose expression remained unaltered, though the atmosphere around her grew even more frigid. She emerged from the sea of corpses and stepped into a relatively open space, her fingers dancing as she formed intricate hand seals, a frown creasing her brow as if she were sensing something profound. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she murmured, "Reincarnation of myriad cycles, clouds of spatial essence. The currents of time and darkness, coalesce for me, coalesce." The moment she uttered the command, a thunderous shockwave rippled through the air, and the disciples of the Shennong sect were astonished to find that everything around them, except for themselves, had come to a standstill. Realization struck them, and they gasped in awe, wondering if their leader was truly capable of such an unfathomable feat as she executed the bizarre incantation. An invisible wave surged forth in all directions. Though they could not see this wave, its presence was palpable, even with the knowledge of their leader's abilities. They found her enigmatic powers more awe-inspiring and fearsome than her lethal prowess. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Shennong sect felt no fear. Being chosen as disciples required both composure and resilience amidst chaos. Furthermore, their allegiance to the Shennong sect fostered a deep-seated admiration for strength within their hearts. Thus, when Xiao Lexian returned to her senses from the temporal confinement, she beheld the disciples gazing at her with eyes aglow with admiration, in stark contrast to the disciples' fervent reverence. The townspeople within Jusui City and the surrounding villages were gripped by sheer terror. As they shrieked in despair, realizing their lives hung precariously in the balance, a sudden, refreshing wave washed over them. The menacing blades that had instilled fear above their heads suddenly hesitated, and as they looked up in bewilderment, they saw the savage northern tribe warriors frozen in place, as if petrified by shock. The populace transitioned from fear to observation, daring to approach the immobile warriors, discovering that they were indeed as motionless as statues. Only the frantic movement of their eyes betrayed the incomprehensible horror they were experiencing, their faces reflecting profound dread. Some brave souls fled, while others, having been victimized by the northern tribe's brutality, felt a surge of righteous fury. The notion of avenging their loved ones ignited within them, and they seized their weapons, turning to face the helpless northern warriors with a newfound resolve. In that moment, the once defenseless citizens wielded their blades against the immobile foes, their cries mingling with laughter. "Mother, do you see? Your child has succeeded. I have avenged you against the northern brutes," they exclaimed, as tears of joy and sorrow flowed. "Ah, my child, I have finally avenged you. Those villains have received divine retribution." In the aftermath, the events of those 3 days, during which the northern warriors remained motionless, were deemed divine punishment by the people. Over those 3 days, they took matters into their own hands and exacted their revenge, while the remaining immobile northern warriors were systematically dispatched by the disciples of the Shennong sect. As the disciples surveyed the scene, they were left in awe. They understood that their leader wielded extraordinary powers, having suspended time and space within Jusui City, but they had not anticipated that this suspension could be selectively applied, affecting only the northern warriors while allowing others to move freely. It was truly astonishing and hard to fathom. They came to realize that no matter how insurmountable a challenge might appear, under their leader's guidance, it transformed into a mere triviality. With their spirits ignited, the disciples of the Shennong sect, aided by Anu, began to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, within the dungeons, 3 days prior, as the prince and Gongye Zishu were rescued, Gongye Zishu suddenly recognized his misunderstanding of the prince. The frail prince had not intended to betray the valiant warriors of Jinyuan, nor had he genuinely assisted the northern tribe. Rather, he had been working covertly to secure their mutual escape. They were extricated from the dungeon by 2 concealed masters, who swiftly dispatched any northern warriors who sensed something amiss before they could raise the alarm. The swiftness of their demise left no room for Gongye Zishu to showcase his meager skills. His curiosity piqued. He wondered about the warriors capable of sending forth such formidable fighters. Just as they were on the verge of escaping, a blood-red firework exploded in the sky, causing the faces of all northern warriors to contort with rage as they surged towards the dungeon, followed by the furious roars of the northern tribe. "They've escaped. Useless fools. surround them, and search. Having barely stepped out of the dungeon and into the courtyard of the northern tribe's stronghold, they were concealed by their rescuers. However, as more northern warriors flooded in to search, their cover was ultimately compromised. "There they are. Kill them," commanded the fierce leader of the northern warriors, showing no hesitation. Thus, they were besieged, and the two Shennong sect protectors had no choice but to reveal themselves and engage in battle. However, due to the unique status of Gongya Zishu and the prince, the northern warriors seemed intent on ensuring their demise. Under the leader's command, more and more northern warriors converged upon them, ruthlessly separating the two Shennong disciples from Gongya Zishu and the prince, revealing their triumphant, savage grins. The leader laughed maniacally as he approached the powerless prince and Gongya Zishu, his gaze filled with malice. "Prince, son of a general, perish for the sake of Prince Ku." He swung his massive blade, aiming to cleave them in two. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the prince and Gongya Zishu made the same fateful decision, preparing to sacrifice themselves. But suddenly, the blade halted mere millimeters from them, and they witnessed an unbelievable scene that would remain etched in their memories forever. Not only had the leader's blade frozen, but he himself had become immobile. Oh, no. All the northern warriors had solidified, transformed into statues in an instant. The prince widened his eyes in disbelief, while Gongya Zishu rubbed his eyes in astonishment. "What is happening?" As they dazedly observed the two Shennong sect disciples continue to slay the motionless foes, they quickly grasped the situation and drew their own weapons, joining the fray. "Huh! What a thrill! What a thrill!" they exclaimed, exhilarated by the chaos. Despite the shock and disbelief, they reveled in the opportunity to exact vengeance upon the heartless northern warriors. As the carnage continued, Gongya Zishu was overcome with emotion. He gazed at the sea of corpses, knelt, and cried out to the heavens, "Father, today I have slain tens of thousands of northern warriors in your name. I am not a coward. I can fight and become the hero you spoke of. Protecting our people, I will find my elder brother and fulfill your legacy, safeguarding the territory of Great Jingyuan and vanquishing every last northern warrior." The youth's blood surged with passion, feeling as though he had transformed into a great general, a true hero, rather than the powerless son of a general taken captive. Witnessing his fervor, the prince reflected on their journey, recalling the cities ravaged by the northern warriors, his eyes gleaming with determination. Perhaps he should not surrender. Perhaps his body could endure a little longer. Chapter 113. Achieving renown, Xiao Lexian resolved all the formidable foes of Jusui City with a thunderous display of might, receiving the adoration of the Shennong sect disciples. Yet, she remained composed, gathering all disciples around her. Seated imperiously, her demeanor was devoid of childishness, emanating an aura that rendered the disciples breathless. After an extended silence, during which the disciples shifted uneasily, Xiao Lexian finally spoke. "Do you understand where you have erred?" The disciples exchanged glances, and it was Anu who stepped forward, kneeling. "I was wrong. I should not have acted in such a way that brought shame to the Shennong sect." "No." Xiao Lexian shook her head. "Your performance was exemplary," she affirmed, meeting Anu's bewildered gaze with conviction. "Regardless of the enemy's actions, maintaining composure and responding with the utmost prudence is what you demonstrated brilliantly. However, as disciples of the Shennong sect, we must comprehend that there are certain principles that one must never compromise, especially concerning our missions. Missions may fail, but if one forsakes their heart and engages in actions they detest, what meaning does life hold?" Her words struck Anu profoundly. He realized that the sect leader spoke directly to him. She conveyed that if one is not joyful at heart, they should not force themselves into actions that compromise their essence, for there are some principles one cannot yield, even at the cost of life. The sect leader valued principles that transcended mere existence, unlike him, Anu, who would relinquish everything for survival. The sect leader disapproved of his approach. Though chastened, Anu felt a warmth in his heart, and then he heard the sect leader say, "Rise. In the future, do not kneel for every matter. I do not favor being revered in such a manner. It would render me treating you as mere subjects, rather than individuals I respect and acknowledge as disciples." Indeed, Anu's resolve solidified, for from that moment forth, he recognized that there were values worth safeguarding at all costs. Upon hearing Xiao Lexian's words, the other disciples also grasped their missteps. As disciples of the Shennong sect, how could they allow themselves to be so easily provoked? Their cultivation was evidently lacking, both in depth and in the cultivation of patience, falling short compared to Anu. They had assumed the sect leader would scold them for their recklessness. Yet Xiao Lexian smiled at them. "If you merely aspire to be formidable mortals, I permit your anger and outrage. However, if your ambitions extend beyond that, to transcend mortal constraints and attain divinity, then why concern yourselves with the trivialities of ants? When your aspirations soar high, when you recognize that your future is that of a giant rather than a sparrow, Why then should you be angered or outraged? Ants should never provoke the ire of those who harbor the spirit of the divine. Do you comprehend? As she spoke, the expressions of all the Shennong sect disciples shifted, ultimately settling into a newfound determination. Some harbored lofty ambitions, while others found contentment in their mortal existence, seeking merely to improve as individuals. Xiao Lexian observed each response, refraining from further commentary, for everyone possesses their own choices. In the realm of the immortals, as long as one understands their heart, any choice is valid. Having concluded her address, Xiao Lexian prepared to dismiss them. Anu, now fully composed, wore a radiant and sincere smile. He felt no fear towards the sect leader. Having discovered her remarkable tolerance for her disciples, he approached, bowing respectfully. Sect leader, I have matters to report. Speak. The sect leader led us to swiftly eliminate the formidable foes surrounding Jushui City. Such a miraculous feat will undoubtedly instill fear in the northern marauders. Those nearby have heard the news and are apprehensive, but those further away, who have already received word from Kujin, will likely continue their advance. I wish to inquire, should we remain here to slay the marauders, or? Xiao Lexian waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such measures. Jushui City harbors secrets, and I trust you have all discerned this. Until the secrets are unraveled, even if the marauders are aware of the dangers, they will still approach in droves. Remaining here indefinitely is not a viable strategy. The time of the disciples of the Shennong sect is incredibly precious. As for the marauder situation, you need not concern yourselves with it. I shall handle it. Your focus should be on stabilizing the populace and addressing the plague. Understood. Anu and his companions withdrew, not daring to question how the sect leader intended to resolve the situation. Her silence indicated no need for inquiry. At this moment, Xiaobai asked, Master, what do you intend to do? Xiao Lexian smiled, striding forward. For Jushui City, a counterkill illusion is the most suitable approach. Xiaobai gasped. You mean that extremely ruthless formation that can drive cultivators to madness and turn them against each other? Precisely. The counterkill illusion you envision. With such a formation in place, regardless of how many marauders come, they will meet their demise. Xiaobai marveled. The spirit, unable to articulate its thoughts, felt increasingly alarmed by the ruthlessness of the master chosen by the emperor. Had it unwittingly selected a master who was becoming ever more merciless? If Xiaobai were aware of its musings, it would surely laugh heartily. The master was not growing more ruthless, but rather gravitating closer to her true nature as an immortal. Xiao Lexian was action-oriented. Once she decided, she executed it without delay. Within a single day, the entirety of Jushui City and its surrounding villages were enveloped by an imperceptible counterkill formation. Subsequently, the citizens of Jushui City were astonished to witness the marauders, once feared, descend into a frenzy of self-destruction upon entering the city's vicinity. They needed only to hide, for the enemy would annihilate itself. In the end, the sole victor, upon witnessing something profoundly terrifying, succumbed to its own demise. Observing this, the citizens rejoiced, for they were finally safe. With memories of divine punishment and the sudden emergence of Shennong sect disciples who rescued them, they once again believed they had been saved by divine beings. Moreover, as news of Yongxin City and other towns being rescued by the Shennong sect disciples spread, the gratitude of Jushui City's populace towards the Shennong sect reached unprecedented heights. Upon sighting the disciples, they offered food, expressed greetings, and bowed, exclaiming praises to the deities. Surrounded by such fervent citizens, the Shennong sect disciples experienced a unique sensation, as if this mission had transcended mere mechanical obligation. In a tavern within Jushui City, two individuals who had been unexpectedly rescued by the Shennong sect found themselves in disbelief as they observed the dramatic transformation of the townsfolk, particularly the prince and Gongyezishu, who were repeatedly stunned into silence. The Shennong sect. The legends surrounding the sect were proliferating. If the Shennong sect indeed possessed the ability to freeze time or induce self-destruction among intruders, it was a force to be reckoned with, far beyond their expectations. The only consolation was, Zishu, fortunately, the Shennong sect stands with us. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they could easily obliterate the Jingyuan kingdom in an instant. The prince, who was gravely ill and unable to move, lamented with a pale countenance. Gongyezishu was lost in thought. Having heard too many tales of the Shennong sect during this time, and even witnessing their disciples rescue numerous plague victims, the legends of the sect harboring celestial beings circulated widely, yet no matter how he inquired with the disciples, they steadfastly shook their heads and insisted. The Shennong sect merely does what it is capable of. There is nothing miraculous about it. Anu discerned that Xiao Lexian preferred not to be disturbed by the notions of gods or immortals, instructing the other disciples of the sect to divulge not a whisper about their leader. Thus, despite the miracles occurring in Yongxin City and Jushui City, The disciples of the Shennong sect remained tight-lipped, leaving Gongye Zishu utterly perplexed. If he could locate the celestial being of the Shennong sect, could the prince's ailment be cured? Would the kingdom of Jingyuan be spared from the chaos of a succession crisis? While Gongye Zishu sought the divine Xiao Lexian to heal the prince, the latter, having uncovered the secrets of Jusui City, smiled in this concealed, natural underground realm. So, this was the secret? Xiao Lexian, without concealing her presence, intended to advance directly when suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, master. The Shennong sect has achieved great renown, earning an additional 30,000 merit points and unlocking the Shennong sect trading wall. Would you like to activate it immediately? Huh, what? The usually astute immortal was momentarily baffled by the concept of a trading wall. Chapter 114, Resolving the Sacred Pool. What a trading wall entailed was not her immediate concern. Instead, she focused on uncovering the true secret of Jusui City. In the distance, anguished screams echoed, and Xiao Lexian felt the oppressive heat of the underground cavern, 5,000 meters deep, along with the swirling smoke. Undeterred, she pressed onward, navigating through numerous twisted rock formations and obstacles, until she beheld the expansive vista of a subterranean hot spring. The water, a deep eggplant purple, was teeming with grotesque entities that were neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. The harrowing cries of agony emanated from their mouths. Though Xiao Lexian did not conceal herself, her presence remained undetectable. To her surprise, at a turn in the cavern, she was suddenly discovered. Countless hulking figures, brimming with raw power yet seemingly deranged, charged toward her. Their speed was remarkable, but Xiao Lexian was swifter, quickly subduing one of them with a few deft moves. Perhaps the commotion had attracted more of these half-mad beings. Indeed, they could no longer be considered human, having been transformed into lowly abominations by some sinister method. Each of these fiends, in terms of combat prowess and physical strength, rivaled great masters, perhaps even surpassing them. However, such grotesque and unnatural enhancements had robbed them of their sanity, turning them into mere puppets driven to kill by the commands of others. In this world, cultivation was unattainable, and these abominations were not the inferior demon kind birthed from the realm of cultivation. They were still human, albeit devoid of reason. Thus, what the northern tribes had wrought in Jusui City was merely this. As she dispatched the throngs of abominations with ease, thousands fell before her. At last, she approached the source of the abominable transformations. The dark, blood-stained water exuded an uncomfortable aura. She bore witness to the horrifying process of how these beings became monstrosities. At that moment, a section of rock above slowly opened, and a living, unconscious individual was unceremoniously dropped into the pool. What followed was a gruesome spectacle. The unfortunate soul was plunged into the boiling water, reaching temperatures exceeding 100 degrees, seemingly disintegrating in an instant. But the horror did not end there. As the individual's breath neared its end, an invisible force surged from the spring, entering their body. Layer upon layer of flesh peeled away, only to regenerate, a torturous cycle of transformation repeating endlessly, each iteration more agonizing than the last. The previously unresponsive individual appeared to regain consciousness, feeling the excruciating pain, their screams escalating in torment. This cycle continued for what felt like an eternity until the once ordinary person, devoid of any martial prowess, was finally transformed into a monstrosity, swollen and muscular. With a vacant, bloodthirsty gaze, having satisfied her curiosity, Xiao Lexian did not act immediately, but instead rendered the newly transformed abomination unconscious. Now, she approached the pool, her gaze fixated on the grotesque entities within, and even she, an immortal, felt a shiver of revulsion. Alas, sighed Xiaobai Master. Is this what you refer to as humanity's desires and ambitions? What purpose does the one behind this serve in creating such abominations? The writhing, black-green entities in the pool were none other than microscopic worms, invisible to the naked eye. The power she had sensed earlier was likely that of the king worm controlling these minuscule creatures. Gu, she uttered, a term that made Xiaobai uneasy. Turning her attention back to the unconscious abominations, she probed their minds and discovered that their souls had indeed departed, replaced by the control of these worms. A miscalculation. They were no longer human. Had she foreseen this outcome, she might not have hesitated to save the individual that had been cast into the pool. However, the immortal never harbored feelings of guilt. After all, whether to save someone was merely a matter of her whims. Yet compared to the torment inflicted by the hidden figure through the worms, subjecting individuals to boiling water and the agonizing bites of countless insects, Xiao Lexian found the plight of these ordinary people far more palatable. Seal it. The immortal acted decisively. The schemer who had encountered her was indeed unfortunate. Xiao Lexian swiftly sealed the entrance from which the individual had been thrown. Whether the northern tribesmen would notice was of little concern. Even if they did, so what? Their method of casting people into this place only indicated one thing. They were too cowardly to enter themselves. Not to mention the perilous depths of this underground cavern. With temperatures nearing boiling due to the volcanic rocks, even the invisible worms in the air would deter ordinary individuals from approaching. Of course, the immortal's formidable presence and physical strength rendered her impervious to such threats. With the entrance sealed, Xiao Lexian narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Goo is not something that simple-minded brutes can concoct. These tribesmen are merely pawns in someone else's game." The choice of Jusui City, with its natural volcanic environment and boiling springs, was evidently strategic, essential for the transformation of humans into abominations. "Master, these worms are revolting. What is the purpose of creating so many worm-like beings?" Indeed, Xiao Lexian referred to these abominations as worm men. They had become such in Xiaobai's eyes. With a smile, Xiao Lexian mused, what else could be done? This is an immortal army. As long as the worms in their brains persist, they possess a strange capacity for regeneration. It is indeed remarkable that the controlled king worm possesses such abilities. It must have awakened to consciousness. Yet, to be endowed with intelligence and still remain under someone else's control, how utterly pathetic. Xiaobai remarked, "Master's sarcasm is always so incisive. What should we do, Master?" The dissemination of such entities is far from a benign occurrence. Whether the puppeteer behind this scheme intends to employ these human demons for conspiratorial machinations, engage in assassination, or pursue dominion over the world, I harbor no desire for my realm to be teeming with these creatures, neither fully human nor fully demon. Therefore, let us annihilate it. As Xiao Lexian uttered these words, her spirit enveloped the entirety of the volcanic cavern, encompassing an expanse of several tens of thousands of square meters in an instant. "Soulfire, ignite," she commanded. A dark yellow flame erupted from the depths of her spiritual sea, leaving devastation in its wake, accompanied by the inaudible, piercing wails of the insectoid beings. Ah, ah, ah. All the human demons perished amidst their agonized cries, reduced to ashes. It was not human screams that echoed, but the anguished lamentations of insects resonating through human bodies. How tragic. "Master, those who have been overtaken by the insects are truly pitiful," Xiaobai observed, sensing that many of these transformed individuals were likely ordinary citizens of Jingyuan Kingdom prior to their transformation. After all, this unspeakable experiment was conducted in Jusui City, and the executioners, brutes, and their clandestine benefactors would hardly have transported individuals from distant lands for such a purpose. Fear not, now that I have encountered this, Jusui City and Jingyuan Kingdom shall never again face such a calamity. Xiao Lexian felt considerable disdain for those who treated lives so callously, prompting her to wield the formidable soul fire capable of incinerating even celestial beings. This was her first time utilizing such overwhelming power. Should she lose control, it would not merely be the volcanic cavern that faced destruction. The entire world might inadvertently succumb to the flames. Sensing the formidable soul fire, the little heavenly Tao trembled in trepidation. Once the conflagration subsided, in Miaoxing Kingdom, the Saintess was in the midst of absorbing the power of the Goo King when suddenly the Goo worms violently rebelled, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She leaped to her feet, trembling with rage. "Who is it? Who has destroyed my years of hard work?" As she observed the injured king worm, the Saintess was horrified to find her skin beginning to age. Was she to revert to her former elderly self? No. Ah! Her panicked screams drew the attention of those outside. Immediately, a Miao maiden, alarmed, called out, "Saintess, what has happened? Do not enter." The Saintess glared furiously at the door, shouting. Outside, silence ensued. The Saintess promptly contacted her northern tribe paramour, the prince, reminding him of their agreement to sow chaos and foster resentment towards Jingyuan Kingdom to nourish her holy pool. The puppets she had crafted, along with countless larvae, had been obliterated. How infuriating. Who could be responsible? The prince, observing the Saintess through the Tongshan mirror, was overjoyed. Why does Shinner wear a veil? I am utterly captivated by her ethereal beauty. The Saintess, suppressing her previous fury, responded coldly. You profess to love me, yet I entrusted you with my heart's blood, and you failed to safeguard it. My holy pool has been destroyed. The northern tribe's fierce prince's expression shifted dramatically, losing the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. He was far more enraged than Shunner, who could have dared to disrupt the place where she refined extraordinary soldiers and aided him in his quest for power. It was a sanctuary for absorbing the essence of others to nourish the king worm, Shinner, and himself. At 60 or 70 years of age, he appeared merely 20. A result of his union with Shinner and indirectly nourished by the king worm. After years of consolidation, though he was not the visible king of the northern tribe, he wielded the greatest authority. His unexpected son, the Wang Kong, who had inadvertently fathered a child with another woman, paled in comparison. If only he had been born of Shin'er. Yet, she had tormented Wang Kong throughout his youth, finally forgiving him and allowing her illegitimate son a chance at life. The prince was nonetheless profoundly grateful. Now that Shin'er's holy pool had encountered such misfortune under his years of surveillance, the prince was furious. Yet, he could not unleash his wrath upon Shin'er, thus his heart was not in the mood for romance. He quickly severed contact with Miaosheng Kingdom's treasured item, the Tongxian mirror, and sought information regarding the situation in Jusui City. At that moment, an individual stumbled in, trembling, and exclaimed, "My lord, there has been a change in Jinyuan Kingdom. Jusui City is in turmoil. Our envoy, Kujin, has been killed, and all 100,000 who were secretly guarding the holy pool in Jusui City have perished. We cannot approach Jusui City any longer." As the messenger spoke, he suddenly gasped, "My lord, your hair has turned white. This is too strange. Has it turned white overnight?" The response was a scream of agony before death. The prince realized that his physical condition was deteriorating, and he was slowly aging, filling him with dread. Meanwhile, the king worm, having awakened its consciousness, sensed the saintess's frailty and felt a surge of joy. That individual had slain so many of its offspring, severely wounding it, yet had not harmed its core. The powerful force transmitted through its antennae was capable of slaying it from miles away, but it had not done so. Was this not an opportunity for retaliation? This woman had employed treachery to usurp its allegiance while it lay in slumber, controlling it for so long and compelling it to commit detestable acts. Now, it would compel her to partake in similar deeds. The counterattack would be instantaneous. The saintess let out a heart-wrenching scream, succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Xiao Lexian's system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing Task 2, expelling the Northern Tribe's brutes, resolving the plague, and saving countless lives, earning 100,000 merit points. Congratulations, Master, on completing a hidden task, resolving the Holy Pool issue, thwarting the Saintess of Miaosheng's conspiracy, and achieving a special accomplishment, thereby saving the 13 nations. A grand prize has been unlocked. Would you like to initiate the draw? With the task rewards granted, Xiao Lexian smiled, pleased to have completed the merit task and inadvertently succeeded in a hidden mission. Let us draw, she thought eagerly, anticipating what she might obtain. Chapter 115, Divine Light. Selecting the 12 Palace Masters, Trading Wall. Xiao Lexian swiftly exited the underground cavern, returning to the grand hall of the Shennong sect. Her demeanor languid, as if she were devoid of bones. She had been quite busy during this period, and now that the second task was completed, along with an unexpected hidden task, a sense of relief washed over her. Being a true child is indeed comfortable. Stretching lazily, she watched as the special prize draw commenced, manifesting before her. Black roulette. What could be the rewards? None are revealed, rendering it enigmatic. Xiao Lexian reached out, spinning the pointer on the black roulette. The pointer gradually slowed, finally halting in an unknown sector. Suddenly, the entire grand hall of the Shennong sect was enveloped in blinding white light, more dazzling than the golden radiance that had descended from the heavens previously. Xiao Lexian instinctively shielded her eyes until the overwhelming brightness faded away, allowing her to discern the object that had materialized. This. The ruler was left stunned. How could it be this? Xiao Lexian gazed upon the orb radiating with white brilliance, floating in the air. Though it was only the size of a ping-pong ball, the swirling power of the laws emanating from it made even Xiao Lexian, an immortal, feel a pang of trepidation. Xiao Lexian instinctively rose to her feet, drawn closer to the dazzling radiance that gradually faded, revealing an object shimmering with a gentle white light. It was as if she were enchanted, reaching out to touch it. Master, Tongzi exclaimed in surprise. Startled, Xiao Lexian snapped back to reality, her expression darkening as she pondered. What is this? Is this the reward I drew? Still reeling from shock, Tongzi could hardly believe it when Xiao Lexian inquired. With disbelief in her voice, she responded, Congratulations. Master, you have drawn the primordial artifact of the first generation of the Divine Farmer, the Divine Light. This is something that even the Divine Farmer himself could not claim as his own, an enigma that has eluded comprehension for countless millennia. Who would have thought that the Divine Farmer would place the Divine Light, which no generation of Divine Farmers could claim, within the realm of special rewards? However, while the Divine Light was indeed formidable, after eons of attempts, it appeared that it might only serve as an impressive ornament in the hands of the master. Unable to be wielded, Tongzi found herself uncertain whether this reward was good or ill. The Divine Light? Xiao Lexian murmured, her curiosity overwhelming her caution as she instinctively reached out to touch it. Suddenly, with a gasp, she found herself enveloped by the sphere of light, much to Tongzi's astonishment. Upon entering this realm, Xiao Lexian felt as if she were imbued with boundless power, her presence causing Tongzi to tremble in fear. She transformed into a mere shadow, as if she had become the sovereign of heaven and earth, the ultimate ruler. The power coursing through her seemed 1,000,000 times stronger than when she had been a celestial being, filling her with an ethereal sense of superiority, rendering all else beneath her like insignificant ants. Both Tongzi and Xiao Bai sensed something was amiss with their master, and disregarding their fear of the overwhelming aura, they called out urgently, "Master, master, that is not your power. Do not become entranced by the might of this place. Awaken, please." Seeing her master's aura growing increasingly faint, Xiao Bai could no longer hold back. With all her might, she swung a firewood stick toward Xiao Lexian's spirit. A sharp pain resonated deep within her soul, jolting Xiao Lexian back to consciousness. Instinctively, she sought to escape, and in an instant, her entire being was expelled from the divine light. Xiao Lexian found herself sprawled on the ground, gazing warily at the white sphere, the divine light. As she watched, the divine light seemed to exhibit a semblance of sentience, hesitating before inching closer to her. Just as she attempted to resist, it shot into her body at an incredible speed, vanishing from sight. Xiao Lexian stared wide-eyed, meticulously examining her body. Nothing. Where could that thing have gone? She sensed intuitively that the divine light was a valuable entity, its essence bearing a resemblance to Tongzi's, though undetectable to the latter. After experiencing the sensation of becoming a sovereign within the divine light, Xiao Lexian recognized the familiar aura stemming from a shared lineage. At that moment, she could not help but question whether Tongzi had truly been created solely by the divine farmer, or if there was more to the story. Regardless of her inner turmoil, the divine light had indeed entered her body and disappeared without a trace, prompting a resigned sigh from Xiao Lexian as she decided to temporarily set aside her curiosity. To alleviate her mood, Xiao Lexian declared, "Have the second task been completed? Summon all the disciples of the divine farmer's sect." Tongzi, feeling an inexplicable fear of the divine light lurking in the shadows, was eager to shift her focus and promptly replied, "Yes, master." Soon, many individuals began to return to the hall of the divine farmer's sect, gradually filling the space with lively chatter. After they had reveled for a while, Xiao Lexian addressed them. "I bear good news regarding this task. In addition to the points you have earned, there will be an additional allocation of merits. The extent of your contributions and efforts will be reflected in the merits you receive. Merits are incorruptible. You will each receive your rightful share." With that, Xiao Lexian instructed Tongzi to distribute the additional merits earned by the disciples during the task. The disciples of the divine farmer's sect, particularly those who had spent considerable time in the sect's library, were ecstatic upon hearing this. They were well aware of the immense benefits that merits could yield, viewing them as even more significant than points in certain respects. Xiao Lexian herself was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated that the disciples she had assigned tasks to would also receive additional merits. As she had just stated, merits could not be monopolized, and thus she had not considered withholding any from the disciples. Naturally, any attempt to do so would have been futile. As the merits manifested, the disciples beheld Xiao Lexian extend her palm, and irregular clusters of golden light surged toward them, entering their bodies. "Ah, so warm. Is this what merits feel like? How delightful." Xiao Lexian nodded, acknowledging that the baptism of merits indeed brought immense comfort. Once all the disciples had rejoiced, she refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the task, as Tongzi had already informed her that the city, which had previously been unable to control the plague, had been assisted by the disciples of the divine farmer's sect, resulting in the sect's soaring reputation. In short, the task had concluded successfully. Next, Xiao Lexian spoke up regarding the selection of the 18 hall masters of the divine farmer's sect. "In addition to those I have directly chosen based on my observations, others will be evaluated based on their points and merits." Then she called out, "Feng Qingyu, Anu, step forward." Both individuals, whom she had identified as possessing leadership qualities, one exuding a commanding aura, the other displaying adaptability, were destined to become hall masters. The Empress and Anu, upon being summoned, stepped forth from the crowd, both visibly excited. While the Empress maintained her composure, having held her position for long, Anu displayed remarkable control as well, making them appear calm on the surface. "Feng Qingyu, from this day forth, you shall oversee the 100 Phoenix Hall. Anu, you shall manage the Pingji Hall." Both were unable to contain their excitement and nearly knelt, but Xiao Lexian prevented them, prompting them to bow in unison. "Thank you, Sect Master." They were personally appointed hall masters by the Sect Master, inciting envy among the others. "As for the remaining candidates, you shall be evaluated based on your overall performance. However, for this selection of hall masters, a minimum of 300 merits was required. Less than 300 is simply too low," Xiao Lexian stated. "Master, You have set the bar at 300 merits. It seems we cannot select all 18 Hall Masters this time. Xiaobai interjected, having reviewed the data from Tongzi. She noted that aside from Feng Qingyu and Anu, only 10 others surpassed the 300 merit threshold. Then we shall temporarily select 12 Hall Masters, Xiao Lexian decided. Is that insufficient? Then let it be for now. She had hoped to select all 18 at once, but if they did not meet her comprehensive evaluation, it would not be feasible. Just as some cities struggled with the plague, the leaders had not played a significant role. It was the cohesive strength of the group that accomplished the task. In hindsight, the leaders had not contributed substantially, and thus their merits were minimal, disqualifying them from the selection process. If not for the merit standard, based solely on points, it was likely that all 18 Hall Masters could have been chosen. Very well. Master, I shall announce it, Tongzi proclaimed. Xiao Lexian nodded, while the crowd tensed with anticipation, each hoping for their own position among the Hall Masters. In the land of Tianqing, the ambitious and fallen Qing, the master of the Chongqing Palace, seeks vengeance, having accumulated 400 merits. In the nation of Chorin, the people may be unsightly but possess kind hearts. Thus, the master of the Buchou Palace holds 500 merits, born under a fortunate star. The master of the Jin Duoduo Palace boasts 500 merits, while the princess of Wushui, transformed by a raccoon cat, commands 300 merits as the master of the Wuxia Palace. The Yun clan, represented by Ruoqing, finds intrigue in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, with 550 merits to their name, while the venomous beauty from Yuwu, known as Du Juer, has 330 merits as the master of the Dujua Palace. The formidable xianxialuo, from the tumultuous nation of Buzhou, stands strong with 700 merits, ruling as the master of the Xiluo Palace. The gentle lamb of Dyer, Yuhuaner, has 480 merits, while the enigmatic Moya from the Yinwen nation claims 600 merits as the master of the Gike Palace. As Tongzi read through the names, he paused, realizing that Moya was the only individual who achieved such a considerable amount of merits through sheer determination, thus earning the title of Palace Master. Truly remarkable. The final individual mentioned was the Master's sixth grandfather, Jingyuan Gua, known as Xiao Zhiling, whose aspirations soar high despite his 380 merits, making him the master of the Zhiling Palace. As Tongzi concluded, the newly appointed palace masters beamed with delight, while Xiao Lexian, observing the proceedings, noted that both Gong Chongqing and the sixth grandfather were equally competent in handling the recent events, albeit lacking the foundational support of outer disciples. Thus, even with their merits qualifying them, they did not stand out significantly. Among them, Xianxialuo, with the highest merits, caught Xiao Lexian's eye for an extended gaze. Of course, exhilaration mingled with disappointment. Situ Mingyue, having fallen short with 290 merits, appeared utterly dejected. This task also featured several remarkable individuals, such as Anling Liue, Shijiabao from Yibao, Muhan Shan from the Hanshan clan, and Hu Feishue from Tianshan Shui. Having concluded the selection, Xiao Lexian spoke, announcing that 12 palace masters had been temporarily chosen. The duties, rights, and obligations of a palace master would soon be conveyed through their identity jade tokens. The names of the palaces were reflective of their unique characteristics, representing their distinct styles. Those not selected could choose which palace to join at their discretion, with 2 opportunities for selection. Should one choose unwisely the first time, they must be judicious on their second attempt. The 6 remaining vacancies would also offer future opportunities for all. However, being chosen as palace masters did not guarantee perpetual tranquility. Should anyone surpass them in merits and seek a challenge, they could not refuse. Thus, for all, becoming a palace master was merely the beginning, necessitating further effort. Yes, let us strive to complete our tasks. The assembly replied in unison, their voices resonating with collective fervor. Satisfied, Xiao Lexian pondered the implications of this first task, which she personally oversaw. In the future, for broad, collective tasks, she could delegate directly without needing to engage personally. Should Tongzi discover that Xiao Lexian meticulously managed the Shennong sect to lighten her own burdens, he might be quite displeased. Regardless of Xiao Lexian's intentions, the disciples of the Shennong sect were animatedly enthusiastic, particularly the newly appointed palace masters. Oh right, Tuan, please unveil the trading wall. Since it was intended for the disciples of the Shennong sect, it was time to explore its contents. As the master spoke, a translucent ripple enveloped the grand hall, transforming the original Shennong sect spirit jadestone wall into a dynamic ripple wall adorned with numerous shelves and boxes. The disciples gazed in astonishment, while Xiao Lexian marveled at the trading wall's functionality. Intrigued, she approached to discern its usage, followed by her curious disciples. Upon closer inspection, she realized its structure resembled the merchandise shelves of her Wanjia Mall. Everyone, feel free to explore. This shall surely be of use to you. With her words, the disciples of the Shennong sect gravitated towards the trading wall. In Chapter 116, as the trading wall reached level 3, each disciple joined in. This trading wall. It feels soft and springy, so delightful, exclaimed a female disciple, endlessly fascinated by its appearance. Is trading merely a means to exchange items? Pondered another. Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. A bright-eyed girl, around 15 or 16, with a cherubic round face, gasped in awe. Xiao Lexian recognized her as Yuhuaner from Diregua, defined by Tongzi as a harmless little lamb. But why the question mark, she wondered. Choosing not to interrupt their exploration, she observed as the innocent Yuhuaner approached the trading wall with her butterfly handkerchief. Instantly, a ripple-shaped drawer emerged, and a voice resonated in her mind. Would you like to store this item for trade? Nodding eagerly, she affirmed yes. Consequently, her handkerchief was drawn into the box, while a stream of information flashed before her mind. Ding. Item appraisal in progress. Butterfly patterned silk handkerchief, valued at 10 taels of gold in this world. Would you like to sell? Just as she was about to decipher the wall's usage, she excitedly affirmed, yes. What followed was a scene of astonishment. An unseen force drew her handkerchief into the box, which then closed and shrank down to the size of a pinky finger, revealing the item within. The handkerchief's design began to rotate, showcasing itself from all angles. Witnessing this spectacle, more and more individuals began to retrieve their items to experiment. Indeed, as the trading wall's inventory expanded, they discovered that all listed items appeared on their identity tokens, which now featured a trading icon alongside the Shennong sect's group chat. Clicking the icon revealed their listed items as well as new additions. A slight inconvenience arose. To purchase a desired item, they had to approach the trading wall. As the product count grew, those standing in the center of the room could see the items magnified and displayed in various sequences. Just like Yuhuaner's handkerchief. After being listed, the drawer showcased her item before retracting, and if one wished to acquire a displayed item, they simply needed to remember its name and, while focused on a blank area of the trading wall, mentally invoke the name or visualize the item, depositing the corresponding value in gold into the trading wall to complete the purchase. Certainly, should you invest a greater sum of silver, it can be securely stored within the transaction wall, where your balance will be displayed on your identity tag. Additionally, you can easily withdraw cash. For the transaction wall appears to be abundant with gold, silver, and copper coins, making the process of retrieval exceedingly convenient, all at the behest of your thoughts. As Xiao Lexian observed the increasing array of goods displayed in protruding boxes, she found the phenomenon quite marvelous. Meanwhile, the overseer transmitted information about the transaction wall to Xiao Lexian, enhancing her understanding significantly. It turned out that one could opt for non-recommendation, thereby choosing not to display certain items, allowing individuals to seek goods according to their personal needs. Indeed, as Xiao Lexian approached the transaction wall and placed her hand upon it, mentally invoking the non-recommendation feature, the previously tumultuous wall calmed, as if transformed into rippling water. She shared this newfound functionality with her peers, and the disciples of Shennong eagerly explored the blank spaces of the transaction wall, confirming its efficacy. Should one select the non-recommendation option, it merely obscures the recommended displays from their view, without affecting others' access to such recommendations. What further delighted Xiao Lexian was that even when non-recommendations were in effect, the wall would not randomly showcase various enlarged box displays. Rather, the boxes containing goods remained illuminated. Even if they were merely the size of a thumb, their mobility permitted browsing through an assortment of items by swiping the transaction wall. This structure bore a striking resemblance to the purchasing systems of her previous life. While Xiao Lexian found this model familiar, it was a novel experience for the ancient individuals, who could continuously list their products on the transaction wall, as well as manage their inventories via their identity tags. One stipulation, however, was that to purchase a coveted item, one must personally return to the transaction wall of Shennong. Yet Xiao Lexian was aware that the current transaction wall was merely in its rudimentary stages. As the volume of traded goods increased and the value of currency in this world expanded, the transaction wall could upgrade itself. Upon reaching level 3, and with transaction volumes reaching 1 million in gold, disciples of Shennong would no longer need to physically approach the transaction wall to conduct purchases. Instead, they could place orders directly through the Shennong transaction software on their identity tags, allowing for the transmission of goods from any location. Xiao Lexian succinctly conveyed the requirement of 1 million gold for upgrading the transaction wall and the ability to purchase items anywhere. A disciple adorned in a golden hat and gilded attire stepped forward, inquiring, "Master, is it truly just 1 million in gold?" Observing his naturally amiable and fortunate countenance, reminiscent of an adult version of a lucky charm, Xiao Lexian patiently nodded in response. "If I deposit 1 million gold within, can it facilitate an immediate upgrade?" he asked, gesturing towards the transaction wall. In principle, it was indeed possible. According to the information relayed by the overseer, as long as the gold originated from this world, a sum of 1 million would trigger an instantaneous upgrade. The disciple in golden attire beamed with joy, clapping his hands as two outer disciples of Shennong approached him. He commanded, "Return home and bring back several crates of gold." The other disciples of Shennong, including Xiao Lexian, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The two promptly vanished, and soon the golden-clad disciple found himself surrounded by several inner disciples, engaging in elaborate social exchanges. "Ah, I recognize you. You must be Brother Xian from Shunjin Kingdom. What are the requirements to join your golden palace? I wish to be a part of it," exclaimed one. "Me too. It's my first encounter with someone so extravagant, and I'm intrigued," another added. "Brother Xian, what do you think of Qingru? I'm quite fond of individuals like you," another chimed in. Suddenly, Xian Duo became the focal point of the crowd. "Oh, since we are all disciples, feel free to join my golden palace. I impose no requirements," he replied, his sincerity evident despite his embarrassment. From a distance, Xiao Lexian observed the scene. Bemused by the theatrical nature of her fellow disciples, Xian Duo showcased his financial prowess, attracting many outer disciples, though only a handful of inner disciples, perhaps 3 to 5, approached him. Nevertheless, the ability to draw the interest of even a few inner disciples was commendable. As Xian Duo beamed with bashfulness, the delightful sounds of admiration surrounded him, bringing him immense joy as he made numerous friends within Shennong. The sounds were enchanting, and Xian Duo felt he could listen to them indefinitely. Ding! Congratulations to the disciple of Yuman, Shui Shenshi, for not being idle, and for joining the Golden Palace after 3 years of effort. Congratulations to Fengyun Kingdom, Shun Wensheng, for his brilliance and talent as a scholar, joining the Golden Palace. Congratulations to Yunxiang Kingdom, Li Zhishuan, for his eloquence and charm, joining the Golden Palace. Congratulations to Mengyue Kingdom, Wan Qingru, for her gentle and graceful demeanor, joining the Golden Palace. Following this, Xian Duo's Golden Palace welcomed 4 inner disciples, bringing the total to 5, making him the most successful new palace master in terms of attracting inner disciples. However, the others were not particularly envious. Those who approached were primarily motivated by financial gain, united by a common interest in wealth, and thus their joining was unsurprising. Yu Huanying observed the spectacle without a hint of envy. Her innocent, sheep-like visage belied her thoughts, as she resolved that her Yu Huanying palace would impose stricter quality standards for new members, dismissing individuals like Shun Wensheng and Wan Qingru, questioning their legitimacy within Shennong. Within a quarter of an hour, the gold summoned by Xian Duo arrived. As crates of gold were opened, the impact was staggering. Xiao Lexian blinked in disbelief, realizing she had never possessed such wealth in her lifetime. All present fell silent for a moment before Xian Duo bashfully fed the crates of gold into the transaction wall. A voice resonated in everyone's minds. Ding! 1 million taels of gold. The transaction wall is upgrading level 1, level 2, level 3. Ding! Upgrade complete. The next upgrade requires an amount valued at 5 million taels of gold. The collective gasp was palpable. The transaction wall had become increasingly user-friendly. The benefits of the upgrade were immediately apparent, as everyone felt the enhancement. The transaction app on their Shennong identity tags now featured a direct interface for browsing and purchasing items, eliminating the need to approach the transaction wall physically. They could also search for desired goods. Consequently, the automatic recommendation display of the transaction wall seemed entirely unnecessary. However, Xiao Lexian chose not to disable the flexible recommendation feature, allowing individuals to decide whether they wish to be recommended or to search independently. Acknowledging the diversity of human preferences, some favored browsing via the app, while others preferred the tactile experience of visiting the display wall. Nonetheless, the gathering hall had transformed into a transaction wall, which did not impede Xiao Lexian's future ability to convene disciples for serious discussions. Thus, this space served dual purposes, as a marketplace and a venue for important dialogue. After observing the proceedings conclude, Xiao Lexian took her leave, confident that the disciples of Shennong would handle the subsequent matters regarding the plague-ridden cities, and she returned home in high spirits. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, the various palace masters of Shennong immediately commenced their recruitment efforts. Naturally, some masters needed to take the initiative, such as Duju who ranked low in merit points among the 12 palace masters, while others, like the master of the Shura Palace, found themselves in high demand without needing to say a word. He is, after all, the individual with the highest merit points among the 12 palace lords, a testament to his formidable strength. However, the lord of the Shura Palace has accepted only those with exceptional combat abilities, such as Hu Feishua, Lu Yi, Shi Jiabao, and Mu Hantan, while he has declined others. Meanwhile, Gong Changqing remained silent amidst the crowd, refraining from actively recruiting anyone. His close friends, Situ Mingyue and Daya, had joined his Chongqing palace. Similarly, his uncle Lu, along with Dr. Zhang and Grandpa Zhong, without a moment's hesitation, became members of the Jilin palace, even assisting him in gathering more recruits. Ultimately, under Dr. Zhang's charismatic influence, he managed to recruit Dr. Bai and physician Xia. In short, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Gong Chongqing assumed that by not reaching out to others, apart from his friends and Daya, no one would voluntarily join. Yet, unexpectedly, an individual approached him. In the northern Xiong country, may I, the rugged and boisterous Bei Xiong, join your ranks? Gong Chongqing looked at the tall and robust Bei Xiong, whose demeanor radiated a carefree spirit, smiled, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 117. Revealing the truth and the construction of the outer sect of the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian returned home, much to the delight of her parents, Hushan and Chunhua. Ha ha, daughter, where have you been frolicking with your master during this time? Hushan inquired with a broad smile, approaching to affectionately ruffle Xiao Lexian's hair. Sister, you're finally back. Qingyun has missed you so much, the little one exclaimed, rushing towards Xiao Lexian upon her sudden appearance at the doorstep. Chunhua emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl, and upon seeing her daughter's return, her face lit up with joy. Oh dear, have you not worn yourself out during this time? You look rather haggard. Come, let us eat first. Upon returning home, Xiao Lexian was greeted with a warm welcome. She looked at her family's smiling faces and felt an overwhelming sense of warmth as she lifted her younger brother, nodding. All right, let us eat first. During the meal, her parents inquired about numerous events that had transpired during her absence, whether she felt out of place, and if she had been cold or hungry. The more Xiao Lexian listened, the heavier her heart felt. Should she reveal her true identity as a cultivator to her parents? Xiao Lexian pondered this for an entire night, unable to sleep well, troubled by the thought of revealing her secret. Her father had already tacitly accepted her as a disciple of a celestial being, but how would her mother react? What changes might she undergo upon learning the truth? Xiao Lexian found it difficult to articulate her concerns. Xiao Bai, sensing her inner turmoil, questioned, Master, why do you overthink? Did you not say that everything should unfold naturally and not be forced? In your childhood, you refrained from disclosing your true identity to ensure a joyful time as a young child. Now that you are 7 years old, grown and no longer the little one who seeks affection in your parents' arms, your reluctance to speak stems from your emotional investment in your parents. You fear they may no longer regard you as their daughter, fearing estrangement. It is this very worry that clouds your judgment. While they remain clear-headed regarding the matters at hand, has your youthful heart influenced your decision? Upon hearing Xiao Bai's words, Xiao Lexian experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, maintaining a lie demands countless other lies. While she usually managed well, today, confronted with the affectionate inquiries from Hushan and Chunhua, she felt an unusual guilt akin to a child who has deceived their parents. It is precisely so. Perhaps her idyllic childhood had enchanted her, and in front of her parents, she instinctively reverted to the persona of a child, forgetting her true nature, thus becoming overly attached. Therefore, admitting to being a reincarnated celestial being should not be an insurmountable task. The next day, what? Really? Daughter, why did you not say so earlier? Hushan exclaimed, utterly astonished at the revelation that his daughter was a true reincarnated celestial being, a bombshell that left his head buzzing. So, there was never a master, was there? Xiao Lexian shook her head in affirmation. So, the grains were not cultivated by your master, but by you? Yes, indeed, father. And the food that magically sprouted in our home, along with those few tomes, were all sourced by you? Yes, Xiao Lexian nodded again. Hushan's mind buzzed, echoing with the astonishing realization that his daughter was a celestial being, a reincarnated immortal. Chunhua was equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Hushan quickly grasped the reason behind his daughter fabricating a celestial master and her reluctance to disclose the truth, fearing they might regard her as an outcast. He embraced his daughter, just as he had when she was small, ruffling her hair and saying, Silly child, no matter who you were before, in this life, you are simply our daughter. What parent would reject or fear their own child? Even if you were to claim to be a reincarnated demon, you would still be our child. Chunhua, always in agreement with her husband, nodded along, her thoughts simple, no matter where her daughter came from. She was born from her womb, and that made her unequivocally hers. With the truth revealed, Xiao Lexian felt liberated from the need for further concealment. Xiao Bai, come, meet my parents. To their astonishment, Hushan and Chunhua witnessed the sudden appearance of a talking fire stick and a fluffy creature in their home. Greetings, parents, they announced, following their master's lead in addressing Hushan and Chunhua. Good, daughter. Now that I understand your abilities, I can rest easy. Following this, Xiao Lexian presented her parents with 2 special identity tokens, signifying their privileged status within her sect. Much to their amazement and pride at the magnitude of her accomplishments in establishing the Shennong sect, Chunhua stood tall, beaming with pride, who said that giving birth to a daughter was a loss. Her daughter was a treasure, capable and extraordinary. With the disappearance of lies, Xiao Lexian felt a renewed sense of harmony within her family. Subsequently, she explained to Hushan and Chunhua the true reasons behind her absence. Although they recognized her immense capabilities and celestial nature, upon hearing of the plague, concern washed over them. Hushan sighed. You reckless girl, you've grown too bold. In the future, when undertaking dangerous endeavors, you must inform us. Although we may not be able to assist you, we certainly won't be a hindrance. With the knowledge of their daughter's identity and the multitude of people within the Shennong sect, Hushan's mindset shifted. He felt compelled to become stronger, as he had only ever heard of fathers protecting their daughters, never the other way around. His wife's strength was inconsequential. He, Hushan, would strive to become formidable. Even if their identities were revealed, he would ensure that they never brought shame to their daughter in front of her fellow disciples. Daughter, you mentioned that your uncle Lu established the Jilin Palace. I wish to join. How about it? As for the Shennong sect's tasks, you need not provide any special privileges for us. I wish to make my own contributions. Xiao Lexian nodded, pleased with her father's newfound resolve and mindset. If you and mother wish to join my uncle Lu's Jilin Palace, just speak to him directly. I will not interfere. Good. Hushan felt that today marked a transformative day for him. His daughter had said that the stronger one became, the longer they lived, and he hoped to grow stronger, alongside his wife and son, to accompany his daughter and ensure she never felt alone. In contrast to others who rejoiced at the revelation of their daughter's celestial identity, Hushan, after the initial shock, felt a profound sorrow. For a millennium, 1,000 years of watching loved ones come and go, what kind of loneliness must that be? Observing friends and familiar faces depart one after another filled Hushan with an overwhelming sense of grief for his daughter, as if he were suffocating merely at the thought. Xiao Lexian remained oblivious to the inner aspirations and thoughts of Tiger Mountain's father. However, from that day forth, both Tiger Mountain's father and Springflower mother became increasingly industrious, engaging in martial training alongside Uncle Yuansheng to hone their skills. Observing the camaraderie between Tiger Mountain's father and Uncle Yuansheng, Xiao Lexian assessed Uncle Yuansheng's abilities and character, deeming him worthy and promptly admitting him as the 41st disciple of the Shennong sect. The astonishment of Uncle Yuansheng upon becoming a disciple was overshadowed by the expansion of the Shennong sect, prompting Xiao Lexian to relax the criteria for new entrants. With so many strangers joining, she felt no burden in inviting a few acquaintances. Naturally, this endeavor could not proceed without the involvement of her brother, Xiao Qingyun, who also received a familial identity token from the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian declared that in this lifetime, she would only issue such tokens to the three of them. No one else need apply? This favoritism from the immortal was rather evident. Upon the return of grandfather Xiao Lu and the others, a week had elapsed. During this time, the Shennong sect buzzed with activity, particularly within the disciples' communication group, which was abuzz with excitement. To facilitate seamless communication among disciples, Xiao Lexian introduced the Tongyan pill on the trading wall, allowing anyone to understand the speech of their fellow disciples for merely 1 or 2 gold coins. Most disciples quickly purchased the pill. Regarding the financial transactions among the disciples, the trading wall would automatically deduct a small percentage, leaving the remainder for personal gain. This was the foundation for the continued enhancement of the trading wall, a fact the disciples soon recognized. In addition, they noted the various pills listed by the sect leader, including the revitalization pill, flesh growth pill, and wellness pill, all of which were accessible to mortals. Xiao Lexian meticulously curated these from her soul space, placing them on the trading wall. Consequently, her treasury of gold began to swell impressively, a fortune the likes of which she had never seen before, filling her with immense joy. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, grandfather Xiao Lu returned and soon bonded with Tiger Mountain's father and the others. Feeling rejuvenated, Xiao Lexian seized the opportunity to announce a new task to the disciples of the Shennong sect. The message reverberated through the sect. Ding. Construction of the Shennong sect's outer domain. Construct a 1 square kilometer area to earn 1,000 points. This task may involve any subordinates from your faction, including non-disciples. The available construction area is illustrated below. A total of 500,000 square kilometers. You may designate territories to accept tasks. Upon the announcement of this task, the disciples erupted in fervor. Xiao Lexian was acutely aware that this 500,000 square kilometers represented merely 1/3 of the designated outer domain area of the Shennong sect. For those disciples endowed with strength, influence, and wealth, this task was remarkably accommodating. It was not merely a task, but a bountiful opportunity for points, an astounding total of 500 million points. Securing just 1/5 of that would yield a staggering 100 million points. How could they not be ecstatic? Those who believed they could partake immediately launched into a frenzied competition for territory. Ding. Construction period, 3 months. Please complete the task within this time frame. Subpar quality will not be accepted. With this time constraint, those ready to seize the opportunity suddenly found themselves contemplative, calculating how to mobilize their maximum manpower and resources to accomplish the task and determine how much territory they could claim. Soon, Xiao Lexian was met with a cascade of voices accepting the task. She was pleased, and after bidding farewell to the proactive empress, who intended to relocate the afflicted women from the plague city to the heavenly maiden kingdom, Xiao Lexian waved her hand in agreement. She also listed several spacious magical carriages on the trading wall for rent, facilitating the mass transfer of individuals during their tasks. Xiao Lexian, exhibiting a humane touch, allowed her offerings to be purchased not only with gold, but also with points of merit, as the trading wall would automatically facilitate the exchange. Among her offerings were 10 carriages capable of transporting 10,000 individuals each, 2 that could accommodate 100,000, and 1 that could hold 1,000,000. Surely, this would suffice for the disciples of the Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian recognized that regardless of whether those with substantial followers were constructing at Yunhushan or whether the empress sought to transfer her population into her kingdom, they could not directly utilize the Shennong sect as a conduit, as those individuals were not disciples. However, renting the magical carriages would simplify the logistics of transporting people and goods. Yet, renting these carriages would require considerable financial resources. The tasks Xiao Lexian issued elicited varied reactions. Some were elated and immediately returned home to mobilize their greatest strengths, both manpower and finances, to seek out talents for construction. Others, like Hu Feishue, who lacked background or resources, found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite being part of the Azura Palace, where the Lord had swiftly included him in the current construction tasks, he could only fight and possessed neither wealth nor manpower. He pondered what contributions he could make and how many points he could possibly earn. Aware of his limitations, he contemplated declining the offer. Yet the allure of points was too compelling. After all, during the recent plague, he had slain numerous fierce beasts, but due to the protracted pursuit of their leader, he found himself with the lowest points. Hu Feishue felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he wandered a remote peak of the Shennong sect, lost in thought. Suddenly, a firm hand landed on his shoulder, and it was none other than his dear friend, Shi Jiabao. Chapter 118. Is this really true? Brother Hu, why are you here lost in thought? Shi Jiabao inquired, concern etched on his face. Hu Feishue adjusted his collar, his deep-set eyes adorned with long black lashes reflecting his self-doubt. Am I truly useless? Am I the worst of them all? Shi Jiabao was taken aback, promptly pulling him down to sit on a large stone facing the setting sun. Brother Hu, why do you think that way? In terms of combat ability, I am not your match. You are far superior. However, the tasks of the Shennong sect do not solely rely on individual combat prowess. As time passes and everyone practices their blue-level martial arts, they will eventually master even more profound skills, enhancing each individual's combat capabilities significantly. His words resonated with a sense of urgency, echoing like a wolf's howl. Were it not for the sect leader's presence or the acquisition of the Tongyin pill, he would have struggled to comprehend such language. Yet now, it was crystal clear. Furthermore, their inclusion in the Azura Palace, under the leadership of the formidable Lord Xian, was advantageous, as he ensured that all disciples, whether inner or outer, received the Tongyin pill. This accessibility enabled Hu Feishue and others with limited finances to obtain the pill, making communication effortless compared to the times when they had to privately chat in the plague city to grasp each other's meanings. Indeed, the Tongyin pill proved to be a remarkable asset. While Shi Jiabao marveled at this, Hu Feishue found himself ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt. To be honest, Shi Jiabao was not particularly skilled at offering comfort, so witnessing his friend's distress left him feeling anxious. Yet, from the 2 tasks recently issued by the Shennong sect, it was evident that collective cooperation among those with strength and influence far exceeded the capabilities of solitary efforts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Shi Jiabao. Brother Hu, your earlier thoughts are misguided. Observe our esteemed leader. She is but a mere mortal. She has vanquished the plague in Yongxin City and swept through with unparalleled might, eliminating countless fierce warriors from Jusui City. When one contemplates her feats, it becomes evident that she, single-handedly, surpasses the prowess of an entire battalion. Should our leader partake in the distribution of points and merits, she would undoubtedly claim the foremost position. This illustrates that when an individual attains a certain level of strength, they can rival the might of 100,000 soldiers. This is no mere hyperbole. Neither of us possesses the temperament to adeptly manage numerous subordinates or to cultivate vast factions. Thus, we must strive to augment our own strength, for one day, we shall be capable of battling thousands. As Shi Jiabao spoke with increasing fervor, he seemed to envision himself in a similar light to our leader, effortlessly obliterating foes with a mere gesture, and with another, healing the ailing populace of the city. Amidst a flurry of points, inspired by Shi Jiabao's words, Hu Feishue felt the fog before him dissipate, revealing a path of clarity. Indeed, he could not yet rival the strength of 100,000, but this was solely due to his own inadequacies. He must endeavor to grow stronger. With his spirits lifted, Hu Feishue's previously ambiguous path became illuminated, and he felt a renewed affection and gratitude towards his dear friend Shi Jiabao. The two of them engaged in spirited discussions about the future, reveling in their camaraderie. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Shennong sect, who swiftly accepted their tasks, were not enjoying such delightful prospects. In the grand city of Tianqing Kingdom, at the Taiwei Mansion. What? Mingwei, you wish to borrow men from me? How many? Pray tell? Ning Taiwei gazed incredulously at his grandson, his ire evident. 30,000, Situ Mingwei murmured, lowering his head in embarrassment. Mingwei, those 30,000 soldiers of the Yuning Guard are our family's last bastion, a reward bestowed upon us by the late emperor for our family's 3 generations of merit. You wish to take them away? No. Situ Mingwei hastily shook his head. It is not to borrow them. Rather, I wish to request that you issue a summons for all skilled builders in Tianqing Kingdom to come forth. If you could also include the 30,000 from the Yuning Guard, it would be splendid. Allowing the Ning family guards to assist with the construction according to the blueprints should pose no issue, correct? Upon his words, not only did Ning Taiwei become unsettled, but even the previously silent uncles could no longer contain their astonishment. The fourth uncle exclaimed, Mingwei, have you lost your senses? Are you aware of what you were saying? The second uncle added, Mingwei, you may not be aware, but due to your father's actions, our family has become the subject of suspicion from above, and we may very well follow the path of the Gong family. Indeed, Mingwei, you are unaware. After learning of your father's conduct towards you, and possibly even towards your mother, we dealt him a devastating blow, but inadvertently exposed the forces backing him. Do you know who they are? Situ Mingwei was left reeling by this barrage of revelations. Whose forces? The Wang of Qing'an. Situ Mingwei's complexion drained of color. The Wang of Qing'an, the very architect of the Gong family's downfall. It was he who spearheaded the accusations of treason against the Gong family. Yet our Ning family has always maintained close ties with them. Although outwardly, no one in the Ning family dares to mention the Gong family. What does it mean for my father to so brazenly align himself with the Wang of Qing'an? Your father is indeed formidable. We cannot even touch him now. The uncles exchanged words, deepening the pallor of Situ Mingwei's face. Finally, Ning Taiwei declared, Mingwei, our Ning family must remain low-key. We cannot act recklessly. Situ Mingwei was profoundly shocked. Is the Ning family truly in such dire straits? The uncles and grandfather nodded in agreement. Situ Mingwei took a deep breath and said, then, Grandfather, uncles, you ought to support me even more. This is to secure a future for our Ning family. Mingwei, your words are peculiar. Why do you require so many people and a summons? What is your intention? Situ Mingwei inhaled deeply and divulged the matters concerning Shennong sect, which he had intended to reveal only once he had solidified his position as the sect leader. However, he could no longer withhold the truth. Moreover, his utilization of the Ning family's resources was, in fact, an effort to aid Gong Chongqing. Having lingered too long in Jinyuan Kingdom, Gong Chongqing's influence had dwindled to a mere handful of loyal followers, thus prompting Situ Mingwei to seek the assistance of the Ning family to gather more supporters. After all, if his dear brother flourished, so too would Situ Mingwei's standing. Additionally, Shennong sect had recently opened opportunities for disciples to purchase their identities as miscellaneous disciples. 500 points would grant one a miscellaneous disciple status. This was an opportunity to integrate their family's influence into Shennong sect. Xiao Lexian's decision to allow the purchase of miscellaneous disciple identities stemmed from her acquisition of the entire Yunhu Mountain. The external sect would undoubtedly require more disciples. Thus, she established this quota. Of course, those who purchased miscellaneous disciple status would never ascend to the inner sect unless they made exceptional contributions. The difficulty of this path far exceeded that of the 100 external disciples recommended for direct entry into the inner sect, as the latter had to pass a character assessment conducted by Xiao Lexian. In contrast, the miscellaneous disciples, while nominally part of Shennong sect, essentially operated as independent factions under their respective masters, with their living expenses not managed by the sect. Therefore, these miscellaneous disciples were merely there to serve their masters and the sect, without any access to the core, rendering Xiao Lexian indifferent to their character. In order to become an inner sect disciple, A miscellaneous disciple had to first accumulate merits and subsequently gain their master's consent to participate in the selection assessment for external disciples. Only upon passing the character evaluation could they become external disciples, with further efforts required to eventually detach from their masters and achieve the status of independent intersect disciples. Undoubtedly, this path to promotion was exponentially more arduous. If anyone could rise from the status of a miscellaneous disciple, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Setting aside such matters, the investment of 500 points for a miscellaneous disciple identity, while seemingly exorbitant in the short term, would afford them the convenience of directly dispatching their own miscellaneous disciples for any sect tasks. Moreover, these disciples resided on the outskirts of the sect, thus avoiding stringent entry requirements. If any issues arose with their character, their masters could directly manage the situation. This contrasted sharply with the recommendation system for intersect disciples, where any misconduct by a recommended individual would directly affect the recommending intersect disciple. Thus, an unspoken agreement existed among them. The 100 recommendation slots for external disciples necessitated the careful selection of trusted individuals, as each person was limited to 100 nominations, which required utmost caution. For this reason, neither Gong Changqing nor Situ Mingwei used their recommendation slots frivolously, unlike the Empress Feng Qingyu, who allocated several to her most trusted ministers. Situ Mingwei was well aware that he would recommend his grandfather's family, as they were all quite admirable. He intended to provide them with slots, but had not anticipated that the day of revelation would arrive so swiftly. He had hoped to develop his own strength first, and then solidify his standing with Gong Changqing in Shennong sect. But the reality was that it was paramount to bring family and friends into the fold first for a more rapid ascent. With a sigh, Situ Mingwei began to recount his legendary experiences over the past few years, narrating them as if they were a captivating tale, leaving Ning Taiwei and the uncles utterly astonished, as if they were listening to a fantastical story. Grandfather, uncles, I assure you, I speak the truth. Disbelieve it if you will, but once you bind this, you shall truly comprehend. As the development of the servant disciples is set to expand significantly, identity tokens have been created for the recommended outer disciples. Unlike the violet identity tokens of the inner disciples and the black tokens of the personally taught disciples, the outer disciples possess blue tokens, while the servant disciples are designated with white tokens. To maintain uniformity, all bear identity tokens, though the privileges associated with each type vary. The white identity token of the servant disciples lacks even the function of teleportation. Ning Taiwei and others, in a daze, acknowledged their identity tokens, subsequently receiving a flood of information that left them utterly astonished. Could it truly be? Chapter 119, involving the entire family in tasks, Li Chuan, and further upgrades. Without delving into the shock and disbelief experienced by the Ning family upon learning of the existence of the Shennong sect, nor the turmoil within Ning Taiwei after being personally escorted by Situ Mingwei to witness everything at the Shennong sect, he remained a decisive individual. Once he confirmed the Shennong sect was indeed such a remarkable place, he hesitated no longer and mobilized the full resources of the Ning estate to seek out talents for construction, investing both finances and manpower. Ultimately, under the collective efforts of Gong Changqing, Situ Mingwei, and Bei Xiong, they managed to recruit a staggering 10,000 individuals for the tasks at hand. Situ Mingwei contributed 40,000, Gong Changqing brought in 20,000, Bei Xiong added 30,000, and Dia and their team developed an additional 10,000 in Jinyuan country. Nearly 100,000 individuals. With a grand gesture, Gong Changqing utilized all his personal points to rent an expansive magical dwelling capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals, transporting everyone there to commence the construction of their territory. Naturally, Xiao Lexian would make adjustments and inspections to the overall layout of the accommodations for the outer disciples and servant disciples of the Shennong sect. Though each territory would reflect the design style of different cultivators, Xiao Lexian cherished this diversity, allowing minor deviations as long as they were not too jarring. As Gong Changqing and the others gathered, along with the Ning family and the summoned individuals, they began their task of cultivation. Meanwhile, Her Majesty the Empress also issued a command, bringing an entire contingent of 100,000 individuals. Had it not been for the exorbitant rental fee of 10,000 points for the magical dwelling to transport people, she might have summoned even more. For with blueprints in hand, more personnel equates to expedited progress. What astonished Xiao Lexian the most was that the land allocated by the Empress spanned a massive 60,000 square kilometers. Many of the laborers were individuals taken in by the Empress from the Tianqing Kingdom, including women previously subjected to disgrace, who now followed the Empress devotedly. Seemingly rejuvenated by having meaningful work, the pace of gathering individuals for tasks varied. Some were quick to mobilize while others were slower. There were those who, despite not joining any hall, brought their family members to participate. For instance, Luo Bichuan from Rongtai country. What? My daughter, what have you encountered? Luo Fuxing inquired with a doting smile on his plump face. Father, I have encountered a celestial being. I even went with the celestial to rescue those unfortunate souls who cannot afford even a meal. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. My daughter has met a celestial being. Indeed. Whatever you say is true. Luo Fuxing laughed heartily, believing his daughter had merely read some peculiar tales. Father, Luo Bichuan, feeling slightly vexed, stamped her foot in frustration. Do you not believe me? Ah, how could I not believe my daughter? He replied, do you have enough money? Would you like me to give you more? Father. Luo Bichuan sighed, feeling disheartened. Why do you treat my words as a jest? Feeling dejected, she prepared to seek help from her fellow disciples. Opening the Shennong sect's disciple communication group, and directly inquired with her thoughts. Little skirt. Adored by the entire Rongtai kingdom. 27 What should I do if my father does not believe my account of the Shennong sect? As soon as she posed this question, a flurry of responses began to emerge. Little beggar from the Baicang kingdom is quite adorable. 33 Without parents, I have no such worries. People from the ugly nation are not ugly at heart. Please do not dismiss them, for you could present evidence directly. Little Crystal from the Snow Crystal Kingdom is quite lovely. 19 Wow. What have you all experienced recently? It seems so lively. Oh dear little skirt. Your father does not believe in the Shennong sect, unlike mine. My parents believe and do not allow me to undertake tasks. I am confined. They even take time to guard me daily. If I were to be teleported back to the Shennong sect, I would still be captured again. Ah, had I known. I would not have given them identity tokens so early. Upon finishing her lament, Snow Crystal truly felt disheartened, glancing at the discussions within the Shennong sect disciple communication group. Feeling as if she had missed out on a fortune. Unaware of the exact worth of a fortune, she knew that the black cultivation technique required 1 billion to exchange, which surely was a substantial sum. Poor little thing from the butterfly nation, a harmless little lamb? 31 So pitiful, let me pat your head. Many little fish from the sea nation every day. 26 You are all quite fortunate. I still dare not tell my parents. My father holds a deep reverence for the sea god, fearing that one day he might be swallowed by the ocean while fishing. Little fish. A girl from a coastal fishing family, lived by the sea, lacking formal education and struggling to compete with other inner disciples in various skills. Aside from fishing with her father, she possessed no other talents. Typically self-conscious, she rarely spoke up in the group, but now, observing the discussions regarding family members joining the Shennong sect, she couldn't resist chiming in. Girls from Jinyuan country are not burdensome. 3 Your parents seem quite good. As for me, I certainly will not disclose matters regarding the Shennong sect to my parents. It became evident that apart from the ugly nation's Bhutan, all speakers were girls. Xiao Qingxue, unable to contain herself, realized that the other girls' parents at least loved them. They each contemplated bringing their parents into the Shennong sect. Yet when Xiao Qingxue thought of her own parents, she instinctively shook her head. Not only would she refrain from involving them and disrupting her current life, but she would also forever conceal the truth from them. Call her selfish, but she simply wished to indulge in a moment of pure selfishness. The wild prince of the Hansong nation, 17 Haha, I directly gave them outer sect identity tokens to recognize them. The pitiful moon from the Tianqing nation, neglected by her father, 2 agreed. I did the same, but I did not give it to my father. It was directly given to my maternal uncles. The unrivaled brother of the Kong clan, who does not compete. 20 Are you human? The dreaming high aspirations of the disabled nation, 12. The saint of the Miao nation, who loves bugs, 14. Little Crystal from the Snow Crystal Kingdom is quite lovely, 19. My words are not to blame, 23. The talented scholar of the cloudy country, nurturing the idle rich, 25. The unfortunate little official of the Nanshan nation, 28. The wisest of the black beast nation, 30. Upon Li Chuan's comment, the conversation was met with a wave of silence and exclamations. It was the first time in ages that Li Chuan, who had long remained aloof, had spoken. Yet, for someone who had never left the confines of the Kong Fo realm and was isolated from the world, obtaining the identity token of a Shennong sect disciple without ever visiting the sect was indeed a unique occurrence. During the last confrontation against the fierce beast and the resolution of the plague, among the inner disciples, aside from the detained crystal girl, only Li Chuan from the Kong clan had not participated. Strangely, although Li Chuan had never set foot in the Shennong sect nor taken on any tasks, his points were the highest among all disciples of the Shennong sect. The rankings of disciple points were invisible to the disciples themselves, but Xiao Lexian, being an immortal, could see them, in contrast to the mere tens of thousands, or at most hundreds of thousands of points held by other disciples. Li Chuan's 500 million points raised a plethora of questions. Xiao Lexian found herself unable to articulate an explanation. Furthermore, the nature of his merits remained an enigma. It can be said that the identity token of the Shennong sect disciple, acquired by the Kong clan's Li Chua, was neither sent by Xiao Lu nor distributed by her and Tongzi. The origins of this identity token remain unclear to both Tongzi and Xiao Lu. However, had Xiao Lu paid closer attention to Li Chua, she could have easily discerned the truth using celestial means. Given his substantial points, it is likely that he would have soon obtained the colorless technique. Xiao Lu presumed that a glitch had occurred, prompting Tongzi to investigate, only to find that no such glitch existed. In light of this revelation, Xiao Lu decided to disregard him. His sudden emergence, marking the first time he surfaced, drew the enthusiastic inquiries of Shennong sect disciples who were eager to learn his identity, his residence, and the reason for his absence from the collective tasks. Yet, despite their probing questions, he remained as elusive as a stone cast into the sea, leaving no ripple in his wake. The atmosphere grew tedious, and the conversation gradually shifted. At this point, Luo Bichuan, the instigator of the discussion, ceased her idle chatter. Observing her fellow sect members' suggestions, she promptly produced a blue jade token and affixed it to her father's forehead. Upon receiving the information, Luo Fuxing was utterly dumbfounded. "My dear daughter, is this truly real?" His eyes widened in disbelief, and pinching his own cheek confirmed the truth. "Ah, it hurts. It's real." If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes and experienced it firsthand, who would have believed it? "Quickly, summon your mother and brothers back." As the royal merchant of the Rongtai kingdom, whose wealth rivaled nations, Luo Fuxing, upon receiving this news, immediately envisioned a future where the Luo family could grow stronger. With the acquisition of celestial techniques, they would no longer need to expend vast sums currying favor with the officials or relying on others. They would no longer be akin to toddlers parading the streets with gold bricks. Luo Fuxing joyfully swept his daughter into his arms, twirling her around with laughter, exclaiming, "Our little Bichuan is truly the treasure of the Luo family, and she is undoubtedly my daughter." He then dashed out, calling, "Wife, where have you gone? Come back quickly. Our daughter has achieved great things." Without delving into the astonished and euphoric reactions of the 9 brothers and parents of the Luo family upon learning of their connection to the Shennong sect, it is worth noting that after recognizing the identity token of an outer disciple, they immediately plunged into an enthusiastic frenzy of task acquisition. Much like the Jin family, who were equally affluent, the Luo family faced no financial barriers in recruiting individuals for the construction of the Shennong sect's outer realm. They swiftly mobilized 10,000 square kilometers of territory, surpassing the number of people gathered in some temples, to attract workers for the building project. Furthermore, the Luo family invested a staggering 90 million taels of gold to purchase a magical dwelling capable of accommodating 100,000 people. This extravagant expenditure resulted in an immediate upgrade of the trading wall from level 3 to level 6. The outcome of this upgrade was astonishing. The trading wall had activated a world barrier, enabling transactions among individuals possessing sufficient wealth or points, as well as virtuous deeds, allowing them to engage in face-to-face exchanges with people from other worlds. As outer disciples, thanks to the trading wall's enhancement, they now possessed functionalities previously exclusive to inner disciples, enabling them to browse, list, and purchase goods directly through their identity tokens. The opportunity to engage and trade with individuals from other realms set all Shennong sect disciples abuzz with excitement. As the true master of the trading wall, Xiao Lu could accurately perceive the scenes of individuals from other worlds entering the barrier. The trading wall left her utterly astonished. Moreover, she had tested that within the world opened by the trading wall, absolute security could be guaranteed for both parties involved in a transaction, as it could suppress and manage any threats unless they were celestial-level figures. Consequently, with a wave of her hand, she elevated the other 11 members of the Luo family to the status of inner disciples of the Shennong sect, much to the envy of Jin Duo, who lamented, He, I could also produce 90 million taels of gold. However, to upgrade to level 7, 200 million taels of gold or equivalent value would be required. This was an impossibility unless he emptied the entire Jin family's coffers, which would certainly provoke backlash, as the Jin family was far larger than the Luo family and would never consent to such a scheme. Setting aside Jin Duo's regrets, the Luo family's remarkable maneuvers had earned them widespread recognition within the Shennong sect. Countless disciples eagerly anticipated the opportunity to trade with individuals from other realms, prompting them to exert even greater effort in their tasks and engage more diligently in trading. Chapter 120, Do Not Bully My Little Brother. Xiao Lu gazed with satisfaction at the flourishing development of the Shennong sect, leading a delightful life filled with culinary pleasures. One day, as she reclined comfortably in a cool rattan chair, absent-mindedly toying with a fire stick, she observed her younger brother bouncing joyfully before her, when suddenly her gaze sharpened. There is something amiss with my brother's fortune. Narrowing her eyes, she beckoned, Qingyun, come here. Little Qingyun, his cheeks flushed, tilted his head curiously at his sister. Placing down the trinket given to him by a friend and hopping over to her. With sparkling eyes and a rosy pout, he inquired, "What's the matter, sister?" Xiao Lu scrutinized the little fellow intently, astonished to discover that his fortune had indeed increased significantly during this period, a most peculiar occurrence. For the little one had utilized the ultimate inversion seal, resulting in an enhancement of his fortune while simultaneously diminishing his inherent misfortune. This reflected in a peculiar manner, as his luck seemed to have waned in comparison to before, yet this was ultimately a positive development. After all, the luck derived from the ultimate inversion seal was ephemeral. Now that the child's intrinsic fortune was on the rise and the illusory luck diminished, it was commendable. The question remained, however, from whence did this newfound fortune originate for little Qingyun? Xiao Lu pondered, and Xiao Bai suggested, "Master, could it be that the world's inherent fortune has returned to your brother after we rectified the bugs?" Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a possibility. Big sister." Big sister. Noticing his sister lost in thought, little Qingyun fidgeted anxiously, reminiscent of a child awaiting a reward. Xiao Lu smiled gently. "It's all right. You may go play." Qingyun gleefully slid down from his sister's embrace and began to frolic joyfully on his own. Moments later, he dashed into the house and retrieved his magically transforming light cloud sword, preparing to venture out to play with his companions. Suddenly, he hesitated and approached Xiao Lu, asking, "Sister, may I teach my friends martial arts?" Xiao Lu, her eyes now wide open, regarded the eager anticipation in the little one's gaze. "Tell me, why do you wish to teach your friends martial arts?" Qingyun, shyly shuffling his feet, replied, "Because I don't want my little brother to be bullied." Xiao Lu chuckled heartily. "Huh? Oh my, your little brother has already made friends." With a clear throat, Xiao Lexian announced, "Let us begin with a piece of jade. We shall reward those who strive to meet the standards you have set. Since they are younger brothers, let the competition ignite their spirit." Young Xiao Qingyun scratched his head, suddenly struck by a thought, and with a look of enlightenment, he seized the jade badge signifying his status as an outer disciple and dashed off. The mere opportunity of being an outer disciple, capable of recognizing its owner, assured Xiao Lexian of at least a modicum of integrity in her brother. She felt no anxiety, allowing him the freedom to soar. Her younger brother had found his own friends now, and was indeed less attached to her as an older sister. Xiao Lexian continued to indulge in her leisurely pursuits, observing the ever-increasing vitality of nature around her, feeling utterly at ease. Is this the exquisite sensation of progressing effortlessly after initial development? It certainly surpassed the mundane routine of meditation and battling monstrous beasts for upgrades in the realm of cultivation. The sunlight was delightful. Meanwhile, as Xiao Lexian basked in tranquility, Xiao Qingyun ventured deep into Yunhu Mountain in search of his companions, only to discover they had not yet arrived. "I must inform my sister," he exclaimed. His friends could not be bullied, nor could they allow other beasts to intimidate them. Only when his friends were safe could they play together in the depths of Yunhu Mountain. But hadn't they agreed to meet today? Where had they gone? After waiting a while without success, he decided to head to his friend's home to check if he was there. Majia Village. Xiao Qingyun employed a whirlwind technique and swiftly arrived at Majia Village. My friend said his home was in Majia Village. This should be the place, he pondered, having asked several people along the way. Just as he contemplated how to locate his friend, he suddenly heard his voice from a distance. His friend was furious. No, my brother is not embarrassing. He brought back a silver tail to our family last month. My brother is the strongest, not embarrassing. Then he heard the voices of more children. Shame. Majia's big brother has turned into a woman. He will never have a wife. A man becoming a woman. Shame. No, my brother is not a woman. He is not embarrassing. You are all bad. I dislike you. Xiao Guzi, filled with indignation, dropped his sickle and charged at the children on the shore. The commotion escalated into a cacophony of cries. Then came a child's heart-wrenching sob. You're a woman. My mother said so. You will never marry a wife. My mother said that. A grandparent has no little. The children on the shore grew angrier, lunging at the fallen child with reddened eyes. You have no little. They began to tussle, rolling into a chaotic heap. The onlooking children, shocked by the sudden turn of events, fled while shouting, Xiao Guzi and Tian Xiaobang are fighting. Xiao Guzi and Tian Xiaobang are fighting. Finally, the ruckus attracted the adults. Upon seeing her son being beaten, Aunt Hua could no longer contain her fury, brandishing a tool and rushing over while shouting, How dare you hit my son? You will pay for this. She aimed a fierce blow at Xiao Guzi's head. Xiao Qingyun's heart lurched as he recognized the object she wielded, a stone that could be fatal if struck. Yet, Aunt Hua, in her rage, seemed oblivious to this peril. On the other side, a patch-clad boy sprinting towards the scene gasped in horror at the unfolding drama. Villagers arriving gradually also turned pale at the sight. Aunt Hua, don't. Someone cried out. But given the distance, they were powerless to intervene. Panic spread throughout Majia village. Were they about to witness a tragedy? As tension mounted, the stone Ant Hua hurled, accompanied by a whistling sound, shattered upon impact. Bewildered by this unforeseen turn, Ant Hua was momentarily stunned, while the villagers were equally astonished. In the midst of this chaos, a youthful voice rang out, "Do not bully my little brother." The crowd turned to see a tiny figure, around 4 or 5 years old, wielding a small sword, standing imposingly and sternly before Ant Hua. The onlookers gasped in unison, "Whose child is this? How formidable! Oh, I can't go on. Where did this wild child come from to bully me?" Ant Hua lamented, striking her thighs in distress, yet she dared not approach Xiao Qingyun, for the earlier incident had shaken her to her core. The child's sword was indeed real, piercing the stone as if it had a will of its own. Wah Tian Xiaoping, witnessing his mother's distress, joined in the wailing. Xiao Qingyun quickly scooped up his brother, ensuring he was unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. When their elder brother had departed, he had entrusted him with the care of their younger siblings. Now, nearly 3 years later, they still faced hardship. The silver brought back by their elder brother had been spent on their studies, and with their father incapacitated, their financial situation had not improved. If anything were to happen to his younger brother, how could he face their elder brother? He had made such sacrifices for their family. And should anything happen to the younger siblings, what would he do? Brother, Xiao Guzi, equally aggrieved, clung to his brother, tears streaming down his face. Then he spotted Xiao Qingyun and instantly forgot his earlier woes, smiling at his companion. Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun, relieved to see his friend unharmed, smiled back, his eyes sparkling. "Let us go out to play." "All right." The children, with their short memories, quickly regained their joy, squirming to escape their brother's embrace. "All right, you hit my son today, and your family must give me an explanation." Ant Hua, regaining her composure, glowered fiercely. At that moment, the village head stepped forward, furrowing his brow. "What exactly happened? Who struck first?" Xiao Guzi lowered his head, admitting his fault. "It was me. I pushed him first. But all right, village head. Everyone has seen it. This little rascal has admitted to striking first. Do we have anything more to say?" Ant Hua seized the opportunity, her voice rising in indignation. At that moment, a child's voice interjected. "He insulted first, and Xiao Guzi only pushed him in response. He is at fault too." Although he did not fully comprehend the insults exchanged, he could tell his friend was upset, and it certainly was not a good thing. "Ha, my son is very well behaved." "Insult? How could he possibly insult anyone? Pray tell, what did he say?" Ant Hua stood her ground, hands on her hips, glaring at Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Qingyun frowned, having been labeled as an undesirable word. Why was she insisting he repeat it? He was a good child and would not speak ill of others. Xiao Qingyun remained silent. But the little hook couldn't contain herself any longer, throwing herself into her brother's embrace with a sense of grievance. Second brother, Tian Xiaoping, called Big Brother a woman, saying he can't find a wife and has no little Gigi's. Woo, Big Brother is Big Brother, certainly not a woman. As she spoke, her feelings of injustice surged, and her cries grew even louder. Mo Laudi's expression darkened considerably, while the younger siblings remained oblivious to the underlying issues. He was acutely aware of the implications of their elder brother's choices. He knew the villagers whispered incessantly about Big Brother following the old cripple to become agongong, a term for a male who is unable to have children. And although the gossip was often spoken behind their backs, everyone understood boundaries and refrained from voicing it openly. Now, with Tian Xiaopan's words echoed by the village children, it was as if the adults had taught them to speak so. Mo Laudi clenched his fists tightly, regretting that they hadn't let Big Brother starve rather than tread that path. As younger siblings, they struggled to bear the external ridicule. But how much more burden must their elder brother be shouldering? When the little hook let her words slip, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the villagers. They had privately discussed the affairs of Xiao Qingyun's brother, but hearing a child voice it directly in front of them made them feel exposed. Madame Hua, undeterred, retorted, "What's wrong? Did my son say something incorrect? Everyone knows that Mo Lauda is a rootless gongong. He has done it, so why fear the talk? Bah, today, I declare, my darling has not spoken wrongly. Mo Lauda is indeed a..." Silence. The village head could no longer contain his fury. "It seems you've been blessed by the heavens and have grown too full, gossiping incessantly about this and that. What has Mo Lauda done? He neither steals nor robs. He earns his keep to support his younger siblings. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of the silver he brings home each month. Are you all so envious that your eyes are turning green? From now on, if I hear any more slanderous words in Mo family village, I shall not be courteous. If you wish to avoid being driven out, behave yourselves." The village head's outburst effectively silenced Madame Hua and her son, who turned to leave, muttering, "Fine. If you want to speak of it, then who cares to discuss such ill-omened matters?" Her words only deepened the frown on Mo Laudie's face. The villagers offered their consolation to Mo Laudie, while the village head urged him not to take the words of the gossiping women to heart. Mo Laudie managed to compose himself, smiling and nodding in gratitude to the village head before departing with his younger siblings and Xiao Qingyun. Upon returning home, Mo Laudie immediately knelt before the young Qingyun, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "You are Shinshin's friend, aren't you? Thank you. Thank you for saving my brother today." Little Qingyun, having never experienced such a situation, shook his head in haste, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Shinshan is my little brother. He was bullied, so I should protect him." This is what the firewood stick and Niu Xiaoli said. That being the elder means being formidable. Mo Laudie chuckled, rising to gently ruffle Xiao Qingyun's hair. "Very well. He is indeed your little brother. Today, I thank you on behalf of my brother." Finally, feeling shy, Xiao Qingyun blushed and shook his head, pulling the nearby Yugua Tianqing, the little hook, and declared loudly to Mo Laudie, "Then we are going out to play." Mo Laudie nodded. "Go ahead, but be careful." Once the two children had disappeared, Mo Laudie's expression shifted as he reflected on the day's events. They lacked a strong pillar in the Mo family, rendering them vulnerable to even the smallest rumors. If they could rise to a higher position, growing stronger, who would dare to speak ill of them? Taking a deep breath, Mo Laudie retrieved 2 tattered books from beneath the broken bedboard and began to flip through them. These were his 5th brother's books. Being younger and exceptionally bright, he had invested most of their family's resources into his education, and the 5th brother had worked diligently, not disappointing his expectations. Whenever the 5th brother returned home, he would teach him to read and even leave a few textbooks behind for him to study during his spare time, ensuring he learned more characters, which was certainly beneficial. On the outskirts of Yunhu Mountain, Xiao Qingyun, having summoned all his friends from various villages, stood proudly atop a high stone, brandishing a handsome sword with an air of a king. "Brothers, today Big Brother has a wonderful announcement." The group of curious little ones looked up at their leader, buzzing with excitement. "Big Brother, what is the good news? Did you catch a lot of game for us to roast together?" Yes. Last time, the wild boar was so fierce, yet you pierced it through with one strike, and the roasted meat was so fragrant." One child exclaimed, swallowing hard. "The fat rabbits you brought us tasted better than the beef from our dead cows." Niu Xiaoli added, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The children were ablaze with enthusiasm. Since learning of Xiao Qingyun's prowess, they had admired him greatly and were eager to follow him for a chance to feast. Although life in the village had improved and no one was starving, meat remained a rarity. However, knowing of Xiao Qingyun's combat skills, both older and younger children revered him as their leader. During that period, Xiao Qingyun ventured deeper into Yunhu Mountain daily, perhaps becoming addicted to the role of leader. And he could hear the hearts of his companions, realizing their genuine affection and recognition for him. Thus, he treated each of them with patience, truly considering them as his younger brothers. Yet today, he was not leading them to hunt for food. Instead, he produced a blue jade from his hand and waved it. "Silence. Do you see this? My sister said it's a precious item. Today, I will test you all. Whoever is the fastest to run up and down the mountain will receive this treasure." The older children, aged 8 or 9, and the younger ones, around 4 or 5, were thrilled at the prospect of winning such a beautiful reward. The jade glimmered enticingly, captivating their hearts. Little Hook, gazing at the shiny jade, clenched his fists, determined to earn this reward. Almost all the children desired the treasure, but only a few persevered through the climb without stopping. Niu Xiaoli, witnessing Little Hook's struggle but unwavering spirit, sighed. "All right, my brother said to give way to the younger ones. Let Little Hook have the jade." With that, Niu Xiaoli finally ceased his efforts. As twilight approached, the competition reached its conclusion. "Therefore I declare, the ultimate victor is Mo Sheng," Xiao Qingyun proclaimed loudly, mimicking his sister's tone. Wow. Little Hook is amazing." The children erupted in a chorus of cheers. Little Hook received the ultimate reward and finally let himself collapse in relief. As night fell, the friends escorted Little Hook home before parting ways. Xiao Qingyun also joyfully returned home. The next day, Little Hook awoke, looking at what he held in his hands and smiled. He jumped off the wooden bed, eager to find his brother. At last, he spotted his second brother in their father's room, where he was feeding their father and tending to him. Little Hook dashed over like a cannonball, and as soon as his brother finished, he immediately pouted. "Second brother, you must squat down." "Why? Just squat down." Mo Laudie found his brother's behavior mysterious today, but complied obediently and squatted down. A refreshing chill permeated his brow, and before he could marvel at the icy sensation his younger brother had pressed upon him, a torrent of information surged into his mind, rendering him utterly speechless. His expression frozen in astonishment. He gazed at his brother, grasping his hand to inspect the object he held, incredulous. "Where did you get this?" "Ah, Second brother, it hurts. It hurts. Moer immediately released his brother's hand, but the flood of information he had just received left him in a state of turmoil. As everything felt so utterly surreal that he could not regain his composure, he fell silent, his eyes fixated intently on the blue identity token. Xiao Guzi was also taken aback by his brother's expression, fearing that he might mistakenly believe he had stolen it, and promptly burst into tears. No, I didn't steal it. I won it in the competition. It was given to me by Cheng Yun. Wu, second brother. Moer was startled and embraced his brother. Don't cry. So it was that little rascal Cheng Yun who produced this. But does he even understand the value of what he has given away? This is far too precious. He yearned for it dearly. Yet, could he shamelessly keep something that rightfully belonged to his younger brother's friend? However, if he kept it, he would be considered an outer disciple of the Shennong sect, although merely an outer disciple. The ability to convey information through such miraculous means suggested that the Shennong sect was indeed a formidable hidden power. If he could join, his entire family would have hope. Yet, this opportunity belonged to his brother's good friend Cheng Yun, and he had taken it so easily, leaving him with a lingering unease. Moer's inner conflict raged on. One side urged him to be selfish for the sake of his siblings, while the other reminded him of their father's teachings, to not covet what was not his, to remain honest and upright. He was torn. Xiao Guzi, oblivious to his brother's turmoil, inquired with concern, Wu, second brother, don't you like the gift Sheng gave you? She worked very hard to obtain it. Now, he had yet another reason to keep it. It was his brother's heartfelt gift. Yet, if it were something else, he would have accepted it without hesitation. He would have taken money without a second thought. But this was an extraordinary opportunity. To keep it would mean altering the fate of another who might otherwise lead a glorious life. How could he possibly do that? With a deep sigh, Moer ultimately made his decision. However, he remained unaware that the jade token's recognition of its master was unilateral, and it did not heed his desires or thoughts. Meanwhile, in Xiao village, Moer had reached a conclusion, while Xiao Lexian, preparing to rest before continuing her mission on Yuntiger Mountain, was approached by someone, none other than Yun Xiaoning. He had come personally, stating that someone wished to meet her. Reluctant to make the trip, Xiao Lexian initially declined, but much to her surprise, the following day, Yun Xiaoning arrived at her home accompanied by 3 others. Chapter 122, No Action Taken. Upon being led into the presence of Xiao Lexian by the villagers, both the Crown Prince and Gong Yizishu were incredulous. It was unfathomable that such a small village could be so enigmatic. One could not enter without a guide. They were astounded that the rumored little immortal, who had stirred such a commotion in Jesui City, was indeed just a child of 7 or 8 years old, a child both spirited and graceful, radiating an aura of vitality. Ha ha ha, little one, how difficult you were to find. During his time assisting the disciples of the Shennong sect in combating the plague and driving away the fierce northern tribes, the elder had witnessed the miraculous feats of the Shennong sect firsthand. After experiencing the incredible happenings in Jesui City, he had been determined to locate Xiao Lexian. Alas, her whereabouts had remained too elusive, forcing him to return to find Yun Xiaoning. Nevertheless, he did not fully believe in the tales of immortals. For after years of wandering the martial world, he had learned about the formidable powers of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Just like Yun Xiaoning's Yun clan, he knew they could set up formations, albeit not those that led to self-destruction like the one in Jesui City. Yet, it was undeniable that the little girl and the Shennong sect were indeed part of an esteemed hidden lineage. Today, with both Father Hu and Mother Chunhua away from home, Xiao Lexian blissfully basked in the sunlight, while the village chief brought Yun Xiaoning to her doorstep. However, the village chief did not enter her yard. It seemed he merely delivered them before turning to leave. One must acknowledge the formidable power of authority. It certainly facilitates matters. Had it been anyone else, they might not have found it so easy to enter Xiao village. The few individuals were clearly of notable status, especially the pallid youth whose aura bore a faint trace of dragon energy. He was likely destined to become a future sovereign, albeit one with a short lifespan. Xiao Lexian, ever so clever, easily deduced their intentions. She remained languidly soaking in the sunshine, allowing the warm rays to envelop her. The autumn sun was gentle, not scorching, and she relished it, showing no inclination to rise for their distinguished presence. Reclining on the rocking chair her father had crafted, she embodied a sense of effortless grace, reminiscent of a little dragon maiden lounging on a rope. Of course, she would never endure the discomfort of lying on such a thin cord. Her father's handcrafted rocking chair was wide and comfortable, surrounded by the flourishing plants and grains nurtured by her own spirit energy. The scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet the child basking in the sunlight appeared utterly indifferent. Despite being merely a child, her presence was impossible to overlook. She had done nothing, neither greeting nor bowing, yet they felt an unspoken respect for her, as if her very existence warranted it. We have come this time too. Gong Yizishu could no longer contain himself. He was uncertain whether the rumored immortal could heal ailments, but she had managed to resolve the terrifying plague in the city. So surely she could alleviate the crown prince's congenital affliction, right? As Gong Yizishu's words hung unfinished in the air, Xiao Lexian rose and waved her hand dismissively. You may return. I already know your purpose. I shall not intervene. Her declaration caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, leaving all present visibly shaken. With a thud, Gong Yizishu fell to his knees, pleading, Little immortal, the world speaks of your kindness and boundless powers. You have led the disciples of the Shennong sect to vanquish the fierce tribes, dispel the bandits, and cure the plague, saving countless commoners. I believe you are not one to stand idly by in the face of suffering. I implore you. In Gong Yizishu's eyes, Xiao Lexian represented the crown prince's last hope. Thus, he was willing to cast aside his dignity to beseech her aid. The crown prince, witnessing this, turned pale and rushed to pull him back. Zishu, you need not do this. My ailment has been with me since birth. Even the greatest of healers cannot save me. Do not burden the young girl. Xiao Lexian chuckled softly, shaking her head. No, I can indeed cure your ailment, but I will not lift a finger. Her words left Yun Xiaoning and the elder aghast. With a light-hearted laugh, Xiao Lexian sprang from her comfortable rocking chair and stood tall. Looking down at the pleading Gong Yizishu, you are mistaken. I have never been a benevolent person. My actions are driven by my own interests. What connection do you have to me? Are you my father or mother? Or perhaps a relative? None of these apply. So why should I intervene? Coughing slightly as she spoke too rapidly, Xiao Lexian expressed her true thoughts. The crown prince was not her revered elder Xiao Lu, who had taught her for 3 years. Although she did not require his guidance, she still appreciated it. He was not her uncle Yuansheng, who was as close to her father as a brother, prompting her willingness to assist him. So what merit did this person possess? Xiao Lexian's cold words left Gong Yizishu reeling, his complexion paling as despair washed over him. As both Yun Xiaoning and the old man fell into silence, it became evident that the elder was acutely aware of the prince's true identity. Truth be told, he harbored no desire for the prince's demise. However, the burden of obligation to intervene and save him without cause was not his to bear. Cough, cough, cough. The prince suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Leaning against a nearby tree, his voice hoarse as he inquired, What do you desire? Under what conditions would you be willing to act? If survival were within grasp, no one would willingly embrace death. Now, hearing Xiao Lexian's unwavering conviction that she could save him, coupled with her remarkable feats, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Xiao Lexian shook her head. What I seek, you are unlikely able to provide. If my observations are correct, you are the current prince, and it appears that fate has ordained your early demise. You shall not surpass the age of 17. Were you an ordinary individual, I might consider defying the heavens to alter your fate without significant cost, perhaps out of goodwill. But you, being the prince, are intertwined with the destiny of the nation. To save you would be to alter the course of the kingdom itself, a consequence far too weighty. Oh, though I have transcended the rules and the cycle of cause and effect, who can assert that there is no risk involved? Hence, I must decline. I shall not intervene. The prince closed his eyes momentarily. Pray tell, what price must I pay? I am unfamiliar with your notions of rules and karma, yet I am willing to strive for it. I beseech you. Xiao Lexian turned to face him, her gaze that of a drowning soul grasping for the last lifeline. Should you wish for my assistance, you must first relinquish your title as prince, forever forsaking any position within the court. Additionally, you must present 1 million taels of gold and the complete ownership of Xianxia town. Only then may I consider extending my hand. Her intent was not to claim Xianxia town for herself. Rather, she desired her own village, Xiaojia village, to remain free from the constraints of any official oversight. Yun Hushan was what she truly needed. Xianxia town was merely a means to an end. If the prince could fulfill her demands, she might indeed be persuaded to act. To acquire Xianxia town? Do you mean land in that context? The prince clenched his fist, inquiring. Xiao Lexian shook her head. No. I seek land belonging to the country itself. You could consider it akin to ceding territory. Granted land is both personal and subject to the crown's authority, which is of no use to me. Her words elicited gasps from those present. The prince staggered, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he bent slightly, saying, Thank you. No need. If my life requires my father to cede land in exchange, I would rather embrace death. Even if relinquishing this minuscule territory would not affect the Jingyuan kingdom in the slightest, as the prince, I cannot set such a precedent. Your Highness, Gong Yazishu exclaimed, astonished at the prince's immediate refusal. The prince shook his head. There is no need for further discourse. We shall take our leave. He turned and exited first, while Xiao Lexian observed him, her eyes squinting in the warm sunlight. Gong Yazishu, seeing Xiao Lexian's indifferent demeanor, rose, nodded to her, and then hurried after the prince. Once they had departed the courtyard, Yun Xiaoning chuckled, "Such audacity from a little deity. Do you not fear the emperor's wrath? No matter how powerful you are, your family members may not share your prowess." Xiao Lexian's expression suddenly turned cold, her eyes devoid of warmth as she fixed her gaze on Yun Xiaoning. "Dare to threaten my family, and let him attempt it. Ha! Little deity, you are still too naive, unaware of the myriad rules of existence. Do you truly believe one can stand against the world? That you are invincible?" Xiao Lexian laughed in return. Though she may be young in this life, her power was formidable. She had lived for millennia. What had she not encountered? Would she cower? Yun Xiaoning had underestimated her. With a languid turn, she reclined back onto the wrought tin swing, her voice drifting lightly into Yun Xiaoning's ears. "One can stand against the world? Why must I oppose it? I could obliterate it at my fingertips. With a mere flicker of soul fire, or by unshackling my own divine essence, I could annihilate the world in an instant. What is there to fear?" Yun Xiaoning's countenance shifted dramatically before bursting into laughter. "Arrogant. I, Yun Xiaoning, have yet to encounter someone as audacious as you. Very well." He ceased further discussion and strode out. All of this unfolded under the watchful gaze of the elder. Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow. "Are you not departing?" Chapter 123, Signing In, Receiving News. "I am not of royal blood. May I remain?" Xiao Lexian scrutinized him, her words piercing through to reveal his prowess. "You have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, yet now you find yourself at an impasse? Little deity, keen of sight." The elder replied, "I am known as Chasing Cloudsy, and I have come today seeking your guidance." Today, Xiao Lexian seemed particularly uncommunicative. Her dark, shimmering eyes regarded him with a tilted head. "Why should I guide you? I lack the inclination." The elder suddenly half-squatted and bowed. "If you would assist me in breaking through, I vow to protect Xiaojia village for a century." Understanding that this young girl was not one to assist others without cause, he promptly articulated his conditions. "A century? Do you believe you can live that long?" Xiao Lexian scrutinized him critically. Chasing Cloudsy trembled slightly, affirming, "If I can achieve a breakthrough, I shall indeed live that long." "Very well." Xiao Lexian clapped her hands. "I admire your confidence. Assisting you in your breakthrough is not out of the question, but you must agree to remain within Xiaojia village for the next century. Of course, your primary focus shall be the protection of my parents. Do you understand?" Chasing Cloudsy nodded, uncertain if his decision today was wise. Yet for the pursuit of the ultimate martial arts, what was death in comparison? After all, it was merely the loss of freedom. The phrase "to hear the truth in the morning and die by evening" aptly described the elder's current state. "Thus, I shall take a piece of you." A pained cry escaped the elder's lips as Xiao Lexian unleashed a forceful palm strike from afar. The elder felt a surge of blood at his heart as Xiao Lexian produced a vial, capturing the essence of his lifeblood, which she then carelessly tossed into her system storage. "This lifeblood carries your soul. Should you fail to fulfill your promise, I shall ensure your spirit is scattered." Xiao Lexian giggled, her innocent face juxtaposed with devilish words, rendering her akin to a villain preying on the weak. Little White trembled slightly. The scene of their master laughing while committing acts of murder in the realm of cultivation seemed to replay, and it became clear why no suitor dared approach the most beautiful maiden of the Tianqing Realm. There was indeed a reason behind it. The elder sensed that Xiao Lexian had taken something of utmost significance from him, yet having made his choice, he did not harbor regret. "If I can achieve a breakthrough, as long as I live, I shall guard Xiaojia village for a century. Well, primarily by the side of Xiao Hushan." "Good," Xiao Lexian replied straightforwardly, rising to toss a volume of martial arts scripture toward him. "Study this wuxiang divine art. You shall inevitably break through. You may reside in Xiaojia village from now on. Find your own accommodation." The elder caught the martial arts manual, glancing at it briefly. His expression growing solemn as excitement surged within him upon recognizing the immense value and potential of the text. He knelt before Xiao Lexian. "Thank you, little deity, for bestowing this scripture. Rise. Oh, and remember, the manual I have given you is for your eyes only," she cautioned. The elder was puzzled, unsure why Xiao Lexian had made such a remark, yet his eagerness to peruse the manual left him no time for further contemplation, and he nodded in agreement. Finally, tranquility has returned. System commenced the sign-in. During this time, Little White had been signing in on her behalf. She was oblivious to what reward she had received or any changes in her data, and now she was eager to find out. "Understood, Master." Ding. Sign-in day 1931. Sign-in successful. Acquired 20 units of wood spirit chi, 20 points. Master's data is as follows. Name, Xiao Lexian. Age, 7 years. Cultivation level, human farmer. Stage 8. Concentration of Shennong bloodline, 65 wood spirit chi. 475, 555 can be consumed. Does not affect cultivation. Points, 51, 779. Sign in, 1931 days. Virtue, 115,000. Power of Faith, 1, 539,996. Established Sect, Shennong Sect. Inner Disciples, 52. Outer Disciples, 3, 900. Servants, 1. Features unlocked. All-World Mall, Shennong Sect Internal Communication Group, Trading Wall, Level 6. Void Backpack, Basic Vegetable Seeds, 62. Basic Grain Seeds, 141. Medicinal Herb Seeds, 13, 699. Fruit Tree Seeds, 3, 100. Green Plant Seeds, 380, 136. 1 Unknown Blue Seed, 1 Unknown Red Seed, 1 Soulwood Seed, already planted. A complete set of planting tools, including a hoe that can resize and automatically till the soil, a rake that can resize and automatically dig, an endless bottle that can resize and draw water infinitely, and a shovel that can resize and scoop soil. Special item, Substitute Doll. Xiao Lexian gazed at the data. Quite pleased. Her cultivation indeed reflected a breakthrough to the 8th level of the farmer realm, and her virtue tasks were completed, resulting in a remarkable surge of 100,000. Excellent. What delighted her even more was the efficacy brought by her Shennong sect, coupled with her deeds in Yongxin City and Jushui City, which propelled her power of faith to an astonishing level, surpassing 1 million. This task surely left at least 1 million common folk grateful to her. Moreover, the inner disciples had increased with the addition of Uncle Yusheng and 11 members of the Luo family, while the outer disciples were rapidly growing, prompting her to issue a second task, resulting in most inner disciples bringing their family members into the fold. It is noteworthy that during the previous endeavor to eliminate the plague, the outer disciples numbered barely over 1,000. Now, they had surged to nearly 4,000. A remarkable increase. Aside from the changes among the disciples, the trading wall was also revealing developments. The task of collecting seeds was gradually increasing. Earlier, various seeds had been amassed quite sufficiently, and it was only natural that subsequent seed collection tasks would progress slowly. Xiao Lexian reveled in her recent harvests, while Yun Xiaoning, having departed, could not retain either the Crown Prince or Gong Yezi Shu, as both chose to journey forth, leaving their destination uncertain. However, it was certain that the Crown Prince would not be returning to the capital anytime soon. Yun Xiaoning sighed, taking out paper and pen to document that the little deity could save the Crown Prince, alongside the conditions she had proposed. Being a confidant of the Emperor, he would conceal nothing. The Crown Prince would certainly not speak of it voluntarily. It was up to him. As for witnessing the Emperor's decision, that was beyond his influence. Days later, upon receiving Yun Xiaoning's letter, the Emperor sat alone in his study, silent for a long while. When he learned that the little deity had indeed driven away the northern tribes and quelled the plague, he was incredulous upon receiving urgent reports confirming the news. She truly accomplished it. Of course, the news of the war ceasing and the plague retreating was not confined to him alone. It created a stir throughout the court. Tales of the deity and the Shennong sect proliferated, once again reaching the capital, with tangible achievements before them. The ministers were unaware that the little deity's intervention stemmed from the emperor's intent, yet this did not prevent them from perceiving the Shennong sect as a formidable force, especially those cities that had been saved, which expressed profound reverence for the little deity. This feeling of admiration instilled a sense of crisis in many ministers, leading to numerous whispers suggesting that the Shennong sect harbored ill intentions, urging His Majesty to take action against them. Naturally, the emperor rebuffed all such allegations and publicly reprimanded those who spoke recklessly. Upon receiving further news from Yun Xiaoning, the emperor felt a mix of joy and concern. Joy for his son's survival and worry over the little deity's stringent conditions. Chapter 124, Arranging the Formation, Departure. In truth, ceding land to Xiao Lexian was not beyond his capability. Even if the area was merely palm-sized, the court officials would only criticize him for incompetence. However, preventing the Crown Prince from assuming his role was exceedingly challenging. Despite the Crown Prince's frail health, he exhibited excellence across various aspects, indicating potential as a competent emperor. If the Crown Prince were no longer to be the Crown Prince, who could he cultivate anew? The emperor's dilemma remained unknown to Xiao Lexian. After spending over 10 days at home, Xiao Lexian found herself in the central region of Yunhu Mountain, where her disciples were establishing formations. The 9 Curves Concealment Formation. This was a formidable array. Once set, it enveloped the Shennong sect's outer disciples, rendering them hidden. Although ordinary villagers would scarcely reach the deeper parts of Yunhu Mountain. Without the concealment formation, any intruder could stumble upon the secrets hidden within. She did not wish her sect to be overly exposed to the world. Thus she ensured it remained concealed. The periphery of Yunhu Mountain was still designated for the villagers' activities. However, should anyone approach the concealment formation, they would find the path ahead vanished, shrouded in a white haze, naturally deterring them from venturing further. As for the large flower that had acknowledged her as its master, it had become the guardian beast of the Shennong sect, and the disciples feared it not in the least. Xiao Lexian spent some time here, completing the formation, and every day observed the Shennong sect disciples enthusiastically engaging in group tasks. Father Tiger Mountain, Mother Chunhua, Uncle Yusheng, and even the entire Xiao family village were bustling with activity, leaving her to bask in the sun and leisure. Now, what Xiao Lexian intended to do was of no concern to Father Tiger Mountain and Mother Chunhua. They had joined Grandpa Six in undertaking construction tasks. And even Dr. Zhang and Grandpa Zhong were busy. Their efforts had intensified after witnessing the power and wonders of the Shennong sect. It was unclear what Father Tiger Mountain had conveyed to Mother Chunhua, but their determination had evidently grown. Due to their unique identity tokens, Father Tiger Mountain and Mother Chunhua initially lacked the option to undertake tasks to earn points. After all, Xiao Lexian had already gifted them the most suitable cultivation methods. Nevertheless, Father Tiger Mountain, even without the prospect of earning points, still led Mother Chunhua to join Grandpa Six construction tasks. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Lexian granted them access to all features. Everything available to the Shennong sect disciples was now accessible to them. This access proved beneficial. Although Father Tiger Mountain and Mother Chunhua would not earn points, they could engage in trading. They could sell points for currency on the trading wall to purchase items, while Xiao Lexian could directly gift items to her parents. Frequent trading on the trading wall might expose them to other realms and individuals, potentially becoming an opportunity for Father Tiger Mountain and Mother Chunhua. Thus, in this light, points were not entirely without value. Indeed, Xiao Lexian was preparing to depart to delineate the remaining 2/3 of the territory of Yunhu Mountain. Before leaving, she opened the option to trade points, much to the astonishment of all Shennong sect disciples. After all, not every disciple was affluent. Many were impoverished and compared to points. They yearned for silver to enhance their quality of life. Contrary to her expectations, many disciples opted to exchange points for money. Over 10 inner disciples exchanged, and the number of outer disciples doing so exceeded half. Today, Xiao Lexian told her parents, "I have stayed at home for nearly a month. I will be leaving tomorrow for a while." Father Tiger Mountain, who had been exceedingly busy, waved his hand, saying, all right, daughter, pursue your desires. If you miss us, you can teleport back to the Shennong sect and see us daily. Now, we almost spend our entire days at the Shennong sect. If it weren't for having a son and daughter at home, we might not even return for dinner. Take care of yourself." Xiao Lexian nodded, smiling. "All right, sister. Wherever you go, I want to go too. Oh, and my little brother's friend wishes to meet you. Hee. It's a pity he cannot enter Xiao family village. Otherwise, he would have seen you long ago." "Oh, he wishes to see me?" Xiao Lexian, with a flick of her fingers, discerned the reason behind his desire to meet her. She playfully pinched her younger brother's chubby cheeks and remarked, "If you tell your little brother who your sister is, he'll surely understand." "All right. Can I tell my little brother that you are that little immortal?" "No need to force it. Just inform him that his brother is." Hom. The little fellow nodded vigorously and immediately set to eating. "I'll tell him tomorrow." "Sister, when are you leaving?" "Take me with you." Xiao Lexian chuckled. "What? Are you not going to play with your little brothers anymore?" "I can't take your little brother on a long journey, even if I could." "Would the grown-ups at home agree?" The little one furrowed his brows in contemplation. "If my little brother wants to follow me, can I bring them along?" "Rest assured, my little brother doesn't need his sister to protect him. I will look after them." "Oh." Xiao Lexian's interest was piqued. "Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. If your little brother wishes to accompany you, and if his family consents, then you may bring him along. It would be beneficial for the younger brother to broaden his horizons, and with the little ones accompanying her, the journey would surely be less tedious." However, since he had claimed he would protect his little brother, she would indeed refrain from intervening should any issues arise. Xiao Lexian underscored this point. "Sister, don't worry. I can do it." Xiao Qingyun, the little boy, declared with unwavering confidence. 3 days later, 2 children, Xiao Guzi and Niu Xiaoli, appeared in Xiaojiakan, trailing behind Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Guzi had been permitted by his second brother to accompany them, while Niu Xiaoli had pestered his family for consent. Xiao Lexian remained silent, bidding farewell to her family as she enveloped the 3 youngsters in a protective barrier and tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. Xiao Hushan and Chunhua, witnessing their daughter's prowess, were left in awe, prompting them to work even harder, and they promptly teleported back to the Shennong sect. "Ha, brother, what is your rank?" The moment Hushan and Chunhua arrived, someone patted Hushan on the shoulder, inquiring about the ranking of inner disciples within the Shennong sect. Unaware that the symbol on their identity cards represented a group chat icon, they had never participated in such a chat due to their special identities, which did not entail any ranking. Consequently, Hushan was momentarily taken aback. After some time, Hushan finally grasped the uniqueness of his and his wife's identity cards. reflecting on their daughter's kindness. Yet he chose not to disclose his identity or mention that they were the sect leader's parents. Instead, he feigned the role of an ordinary disciple, deftly steering the conversation away from rankings as they continued to seek out Grandpa Xiao Lu, following his lead in completing tasks to earn points. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian and the three little ones had arrived in another country, finding themselves before a dilapidated village. Surrounded by desolate scenery, they were uncertain of their whereabouts, but the crumbling village appeared to have been deserted for ages. Sister, what should we do next? Xiao Qingyun blinked his large eyes at Xiao Lexian. Yes, sister, what now? Xiao Guzi and Niu Xiali echoed. They had always centered around Xiao Qingyun, and now that he was focused on his sister, they naturally followed suit. Xiao Lexian observed the sturdy Niu Xiali and the clever-looking Xiao Guzi, smiling. The youngest among them was her brother, who would soon turn 5, while Xiao Guzi was already 5 and Niu Xiali 6. Indeed, at 7.5, she could rightfully consider herself their sister. Xiao Lexian refrained from correcting the children's titles. Her consciousness had already spread out, and with no one around during the daytime. The dilapidated village was deserted. Are you tired? Let us spend the night in the village. Let us stay for the night. Although he wasn't tired, he agreed since his sister suggested it. Xiao Lexian placed a ring-like object around Xiao Qingyun's neck, an item from the realm of cultivation, modified for mortals to use. She forcibly locked onto Xiao Qingyun's aura, recognizing him as its master. From now on, sister will provide you with all the essentials for living, including food, clothing, and bedding. You can arrange for your two little friends yourself. Inside, there were indeed ample snacks, but it wouldn't suffice for a proper meal. Still, it ensured that the little ones wouldn't go hungry or cold in her absence. What does sister mean? Xiao Qingyun looked bewildered. Try to think about the gift from your sister. Following her suggestion, Xiao Qingyun's eyes lit up in surprise as he exclaimed, Sister, I see so many things inside. Good. Can you try to take those items out? Excited, Xiao Qingyun focused his mind and successfully retrieved an item. Suddenly, he held a handful of candies, astonishing the other two children. The two little ones, clearly not comprehending the magic of their older sister, nonetheless regarded her as an extraordinarily powerful being. They jumped up, exclaiming, Wow, big sister, you're amazing. They genuinely found it incredible that she could produce items seemingly out of thin air. Let us go. Enter the village and arrange for your little friends. Xiao Lexian wasn't reluctant to use her magical abode for comfort. Rather, she knew they needed to learn independence. She would not always be there to assist them, and if they became accustomed to the luxury of a personal villa, how would they cope with simpler living conditions? The magical abode was vast, but it was not a ring or a small item like a sword that could be modified to recognize a master. Thus, this approach was preferable. All right. I have things now. Sister lets me arrange for my little brothers. Xiao Qingyun was thrilled and dashed in the direction indicated by his sister, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Xiao Lexian followed suit like a little adult. Upon entering the village, she found it truly dilapidated. She did not indulge the little ones, allowing them to choose their sleeping quarters and then clean up the place. Although she could have resolved the mess with a mere spell, she preferred to refrain from using magic, especially with children around, to prevent them from developing a dependency on it. Watching the little ones sweep the floor and struggle to carry water buckets as they diligently cleaned, Xiao Lexian couldn't help but smile. Qingyun, I'm going out for a while to hunt for some game. We'll roast it for dinner tonight. Sister, I want to go too. Xiao Qingyun exclaimed, his little bottom still scrubbing the floor, turning to his sister at once. No, if you go, what will happen to your little brothers? They can't fight, and they'll be taken away by bad people. Xiao Qingyun felt disheartened. All right, previously, the Jade Token sister had allowed his little brothers to learn martial arts. They had won the token but had given it to their older brother. Now, he felt too embarrassed to ask his sister for the martial arts manual, leaving the two little brothers to learn on their own. Regarding the Jade Token, Xiao Lexian was aware of everything but chose not to bring it up. If Xiao Qingyun were to express his curiosity, or if Xiao Guzi or Niu Xiali developed a desire to strengthen themselves, then they could discuss it further. The three little ones continued their chores while Xiao Lexian stepped out of the village. The small grove before them was a picturesque sight. Yet its uneven yet harmonious layout suggested that it was not a wild forest, but rather one meticulously cultivated by affluent hands. The grove was filled with valuable and rare trees, and the absence of larger fauna indicated that only smaller creatures inhabited it. Xiao Lexian produced a fire stick, and with one for each person, they began to scour the grove for meat. It was evident that the chickens and rabbits they encountered were once domesticated, though they seemed to have reverted to a more feral state due to years of neglect. One could surmise that the grove once belonged to a wealthy family, now fallen into ruin, leading to the desolation of the estate and the wildness of its inhabitants. Despite the precious timber, the grove was overrun with weeds, a clear indication of its abandonment. and thus Xiao Lexian felt no moral qualm in hunting the small creatures within. Of course, should the original owners of the estate still be alive and simply neglecting their property, it would not be a loss to leave behind some provisions. With an abundance of small animals, Xiao Lexian moved swiftly, soon returning with a bountiful catch as twilight descended. When she departed with her little companions, it was still morning. But upon arriving at the designated task location in a foreign land, it was already past afternoon. This discrepancy could likely be attributed to geographical factors. Additionally, as she extended her consciousness outward, she realized the surrounding grove was extensive. However, transferring her companions through space again was impractical, as the system always deposited her in uninhabited areas, possibly a remnant of the Emperor Shennong's original design. Consequently, Xiao Lexian found herself unable to teleport directly to a densely populated city. With nightfall approaching, Xiao Lexian felt no urgency to continue her journey, making it quite reasonable to rest for the night in the dilapidated estate. After all, though the manor was in disrepair, she had brought her own bedding and supplies, making her stay convenient. As she leisurely made her way back, a group of individuals suddenly stormed into the estate. "Ha, Scarface, luck is on our side. We've found a few children here." A band of fierce-looking men armed with large blades burst into the manor, observing the three small ones busily cleaning and sweating profusely. Xiao Qingyun, sensing their malevolent energy and intentions, quickly realized that these were the villains spoken of in his sister's stories, bandits and traffickers. He immediately positioned himself protectively in front of his younger companions, his expression fierce. "You all should leave, otherwise I will not hold back," he declared, brandishing his small sword. "Ah, this little brat may look ordinary, but that sword of his is rather impressive. Too bad it's a bit too small," remarked one of the more discerning bandit leaders, his eyes sparkling with greed. "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I will truly strike." Xiao Qingyun's voice trembled slightly as he faced such formidable foes for the first time. "Wow, are they really going to kill us?" he thought, feeling a twinge of fear for the first time. This little rascal is amusing." The bandits were not intimidated. Instead, they erupted into laughter. Yet, their amusement was short-lived. In an instant, the seemingly harmless child unleashed a flurry of movement, a gust of wind followed by a blood-curdling scream as one of the bandits was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Scarface's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, get him, capture that little brat." Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun urged his companions, "Quickly, hide. We cannot afford to be a burden. Find a safe place." Yes. The two younger children dashed towards the sanctuary that Xiao Lexian had indicated. Two bandits pursued them. "You little brats, where do you think you're going?" In a split second, just as the blades were about to descend upon the children, they darted into a room. What followed was a bizarre and shocking scene. As the bandits swung their swords, they were thwarted by a shimmering barrier, unable to breach the room. The two bandits, caught off guard, watched in disbelief as the once innocent children transformed into formidable adversaries, wielding their weapons with deadly precision, leaving a pool of blood in their wake. Despite their numbers, the children refrained from killing outright, opting instead to incapacitate the bandits, rendering them powerless. The ground was soaked with blood. Behind them, several large boxes began to stir with the commotion, signaling the awakening of the trafficked children who had been drugged. Xiao Qingyun, having sensed this earlier, was aware of what was happening. Just then, Xiao Lexian returned, dragging her catch of the day, and upon witnessing the carnage in her younger brother's pale countenance, she flung the 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits onto the corridor floor, gently ruffling her brother's hair. She grasped the situation and felt a surge of wrath towards the fallen men. Yet, she refrained from immediate action, instead fixing her gaze upon her brother's eyes and summoning Niu Xiaoli and Xiao Guzi. Addressing the incapacitated bandits, she declared, "Come. Today, your first lesson in eliminating the heartless is to eradicate those who lack humanity. Act, and put an end to them." She produced 2 daggers, handing them to Xiao Guzi and Niu Xiaoli. Her younger brother's companions were eager to learn. Xiao Qingyun, though initially hesitant, understood the gravity of the situation. He was aware of the heinous acts these bandits had committed, trafficking children for the sake of profit, selling them into a life of torment and despair. Seeing their thoughts and actions, Xiao Qingyun recognized their wickedness, but was filled with trepidation at the thought of taking lives. Xiao Lexian's expression hardened as she confronted him. "What is the matter? Are you unable to act? Consider this. Had I not left a contingency plan, even if you were strong, both Niu Xiaoli and Xiao Guzi would either be captured or killed. If they were killed, that would be unfortunate. If captured, they would be sold far away, forever parted from their families, subjected to daily beatings and whippings. I don't want to be separated from my father and brother," he cried, overwhelmed with a sense of insecurity, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Lexian pressed on, Likewise, if you lack strength and are captured, you too will never see your family or me again, enduring hunger and abuse, forever trapped with no escape. Before she could finish, Xiao Chengyun's tears flowed freely as he shook his head. No, I don't want that. Then, we must eliminate them, she urged. If you do not act, they will continue their evil deeds, harming more children and tearing families apart. Go kill. At long last, Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli could no longer contain themselves. They rushed to the side of those who were rendered immobile and speechless by the oppressive presence of Xiao Lexian, and with their daggers, they plunged them into the bodies before them. Terror flooded the eyes of the bandit and trafficker. The two children wept as they thrust their blades, terrified beyond measure. Xiao Qingyun's innate kindness was finally awakened. Witnessing the actions of his younger siblings, he dashed forward, gritting his teeth as he drove a sword through the heart of the trafficker. Blood splattered onto the young lad. The man, struck fatally, succumbed instantly. Xiao Chengyun did not weep. He stifled his fear and revulsion as the crimson liquid flowed forth, saturating him with an icy chill. It felt as though his very soul was being dragged into an abyss, into a nightmarish realm filled with cries of despair and earth-shattering wails. He detested such scenes, loathed the sight of blood. Gritting his teeth, he continued to stab, one sword thrust at a time. Each bandit he felled met with a swift end, guided by his sister's words concerning the heart's vulnerable position. Meanwhile, Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli wielded their daggers, sharp though they were, lacking the knowledge of where to strike. Each bandit required dozens of stabs from the two children to finally perish. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Xiao Lexian observed all of this, unfazed. Today, she had commanded them to confront the bandits, to ingrain in their minds the brutal truth that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Finally, amidst the sobs of Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli and the agonized fear of Xiao Qingyun, all 30 bandits met their demise. Xiao Qingyun's very being trembled in anguish, feeling a chilling void that prompted him to faint. Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli sat dazed amidst the sea of blood and corpses, unable to process the horror for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 127. Overcoming Inner Demons. Brother grows up. Xiao Lexian brought the 3 children back indoors, casting a fireball and a cleansing spell to erase all traces of blood and bodies outside, as if nothing had ever occurred. Understanding that the children needed time to process and adjust, she refrained from interrupting their immersion in fear, for she believed they would eventually find their way back. Indeed, by the next day, Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli had recovered considerably, while her brother remained, his brow furrowed tightly, seemingly ensnared in profound anguish. Master, your brother's condition appears troubling. Xiao Lexian noticed the anomaly. Even in fear, he should have awakened by now. His state resembled that of someone trapped within a nightmarish dream. She sat beside the little one, her consciousness delving into his soul's ocean, only to be met with a scene that caused her countenance to change. An expanse of darkness enveloped him, the ground trembling and splitting as anguished cries echoed all around. Countless souls were buried beneath the rubble, their blood staining the earth. In this cataclysmic vision, she saw her brother Qingyun trembling and cowering, wishing to escape the surrounding cries of despair and terror, yearning to flee from this frigid place. Yet, it was as if layers of blood bound him, rendering his desperate screams futile. Sister, mother, father, I'm so cold, I'm so scared. Woe is me, so cold. He buried his head in his knees, trembling as he pressed his ears shut, trying to block out the cacophony. Suddenly, he seemed to hear his sister's voice. How could she be here? Qingyun, Qingyun, lift your head. It was indeed her voice. He shakily raised his head to see her smiling down at him from above. Be good, Qingyun. All of this is an illusion. Do you remember the martial arts I taught you? Take up your sword and slay the demons within your heart, and you shall no longer know fear. Her voice resonated with a magical quality, and Xiao Chengyun suddenly awakened to the realization. Indeed, he need not fear. He was formidable. He had vanquished the bandits. Fear had no hold over him. With trembling hands, he grasped his sword and slowly stood up, encouraged by his sister's warm smile. He charged at the endless cries of despair, striking down those who called for salvation. One such figure, an elderly man on the brink of death, received a sword thrust, revealing a smile of liberation. In that moment, the young boy understood. Death, at this juncture, was a form of release for them. He seemed to shatter the chains binding his spirit, delivering one strike after another to those trapped in endless suffering. Tears streamed down his face, yet he also smiled. For in his world, he was granting them passage to reincarnation. They would no longer be condemned to reappear in agony. He wished for all those suffering to find peace. In that instant, Xiao Lexian was astounded to witness that, as the world had crumbled, the souls ensnared by their anguish were now granted the path to reincarnation. One by one departing from her brother's spiritual realm. At last, her brother was free from suffering. no longer tormented by these wretched souls. How could she have overlooked it? When her brother, this child of misfortune, had come into this world, she had failed to notice the multitude of tormented souls lingering deep within his essence. These agonies and obsessions, once unearthed, had tormented her brother as spirit and mental landscape. As the last fractured soul departed, her brother's world transformed from a scene of devastation to one filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Indeed, this was her brother's spiritual realm. The nature of this world reflected his innermost thoughts. Her brother, astonishingly, had also awakened a golden destiny. She had aided him in conquering his inner demons, and he, with the strength of an ordinary mortal, had forged a sanctuary for his soul space. Though this realm was merely the size of an ordinary world and incomparable to her own soul space, it was still a monumental achievement. But that was not all. After sending those tortured souls to reincarnation, a radiant beam of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping her brother. She then beheld the astonishing sight of his merit skyrocketing to 500,000. Xiao Lexian was left utterly astonished. Was this the merit earned from delivering the tormented souls of an entire world to rebirth? Surely, she too could achieve such feats. Indeed, whether by heavenly decree or cosmic law, the universe seemed to favor ordinary mortals. While she toiled tirelessly on her tasks for a mere 100,000 merit, her brother, with a single thought, granted peace to those suffering souls, and his spiritual realm not only blossomed, but was also rewarded with 500,000 merit. Oh heavens! 500,000 merit. Even Xiao Lexian, a celestial being, could not suppress her urge to scream in exhilaration. Had it not been for the rule prohibiting the theft of merit, she could not guarantee that she would not be tempted to seize from her adorable, cherubic-faced brother. Master, the misfortune surrounding your brother has suddenly vanished. The supreme seal can be reclaimed. The attendant suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Lexian nodded. Then let it be so. In this moment, there is no misfortune. My younger brother's fortune is blessed by an abundance of virtues, and it shall not diminish, but rather, it will gradually augment on its own. Thus, if the formidable seal is once again placed upon him, it will no longer serve as a boon, but rather become a burden. The little one, rushing towards his sister, failed to notice the large seal that had soared from his body, only to vanish into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the seal had already materialized within Xiao Lexian's system backpack. Moreover, the infinite bottle from Xiao Village, an inexhaustible source of resources, also resided in her backpack. When the winds were fair and the rains gentle in Xiao Village and the entire Qingstone town, Xiao Lexian reclaimed the infinite bottle. Sister! Sister! The young Xiao Qingyuan was utterly elated, feeling warmth like never before. His world had been shrouded in darkness, despair, and fear. Previously, his dreams were haunted by being dragged into a terrifying realm, but now, he found solace. His world was devoid of the agonizing cries and screams. Once, he could only transform illusions to beautify his surroundings. Now, he could control his reality, making it genuinely beautiful. Sister! Sister! I am so happy. Do you blame your sister? No. The young Xiao Qingyuan shook his head vigorously. It was sister who urged you to harm others, stirring up those unpleasant memories. It was sister who aided Qingyuan, helping him conquer his inner demons, overcoming his inner demons. At that moment, Xiao Lexian realized that her brother had absorbed a plethora of peculiar knowledge and had matured instantaneously, surpassing even her in wisdom for his age. Chapter 128, The Five Empires. Xiao Lexian's thoughts were astute. Having triumphed over his psychological barriers, Xiao Qingyuan fully comprehended his origins. He was the manifestation of a soul shattered from a world akin to this one, a twin realm destroyed, embodying fragments of rules. This was his hope, the hope of those who perished in that world, yearning to break free from the shackles of their souls. If he could never conquer his inner demons, the endless despair of those who died would forever haunt him. Their suffering would become his own, a ceaseless cycle of agony, without rebirth. Now, for both him and them, it was liberation. I must also thank sister. Without you, I would never have been born into this world, and I might not even have had the chance to be human. Observing his serious little expression, Xiao Lexian felt a profound nostalgia for her once innocent and adorable brother. Now, he seemed to be developing a trend towards an aloof and cold demeanor. Alas, my brother has truly grown up. Sister, why concern yourself with such things? I will always be your brother, and you are no ordinary person. If I were too ordinary, it would hold you back, but this is just right. Sister has done so much for me, especially teaching me that profound technique, which is beyond measure for me. Even with all the memories from countless worlds and fragments of rules, none can compare to the Nine Heavens secret tome that you have imparted. Sister, focus on your own endeavors, the matters of the celestial Tao and the fate goddess. I shall handle everything else. This is the karma between me and them. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall not allow it to repeat its past mistakes. Xiao Lexian smiled. Very well. The following day, Xiao Qingyun, accompanied by Little Hook and Niu Xiaoli, came to bid farewell to Xiao Lexian. Sister, I am now fully capable of protecting them. I plan to teach them some of the martial arts from my memories, so I wish to venture forth with them. I understand that sister has important matters to attend to. I intend to help them grow stronger while also participating in more battles. Therefore, we must depart. Little Hook, in his innocence, did not comprehend the reason for their departure, but he chose to obey his leader. Conversely, Niu Xiaoli was rather excited. Is the boss going to teach them martial arts? Will they become as formidable as the boss? How thrilling. Go ahead. Xiao Lexian provided the little ones with a communication jade, instructing them to reach out if they needed anything. All right. The young Xiao Qingyun responded dutifully. Now, the little fellow possessed a spiritual realm, rendering the storage ring unnecessary. However, Xiao Lexian did not reclaim it. Just before they left, Xiao Qingyun suddenly recalled something. Oh right. Sister, I notified the authorities about the children who were captured by human traffickers. They came and took them away, but one refused to leave, staying in the woodshed. You need not worry about him. I have observed that it is better for him to remain there. He can survive on his own. Having inherited the memories and abilities of that other world, he now surpassed even the celestial order of this realm, unrestrained, thus delivering a message to the authorities. He could do so undetected. The children being transferred to the authorities could also do so silently. In this world, aside from being unable to destroy it, he truly resembled a king. Xiao Lexian took a deep breath and nodded. She was aware of those children when her brother was unconscious, and Niu Xiaoli and Little Hook were in a daze. She had pried open the cage and rescued them, but afterward, she did not follow up. She neither sent word to the authorities nor expelled them from the village. The children, led by an 8 or 9-year-old, had remained in the village, unable to find their way home. Given their youth, they feared encountering further danger, so it was safer to stay with their savior. Yet, inexplicably, one morning, they found themselves walking along the official road and were led back by an official who contacted their families, returning them one by one. They wished to describe the appearance of their rescuer, but the authorities were equally curious about who had secretly written a note in the official study, prompting the children to speak. Unfortunately, the children had lost all memories of their savior and could recall nothing. This ultimately became a peculiar tale, with everyone claiming that these children had been saved by spirits from the mountains. Xiao Lexian, having seen her brother off, did not anticipate their swift separation. Had it been her previous brother, she would have been apprehensive. However, the current brother, with such profound merit, was even more virtuous than she, an immortal. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards him would surely meet misfortune. Furthermore, considering her brother's enhanced strength, she felt reassured. Xiao Lexian believed her brother had awakened extraordinary abilities, and, upon his insistence to leave the child in the woodshed alone, she truly did not intervene. After resting for another night, she departed the dilapidated village. In her pursuit of acquiring the territory of Yunhu Mountain in this nation, Xiao Lexian had yet to devise a strategy. Nonetheless, the vast expanse of Yunhu Mountain in Jingyuan Kingdom was ample enough to keep the disciples of Shennong occupied for a while, so she was in no rush. Upon exiting the village and forest confines, Xiao Lexian beheld a small town, aptly named Scholar City. Scholar City? Upon entering, she inquired and learned that over a decade ago, this once derelict town was not called Scholar City. It had become renowned due to a prodigious talent who, at the tender age of 18, achieved the highest honor of the imperial examination, rising to a position of significant authority and becoming the emperor's most trusted advisor. The scholar held a deep fondness and nostalgia for his homeland. Thus, he dedicated his savings to reconstructing his hometown. Consequently, the once prodigious scholar became even more celebrated, and the town was renamed Scholar City. Xiao Lexian held great admiration for those who served with integrity and contributed to their community, leading her to linger for a moment upon the town's entrance plaque inscribed with the name Scholar City. Xiao Lexian entered the city with the intent of gathering intelligence. Rather than resorting to the capabilities of her system or her extraordinary skills to extract information, she chose to immerse herself in the lives of ordinary people, adopting their demeanor as she frequented taverns and inns to listen to music and glean news. It was revealed that the nation in the southeastern region of Yunhu Mountain was known as the Five Empires. The name Five Empires derived from the founding emperor's decree, which stated that the nation he established could only sustain 5 sovereigns. By naming the capital Five Emperor City, it was believed that in the face of conflicting names and fortunes, an opportunity for change might arise, allowing for the emergence of a 6th emperor. Since the passing of the 4th sovereign last month, the 5th emperor, a mere 13-year-old known as the Great Emperor, ascended to the throne. Despite his tender age, the Great Emperor was no ordinary child. He enlisted in the military at 7, became a general by 12, and assumed the throne at 13. swiftly silencing all dissent regarding his youth within a month. This was largely due to the prophetic counsel of the founding emperor's advisor. And the great emperor held these words in high regard, actively seeking out talented individuals from across the realm to unravel the fate of the Five Empires limitation. Upon gathering this information, Xiao Lexian understood her course of action and decided not to linger in Zhuangyuan City, but rather to make her way directly to Five Emperor City. Chapter 129, Inquiring for News, Denied Entry. By the time Xiao Lexian arrived in Five Emperor City, 2 months had passed. During this time, she faithfully followed the pace of a merchant caravan, finally entering the capital. As the capital of the Five Empires, Five Emperor City was not merely bustling. It radiated a vibrant atmosphere, with smiles adorning the faces of its citizens, all exhibiting an air of flourishing optimism. Indeed, it had only been 3 months since the old emperor's departure, and the newly inaugurated great emperor had implemented a series of reforms benefiting the populace. On the day of his coronation, he had granted a general amnesty, and now, the joyous atmosphere lingered, as the timing coincided perfectly with the recent proclamation of this pardon. Even those with minor offenses had been released from confinement. Although he had been the new emperor for merely 3 months, the great emperor had chosen to delay the ceremonial ascension to the throne for 3 months following the previous emperor's death. Following the grand coronation, the amnesty was declared, and Xiao Lexian arrived in the capital just as this celebratory occasion was still echoing through the streets. As she strolled along the thoroughfare, she observed the lively scene, with passers-by animatedly discussing various topics, their excitement palpable. Instead of employing her divine sense to eavesdrop, she moved closer to discern their conversation. It turned out that the patrons of a nearby tea house were animatedly debating the new edicts issued by the newly crowned emperor. The discussions grew fervent, and amidst the crowd, Xiao Lexian's youthful presence went largely unnoticed. At just under 8 years of age and standing merely 120 centimeters tall, she was but a child, even in modern standards. Her diminutive stature, coupled with her ability to conceal her aura, rendered her inconspicuous among the throng. From a distance, she appeared as an ordinary yet charming child. As Xiao Lexian stood among those engrossed in conversation, she listened intently to their words. "Ah, have you heard? A new imperial edict was issued yesterday. Oh, what news does it bring this time? The amnesty has already been declared. Indeed, many individuals have been released from confinement. Furthermore, our taxes in the capital have been waived for 3 years. The great emperor is truly benevolent. He is a good ruler. Haha, indeed. The great emperor has even granted us freedom of speech. He has bestowed upon the common folk and scholars the greatest liberty to express their thoughts. Yes. Who could have imagined that we, the common people, would have the right to openly discuss the emperor? In the past, such words would have led to dire consequences." One man added, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture for emphasis. "Now, enough with the suspense. What exactly did the imperial edict say?" Yes, do tell. What did the edict state?" The crowd urged, their curiosity piqued. The ordinary citizens, many of whom were illiterate, sought knowledge primarily through the narratives of storytellers or scholars in tea houses, which explained the consistent popularity of such establishments. Although Five Emperor City had become the capital and the quality of life for its citizens had improved, the high cost of books meant that only a minority could afford an education. As a result, the news of the imperial edicts had been disseminated orally, circulating from the mouths of learned individuals. The middle-aged gentleman seated at the center of the tea house savored the crowd's reaction before finally fanning himself and declaring, "Our current great emperor is indeed eager for talent. Yesterday's edict was a summons for capable individuals. It clearly stated that those with exceptional skills, even if they have not participated in the imperial examinations, may also register." Immediately, someone inquired, "Register? For what purpose?" The gentleman burst into laughter, naturally. "To participate in the assessment. Anyone who answers more than 3 questions at the Tianqing Tower can register. Furthermore, those who demonstrate their unique abilities before the examiners at Tianqing Tower are also eligible to apply. Our great emperor is a true connoisseur of talent. Since the late emperor's passing, this is already the 3rd edict regarding the recruitment of talents. Oh, I have heard that the great emperor seeks capable individuals to fill the position of the national advisor," remarked another young patron in the tea house. Indeed, the edict did specify that those with genuine talent would be considered for the role of national advisor. The crowd erupted in excitement, with many clamoring to register and partake in such a grand event. The middle-aged gentleman, enjoying his tea, chuckled heartily. To participate in such an occasion? Not everyone can simply join in. The hundreds of questions posted outside Tianqing Tower are all exceptionally challenging. Even the few simpler ones were crafted by the most learned ministers. The questioners are either renowned scholars or high-ranking officials. How could anyone of ordinary caliber hope to answer their inquiries? These questions allow for discussion, but to respond, one must provide both the consensus reached through discussion and their own insights. Otherwise, they will not pass. Even our capital's most esteemed scholar, Master Fu, could only answer 2 questions. The talented individuals flocking in from all corners of the nation, only a select few can gain recognition through their intellect. And even fewer are ultimately chosen. Therefore, it would be wise for everyone not to get carried away in the excitement. The gentleman concluded, taking another sip of tea. Sir, is the registration for scholarly talents and the registration for capable individuals at the same location? Inquired another patron. The gentleman nodded. Yes, they are at the same venue. But the examiners for the assessments differ. The entrance for capable individuals and scholars is distinct. How long do you anticipate such assessments will last? The middle-aged gentleman laughed heartily. That depends on the great emperor's wishes. Who can say? As the crowd continued discussing recent events, tales of renowned individuals attempting to participate in scholarly assessments, only to fail to answer even one question and be eliminated, filled the air. Initially, people laughed at those who couldn't even register, but as time passed, the mood grew more somber. It is widely acknowledged that the examination consists of 3 randomly selected questions, and upon evaluation, participants have discovered that the difficulty of these questions far exceeds that of the standard imperial examination, featuring numerous enigmas that have remained unsolved for millennia. Thus far, it has become commonplace for applicants to fail, while those who succeed are met with astonishment. Rumor has it that only 2 individuals have successfully navigated the assessment in the past 3 months, their identities remaining a mystery. It is said that they hail from remote regions, and following their registration, their whereabouts have been concealed, under the personal protection of the Supreme Emperor's appointed guardians. With merely 2 successful candidates amidst a participating body of over 100,000 scholars, many of whom possess only a modicum of knowledge, most have left in disappointment. Nevertheless, the fact that 2 individuals were chosen from such a vast pool is no small feat after all. Even the foremost scion of the capital, Fu Jun, did not pass. Consequently, the scholarly community has transitioned from confusion to a complete understanding of the situation, in stark contrast to the low pass rate among scholars. The realm of extraordinary talents has yielded a significantly higher success rate. Performers of street magic, including those who can breathe fire, have also been categorized as extraordinary talents and have successfully registered. Among the multitude of applicants, there are indeed those with genuine skills, alongside those who merely claim to possess rudimentary abilities or profess to be ghost hunters. To date, dozens of extraordinary talents have passed the assessment, having merely impressed the examiners with their bravado. Therefore, the gathering of such talents within a single space has become quite lively. Xiao Lexian, having acquired the information she sought, made her way to the Tianqing Tower. The Tianqing Tower, aptly named, resembles a drum tower and stands 2 or 3 stories high, with entrances on the east, south, west, and north. The examination for extraordinary talents is conducted at the east entrance. The diminutive Xiao Lexian, wielding a dark, charred fire stick, circled the 5,000 square meter Tianqing Tower until she reached the east entrance. After completing her circuit, she couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Tianqing Tower, a hallmark of the 5 emperors' capital. While the area surrounding the tower was bustling with people, only those genuinely participating in the assessment were granted access, thanks to the heavy military presence. As Xiao Lexian approached the east entrance, preparing to enter with her fire stick resting on her shoulder, she was halted by a soldier stationed at the perimeter. Hey, child, this is no place for you to play. Leave at once. The soldier, brandishing his rifle, obstructed her path. Xiao Lexian looked at him and tilted her head. I am here to participate in the assessment. Despite her appearance as an innocent child, her declaration was remarkably earnest. The soldier paused, scrutinizing her from head to toe, unable to reconcile her presence with that of a participant in the examination for extraordinary talents. To him, she appeared to be an ordinary child from a modest family, neither impoverished nor affluent. The only distinguishing feature was her striking beauty, at a glance. One might not notice, but upon closer inspection, her translucent, luminous skin surpassed even that of the most pampered young ladies. Her dark, expressive eyes and slightly arched brows lent her a unique aura, which left the soldier perplexed as to how he could perceive such qualities in a child. The soldier found himself in a quandary, reluctant to admit the child, yet wary of dismissing a potential prodigy. Just then, Xiao Lexian chose not to linger on his indecision. Instead, she unleashed a subtle pressure, causing the soldier's complexion to pale. I am here to participate in the assessment, she reiterated. This time, the soldier regarded her with newfound respect and promptly said, yes, please enter, no longer daring to obstruct her. He was taken aback to discover that this child was a martial arts master. He had heard that only true martial artists could exude such an aura to impose upon others. Had Xiao Lexian known that her spiritual pressure was misinterpreted as a form of energy, she might have found it either amusing or disheartening. Nonetheless, This misunderstanding proved advantageous. A fortuitous twist of fate. As she entered with her fire stick, she attracted considerable attention. Upon returning to his post, the soldier was immediately questioned. What just happened? How did you let that child in? The soldier exchanged glances with his colleague and replied, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Perhaps this child is the one the emperor seeks as the national master. Those nearby, overhearing his words, couldn't stifle their laughter, pondering how a mere child, likely to possess only a modicum of talent, could aspire to such an esteemed position. It was a fanciful notion, utterly implausible. Unaware of the skepticism surrounding her, Xiao Lexian stepped through the east entrance, where 2 examiners were stationed. Upon seeing the child enter, both of the supervising inspectors paused momentarily, taken aback and unsure of her purpose. Finally, the younger examiner regained his composure and inquired, Child, what brings you here? I am here to participate in the assessment, Xiao Lexian declared. Is that so? The young examiner was momentarily startled, harboring little hope for this child, who he presumed was merely another overreaching participant seeking attention. He adopted a more serious demeanor and casually asked, if you wish to take part in the assessment for extraordinary talents, what skills do you possess? In what area do you excel? Yes, do tell. The older examiner chimed in, neglecting to even inquire about her name, instead preparing to jot down notes on a corner of the parchment. Unfamiliar with the assessment process, Xiao Lexian was oblivious to the examiner's indifference and pondered how to respond to their question regarding her abilities. She had a plethora of skills, it seemed. Her indecisive demeanor, however, struck the 2 inspectors as indicative of uncertainty regarding her capabilities. The young examiner, growing impatient, suggested, never mind, just step inside there, the spacious area, and feel free to demonstrate. If your skills turn out to be trivial or easily discernible tricks, do not be surprised if we are less than courteous in our treatment. After all, participants who overestimate their abilities only increase the workload for the examiners, unlike the assessments in the scholarly realm, where questions are predetermined and visible to all. The selection of questions may be random, but preparing answers for a specific question is futile. Naturally, if your response mirrors that of another, lacking originality, it would be deemed cheating and punished accordingly. This assessment, conducted by the chancellor, allows for multiple interpretations, unlike the straightforward approach of the scholar's assessments, which can be quite taxing. Listening to the examiner's instructions, Xiao Lexian surveyed the dimly lit, yet spacious area, devoid of any obstacles. The walls bore an array of weapons, and she approached, contemplating the stony ground. It seemed impractical for planting anything here. The stone surface, while not entirely solid, comprised fragments with varying gaps. The thought of tossing seeds into such crevices, only to witness them sprout amidst the stones, sent a chill through her. She wondered if it might startle the 2 examiners. What's happening? Hurry up. As Xiao Lexian approached, she found herself lost in thought, while the young examiner, whose patience was fraying, furrowed his brow and sighed. Alas, this is it. I must report to my superiors. There should be an age limit for those participating in the assessment of extraordinary talents. After all, allowing mere children to partake in such evaluations is nothing short of absurdity. While I can accept that those elderly gentlemen might be reclusive legends, I refuse to believe that a child possesses any genuine skills. The young examiner's face was a canvas of frustration, and beside him, an elderly figure offered words of comfort. Young man, exercise a bit of patience. Although the number of participants has dwindled recently, we still encounter 10 or 8 each day, particularly as the assessment nears its conclusion. The previous months had left us utterly exhausted, and with the end in sight, the eagerness of the younger candidates to conclude these proceedings has made their impatience understandable. However, one must approach their duties with diligence. A hasty temperament is hardly commendable. As a senior official, Lu was compelled to offer his consolation. Though chastised by the elder, the young examiner felt no resentment, recognizing Lu's nature. His agitation stemmed not only from the high volume of candidates he had to assess over the past 3 months, which tested his patience, but also from the absence of any truly capable individuals among them, a fact that filled him with shame. Alongside Lu, he had encountered nothing but pretenders. Lu, being more seasoned, took it in stride, while the younger inspector, Zhang Peng, could not. After all, his rival, Chao Shun, had also participated in the current assessment. And unlike Zhang's misfortune, Chao had unearthed several remarkable talents, garnering much ridicule for Zhang as a result. Time and again, Zhang had held out hope, only to be disappointed by those who appeared formidable but proved to be mere illusions. Now, facing what might be his last candidate, a child no less, he had completely abandoned hope. Let the mockery come, he thought. He would tune it out. Meanwhile, Xiao Lexian, having pondered for only a few breaths, was not dawdling as Zhang imagined. His impatience made the seconds stretch interminably. Hearing the examiner's growing impatience, she resolved to act. Drawing on her prior experience of requesting land from the emperor, Xiao Lexian intended to employ the same approach, albeit with a more decorous demeanor, as the citizens of the five empires enjoyed peace and prosperity. Thus, she participated in the selection process with sincerity, ready to present her request to the emperor without any impropriety. To ensure she stood out and did not risk exclusion, she decided to showcase her unique abilities. After all, if others could breathe fire to gain attention, she could not afford to be outdone by such theatrics. With that determination, Xiao Lexian brandished her fire stick, initiating her display. Chapter 131, The Remarkable Young Prodigy. As Xiao Lexian moved, a cascade of luminous points erupted, and she ascended into the air like a resplendent phoenix making its grand entrance. The Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance. Xiao Lexian began her martial display. With each motion, the light intensified, transforming into ethereal silhouettes of divine birds. This Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance was the hallmark of the most flamboyant martial arts, a sight that had once captivated the young Xiao Lexian. Recognizing that the assessment prioritized visual spectacle, she believed this performance would serve her purpose admirably. With a clatter, the brush held by the young examiner slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the floor. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as he beheld the spectacle illuminating the assessment hall. Utterly stunned, his mind momentarily blank. After waves of astonishment, he turned to the elder beside him and asked, "Am I hallucinating? Is this a mirage? How can I see a child surrounded by divine birds, soaring through the air?" Pointing her fire stick, Xiao Lexian created a gaping hole in the ground. The sheer magnitude of the crater was astonishingly silent, more terrifying than a thunderous upheaval. He glanced at the old inspector, only to find him equally dumbfounded, sharing the same expression of shock. He heard the elder mutter, "A person, a divine being. This is precisely the extraordinary talent our empire needs." Compared to the others, those who had been obliterated were mere shadows. Even if the light and the soaring birds were mere illusions, they were the most breathtaking illusions. Furthermore, one could achieve the pinnacle of martial arts, soaring through the air. But how long could one maintain such a feat? The pit on the ground, however, was no illusion. It was a tangible reality. This child was indeed a remarkable prodigy. Both men believed Xiao Lexian's prowess in martial arts and her illusions to be extraordinary, yet they failed to consider the fantastical nature of her abilities. Having recently witnessed the various illusions employed by the successful candidates, they were left utterly mesmerized by Xiao Lexian's visually striking Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance, rendering them speechless for an extended time. They felt as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, their eyes opened wide in awe. Among them, Zhang Peng was the most exhilarated. As Xiao Lexian gracefully descended, the light and divine birds receded, and with a flick of her hand, the crater silently filled in, leaving Zhang Peng in stunned reverence. Yet this did nothing to dampen his excitement. He approached her with utmost respect and inquired, "Esteemed prodigy, may I know your name?" Suddenly recalling his duty to record, he hastily retrieved his pen, eagerly awaiting her response. "Did I pass?" Xiao Lexian asked. Zhang Peng nodded vigorously. You passed. You passed." The elder inspector, equally astonished, regarded Xiao Lexian with newfound affection, proclaiming, "You are exceptional." "Thank you." Xiao Lexian replied politely. "My name is Xiao Lexian." She had no intention of concealing her identity. Zhang Peng promptly inscribed her name, his hands trembling with excitement, unsure of how to contain his enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, master. Your Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance, limited by your cultivation level, pales in comparison to the original Phoenix's grandeur." The essence of that Phoenix's display was not captured, yet it still left these two examiners utterly astonished. If the Phoenix knew how you wielded its techniques, it would surely be incensed. "Be quiet," Xiao Lexian retorted, her expression darkening. She was acutely aware that her Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance had not conveyed even a fraction of the original Phoenix's power or beauty. Given her lack of talent for flamboyant displays, she had resorted to this for the assessment, and now, feeling exposed by Xiaobai's remarks, she couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation. "Wah, master is being mean to me," Xiaobai whimpered. Xiao Lexian shook her head. Her fire stick had been with her for a millennium, its personality and intellect forever stunted at that of a child. Perhaps this was its limit. For one could hardly expect a non-human entity to possess the same cognitive capabilities or limitless potential for learning as a human. Just as a pet dog, no matter how much it is trained, can never attain the intelligence or social acuity of a human. Longevity has no bearing on wisdom. A turtle may live long, yet its age does not correlate with an ability to engage in seamless communication with humans. Littleby remains blissfully unaware of the foolishness of its actions and has earned the label of a dullard from its master. While Tongzi and Xiao Tong observe this with barely concealed amusement. This Littleby is truly dim-witted, unable to articulate, they sneer. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Lexian, what a splendid name. The little sage is indeed remarkable. I assure you, the illusion you just performed would surely earn you the title of National Master before the Emperor. No one else would stand a chance. Zhang Peng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The realization that he had discovered the talented Xiao Lexian, initially without much hope, only intensified his exhilaration. What of all the talents assessed by Qiao Shen? Could any of them compare to her? The thought of taking Xiao Lexian to exact some retribution only served to elevate Zhang Peng's praises to euphoric heights, employing every commendation he could muster. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Lexian would have regarded such flattery with indifference. But having just heard little by expose the truth, she now felt a tinge of embarrassment at this adulation. She recognized her lack of aptitude for pretense or flamboyance. Had she known better, she would have chosen to simply plant a modest seed instead of making a grand entrance like a vain phoenix. Thus, as Zhang Peng grew more animated, Xiao Lexian appeared increasingly composed, seemingly disinterested in the accolades and offering no reaction. All right, let the little sage have a moment of peace. The senior inspector, sensing an underlying tension, interrupted Zhang Peng's effusive praise. After recording Xiao Lexian's name, the elderly gentleman rose and addressed the young examiner. Come, let us escort her together. Yes, little sage, you have passed the assessment. Come, follow us to the residence of the extraordinary individuals. Can you two leave together? One person should suffice to escort me. If both of you go, what if someone else comes for an assessment? Xiao Lexian felt her concerns were quite valid. No worries. It is lunchtime. We can leave now. This afternoon, another inspector will be on duty. I see. Then let us proceed. Xiao Lexian followed the two as they led her into the splendid inner chambers of the Tianqing Tower, then down an underground corridor. After traversing this passage for about half an hour, they emerged into the Imperial Palace's Hall of Summoning the Talented. As they exited the secret chamber of the Hall of Summoning, a resounding noise echoed, drawing the attention of all present. Another newcomer. I wonder what skills this one possesses. One remarked. Whatever skills they may have, can they rival the legendary twin wonders of the Wuwei Palace? We hold you in absolute admiration. A young and enchanting woman, exuding a hint of allure, smiled coyly at the comment, while the young man beside her displayed a similar air of pride. They hailed from the enigmatic Wuwei Palace and were determined to secure the coveted position of National Master. To them, their only competition lay in each other. The rest were merely inconsequential. Chapter 132. Wait, something seems amiss. The appearance of Xiao Lexian left everyone astounded, not for any remarkable reason, but simply because she appeared no older than 10. What capabilities could such a diminutive child possess? How had she managed to pass the assessment? Doubts swirled in their minds. Yet, as their confusion faded, it morphed into indignation. They felt it an affront to be compared to such a child, especially the younger, more impetuous individuals among them, whose faces darkened with displeasure. Those with more composure, while not feeling insulted, still found Xiao Lexian's presence rendered the selection of extraordinary talents seem rather trivial. Even the most revered individuals from the Wuwei Palace wore expressions of disdain. How could such a child be compared to them? What right did she have to stand in their midst? Realizing the true nature of Xiao Lexian, the twins of the Wuwei Palace dismissed her as a mere child, an inconsequential presence, unworthy of even a dismissive glance. The elderly inspector, however, picked up on the crowd's dismissive sentiments and the anger simmering beneath the surface, while the young examiner Zhang Peng remained oblivious to it all, still caught up in his excitement. Walking next to Xiao Lexian, he eagerly introduced her to the crowd. This is our new little sage, Xiao Lexian. Come, everyone. Let's get acquainted. He led her through the throng of extraordinary individuals, yearning for them to recognize her brilliance. Yet, his efforts proved futile. No one responded. As he approached each person, they merely nodded politely, but offered no further acknowledgement. The silent, beautiful child was relegated to a position of disregard. Finally, Zhang Peng, awakening from his excitement, recognized the lack of attention afforded to Xiao Lexian and felt a surge of indignation. Unable to endure the slight, he urged her, little sage, demonstrate your abilities to impress them. Surely, once they witness your prowess, they will no longer dare to overlook you. As he spoke, a figure entered the room, light streaming in behind them, illuminating the hall of summoning further. The newcomer laughed heartily. Zhang Peng, is this the best you can muster? You couldn't find a true talent, so you resorted to bringing a child as a stand-in? With a scrutinizing gaze, the middle-aged man appraised Xiao Lexian, derisively questioning, you dare bring such an immature child here? Do you not fear the emperor's wrath, inviting such calamity? Zhang Peng, recognizing the intruder, felt his face flush with anger, nearly ready to leap to his feet. Qiao Shen, do not speak nonsense. The little sage is immensely talented. Her? Talented? If she were truly remarkable, why is it that none of the assembled individuals are willing to engage with her? In this context, engagement meant showcasing their abilities for all to witness. A critical aspect of the assessment. You, Zhang Peng stammered, rendered speechless by his fury. Why must you be so harsh, Xiaoxin? This girl you deride does possess some talent. I assure you, young Zhang is not mistaken this time. The elderly inspector finally interjected. Huh. Whether this girl possesses any talent is unknown to me, but the mere fact that one of the inspectors, particularly the serious Lu, would speak in her favor suggests she has some merit. However, I remain skeptical. If she truly has skill, let her compete with Wu Bai, should she be injured. Do not cry foul for bullying a child. You. Zhang Peng was furious. Wu Bai was known for his brutal strength, having incapacitated several weaker talents in the past. He was also recorded by Chao Shun as a naturally gifted powerhouse. One punch from him could leave even a martial arts master crippled. Chao Shun's heart was cruel. A few in the crowd displayed signs of compassion, with some murmuring. What is this? I think we should let it go. After all, we have witnessed Wu Bai's ferocity. He is a heartless brute who knows no restraint. If this child were to take a punch from him, she might not survive. Look, everyone, Zhang Peng is quite dissatisfied. Chao Shin remarked, raising his sparse eyebrows. Wu Bo, come forth and let this young lady witness your formidable prowess. Ha ha ha. Wu Bo, a towering figure, leapt into action with a thunderous roar. His bloodthirsty eyes glinting with excitement and ferocity as they fixated on Xiao Lexian, as if he were about to conquer a defenseless lamb with a single blow. Reveling in the thought of shattering such a perfect child into pieces, a rather delightful notion, indeed. Upon seeing Wu Bo emerge, Zhang Peng truly grasped the gravity of his predicament. The prowess of the little giant lay in his deceptive abilities. Although his strength was commendable, many had previously overestimated their own capabilities, only to be reduced to mere pulp by the might of the powerful Wu Bo, whose speed was equally terrifying. The scenes from those encounters were nothing short of brutally sanguinary. At that moment, he was consumed with worry for the little giant, and with a heavy sigh, the old inspector realized he could do nothing to avert the impending disaster. However, the esteemed Lord Quan of the Imperial Guard would undoubtedly intervene in such a violent confrontation. He had to seek assistance. The old man's departure went unnoticed by anyone. Throughout the commotion, Xiao Lexian remained silent. She felt no obligation to showcase her abilities to anyone other than the examiners and the Supreme Emperor. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own strengths and weaknesses, and felt no need for validation from others. Thus, even in the face of collective indifference, she remained unfazed. True power does not concern itself with the triviality of lesser beings. Yet, she had not anticipated matters escalating to this point, which was indeed quite vexing. Ha ha ha. You little brat, brace yourself for my punch. If you can withstand it, I might let you off today. The thrill of striking someone brought him immense satisfaction. Otherwise, the pent-up energy within him would be unbearable. Better to unleash his frustrations upon others than to suffer in silence. Without awaiting Xiao Lexian's response, he charged forth, his fist slicing through the air with a menacing force that instilled trepidation in all onlookers, aimed directly at Xiao Lexian's face. Xiao Lexian estimated the power behind that blow. Had it been directed at an ordinary child, it would likely have sent their head flying. The sheer force capable of shattering skulls was no trifling matter. No. Zhang Peng exclaimed in horror, convinced that Xiao Lexian was doomed. All eyes widened in disbelief. Would they witness yet another gruesome spectacle of bloodshed, with skulls smashed and limbs torn asunder? Ha ha ha. Whatever scene came to mind for the spectators, Chao Shin conjured as well, his laughter echoing with delight, partly due to Wu Bo's obedience, and partly because he could eradicate the only extraordinary individual Zhang Peng had brought along, delivering a devastating blow to Zhang Peng's pride. After this incident, who would dare claim superiority over him? As Wu Bo's fist, capable of crushing skulls, approached, Xiao Lexian narrowed her deep, dark eyes, her gaze turning icy. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and a figure shattered through the walls of the Hall of Summoning, crashing through the structure. Every heart skipped a beat. Had Wu Bo's strength surged to such an extent that he could obliterate walls? Wait, something felt amiss. That sound seemed wrong. Chapter 133. Are you the Emperor? Once the crowd processed what had transpired and beheld the figures standing unharmed, they were momentarily stunned into silence. Their minds blank. What unfolded before them was simply inconceivable, akin to a surreal dream. Xiao Lexian's petite form stood there, seemingly devoid of any indication that she had intervened. So, how did she accomplish that? Wu Bo? Chao Shun's expression darkened, akin to someone who had been dealt a stinging slap, leaving him utterly humiliated. Wu Bo's fate also weighed heavily on his mind. After all, he was a talent he had nurtured. Even if he couldn't secure the position of national teacher, he had intended to retain Wu Bo as his protector. He never anticipated being bested by a mere child. Fury boiled within him. It was not that he considered Wu Bo inferior to the child, but rather that he believed Wu Bo had underestimated his opponent. Yet, this was not the time for self-pity. He needed to ensure Wu Bo remained unharmed. Ignoring the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him, he dashed forward. Outside, the commander of the Quan Guard, brought by the old inspector, arrived just in time to witness Wu Bo crashing through the thick palace walls. He was taken aback for a moment, and then with a resounding thud, Wu Bo fell to the ground, crying out in agony before falling silent. The Quan Guard approached, only to pale upon discovering that he had ceased to breathe. What happened? The Quan Guard inquired, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, Xiao Xin emerged, witnessing Wu Bo's tragic state. His expression shifting to one of shock, and then rage as he condemned Zhang Peng for his inaction and accused Xiao Lexian of cruelty. No, it cannot be like this. The old inspector, hearing Xiao Xin's distorted narrative, firmly refuted his claims. The mood among the Quan Guards was grim. Although there had been various clashes among extraordinary beings over the past months, it was the first time a life had been lost. The previous incidents, even the most severe ones, merely involved Wu Bo being incapacitated, his limbs severed, and his martial prowess rendered useless. While he had harbored a dislike for Wu Bo's vicious tendencies, now that he was dead, the matter would surely need to be reported to the emperor. This was a failure in oversight, and such an incident occurring within the imperial palace would inevitably invite the emperor's wrath. With a stern expression, the Quan Guard approached the hall of summoning, his demeanor heavy with displeasure. Who had dared to strike? Xiao Lexian, fully aware of the unfolding events, remained unperturbed and disregarded the old inspector's piercing gaze. She stepped forward, declaring, "It was I." "Then you are aware of his condition? Speak. Why did you resort to lethal force?" The Quan Guard pressed. "Regardless of who was right or wrong between you, I simply wish to know why you chose to kill. How could a half-grown child possess the ability and audacity to so decisively end a life?" The words of the Quan Guard drew gasps from everyone present. They had yet to recover from the shock of Xiao Lexian's formidable power when they were confronted with the news of Wu Bo's demise. The consensus was that this child was excessively ruthless. Today, I wish to hear your justification for directly taking the life of one of my own, Xiao Xin's man. If you can kill in the Emperor's hall today, will you dare to do so in the court tomorrow? Do you think you can kill it well? Nonsense. Zhang Peng exploded in fury, leaping forward. Clearly, Wu Bo was in the wrong. The little giant merely retaliated appropriately. Why do you paint the little giant as a murderous fiend? What is your true intent? Silence. The Quan Guard, incensed, interrupted the argument between Xiao Xun and Zhang Peng, glaring at Xiao Lexian, who appeared nonchalant and indifferent. "Now, tell me, why did you kill him?" Xiao Lexian found his question amusing and peculiar. She replied with an emotionless demeanor, "What is there to discuss? A killer must always be met with death. He did not spare me, and thus I had no reason to show him mercy." Although she would not kill without cause, her long life as an immortal had instilled in her a principle. Anyone who sought her demise would invariably meet their own. In essence, she did not kill him, rather, he had sealed his own fate. As for whether others viewed her as benevolent or cruel, it mattered little to her. She was sufficiently powerful to act in accordance with her own beliefs, undeterred by the judgments of others or the constraints of morality. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, the ruthless display by Wu Bai moments ago was exceedingly severe. They had all presumed that Xiao Lexian was doomed. If Wu Bai had taken her life, would they have deemed him cruel? Certainly not. In their minds, Wu Bai was inherently vicious, a malevolent entity. Thus, when a villain commits murder, it is perceived as a matter of course. They might even entertain his explanations, justifying his actions as perhaps not intended to harm the young girl, but rather a tragic miscalculation of force. Conversely, they instinctively believe that a child should embody purity and kindness, even if they initially looked down upon her. However, when Xiao Lexian took a life with such thunderous ferocity, it starkly contradicted their preconceived notions of childhood innocence and virtue, rendering her actions intolerable and malicious in their eyes. Ultimately, this is the nature of humanity. When a villain exhibits even the slightest hint of leniency, they are regarded as reformed, and it brings comfort. Conversely, a good person who fails to act virtuously is treated as if they had committed an unforgivable sin, deserving of universal disdain. Yet, the current situation was far from such simplicity. Although Xiao Lexian rarely spoke, her reasoning left the Quan Guards and all present at a loss for words. Jia Shuan, one of the twins from Wu Wei Palace, furrowed her brow, overtly expressing her disdain. A man being somewhat ferocious is acceptable, but a girl who resorts to murder is utterly vile. Such a person, we at Wu Wei Palace disdain to contend for the position of national master with. She must be expelled. I fear her presence will corrupt our youth. Isn't that right, brother? She queried her fellow twin, Jia Yi. Her words rallied many of her admirers in agreement. and with Xiao Lexian's formidable prowess posing a significant threat, they no longer perceived her as unworthy of competition, but rather as a radiant presence that overshadowed their own. Thus, seizing the opportunity before the emperor arrived in person, it was imperative to expel her. Of course, while some sought to exclude the formidable Xiao Lexian, others admired her strength. Those with a clear conscience frowned at the uproar. Zhang Peng and old Lu looked anxiously at Xiao Lexian. As the Qian guards pressed to oust her, the young girl exhibited no sign of fear or injury. She completely disregarded their actions. With a sigh, the Qian guard stated, "I accept your reasoning for the killing and will not punish you. However, your blatant disregard for the law in the Hall of Summoning means you cannot remain in the Five Empires. You must leave." He too found her ruthlessness alarming, deeming her unsuitable for the position of national master, unfit to be presented before the emperor. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Lexian finally lifted her gaze to him, launching a barrage of questions. Did the Supreme Emperor not decree that no one may be killed within the Hall of Summoning during this period? By what authority do you address me in such a manner? I have already passed the assessment. I am, therefore, enrolled. What right do you have to demand my withdrawal? Is it in your capacity as the commander of the Imperial Guard, or are you speaking on behalf of the Emperor? If you are not speaking for the Emperor, by what authority do you make such a decree? Are you the Emperor? Xiao Lexian's unwavering demeanor and her three-pointed queries left the Qian guard visibly shaken, causing him to stumble backward in disarray. Chapter 134, quite disconcerting. Xiao Lexian's words struck the Qian guard like a thunderclap. Dousing his fiery anger with a cascade of cold realization, he recognized he had nearly overstepped his bounds and left a dangerous precedent. Should the new emperor learn that he had expelled a successfully registered talent without consent, it would surely lead to dire consequences for him. The thought sent a chill of cold sweat down his spine. In that moment, he comprehended his own shortcomings. He was appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guard by the late emperor and had served under him for several years. Now, with the ascension of the new emperor, he was directly accountable to him, yet he harbored a profound lack of reverence for the new ruler. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such reckless words today. Xiao Lexian's remarks not only left the Qian guard in awe, but also startled Qiao Shun and the others. Goodness! This child's demeanor bore little resemblance to that of an ordinary child. It was a lethal strike to their pretenses. If her words were to reach the emperor's ears, would they not be seen as overstepping their bounds even more than the Qian guard? Would the emperor not think that before even becoming national masters, they were attempting to make decisions for him? In such a case, would the emperor harbor any favorable impressions towards them? Could they still aspire to the position of national master? Although Xiao Lexian directed her words at the Qian guard, her verbal assault felled many. Who would dare to propose her expulsion now? It was likely that all their actions had unfolded beneath the emperor's discerning gaze. They could hardly believe that the Hall of Summoning lacked the emperor's surveillance. In truth, there was indeed someone present. Xiao Lexian remained unaware if others sensed the faint, ethereal presence, but she felt it as soon as she entered. Furthermore, her retaliation against Wu Bai had not transcended human capabilities. She calculated that if the hidden observers had received the emperor's directive forbidding her from taking a life, they would have intervened. The fact that they did not indicated that Wu Bai was indeed vulnerable, while Xiao Lexian believed that absolute power could resolve any issue. She also understood that those who sought to harm her deserved death. However, she was not devoid of reason. Her current objectives remained unfulfilled. If her actions truly contravened the rules, she could temporarily acquiesce. After all, there are moments, even for the most exalted beings, when circumstances are beyond their control. The Grand Hall fell into a profound silence, each face displaying a range of expressions, some peculiar, some grim, some filled with anger. The Qian guard left with a scowl, heading straight to the Hall of Governance to offer his apologies. Meanwhile, the Supreme Emperor indeed had sent someone to the Hall of Summoning to report back. The 13-year-old emperor, standing at over 5 feet tall, wore a somewhat youthful visage, yet his expression was remarkably grave. Upon hearing the report, he set aside the documents in hand and looked up in surprise. "Oh, a little girl has arrived, and she has committed murder? Is that truly the case?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Does she possess any other skills?" "This subordinate is uncertain. Thus far, in the Hall of Summoning, she has only demonstrated her martial prowess." The Supreme Emperor pondered for a moment, placing his pen down, and inquired, "In your discerning opinion, how does your martial capability compare to hers?" The kneeling individual trembled. The Emperor's question reminded him of his own youth, and he reflected on how he had acquired his martial skills through rigorous training imposed by the former eunuch. Later, he had been rescued by the then prince, the new emperor. Although he had studied forbidden techniques for nearly 20 years, they could not be unlearned. While mastering such techniques in a year equated to a decade for others, most individuals only lived to around 30. Thus, none desired such formidable power unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, since aligning with the new emperor, He had benefited from numerous nurturing herbal treatments, alleviating his suffering. Now, having witnessed Xiao Lexian's abilities, he had been thoroughly astonished. Her speed and strength were comparable to his utmost efforts. When the emperor asked about her prowess compared to his, he deliberated carefully before responding. In my humble opinion, if she were to unleash her full strength, our martial skills would be roughly equal. However, he abruptly shifted. If she were to hold back, I would undoubtedly fall short. Oh, the Supreme Emperor was taken aback. Is she truly that formidable? Even if she merely matches you, that equates to an extraordinary martial prowess of nearly 190 years, which is quite terrifying. Furthermore, she is even younger than you. This revelation rendered her capabilities all the more astonishing. He suddenly burst into a light-hearted laughter, clearly indicating that this time, the summons for talents had indeed attracted some remarkable individuals. Yes, Su also concurred with this sentiment. Then, Your Majesty, regarding the Imperial Guard of the Spring, should we? The Emperor waved his hand, dismissing the notion. No need, he will personally come to apologize. The Emperor was well aware of the Spring Guard left behind by his predecessor. Today's incident might even turn out to be a blessing in disguise. As if on cue, a young eunuch arrived to deliver a message. The Spring Guard sought an audience. Su nodded at the Emperor and promptly vanished from sight. As the Spring Guard entered, bearing a bundle of thorny branches on his back, it was evident that he had come to atone for his mistakes. He knelt before the Emperor and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I am guilty. The Emperor remained silent, watching him with a smile that felt eerily familiar to the Spring Guard. It was the very smile often displayed by the late Emperor just before his wrath would be unleashed. The Spring Guard's skin tightened with trepidation, and he dared not conceal anything, recounting his transgressions in their entirety. The Emperor listened intently, but offered no commentary, thereby imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the Spring Guard. Once he finished, the Spring Guard anxiously awaited the Emperor's final verdict. This situation could be interpreted in two ways. On one hand, it could signify his blatant disregard for the Emperor, suggesting a potential rebellion. On the other hand, it could be viewed as a mere lack of diligence that required rectification. Ultimately, the interpretation rested solely on the Emperor's perspective. The Spring Guard's anxiety was not without justification. Despite the new Emperor's tender age of 13, he had already seen the battlefield and risen from a common soldier to a minor general, and had he not been an emperor, he might well have become a true general in the future. Having witnessed the bloodshed of war, the youthful emperor, despite his tender appearance and affable demeanor, was not to be underestimated. The Spring Guard was utterly uncertain about his fate, gripped by intense anxiety. Finally, at the moment when he believed his end was near, fearing the Emperor's wrath, the Emperor spoke. He rose and personally assisted the Spring Guard to his feet. My dear minister, why do you appear so distressed? You are my most trusted person, the Imperial Guard of the palace. If I were to punish you for such a trivial matter, what kind of emperor would I be? His words moved the Spring Guard deeply. However, since you have acknowledged your mistake, show some sincerity. Take this token I grant you, and personally apologize to the young lady, explaining that it is I, the Emperor, who has erred, and that you are here to make amends on my behalf. Your Majesty, the Spring Guard was utterly astonished. Despite his own wrongdoing, the Emperor claimed responsibility and instructed him to apologize. This left the Spring Guard in a state of shock. He knelt once more, pledging that his life belonged to the Emperor. He would live for the Emperor and die for the Emperor. The Emperor smiled with satisfaction. This young lady, Xiao Lexian, was indeed remarkable. Not only was she powerful herself, but she also provided him with an opportunity to completely win over the Spring Guard. She truly deserved a reward. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lexian, what seemed to her a trivial matter had allowed the cunning young emperor to employ political strategy, even sending gifts to placate her, showcasing his ability to honor and respect those with real talent. Thus, the ultimate victor turned out to be the final boss. When Xiao Lexian received the emperor's decree and rewards, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, sensing something amiss. If the summons hall was truly not permitted to encounter any issues, why hadn't the emperor directly intervened to oversee them? Instead, he waited for chaos to ensue before presenting himself as magnanimous. Such tactics were beneath her. Xiao Lexian surveyed the array of gold, silver, and jewels offered to her, her expression darkening as others looked on with envy and resentment, as if she had captured the emperor's favor and was on the verge of becoming the national advisor. Excellent. Those emerging from the palace were certainly no ordinary individuals. In this game, she had inadvertently become a pawn for the emperor. Individuals like Wu Bo, even without her involvement, would eventually cause significant trouble. When that time came, it might not be Wu Bo who perished, but rather someone else. At that moment, what would the emperor be doing? Would he soothe the aggrieved party or execute the notoriously vile Wu Bo to appease the virtuous? Or would he subdue the ruthless Wu Bo, employing him as a weapon? Regardless, the emperor would not suffer any losses. Such clever calculations. Xiao Lexian enjoyed her freedom and loathed being manipulated, even inadvertently falling into someone else's game. Now that she had recognized it, was she expected to follow his lead? She was gravely underestimated. Therefore, as the eunuch awaited her gratitude for the emperor's generosity and the spring guard offered his profuse apologies, amid the envious gazes directed at her, Xiao Lexian suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. The room erupted with a deafening crash as dust swirled throughout the hall. Once the dust settled, the onlookers opened their eyes to a shocking scene. Xiao Lexian had shattered the gold and jewels bestowed by the emperor into a cloud of dust. The sheer ferocity of her action left the eunuch flabbergasted. Just as he regained his composure and prepared to erupt in anger, Xiao Lexian was quicker still, exerting her formidable presence to suppress both the astonished eunuch and the equally furious spring guard. In that moment, her small frame appeared remarkably unique. Her voice devoid of warmth. Return and inform your emperor that if he wishes to recruit true talents, he must abandon his schemes and manipulations. Such tactics are utterly repugnant to genuine talents. Her words left Su, who had been observing from the shadows, utterly astonished, prompting him to vanish once more. All present were left in awe of her audacity and her words. Chapter 135. She was undoubtedly doomed. The eunuch, taken aback by Xiao Lexian's declaration, stammered, "Why you? You're not afraid of losing your head?" Xiao Lexian smiled softly. Of course not. She was not one to flaunt her abilities unnecessarily. She had no intention of displaying her prowess like in the Plague City. Instead, she preferred to follow a low-key and ordinary approach, which not only spared her from unnecessary troubles and the shock and panic of the Five Empire citizens, but also allowed her to observe the emperor's true character. After all, seeing is believing. Thus far, she had yet to meet the emperor, but she had gleaned insights into his character from his actions. Had she flown in dramatically, the exaggerated effect would have garnered his attention, but it would have obscured his principles and disturbed the citizens, which was not her aim. The people of the Five Empire were currently living in peace and prosperity. They did not require divine beings to inspire awe or hope, nor did they need miraculous powers to rescue them from despair. In the end, if she were to reveal her powers to obtain her desires, it would suffice to do so in the presence of the emperor, the assessors, or a select few. Xiao Lexian was not like that ostentatious phoenix from the Tianqing Realm, seeking to show off her abilities for no purpose, having experienced the admiration and worship of countless beings during her long life. She had once been enchanted and lost in it, but now she truly viewed it with indifference. Instead, she found joy in engaging with the common folk, relishing their authenticity when they were unaware of her identity and not pretending in her presence. Of course, this was all predicated on the condition that she was not wronged. If anyone caused her discomfort, she would not hesitate to retaliate by any means necessary. At this moment, Xiao Lexian was beginning to embrace a sense of liberation. If she had already become so powerful, why should she still cower? If being strong and living long held no meaning if it did not bring her comfort, then she saw no reason not to act according to her own desires in this world. Xiao Lexian, with a demeanor of fearless nonchalance and a light-hearted smile, left those around her utterly astounded. Was this a testament to her true capabilities, or merely a reflection of her reckless audacity? Did she not comprehend the dire consequences of offending an emperor? Zhang Peng and Lu Lao exchanged anxious glances, concerned for her well-being. To dare shatter the gifts bestowed by the emperor is a feat unparalleled throughout history. Meanwhile, Chao Shun was exhilarated. This little girl was surely doomed. To destroy imperial gifts was an affront to the emperor himself. How delightful it was to witness such audacity. He angrily clasped his hands, declaring that he would faithfully report her actions. With a flourish of his feather duster, he turned and departed. The crowd stirred restlessly, yet Xiao Lexian remained unfazed, casually seeking out an empty seat to leisurely sip her tea. Others refrained from provoking her at such a tense moment, recalling the alarming image of her effortlessly reducing all gold and jewels to ashes with a mere gesture. Her formidable prowess rendered her a terrifying force, one that even the emperor could not intimidate. Approaching her in such a state could yield no favorable outcome. While the others harbored fear of Xiao Lexian, the spoiled twins of Wuwei Palace felt no such trepidation. In their eyes, she was merely a wretch on the verge of execution. And why should they show courtesy to a condemned soul? Some people, believing themselves extraordinary, dare to speak and act with impunity. Brother, is this not what our master referred to as ignorance of one's insignificance? Jia Shuan smirked at the man beside her. No, this is not ignorance. It is sheer naivety, a young calf unafraid of tigers, convinced of their own prowess, oblivious to the fact that even the mightiest of individuals can be overwhelmed by numbers. He replied, "What manner of person is the emperor? A figure of such exalted status. Even those among us who are capable must serve him. Failing to understand the hierarchy is simply foolishness." Giggles erupted from the woman, affirming his sentiment. Others in the crowd echoed their agreement, murmuring, "What a shame for such a remarkable young lady." Thus, humility stands as the highest virtue. How ostentatious she is, surely it will lead to her downfall. One can only hope this child learns to tread carefully in her next life. The murmurs escalated from quiet speculation to lively discussions, seemingly swayed by the Wu twins, who had already condemned Xiao Lexian to death. After all, no matter how affable the emperor might be, he would not spare those who dared to slap his face with disrespect. Indeed, in their minds, Xiao Lexian's disparagement of the emperor's actions and the destruction of his gifts was akin to delivering a slap to his visage, showing him no respect whatsoever. Ha ha. While others merely speculated, Qiao Shun erupted in raucous laughter, glaring menacingly at Xiao Lexian. "You are doomed. Absolutely doomed." He seemed to envision her being executed by the furious emperor, relishing in the thought with manic glee. Zhang Peng, influenced by the sentiments of those around him, was reluctant to see such a gifted individual meet her demise. His expression shifted dramatically, ultimately resembling a brave warrior preparing for death as he approached her, and said, "Why not escape while you can? I shall allow you to leave." Due to the volume of the discussions, no one else heard Zhang Peng's words, except for the equally close Lu Lao, who looked at him in shock at his suggestion to let Xiao Lexian flee. In the face of the crowd's ridicule and chatter, Xiao Lexian remained indifferent. In her mind, the opinions of mere ants held no significance. As long as they did not approach her to bother her, she could easily ignore them. For regardless of their musings, their intentions were destined to fail. Those who truly wished her harm would find themselves in the depths of hell first. The petty slander of mortals was laughably naive to the immortal, who understood that when commoners maliciously attack and slander others, they are merely accumulating bad karma. Not only would their character points diminish, but they would also transfer their fortune to those they maligned. Thus, in her past lives, she had observed a certain cosmic rule: the more one is slandered and insulted, the more the recipient of such unjust vitriol inadvertently gathers the fortune of their attackers, provided they refrain from retaliating. Engaging in a war of words would only diminish one's own blessings, leading to mutual loss. Therefore, when people spoke ill of Xiao Lexian, she had long since ceased to pay heed to those envious souls who disparaged her. The more they insulted her, the more she accepted those unearned slanders, resulting in a multiplication of her own fortune. Hence, why should she feel compelled to intervene against the chatter surrounding her? To do so would only benefit them. Xiao Lexian was never one to repay grievance with grace. She remained unconcerned, her inaction serving as the greatest punishment. It is vital to recognize that every utterance carries energy. Speaking kindly accumulates virtue, while cursing diminishes it. Mortals, ignorant of this principle, merely acted according to their own choices. Xiao Lexian patiently awaited the outcome from the emperor's side, while the Wu twins grew increasingly enraged at her apparent indifference. They felt a sense of embarrassment, as though they themselves were the jesters in this scenario. Though Xiao Lexian remained unruffled, her demeanor incited fury within the twins. While she could dismiss the frivolous banter of those who spoke ill of her, she would not overlook those who genuinely cared. Thus, in response to Zhang Peng's suggestion to leave, Xiao Lexian merely smiled at him. No need. Regardless of whether the emperor would accept her retort, she held unwavering confidence that she would remain unharmed. Meanwhile, in the Taiha Hall, when his trusted aide returned to report, and the eunuch embellished the tale, the emperor indeed felt a flicker of anger at Xiao Lexian's apparent insolence. However, rather than seeking her out in a fit of rage, he first executed the eunuch who had exaggerated the events. Xiao Lexian's lack of reverence affected him. Yet it was not the contempt and insults suggested by the eunuch that prompted his ire. This particular servant of his, who had crossed the line, deserved his fate. Did he believe he could act with such impunity within the imperial palace? The emperor dismissed the aide, stroking the dragon-ornamented jade in his hand. Having secluded himself in the Taiha Hall for an extended period, finally emerging, he made his way to the Hall of Summoning Talents. At this moment, the announcement of the emperor's arrival sent waves of excitement through the Hall of Summoning Talents. Had he arrived? Ultimately, this formidable child was destined for death. The emperor himself had come to exact retribution, and her demise was all but assured. Among the throng, the Wu twins were the most animated, reveling in the thought that this vexing little girl would finally meet her end. She deserved it, for she had shown them no respect whatsoever. The two, having had their talents exaggerated and elevated by others, shared this sentiment, eagerly watching as a figure clad in a dark dragon robe entered. Chapter 136. Do not leave. As the emperor entered, his gaze immediately fell upon the youngest child. Xiao Lexian returned his look. The previously boisterous hall fell silent, each individual suddenly conscious of their demeanor, adopting a facade of lofty composure. Yet, Xiao Lexian remained as calm as ever, continuing to sip her tea and casually consuming the pastries from the nearby table as if nothing were amiss. The emperor was taken aback by her audacity, finding humor in her defiance. Having calmed himself in the Taiha Hall, his anger subsided, and he truly regarded Xiao Lexian as something remarkable, remarkably bold, remarkably arrogant, remarkably unafraid. Was this genuine confidence, or mere foolish bravado? A young calf unafraid of tigers? He must personally come to witness the matter. If she truly possesses remarkable abilities, then for him, talent deserves preferential treatment. It is not to say that Xiao Lexian's words hold any truth that might insult him. Even if she did insult him, he could swallow all such affronts. As the Supreme Emperor, it is imperative to possess a grand capacity for tolerance. However, this all hinges on whether Xiao Lexian genuinely has the capability. Should she be otherwise, while he would not resort to violence over a mere slight, she would nonetheless have jeopardized his opportunity to cultivate goodwill with other capable individuals, and thus she must face repercussions. Rather than punishing her for disrespecting him, it is more accurate to say that he prioritizes his own strategic plans above mere appearances. After all, a talent like Wu Bo was deliberately placed within his design. Yet, upon laying eyes on the youthful visage of Xiao Lexian, all of the emperor's grand designs dissipated into thin air. Why ponder so deeply? No matter her martial prowess, she is merely a young girl, and not much older than a child. Observing her expression, which bore a detachment surpassing that of adults, the Supreme Emperor found himself momentarily tempted to tease her. Striding forward, he adopted a stern demeanor and declared, "You have so recklessly ruined what I bestowed upon you. And you dare speak of annoyance? Do you not fear that the Emperor's wrath may lead to your demise?" Xiao Lexian regarded him with a smile, as if she had heard the most ludicrous jest, her indifferent eyes dark and imbued with an unsettling power that deterred direct gazes. With unwavering certainty and a commanding tone, she proclaimed, "You cannot kill me." The Supreme Emperor was both amused and infuriated by her audacity. Do you truly possess such confidence? If one man cannot slay you, I have 1,000 troops at my command. Xiao Lexian laughed heartily, placing her teacup down with a thud, and lightly responded, "To me, one man is no different from 1,000 troops. You." The Emperor's pupils constricted, and after a moment of surprised silence, he burst into laughter, tinged with mockery. "Are you implying that you alone can stand against 1,000 troops? Quite the boast." Others present were equally astonished by Xiao Lexian's audacious claim. Who would dare assert that one person could rival an army? Yet, the astonishment did not end there. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Xiao Lexian shook her head and suddenly stood. Her stature may not be imposing, but her presence was overwhelmingly commanding. Narrowing her eyes at the Emperor, she corrected him, "No, you are mistaken. It is not that I alone can rival 1,000 troops. Rather, 1,000 troops cannot stand against me." The hall fell into a profound silence at this declaration. Once the Supreme Emperor comprehended her words, he erupted into laughter, laced with scorn. "Little girl, I concede that you are formidable, but there is a limit to arrogance. Speaking such nonsense, I could only deem you to be foolishly proud." Xiao Lexian, disinterested in debating her capabilities, directly inquired, "So tell me, how can I become your national advisor?" The Emperor shook his head, stating, "I believe that with your temperament and current state, you would not be suitable as my national advisor. Even if I am exceptionally skilled." The Emperor nodded, affirming, "Even if you are remarkably talented, my selection for a national advisor prioritizes intelligence and strategy over mere martial prowess. You are indeed talented, but I can offer you a position within my Imperial Guard." Although this young girl seemed somewhat naive and overly audacious, her martial strength had been proven formidable, prompting his desire for her to join the Imperial Guard. Upon seeing her youthful age, the Emperor decided against holding a grudge against her and abandoned his previous intentions. Moreover, given Xiao Lexian's impressive abilities at such a young age, it implied significant potential for growth. While she may not be able to stand against 1,000 troops now, she could very well achieve that in the future. How is this possible? The twins from the Wu Wei Palace found it hard to believe that the Supreme Emperor would not execute Xiao Lexian, but instead sought to recruit her. This was unimaginable. Not only the twins, but everyone else present was incredulous. However, Xiao Lexian, seemingly unfazed by the Emperor's intentions, continued to press. "Is there land available if I become your national advisor? I want a piece of land." Here, she finally revealed her true intention. "Oh." The Emperor shook his head. "That is not possible. To be granted land, one must have made tremendous contributions or be of royal blood." He assumed Xiao Lexian sought a fief. However, she shook her head, clarifying, "I do not seek a title. I want a piece of land, like that of a kingdom." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's demeanor instantly turned frigid. How delightful. He had underestimated her audacity to demand land from him. The others were similarly stunned into silence. The twins were especially exhilarated. This was akin to walking through heaven, yet choosing to plunge into hell. No emperor could tolerate someone audacious enough to propose the division of his territory. The situation was already precarious, and all present felt a wave of trepidation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lexian seemed oblivious to the emperor's fury and continued her reckless inquiries. So, is there land available if I become your national advisor? Could you grant me a piece of land? The emperor was pushed to the brink of fury, gritting his teeth as he snapped. No. Xiao Lexian shrugged. Ah, how stingy. So, it turns out there is no land available even for the national advisor? Had I known, I wouldn't have come at all. This statement left everyone dumbfounded once more. Then I shall take my leave. The emperor, now thoroughly exasperated, found himself both enraged and amused. How audacious. Do you think that my imperial palace is a place you can enter and exit at will? Unexpectedly, Xiao Lexian turned calmly, only to look back and shake her head, saying, I tell you, your empire can only last 3 more years. If you do not grant this now, in 3 years, your kingdom will be destroyed, and I shall return to claim that piece of land. After all, this task is not time-bound. It can be set aside for the moment. Were it not for my reluctance to seize, with my strength, I could have taken it directly. At this proclamation, the emperor's expression drastically changed, and his anger intensified. As the 5th emperor, he had known the first national advisor of the 5 emperors was indeed capable. The prophecies penned by the advisor had significantly influenced the course of the 5 emperors' development. Otherwise, he would not have heeded the words of the deceased advisor. He was acutely aware that without a turning point, he would meet his end as the last emperor. Yet, how could this young girl possess knowledge of such matters, which remained a secret known only to each emperor? Do not leave. The emperor, momentarily flustered, instinctively shouted, halting Xiao Lexian in her tracks as she approached the door. At the emperor's command, those present, both seen and unseen, swiftly surrounded her, enclosing Xiao Lexian within their ranks. Chapter 137. Is this still a human? Do not leave. Xiao Lexian raised an eyebrow and let out a laugh, her patience wearing thin. Gazing at the encircling crowd, her eyes narrowed, and a piercing sonic wave resonated. Break. A wave of unseen sound rippled outward, causing the entire hall of summoning to tremble violently, and those surrounding Xiao Lexian were flung away, landing painfully on the ground with cries of agony. The emperor and all present were taken aback by the scene. Even Xiao Shun, who had previously boasted bravely, now trembled in fear, instinctively hiding among the crowd, terrified that Xiao Lexian would discover his earlier threat against her. It became evident that her prior display of martial prowess was likely only a fraction of her true strength, as even formidable figures like Si were directly swept away by her sonic force. The soldiers were sent reeling, wailing in distress. Zhang Peng and old Lu stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. Xiao Lexian wore an innocent smile, tilting her head. So, am I still not permitted to leave? The emperor felt a shiver run down his spine, finally realizing that due to Xiao Lexian's age, they had all underestimated her. Now, witnessing her true capabilities, he understood that the shock she instilled far surpassed any pale descriptions. She had just proclaimed that she alone could surpass 1,000 troops, a claim he had vehemently dismissed until now, when a flicker of belief began to take root within him. Moreover, her ability to articulate the prophecies of the 5 empires left him both furious and anxious. Instinctively, he summoned the full weight of his imperial authority and bellowed orders at Xiao Lexian. But the moment he witnessed her capabilities, he regretted his outburst. His earlier rage had led him to impulsively reject her proposal, yet who could blame him? What emperor would remain unperturbed upon hearing demands to cede territory? However, as he regained his composure, a thought struck him. If Xiao Lexian could resolve the pressing issue of his nation's downfall, conceding a piece of land might not be such an unthinkable sacrifice after all. Faced with Xiao Lexian's light-hearted inquiry, the Tai Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, culminating in his question, "Are you truly adept in the art of divination?" Xiao Lexian replied with a smile, "And if I am? What if I am not?" The Tai Emperor, recognizing his previous impulsiveness, sought to placate her, urging, "Please, do not hold my earlier outburst against me. Let us reach an understanding." Understanding that he could not rely on brute force to subdue her, he dared not gamble with his vast army. His sole desire now was to persuade Xiao Lexian to stay, even if she lacked genuine divinatory skills. Her remarkable ability to contend with legions warranted his utmost efforts to win her over. Xiao Lexian smiled, recognizing that the emperor was softening, indirectly acquiescing to her proposal. Yet, with so many witnesses present, it was ill-advised to broach the topic of territorial concessions directly, hence the vague suggestion of negotiation. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Xiao Lexian realized she had no true desire to become the national teacher of the 5 empires. The position was merely a conventional path to her acquisition of Yunu Mountain. And having revealed so much already, she no longer wished to pursue that title. Thus, she firmly declined, stating, "There is nothing to negotiate. I do not wish to become the national teacher." Her words were undeniably incendiary. At last, Jia Shuan could no longer contain her indignation. She sprang to her feet, slamming her hand on the table and exclaiming, "What audacity! Do you truly believe the position of national teacher is yours for the taking? How do you regard us?" Xiao Lexian looked at her with surprise, retorting, "What do you consider yourselves? Mere? The position of national teacher is not mine to claim. Whose is it? Yours? You." Jia Shuan was infuriated, struggling to comprehend the implication of being regarded as heir. However, Xiao Lexian's dismissive attitude and her perplexing counterquestion felt more insulting than any direct confrontation. Her disregard implied they were insignificant in her eyes. The Tai Emperor sighed, recognizing Xiao Lexian's exceptional abilities, yet lamenting her overwhelming arrogance. The pinnacle of hubris is not mere pretension, it is a genuine lack of regard for others. Jia Yi, witnessing his junior sister's mounting frustration, stood beside the Tai Emperor and declared, "Your Majesty, my sister and I hail from the illustrious Wu Wei Palace, where we are well versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and astrology. Are you truly willing to retain her and oppose us?" The Tai Emperor faltered, taken aback to discover these young individuals belonged to Wu Wei Palace. He knew of Wu Wei Palace, a mysterious institution that traversed multiple nations and was revered in the martial world. Its members were celebrated wherever they went. Xiao Lexian regarded them with a smile, finally acknowledging their presence, yet her next words drained the color from their faces. "So it appears that those from Wu Wei Palace draw upon dragon energy for their cultivation." She turned to the Tai Emperor and nodded, "You may accept them. Though the lifespan of your kingdom has now dwindled from 3 years to merely a year and a half." The Tai Emperor was struck with astonishment. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning of Xiao Lexian's words, the sudden pallor of the Wu Wei Palace members suggested dire implications. To his further shock, Xiao Lexian continued, "To cultivate using dragon energy is to engage in a nefarious martial art. Those from Wu Wei Palace who surpass the age of 30 must surely suffer the repercussions of such practices, no? In a world where cultivation was already fraught with challenges, some dared to delve into dark arts, defying the natural order. Wu Wei Palace bore no distinction from those who emerged from the sacred pool." "You speak nonsense." Jia Shuan, recalling her aunt's peculiarities, shrieked in outrage. Xiao Lexian frowned and addressed the Tai Emperor directly. "I do not wish to become the national teacher. You may bestow the title upon anyone you choose. A piece of land in exchange for a condition. Consider it well. I grant you 3 days to decide." With that, Xiao Lexian tore through the fabric of space and vanished before the astonished eyes of all present. This spectacle transcended mere martial prowess. It was an utterly surreal phenomenon. Had there been any lingering discontent regarding Xiao Lexian's audacity, it was now eclipsed by a profound recognition of her undeniable legitimacy. Was she truly human? Did they not just witness something otherworldly? A collective shiver coursed through the assembly, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 138. Is something truly awry? The Hall of Summoning fell once more into an eerie silence. Witnessing Xiao Lexian's extraordinary capabilities, the twins from Wu Wei Palace could no longer remain still, their hearts racing with trepidation. How could they shake the feeling that her words contained an unsettling truth? If Xiao Lexian could depart so effortlessly, what of their own escape? Seize these two. The Tai Emperor, the first to regain his composure, seethed with fury. He was angrier not merely from regret over Xiao Lexian's departure, but from the implications of her words. If these two were indeed seeking to usurp dragon energy, their fate would be sealed. How could he not harbor resentment towards those who sought to obliterate his kingdom? Jia Shuan and Jia Yi finally grasped the gravity of their situation, incredulous that the Tai Emperor would dare act against them based solely on Xiao Lexian's assertions. How could he? They were, after all, from Wu Wei Palace. In an instant, the two were stripped of their elevated status and thrust into imprisonment. Their comparatively modest martial prowess rendered them helpless against suppression, and they could not endure the sudden fall from grace, resorting to curses and screams. "You dog of an emperor! How dare you imprison us? Know this, your downfall is imminent, and your kingdom shall perish." In that moment, their noble demeanor dissipated, revealing a desperation akin to that of common ruffians. The Tai Emperor, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, narrowed his gaze, icy with disdain. Such insensitivity. Do they truly believe this grand empire fears Wu Wei Palace? There is no need for further investigation. Dispose of them. "Yes, your Majesty," came the response, and orders were given for the guards to be summoned. The Tai Emperor then commanded the elite guards to locate the young girl. The guards felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of confronting Xiao Lexian, doubting their ability to find her. Little did they know, she possessed an almost prophetic insight, and a stream of information coursed through their minds, revealing her whereabouts. The guards, now thoroughly astonished, exclaimed, "Follow me." Under the leadership of Captain Quan, they successfully located her. Meanwhile, The Tai Emperor personally assessed the abilities of others, having initially assumed they were mere pretenders, only to discover a true talent among them, a scruffy yet surprisingly clean old beggar. To his astonishment, the beggar's first words were, "Ah, what splendid entertainment these past few days. Little Moer, that young lady is remarkable. Her aspirations to become the national teacher may very well surpass my own." The Tai Emperor's countenance darkened at the mention of his mother's pet name. "Ah, little Moer, if you can persuade that young lady to stay, it would be a boon for you. I hail from the Celestial Arithmetic School, a master of divination, yet I find myself perplexed by the fate of that young lady. How curious. The immense merit she possesses blinds my eyes. With such virtue, she cannot be a villain." Upon hearing that the old man hailed from the enigmatic Gigu Tianquan Gate, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He ceased to mind the old man's manner of address and instead absorbed his words with rapt attention. However, to truly convince him of the old man's authenticity as a seer from the Tianquan Gate, he needed tangible proof. It was not until he beheld the identity token of the Tianquan Gate, inscribed with the name Yushuzi, that he was assured of the old man's credentials. Instantly, the emperor's demeanor transformed, exuding an unparalleled reverence. Simultaneously, a wave of excitement surged within him. With the appearance of Yushuzi, could it be that there was hope for the five empires? If possible, he truly wished to avoid seeking out Xiao Lexian, for he could easily envision the conditions she would impose. She claimed she merely wanted a piece of land, but what constituted a piece? A few square meters, several cities, or even half of the five empires. Such demands were intolerable to him. Moreover, deep down, he believed that the land of the five empires should never be ceded to anyone. It was a matter of principle. If he found himself utterly cornered, he would consider a compromise, but now, with Yushuzi's appearance, hope rekindled within him. Regardless of Yushuzi's assessment of Xiao Lexian, or whatever dazzling merits might be involved, he felt an overwhelming joy and exclaimed, "Sir, would you consent to become the national teacher of the five empires? Please help alleviate the peril facing my empire." Before the long-haired, bearded Yushuzi could respond, the emperor knelt on one knee, earnestly imploring, "Mr. Yushuzi, your predecessor from the Tianquan Gate was our first national teacher. He foretold the downfall of the five empires, which is why I have been in desperate search for a solution. Now that you have arrived, you must be here to resolve my plight, right? I humbly beseech you to accept the position of national teacher." As for Xiao Lexian, he resolved not to yield to her demands, and he wondered how she could possibly retaliate if he refused her terms. If feasible, he even contemplated enlisting her into the Wu army. Yushuzi, exuding an air of grandeur despite his beggar's garb, replied, "There is no need for such deference, Your Majesty. You may rise. I am willing to accept the role of national teacher. My presence in the empire is indeed due to a letter left by my revered master, Feng Yazi, before his passing. The letter states that if, during the reign of the five emperors, there exists no glimmer of hope, the Tianquan Gate need not return to appoint a national teacher. However, should there be a turning point, the most capable individual from the Tianquan Gate must be dispatched to find that spark of hope for the five empires. Previously, I could not ascertain this from afar, but now I have discerned the outcome." The emperor, rising and furrowing his brows, was taken aback by this revelation. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Yushuzi's words, he felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, the very next moment, his fears were confirmed. "I can assure you that your glimmer of hope lies with that young girl." When she turned to leave, the potential for the survival of the five empires flickered once more. The emperor was struck with disbelief. "Sir, is there truly nothing you can do?" The old beggar shook his head, explaining that had he possessed a solution, he would never have agreed to the emperor's land concessions, as such a demand was far too demeaning for a sovereign. However, concerning the matter of land, he strained to calculate, only to break into a sweat and suddenly spit blood. The emperor gasped, "Sir, are you all right?" Yushuzi waved his hand and chuckled, having finally gleaned some insight after risking his life, and now wore a more relaxed expression. He solemnly addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, when that young girl returns, do not inquire further, simply acquiesce to her demands. Perhaps this will not turn out to be a misfortune." The emperor, utterly perplexed, attempted to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by a subordinate who reported that Xiao Lexian had returned and was reluctant to approach the court. The emperor's forehead throbbed. What was she doing over there? The trembling messenger replied, "Yes, it is as follows. That young prodigy stated that if the emperor agrees to her conditions, it must be done publicly before the civil and military officials, with a promise of irrevocability." The emperor, enraged, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Preposterous. This is not the time for morning court. What does she intend? Does she think I would go back on my word? That I would not issue an edict publicly before the officials?" The kneeling individuals dared not respond, feeling the weight of their predicament. "Commander Quan, you sent me to report to the emperor, and now I find myself in quite the predicament. Humph. Does she truly believe that I cannot survive without her? Suddenly, Yu Shuzi coughed violently, interrupting the emperor's outburst. The emperor's expression darkened, feeling somewhat cornered, yet he commanded, "Ring the bell, summon the court." The subordinate recoiled, "Yes. Ring the bell." This bell, a signal of urgent matters requiring immediate attention, indicated that the emperor had consented to meet with the young prodigy. The guards found it astonishing. They had come prepared for the emperor's wrath, only to witness him, in a fit of anger, acquiescing to the young girl's demands. Truly unbelievable. Once the subordinate withdrew, Yu Shuzi stroked his beard and chuckled at the troubled emperor, saying, "Little Emma, I need not be so concerned. Even if a piece of land is ceded, this transaction does not leave you at a loss." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression brightened considerably, eager to learn more about why he would not be at a disadvantage. But Yu Shuzi simply stated that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. The resounding chimes of the bell echoed through the skies above the 5 empires, causing the leisurely ministers to pale in alarm. What calamity had befallen? This was the first time the emergency bell had sounded since the new emperor's ascension. What could possibly be the matter? Whether engaged in merriment with friends, tending to children at home, or enjoying leisure with wives and concubines, all the ministers hurriedly donned their court attire and rushed in a state of disarray toward the imperial palace, stumbling along the way. The palpable tension escalated as they saw one another rushing, faces etched with anxiety, even colliding outside the palace gates, creating further chaos and spreading unease. Such emotions were indeed contagious. Was this truly a grave matter? Was the frontier under urgent threat? Or was it a natural disaster or calamity?